I have mastered 100 different techniques. Yet never do I practice. What I do is to make them engage with one another. Only because I have acquired the most formidable system of competition, all martial arts and techniques will be cultivated automatically. They may even unexpectedly enter a state of enlightenment. The thunder slash has ascended to the realm of subtlety. The indomitable spirit refuses to be left behind, enhancing the pace of cultivation by 200%. Eternal slaughter has been provoked, prompting a moment of profound realization. Thus, my martial arts prowess perpetually flourishes. However, there are still 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination. I am merely a low-tier dancer at the fourth stage of awakening. Therefore, in the forthcoming 100 days, it is imperative to enhance one's capabilities to the fullest extent possible. Then, I proceeded to open my system panel. The proficiency in the awakening of strength has reached 23 for the fourth stage of Mengyo. The mastery of Gale Step stands at 1. The foundational progress of Thunder Slash is at 15. Despite the support of a sophisticated system, the levels of martial arts and skills continue to progress steadily. However, achieving significant advancements in a short period necessitates the consumption of vast resources. As I gaze upon the 3-digit balance in my bank account, all I can do is shake my head in resignation. Today, I have made plans with Guorinyu to venture to the antique market in hopes of encountering some fortuitous finds. Thus, early in the morning, I found myself at an antique shop. The shopkeeper presented a ceramic jar to Guorinyu, a recent arrival, specially reserved for you. Guorinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly retrieved a magnifying glass to examine it closely. I, on the other hand, am devoid of enthusiasm. This antique shop situated beside the school seems to take advantage of the youth of the students, offering little of any true value. Since we are here, let us take a leisurely glance around. Thus, I casually picked up a ceramic jar from the counter. The shopkeeper next door beams with a radiant smile. This was once used by the emperor. I shall offer you 3,000. I tugged at the corner of my mouth and presented the ceramic jar before the proprietor. Upon closer inspection, the inner wall of the jar bears a clearly inscribed line of small text, produced by the Kiln Factory, March 5, 1099. Suggested retail price, 1.5 yuan. Yesterday, I had just stepped off the production line. The shopkeeper, Mr. Liu, cleared his throat a few times. Alas, I had misjudged once more. I paid no heed to the proprietor and wandered aimlessly. Before long, in a corner of the shelf, an old knife with a battered handle caught my attention. Thus, I approached the shelf and picked up the battle knife. In the next moment, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind, accompanied by the sound of a thunderous slash. I sensed that the lightning blade had also entered a state of enlightenment. The cultivation speed will be significantly enhanced. Subsequently, the progress bar of the thunder slash surged upward, swiftly advancing from the foundational realm to the proficient realm. In a state of enlightenment, my understanding surged dramatically. The overwhelming sense of impact left me somewhat dazed. After a considerable pause, I finally regained my composure. I promptly opened the system panel. Noticing that Thunder Slash had reached a mastery level of 92. Gazing at the translucent, luminescent characters, my breath has grown heavier, a testament to the overwhelming nature of this experience. The realm of martial arts is categorized into 6 levels: foundational, proficient, mastery, subtlety, expert, and perfection. In but a fleeting moment, the Thunder Slash has ascended directly to the level of mastery. It is worth noting that this is indeed a class martial art. An ordinary individual seeking mastery must engage in relentless and arduous practice for 2 to 3 decades. Achieving proficiency in level martial arts has greatly augmented my strength, allowing me to now rival those at the 6th stage of awakening. Turning my gaze towards Master Liu, I inquired, "How much does this blade cost?" "Your discernment is exceptional. This magnificent weapon has previously vanquished numerous formidable foes. Given your status as a student, I shall not demand too much." As he spoke, Lord Liu gestured with his hand. Upon hearing Lord Liu's words, I raised my eyebrows slightly. The price was halved to 4,000 yuan. Such relentless bargaining was truly harsh. My purchasing cost far exceeded this amount. Then, with a heavy sigh, Lord Liu wore a reluctant expression. "Fine, take it away, let's consider it a gesture of friendship." I shook my head. "No, it's not 4,000 yuan, you have miscalculated. I meant 4 yuan. Upon hearing this, the master of the shoe building fell silent. After years of conducting business, it was the first time he learned that moblins referred to the act of erasing all spirits. Beside us, Gang burst into hearty laughter, remarking, "You have truly asked for an exorbitant price. It seems you've encountered a formidable opponent." After a vigorous tug-of-war, we ultimately settled on a price of 235 yuan. At this moment, I also realized that I seem to have discovered a lucrative avenue, one that allows me to discern the authenticity of antiques through the insight gained from martial arts. After completing the payment, I sprang into action. I thoroughly examined the merchandise in the store. However, to my disappointment, aside from that particular weapon, nothing else elicited any response from my martial arts. To rapidly enhance one's prowess, it is imperative to acquire a greater breadth of martial skills, particularly those of at least grade B. However, such martial arts are exceedingly costly. Upon returning to school, I sought out my homeroom teacher, Su Yun. Upon learning of my intentions, Su Yun's discerning eyes widened in astonishment. Just a few days prior, you had only mastered the level martial art, flashing thunder slash. Do you truly believe that the martial arts offered at the academy are as commonplace as cabbages? I shall devote myself solely to this discipline, and will no longer seek your guidance. As long as you can master the thunder slash to an exquisite level, I shall request an additional martial art for you. In Su Yun's perspective, having just ascended to the 4th stage of awakening, it seems unrealistic to aim for a breakthrough to the 5th stage before the college entrance examination. At this juncture, concentrating all one's energy on mastering a single martial art is undoubtedly the most cost-effective approach. If I were to meet your expectations, would I be limited to selecting only one level martial art? As long as you can be meticulous before the college entrance examination, it is not impossible for you to propose other requests. Su Yun gazed at me with a hint of amusement in his eyes, harboring doubt about my capability to accomplish this. I blinked my eyes, nearly wishing to learn an additional form of level martial arts. Why did Su Yun contemplate that particular aspect? After leaving the office, I made my way to the playground and took a seat. Today, the school is to hold a grand assembly of determination. At this moment, the playground is already filled with an enthusiastic crowd. Yu proudly brandishes a piece of crispy pork belly. The conference will soon commence officially. School leaders and student representatives will take the stage to deliver their speeches. The students listen with fervent enthusiasm. However, Yu remained oblivious. He concealed himself in a distant corner, indulging in an array of delectable dishes. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from afar, "Yu, be careful!" A purple bird soared through the sky, diving rapidly with a sharp rush of wind, heading straight for Yu. It was a thunderbird. My pupils constricted sharply as I recognized this avian creature. He is not a ferocious beast, yet within him flows a trace of the bloodline of the thunder beast. Renowned for his swiftness, he is capable of hunting soaring eagles. At this moment, Yu also took notice of the Thunder Sparrow, and a look of terror surfaced upon his face. His physical strength would be shattered into 2 pieces by the lightning striking from a high-speed dive. Numerous formidable dancers on site wished to intervene, yet they were all too distant. Many school leaders were anxious, beads of sweat forming on their brows. In such a grand occasion as the oath-taking ceremony, with numerous journalists present, should any student tragically lose their life, the public would undoubtedly cast blame with relentless ferocity. At a critical moment, a thunderclap resonated from the void. Accompanying the thunder was a brilliant flash of luminescence. The morning light surged skyward, striking directly toward the diving thunderbird. A soft pop resonated through the air, followed by the sudden bloom of a crimson flower in midair. The thunderbird had been cleaved asunder, split into 2 halves. Immediately, a system notification echoed in my ears, "Flash thunder slash." I achieved my first kill of the Thunder Sparrow and gained insight, transcending into the realm of subtlety. Meanwhile, the surrounding students gasped in astonishment, "My goodness! This is the great martial art, thunder slash." The sound of thunder is so captivating, and the mastery displayed is undoubtedly impressive. It is truly magnificent. Alas, the person saved is not a beauty. Otherwise, it would have gone viral across the internet. As the crowd engaged in discussion, the system once again resonated with the sound of the thunder slash. For the first time, it received commendation, stirring a sense of exhilaration within. The speed of cultivation surged by 80%. Is the thunder slash truly so proud as to revel in praise? At that moment, Yu shouted at me to flee. 3 other Thunderhawk sword companions in the sky had been slain. Their wings flapped fiercely, diving towards me like sharpened blades. I gripped the hilt of the knife, composed and unperturbed. With a sweeping motion of my arms, I slashed continuously toward the sky. Suddenly, a resounding thunder echoed once more. Following that, 3 elongated streaks of luminescence flashed across the sky like lightning, each striking towards the thunderbirds that swooped in from 3 distinct directions. In but a fleeting moment, blood blossoms erupted. The 3-headed Thunder Sparrows met their demise, silenced before they could utter a single cry. In that instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence, only to erupt like boiling water thereafter. What an extraordinary youth! This is a manifestation only achievable through the mastery of the lightning slash. I had thought that Lu Bu was invincible across the realm. Whose subordinate is this? Slaying the 3-headed Thunderbird is not particularly difficult. Students ranked among the top in the senior year possess this capability. However, the intricate level martial arts are seldom found in the expansive Qingshan station. Not to mention the students, even the teachers can hardly identify a handful. In the distance, the stunning eyes of Su Yunmei displayed an even greater astonishment. He understood all too well that I had only encountered the lightning 3 days prior, and yet at this moment, I had become acutely attuned to it. Subsequently, the principal approached briskly, accompanied by a group of school administrators. Are you not aware that eating is strictly prohibited in the training area? This month, you are responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the training grounds. The principal then turned to me. The stern expression on his face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Well done for bravely confronting danger with a decisive strike. You truly embody the spirit of our esteemed Qingshan No. 1 High School. Not far away, the television station's camera was directed towards this place. The principal cast me a knowing glance, which I instantly comprehended. With a face full of righteous indignation, I attributed my ability and courage to selflessness primarily to the excellent education provided by Qingshan No. 1 High School. The principal chuckled, acknowledging the students' cleverness. Additional rewards could be generously bestowed. This interlude has concluded, and the rally continues unabated. At this moment, I hold that battered knife in my hand, observing it closely. Though it is undeniably marred with cracks, appearing as though it would shatter completely upon slicing through vegetables, it remarkably endures the swift motions of my hand. Suddenly, I realized that something was amiss. The blood on the blade had vanished, and the nicks on the edge appeared to have diminished significantly. This dagger surpasses my expectations in its extraordinary nature. There must be other remarkable aspects waiting to be uncovered. After the conclusion of the rally, I was summoned to the office by Su Yun. He scrutinized me intently, as if attempting to see through my very soul. Then, he inquired about the circumstances surrounding my thunder slash. This morning, I diligently practiced the lightning slash, and by chance, I experienced a moment of enlightenment. After concluding my training, I found myself merely a thin veil away from the realm of profound mastery. To my surprise, while on the training grounds, I was able to pierce through that veil with newfound understanding. You are indeed fortunate. A moment of enlightenment is a remarkably unique state. To attain such a state, it entirely depends on you. Many geniuses have gone through their entire lives without experiencing it even once. Teacher Su, my thunder slash has become exceptionally refined. Isn't it time to fulfill our agreement? Upon hearing these words, Su felt a twinge of anxiety within. Aside from that particular level martial art, do you have any other requests? I rubbed my hands together, displaying an embarrassed smile, and said, it's just that. Su Yun felt increasingly anxious. What does a 17 or 18-year-old youth desire most? As a teacher, he understood all too well. I must cultivate all the grade martial arts offered by the school. Su Yun blinked his eyes, feeling a sense of relief within. This youth may be somewhat arrogant in martial arts, yet his character remains commendable. He gathered his thoughts, then shook his head and remarked that the school had regulations stipulating that each student could study a maximum of 3 martial arts disciplines. Then I shall select 2 additional level martial arts, he declared. Su Yun felt somewhat reluctant, yet he was troubled by the thought that should he refuse, I might present unreasonable demands. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to selecting 2 disciplines. However, 2 disciplines proved insufficient, and thus I insisted on accompanying him in the selection. Upon arriving at the martial arts building, I made my way directly to the B-class martial arts zone. At present, I lacked no weapon-based martial arts, so I chose a hand-to-hand combat discipline known as Eternal Kill. When casting spells, one feels as though they possess an extraordinary vigor. The techniques are exceedingly cunning, rendering one defenseless against them. Additionally, I have opted for a martial art known as the diamond body. The diamond body comprises 9 levels originally. It is classified as in rank martial art, complete with 18 levels. Upon witnessing my choice, Suyun's eyes widened in astonishment. The cultivation of these 2 martial arts is exceedingly arduous. Perhaps you should reconsider your selection. Only the weak fear adversity. A faint dark line appears on Suyun's fair forehead. It is true that the strong do not fear challenges. A 4th-tier awakened individual is hardly a formidable force. However, upon witnessing my unwavering determination, he found no further words to express. Perhaps it is beneficial for the youth to traverse a few winding paths. Subsequently, the administrator presented you with 2 martial seals. Thereafter, I arrived at the boat workshop, affixing the seals upon my forehead. Soon enough, I successfully embraced the teachings of these 2 martial arts. Next, I opened the system panel. I noticed the words of realm behind the diamond body in the last column. Unlike other martial arts, horizontal training is rather unique and does not conform to the conventional hierarchical classification. After completing this training, I returned to the classroom, where I was encircled by a group of unfamiliar students, all of whom appeared to be astonished. An inconspicuous student quietly cultivates the art of thunder slash to an exquisite realm. At this moment, a tall and beautiful young girl approaches me. The crowd that once surrounded me suddenly surged towards Xiaowu. President Liu, what brings you here? Liu Ruoyan hails from the Liu family in Qingshan City, renowned for operating the foremost martial arts dojo in the entire city. As an exceptional student at his school, he has reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of awakening, holding substantial promise for admission to Shanghai University. What brings you here, Liu Ruoyan? There was no need for you to come in person. A notification on my phone would suffice. Liu Ruoyan continued to walk. He said coldly, Zhang Wenxi. I did not come here to seek you. Zhang Wenxi stood awkwardly in place, while nearby students, witnessing the scene, were flushed with embarrassment. Then Liu Ruoyan approached me and inquired, Are you Haiyang? I raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, sensing something amiss. Do you require my assistance? In my recollection, the original owner had no acquaintance with Liu Ruoyan. This morning, you skillfully vanquished the Thunderhound, demonstrating an exceptional mastery of the thunder slash that far exceeds my own abilities. Therefore, I humbly seek your guidance in honing my skills in the thunder slash technique. As for the consultation fee, I propose an hourly rate of 1,000 yuan. Would that be agreeable to you? As the words fell, the classroom erupted into a frenzy. Liu Ruoyan, a student perched at the pinnacle of the academic hierarchy, unexpectedly sought guidance and offered such a generous remuneration. At present, what I lack most is money. Moreover, the other party has offered such a generous reward. However, the issue lies in the fact that the lightning display system assists in breaking through, yet it remains utterly unclear what challenges one faces during the cultivation process. In my struggle, my brows instinctively knitted together. Liu Ruoyan noticed my expression and slightly inclined his body towards the classmate. This is my oversight. The Flash Thunder Showcase is one of the most challenging level martial arts. I will revise my offer. 3,000 yuan for 1 hour. Is this feasible? I blinked in surprise, discovering an unexpected gain. Liu Ruoyan, with her extravagant demeanor, may not excel in guidance, yet she could still manage to procure a fair amount of wealth. Thus, I resolutely agreed. I accepted the responsibilities of guidance. Let us commence from today. I shall await you at the school gate after class. Having said that, he bid farewell with courtesy. Beside him, Wu Renyu laughed triumphantly. An hourly wage of 3,000 results in a monthly income of 100,000. Even professional dancers do not earn such a lofty salary. Not far away, the class leader, Zhang Wenxi, wore an unpleasant expression. He fixed his gaze upon Liu Ruoyan's retreating figure, his eyes shrouded in darkness, lost in thoughts unknown. After school in the afternoon, I arrived at the school gate, where Liu Ruoyan sat in the car, waving at me. My gaze lingered on the emblem for 2 seconds. This sports car, even in its most basic configuration, commands a price of 5 million. Truly, one could only describe it as a vehicle for the affluent. Subsequently, Liu Ruoyan escorted me to the Yakuza Martial Arts Hall, and at that moment, a sense of unease began to stir within me. Dear Liu, how am I to know? My practice of the thunder slash has not been extensive. It was merely through a fortuitous moment of enlightenment that I ascended to the subtle realm. I shall execute the thunder flash slash, and you may merely point out my shortcomings. Furthermore, engaging in combat with the thunder flash slash will deepen my understanding of martial arts. Subsequently, Lu Ruyan began to execute the flash thunder slash. I stood by offering guidance, correcting numerous details throughout the process. An hour swiftly elapsed. Thus, Lu Ruyan suppressed her realm to match my level and commenced our duel. Thus, we engaged in a vigorous exchange for an entire hour, during which I also became acutely aware of my own shortcomings. Despite clearly having the advantage with the thunder slash, I often find myself at a disadvantage. This is due to my significant lack of combat experience. Lu Ruyan could distinctly sense that his thunder slash was experiencing a slight loosening of its bottleneck. After an hour of intense sparring, they finally reached the conclusion. Thus, I effortlessly acquired 6. Upon receiving the money, I proceeded to the supermarket and directly purchased 15 pounds of ferocious beast meat. Upon returning home, I placed the meat into the pressure cooker to simmer. After a busy afternoon, I found myself utterly exhausted from the battle with Lu Ruyan. At this moment, I was already so famished that my stomach pressed against my back. I could not afford to linger with great eagerness. I seized a generous piece and began to devour it. After just a few bites, the synthesized mechanical sound of the bull echoed in my mind. I sensed an influx of energy coursing through my body, filling my heart with exhilaration. The enhancement of cultivation speed has surged by 335. The continuous depletion of vital energy is apparent. The art of exhausting one's essence is a terrestrial-level breathing technique. The process of cultivating this breathing method is akin to refining the physique. At this pace, I shall soon ascend to the realm of awakened dance. Moreover, under the automatic cultivation of my eternal slaying system, I have already attained a foundational level of 3. With a physique akin to that of a Vajra, I proceed to open the system. Suddenly, a notification chimes, indicating that due to the absence of a medicinal bath, my morale has plummeted and my cultivation speed has significantly declined. It seems practicing martial arts requires the aid of medicinal baths to absorb energy, thereby accelerating the refining process. However, at present, I find myself in dire financial straits. It seems I must devise a way to earn some money. The following morning, it was time for the 510 combat class. I noticed Wei Ringyu approaching me. In the past, we would often form a pair to idly pass the time together. Suddenly, a towering figure stepped boldly before me. Today, you shall engage with me in a duel. As an exemplary student, it is only fitting that I offer you some guidance. Beside him, Wei Ringyu wore a slightly disdainful expression. Mahai, you have only attained the 6th tier of awakening. Isn't this simply bullying? I shifted my body slightly and addressed Mahai with a faint tone. Make your move, you possess quite a bit of spirit. Yet, lacking in strength, having rigid bones is not necessarily a virtue. A slap across your face. To make you understand why the flowers bloom so vividly red. Mahai's gaze dripped with mockery. As he effortlessly leaped over a distance of more than 10 meters. Arriving right before me. With a sudden motion, he raised his right arm. Mahai tensed his muscles. Like an axe cleaving through the air. It descended heavily towards my face. This battle axe strike is a form of unarmed martial arts, renowned for its immense power and forceful precision. In an instant, my gaze sharpened. Astonished by the swiftness of Mahai, as the battle axe cleaved through the fabric of space. The Captain Mahai's prowess must be formidable. Yet, I remained unperturbed. With swift motion, I raised both arms, positioning them in front of me to form a barrier. The sound of the door thundering echoed through the air, as an overwhelming force surged towards me. Unable to withstand it directly, I had no choice but to retreat continuously, dissipating the impact. Wherever I tread, the grassy training ground is marked by deep impressions of my footsteps. After a succession of 7 or 8 strides, I finally regained my balance. The majority of the cuff was twisted and torn by force, exposing skin that rapidly swelled and reddened. The detection of bodily harm to the host filled the indestructible being with a profound sense of guilt. Exerting maximum effort in arduous training, the pace of progress is remarkably swift. I have raised the bar and encountered unexpected delights. It seems that, as long as one frequently engages in unarmed combat, Even in the absence of medicinal baths, the cultivation of a formidable physique can be accelerated. I see you can withstand any challenge. Ma Hai let out a cold laugh, showing no intention of granting me a moment's respite. He charged forward once more. With this maneuver, he could ascertain with certainty that the gap between us was glaringly apparent. The fox-hunting claw descended rapidly from the right hand. Its 5 fingers, akin to iron hooks, pierced through the air. Amidst the resounding echoes of the hunt, it seized fiercely. Seized the ground beneath my feet, channeling my strength to execute the gale step. This martial art I have already transcended to a level of proficiency. My speed is swift. A lateral shift at an angle deftly evaded the grasp of Ma Hai's handheld device, and while executing this dodge, I maneuvered into the depths of Ma Hai's domain. As I extend my 5 fingers, like a sharp sword, I swiftly direct it towards the throat of the sea. The surrounding air trembles violently, issuing a howl akin to the tearing of fabric. Trivial skills. The cold smirk on Birdsea's face remained unabated. As a level 6 awakened, his dynamic prowess was formidable, easily perceiving the trajectory of my attack in less than a second. He unleashed a swift strike, rapidly aimed at the anticipated location. Yet, just as it was about to collide with my wrist, Ma Hai's gaze shifted. With a vigorous shake of my right arm, a crisp sound echoed, as if several bones had suddenly appeared, evading the air at a peculiar angle. Like a cold, venomous serpent swaying its head, in the next moment, I struck Ma Hai's face with a resounding slap, delivering an immense force. Ma Hai shook his head, and amidst the myriad of unexpected and astonished gazes, a distinct palm print suddenly emerged. The eagle snake strike, a legendary technique of warfare, is one of the most formidable skills possessed by warriors. It allows for a swift change of direction mid-attack, making it the most challenging maneuver to anticipate in terms of offensive positioning. The duration of my training remains insufficient. Should I attain mastery, after skillfully evading Ma Hai's assault with my eagle snake princess technique, I would still be capable of striking at his throat. Even though Ma Hai surpasses me by 2 realms, he shall still be vanquished by my hand. It is not as it stands now, where I can merely change tactics midway to strike him across the face. A subtle sense of regret lingers within my heart. Not far away, Su Yunding's unwavering belief was met with a look of astonishment on her fair, delicate visage. Yesterday at noon, I delved into the ancient art of martial strategy. Now, astonishingly, I am able to execute a technique with remarkable finesse. This cannot possibly be attributed to mere instinct. Could it be that my innate talent for martial arts is, in fact, quite formidable? Su Yun pondered within her heart. Meanwhile, a cacophony erupted among the onlookers, punctuated by waves of astonished gasps. The ocean seemingly dealt a slap to Ma Hai. Although Ma Hai emerged unscathed, the act of such a slap is inherently more inclined towards humiliation, rendering it utterly perplexing. Ma Haijin is truly disgraceful. Wasn't it declared that one would strike the ocean? Yet, how is it that he himself has received a resounding slap? Gui Rinyu exclaimed loudly from within the crowd. Listening to the murmurs surrounding him, Ma Hai's face flushed intensely, completely overshadowing the crimson mark of the slap. He longed to find a crevice in the ground to burrow into. Ma Hai pointed at me, opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words.
A slap resounded, an unshakable truth. It seems you have failed to enlighten me on the nuances of right and wrong. Ning Chuan replied with a faint smile. Rubbing his fingers together, having previously struck your face with actions time and again, it is indeed more gratifying to personally deliver the blow. Do not become too complacent. It was merely a moment of carelessness that allowed you to gain a fleeting advantage. Ma Hai roared in anger, striding forward like a fierce tiger, intent on delivering a slap to Ning Chuan as a means of retribution. Ning Chuan met him head-on without a trace of fear. With the swiftness of a gale, the strength of a diamond body, the 1,000 bones slaughter technique, Ning Chuan unleashed a series of martial arts techniques, pushing his combat prowess to its utmost limits. However, he found himself largely at a disadvantage, lagging 2 realms behind. The disparities in strength, speed, resilience, and sensory perception were substantial. Furthermore, aside from the lightning slash, his martial skills were not particularly advanced. Ning Chuan's body was marred with continuous swelling and bruises. His fists bore the marks of battle. Yet, his understanding of practical combat deepened rapidly. Undeterred by pain, His eyes remained tranquil as he immersed himself fully in the fight, striking with precise timing and well-reasoned maneuvers. Ma Hai's assault was fierce, but he could not secure a victory over Ning Chuan in the short term. After a quarter of an hour, the bell signaling a break rang out. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Ning Chuan and Ma Hai had yet to determine a victor. Ultimately, it was Su Yun who spoke, prompting the two to cease their confrontation. "You are nothing but a madman." Ma Hai glared fiercely at Ning Chuan, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Although he had maintained the upper hand, he had failed to land a slap on Ning Chuan, instead suffering multiple blows in return. Each strike had been a trade-off, where Ning Chuan had exchanged injury for injury. The truth was, Ma Hai's fists were far mightier than Ning Chuan's. Engaging in such a trade-off should have favored Ma Hai, yet Ning Chuan continued to adopt this strategy. Amidst his contempt, Ma Hai felt a deeper emotion, a sense of impotent fury. Had it not been for the time constraint, he was certain he could emerge victorious. Panting heavily, Ning Chuan's body bore large patches of bruises and swelling, yet he remained indifferent. His dark eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at an interface visible only to him. Diamond Body. Level 1, Progress 5. This battle had elevated the Diamond Body by a full 3 percentage points, surpassing the gains of a typical day's training. "You had best resign from your position under President Lu Mengyue," Ma Hai threatened in a low voice. "Someone of her caliber is beyond your reach. If not, I shall deliver a beating to you every single day." Ma Hai spoke coldly. "Even without practical combat classes, I can find reasons to strike at you. The school cannot touch me. Test me if you doubt it." Ning Chuan blinked in surprise. A beating every day? Such a delightful opportunity. This was a free training partner delivered right to him. His heart soared with joy, though a smirk graced his lips as he retorted. "You believe you have the right to approach Lu Mengyue, while I do not. My father is a millionaire with 7 houses. Can you, an orphan, compare?" Ma Hai snorted coldly. An indelible scene from a film surfaced in the recesses of his mind. Leaning slightly forward, Ma Hai drew closer to Ning Chuan's ear, his voice chillingly cold as he remarked, "This beating is a greeting from Brother Zhang. You would do well to be sensible. Otherwise, the consequences you face will transcend your imagination." "Brother Zhang? Are you referring to Zhang Wenxi?" Ning Chuan inquired. "It is good that you are aware," Ma Hai, addicted to his role, thought he ought to embody a greater ruthlessness. Having delivered his message, he turned on his heel and strode away. Was it a secret infatuation with Lu Mengyue, or some other reason? Ning Chuan cast a glance at Zhang Wenxi in the distance, stroking his chin, yet refrained from confrontation. Having awakened to the 7th segment, he had already crossed into advanced ranks, his prowess formidable. Even armed with the silver blood battle blade, he would pose little challenge. This reckoning could wait for another day. "Ning Chuan, are you all right? Should I escort you to the infirmary?" Guo Renyu approached swiftly, concern etched on his face. Ning Chuan shrugged, offering a nonchalant smile as he replied, "It's a minor issue. It may appear serious, but they are merely superficial wounds. A bit of ointment for bruises and a few days of rest will suffice." At his words, nearby students couldn't help but cast a few more admiring glances at Ning Chuan. In their gazes, a glimmer of respect emerged. To endure such a battle at this level was truly remarkable. "Come with me to the office," a soft, melodious voice interjected as Su Yun approached Ning Chuan's side. The expressions of the surrounding boys shifted instantly. Admiration vanished, replaced by simmering anger. For a moment, they forgot that she was the top of the must-be-eradicated list. They wished nothing more than to take her place. Chapter 9. A night of breakthrough in the office. Su Yun gazed at Ning Chuan, the corners of her mouth curving in a teasing manner. "Do not stand there so stiffly before your teacher. Let us sit and converse comfortably." "I prefer to stand. As a student, the utmost priority is to respect my teacher," Ning Chuan replied with a light cough. The fervor of battle had not yet dissipated, but as his mindset calmed and adrenaline waned, the aches of his injuries became increasingly pronounced. Any slight movement intensified the pain. It was only due to his resilient character that he managed to maintain his composure. Su Yun's delicate face could not suppress a smile as she quipped, "Awakening at the 4th stage, yet daring to exchange injuries at the 6th stage. I truly believed you were impervious to pain." As she spoke, she extended her right hand, and a vibrant green light emanated from her palm, continuously gathering like flowing water. Ning Chuan's spirits lifted as he widened his eyes, meticulously observing the verdant radiance. This was primal energy, a formidable force that could only be wielded by a true martial artist. "Stop staring. Come closer so I may treat you," Suyin instructed. With a flick of her thought, the green light surged upward, enveloping Ning Chuan like a thick mist, gradually permeating his skin. Ning Chuan felt as if cool water were cleansing his body, swiftly alleviating the discomfort. Minutes later, the emerald glow dissipated, and he detected not a shred of pain. Looking down, he found no trace of swelling or injury. Even the cracked skin from his fist had healed completely. How? How did you accomplish this? Ning Chuan gazed at Su Yun, his eyes wide with astonishment, struggling to comprehend. A true martial artist was indeed this powerful. Su Yun, being only a relatively weaker martial artist herself, made one wonder how formidable the absolute masters, those likened to deities, might truly be. You are currently too weak to concern yourself with such matters. When you awaken to the 9th stage, your university instructors will naturally enlighten you. Su Yin waved her hand dismissively. She then opened a drawer beneath the table and retrieved a square package wrapped in gauze, roughly the size of a football. After you slew the Thunder Sparrow to save Guorinyu, the school authorities inquired about you. After deliberation, they decided to present you with this, Su Yun said as she handed the gauze-wrapped package to Ning Chuan. This is a medicinal package? Ning Chuan sniffed lightly, detecting a subtle herbal aroma. Indeed, Su Yun confirmed with a nod. It is specifically for the medicinal bath for the Vajra body. Simply toss it into the water and immerse your body. Thank you, Teacher Su. Ning Chuan beamed with delight. This truly is the perfect remedy at the right moment. Su Yun rolled her eyes slightly, admonishing, do not rejoice too soon. The medicinal bath merely offers a modicum of convenience for cultivating the Vajra body. It does not alter the arduous nature of its training. Before the college entrance examination, do not even think about breaking through to the second layer. And what if there were no medicinal bath? Ning Chuan inquired, curious about the pace of cultivating the Vajra body. If you were to practice day and night without interruption, and if fortune smiled upon you, perhaps you might reach the second layer before graduation, Su Yin replied candidly. She hoped that, through her words, Ning Chuan would recognize the challenges of the diamond body technique and subsequently shift his focus to the breathing exercises. Su Yin realized her strategy had failed once more, as Ning Chuan burst into laughter. Was he mocking her for her incorrect statements? Take your medicine bag and return to class. Su Yin gritted her teeth, having completely forgotten to inquire about his martial arts aptitude. Goodbye, Teacher Su. Ning Chuan departed the office with a cheerful demeanor. It appeared he had misunderstood the nature of the diamond body discipline. It remained highly competitive. Even without the stimulus of physical injury, one could achieve an advancement rate of over 2% in a single day with the diamond body technique. In just over a month, one could ascend to the second level, while an ordinary individual would require at least 4 years. Upon returning to the classroom, Ning Chuan immediately drew the attention of his classmates. Guorinyu circled around him, a puzzled expression on his face, and asked, "Where are your wounds?" Teacher Su Yun used her powers to heal me, Ning Chuan replied casually. Crack. In the classroom, many boys seemed to hear the sound of their hearts shattering. Healing injuries was no trivial matter for a martial artist, especially with the multitude of wounds on Ning Chuan's body. Su Yun must have exerted considerable effort, yet she was willing to assist him. At his desk, Ma Hai clutched a bottle of ice water, rubbing his swollen cheek, feeling dejected and on the verge of tears. He too was injured. Why hadn't Teacher Su Yun treated him? He was an exemplary student. Surely, treating that Ning Chuan fellow had exhausted her. Otherwise, she would have surely helped him. It wasn't a matter of her not valuing him. Ma Hai glared at Ning Chuan with resentment. Soon enough, the day's lessons came to an end. Ning Chuan climbed into Luo Minue's red sports car and headed to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. As before, he began with instruction, followed by practical combat. Once his energy was depleted, he collected the 6,000 yuan he had earned and had Uncle Yang drive him to the shopping plaza, where he purchased 15 jin of scaled pork to bring home. After dinner, It was time to test the effects of the medicinal bath. Ning Chuan swiftly entered the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. The quantity was inconsequential. The water merely served as a medium for the medicinal properties, as long as it covered more than half of his body. Once the water level was satisfactory, he turned off the tap and tossed the medicine bag into the tub. In no time, the water transformed into a golden hue reminiscent of orange juice. Disrobing, Ning Chuan slowly sank into the tub. The diamond body technique during the medicinal bath surged upward, significantly accelerating his training speed. The medicinal solution was abundant in energy, and the diamond body continuously absorbed it, causing rapid progress. Progress increased by 1. The mechanical, synthesized voice echoed repeatedly, and as Ning Chuan listened, his consciousness gradually blurred, leading him into a deep slumber. After a day filled with 2 battles, he was utterly exhausted. There was silence throughout the night. Upon awakening, the day had already dawned. Through the small window on the eastern wall, the morning glow was vibrant as the sun rose gradually. Ning Chuan noticed that the water in the bathtub had once again become transparent and clear, indicating that the medicinal properties had been fully absorbed. He pinched his skin, which felt exceptionally firm and resilient, akin to repeatedly tempered leather armor. Ning Chuan's gaze flickered as he vaguely sensed something and promptly summoned the system panel. A semi-transparent, luminous interface materialized before him. Upon examining the final column, Ning Chuan found himself momentarily stunned. Diamond body, level 2, progress 13. He had broken through in a single night, surpassing his expectations significantly. The effects of the medicinal bath exceeded Ning Chuan's wildest imaginings. His heart raced with anticipation. If he had an ample supply of the medicinal bath, he could cultivate the diamond body to full completion at level 9 in a short period, rendering him impervious to many conventional weapons. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan sprang up, hastily consuming some boiled scales and pork for breakfast, and set off at full speed towards Qingshan No. 1 High School. At 7 in the morning, Ning Chuan pushed open the wooden door to Su Yun's office. Before the spacious desk, Su Yun was setting down her bag, clearly just having arrived. She casually inquired, "What brings you here?" Ning Chuan cleared his throat and replied, "Teacher Su Yun, do you have any more of the medicinal packs for the diamond body? I need 8 or 10 more. Do you really have the audacity to ask? Do you have any idea how expensive those packs are?" Su Yun shot Ning Chuan a sidelong glance. "One pack costs over 40,000 yuan. That's equivalent to the annual income of an average resident in Qingshan City. If it weren't for your heroic rescue of Guo Renyu being broadcasted live on television, the school wouldn't be so generous." Ning Chuan managed an awkward smile. As a public school, Qingshan No. 1 High School, backed by the Federal Department of Education, had an abundance of resources for martial arts, yet its financial capabilities were limited. A reward of over 40,000 yuan was indeed a considerable expenditure. Su Yun pondered for a moment and reminded him, "Don't throw away the medicinal packs. That's over a month's worth. They could be reused. As long as they still produce color, they retain their efficacy." "Not at all. I absorb it all in one night, and the effects were remarkable. The diamond body has already advanced to the 2nd level," Ning Chuan stated truthfully. He understood that such a rapid progression was astonishing. Yet precisely because of this, it might draw Su Yun's attention, leading her to apply for another set of medicinal packs on his behalf. The 9th level of the diamond body might be a different story," Su Yun replied, raising an eyebrow and teasingly remarking, "The school's financial situation is quite limited. A breakthrough to level 2 in a single night is utterly implausible." She assumed Ning Chuan was joking. Setting aside the possibility of a single pack supporting cultivation to level 2, a breakthrough in one night was fundamentally a fanciful notion. It is essential to recognize that the essence of martial arts training lies in gradual refinement, requiring persistent effort over time. No matter how high one's comprehension, immediate results are unattainable. Ning Chuan shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Su Yun's disbelief left him at a loss. The characteristics of the diamond body would only begin to manifest at the 3rd level. Suppressing her smile, Su Yun contemplated Ning Chuan's intentions and inquired, "Are you currently in need of funds?" "Not just somewhat. I am in dire need." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ning Chuan hurriedly responded, "You're short on money?" The guidance fee of 3,000 per hour has spread throughout the school, surpassing even my earnings as a formal martial artist. Su Yin scoffed. Ning Chuan chuckled sheepishly. That's merely temporary. It could disappear any day. Even now, it's just barely enough to buy beast meat. Su Yun, having experienced the trials of life, understood the truth in Ning Chuan's words. Considering his background as an orphan, she began to speak. The Qingshan Education Bureau has a genius cultivation program. However, Ning Chuan interrupted her, declaring with righteous fervor, Teacher Su, to be frank, I am a genius, one in a million. Previously, I was merely naive and indulged in frivolities, which concealed my true potential. In fact, I possess the qualifications for Star River University. Su Yin raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding, Why not claim you can become the top scorer in our Donglin Administrative District College entrance examination? Absolutely, Ning Chuan asserted confidently. Provide me with 10S grade martial arts techniques and a few million in cultivation funds. I will undoubtedly dominate my rivals in the examination arena and claim the prestigious title. As he spoke, Ning Chuan lifted his gaze towards the azure sky outside, proclaiming, at that time, the glory of Qingshan No. One high school will be enriched with my achievements, and you, Teacher Su, will be immortalized in history because of my triumphs. It's still morning. Dreaming so grandly seems a bit premature. Su Yun, witnessing Ning Chuan's growing enthusiasm, waved her hand helplessly, signaling him to cease. If you can rank within the top 100 in the upcoming monthly exam, I can request the Education Bureau to grant you a Beast Essence Nutrient Solution. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's spirits lifted. The Beast Essence Nutrient Solution is a tonic refined from the essence of the flesh and blood of numerous ferocious beasts. Costing over 100,000 yuan per vial, it is rich in nutrients and can significantly accelerate the cultivation of breathing techniques. Rubbing his hands together, Ning Chuan chuckled. Teacher Su, would it be possible for me to receive an advance on the Beast Essence Nutrient Solution? After all, with my mastery of the subtle thunder slash, no one below the advanced stage can contend with me. Among the third-year students, there are only about 50 or 60 at the advanced stage. Ranking within the top 100 is a certainty. That may be true. Su Yun smiled brightly, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Since you are invincible below the advanced stage, I cannot look down on you. How about we adjust the condition to the top 10 of your grade? Haha, just kidding. Please do not take it seriously. You have matters to attend to. With that, Ning Chuan turned to leave. It was not that he was cowardly. After all, to be among the top 10 would require awakening at least the 8th stage. Chapter 10. I have always been a man of my word with the next monthly examination just over 20 days away. Ning Chuan pondered that distant water could not quench immediate thirst. Moreover, the Beast Nutrient Solution was beneficial for enhancing strength, and he would never sell it for money. As he walked through the corridor, he reflected on his previous ignorance regarding the efficacy of medicinal baths. After experiencing one, he was completely convinced. Otherwise, he would have sought out Su Yun so early in the morning. Currently, I possess 5 martial arts disciplines, which is not insignificant among my peers. However, relying on sudden enlightenment through martial arts to gain an advantage is akin to waiting for a rabbit to come to a trap. It entirely depends on luck. Ning Chuan shook his head inwardly. While this method is not without potential for success, the odds are exceedingly slim. If I wish to earn money, I must devise alternative strategies. Upon returning to the classroom, Ning Chuan was somewhat surprised by the unusually lively atmosphere. Many students were whispering to one another. After listening for a while, he discerned the reason. Zhang Wenshi had invited a night-level martial artist to be his coach, which had caused a tremendous stir. After all, in the realm of martial arts, one must first awaken before officially becoming a martial artist, and only then can one reach the night level. Such martial artists are often referred to as super strong, possessing formidable combat prowess. In a city like Qingshan, with a population of over 10 million, there are scarcely a few. Brother Zhang, if there is anything you need, just let me know, and I will comply. Ma Hai stood before Zhang Wenshi, slightly bowing with a fawning demeanor. We are all classmates. Let us interact equally without being overly formal. Zhang Wenshi replied with a radiant smile, his handsome visage captivating as he continued. This weekend, I'll be home. Feel free to come over, and I'll have that coach give you some guidance. Thank you. Brother Zhang. Ma Hai's face was filled with excitement. Nearby, several students could not contain their astonishment, filled with envy. A night-level martial artist cannot simply be hired with money. It requires a profound network of connections. Guan Yu scoffed quietly, remarking, I wonder why Ma Hai is so keen on currying favor with Zhang Wenshi. His family's wealth is in the tens of millions. He shouldn't need to grovel before Zhang Wenshi. I suppose he must have caught wind of this opportunity already. Ning Chuan felt a stir within and inquired, is Ma Hai placing significant importance on the guidance of a night-level martial artist? Of course, Guan Yu mused. A night-level martial artist possesses profound insights into martial arts. A few casual pointers could spark a moment of clarity for Ma Hai, enabling him to break through to the 7th stage of awakening. If that happens, he would have a chance to gain admission to a prestigious university. How could he not take it seriously? That is good to know, Ning Chuan murmured softly, his gaze on Ma Hai flickering with intrigue. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky. As Ning Chuan descended the stairs in front of the cafeteria, a shadow loomed over him. Ma Hai blocked his path. Simultaneously, several students swiftly approached from the side, their expressions defiant, encircling Ning Chuan. Shall we have a private conversation? Ning Chuan remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow at Ma Hai. He had been intending to find Ma Hai. Come with me. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ma Hai nodded in agreement and waved his hand, signaling the surrounding students to disperse. The entrance of the cafeteria was bustling with people, making it inconvenient for any confrontation. If Ning Chuan were to cause a significant disturbance, it might very well attract the attention of the school authorities. He summoned other students to encircle Ning Chuan, primarily intending to intimidate him. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded grove behind the training ground. It was mealtime, and the area was enveloped in silence, devoid of any onlookers. With audacity, he dared to accompany President Lu Mengyue to the martial arts hall. Ma Hai twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound, and declared, It seems that unless I impress upon you the gravity of the situation, you won't take my words to heart. Ning Chuan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, replied nonchalantly, I will resign from my position as Lu Mengyue's advisor after school today. Consider yourself fortunate. Ma Hai retorted with sarcasm, feeling a sense of relief. He could report back to Zhang Wenshi now. Perhaps, if Zhang Wenshi were in a good mood, he might grant him more opportunities to converse with that night-level martial artist. However, in the next moment, Ma Hai's expression froze. Ning Chuan coldly stated, I will clarify to Lu Mengyue that the reason for my resignation is due to your incessant harassment under Zhang Wenshi's orders, which has become unbearable. You are courting death. Ma Hai seized Ning Chuan by the collar, glaring fiercely at him. Zhang Wenshi will not let this slide. Why not call him Brother Zhang anymore? Ning Chuan scoffed, mockingly gazing at Ma Hai. If Zhang Wenshi bears a grudge against me, what about you? As the one who revealed the hidden truth to me, will he not take his wrath out on you? The guidance from that night-level martial artist that you so fervently desire, can you still attain it? At these words, Ma Hai's complexion shifted dramatically, and he instinctively released his grip on Ning Chuan's collar. He had become Zhang Wenshi's subordinate solely for the sake of that night-level martial artist. Otherwise, coming from a wealthy family, why would he humiliate himself as a sycophant? Ning Chuan Ma Hai regretted his past actions, wishing he could slap his former self for being so foolish. In his attempt to play the hero and replicate a cinematic plot, he had inadvertently leaked secrets, allowing Ning Chuan to hold leverage over him. What do you want? After a prolonged silence, Ma Hai spat out in frustration. Ning Chuan smoothed his collar and smiled slightly. I want money. Ma Hai pondered for a moment before coldly stating, I'll give you 10,000 yuan to forget what I said. Ning Chuan gently shook his head, extending 2 fingers. Ma Hai's dissatisfaction was evident as he exclaimed, You want 20,000? Don't be excessive. No, I mean 200,000. Ning Chuan replied with a smile. Are you not afraid of the wind twisting your tongue? Do you even know how much that is? Ma Hai glared with fiery eyes. Ning Chuan shrugged, his tone laced with curiosity. My hourly wage is 3,000. I spend 2 hours a day advising Lu Mengyue, which amounts to 6,000 yuan. With additional earnings over the weekends, it totals a month's salary. Is there a problem with that? Ma Hai was at a loss for words. He had forgotten about this detail. You will find that this 200,000 will be exceedingly worthwhile. Ning Chuan, confident and unhurried, explained as Zhang Wenxi's subordinate. To gain his favor, you must assist him in resolving troubles. However, aside from me, few in the class dare to provoke Zhang Wenxi. If I accept the money, I will continue advising Lu Mengyue, which will undoubtedly irritate Zhang Wenxi. In order to maintain the facade of a diligent student, he could only compel you to act against me. Your significance will steadily elevate, granting you the opportunity to benefit from the guidance of his coach. As these words fell, Ma Hai's gaze flickered with intrigue. Observing this, Ning Chuan curved his lips into a subtle smile, aware that Ma Hai was tempted, albeit still hesitant. If he does not agree, so be it. I shall seek out Lu Mengyue to discuss this matter. Ning Chuan turned to leave. After taking just a few steps, he heard the anticipated shout. I agree. Ma Hai gritted his teeth and declared. He simply could not resist the allure of guidance from a night-level warrior. Transfer the funds, Ning Chuan stated, revealing his bank account number. Ma Hai hesitated, fidgeting with his phone for a moment before setting it down, saying 200,000 is too much. Would 20,000 suffice? Ning Chuan remained silent, lifting his leg as if to depart. 20,000 is acceptable. Ma Hai quickly interjected, taking a deep breath. However, I need to pay in installments. There is no contract for such matters. What if you take the money and refuse to acknowledge it? I'll pay 100,000 now and the rest in installments. After a brief contemplation, Ning Chuan replied, not wanting to press Ma Hai too hard. If things went awry, he could not truly afford to lose his job. Beep. The sound of his phone rang out, and Ning Chuan opened it to find a notification from a bank. The 100,000 had been transferred. A glimmer of joy appeared in Ning Chuan's eyes. This would suffice to purchase 2 bundles of medicine. Hold on, Ning Chuan called out to Ma Hai, who was making his way toward the woods. What else is there? Ma Hai turned, irritation etched upon his face. Losing 200,000 in such a haphazard manner would dampen anyone's spirits. Bang! In response to Ma Hai, a fist swiftly approached, leaving him with a black eye. Having received the money, it is only right to fulfill my obligations. I'm a man of my word and would never threaten you to hold back. Ning Chuan flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Come at me. Chapter 11. Due to the overwhelming strength of the diamond body, I feared that Ma Hai might be unable to comprehend the situation. Did he truly believe himself to be my rival? Just yesterday, I refrained from delivering a heavy blow out of respect for Teacher Su. Having already been extorted of 200,000, Ma Hai was seething with anger. At this moment, after receiving a punch, he could no longer contain himself. With a swift movement, Ma Hai closed the distance, raising his right leg high, channeling all his power into a fierce strike aimed at Ning Chuan's face. The air crackled with intensity. This attack, fueled by rage, was considerably more potent than yesterday's. However, his fury caused him to lose some precision, allowing Ning Chuan ample time to predict the move and prepare to evade. Instead of dodging, Ning Chuan contemplated for a moment and raised his arms in defense. He wished to test the strength of the second level of the diamond body. With a resounding thud, Ning Chuan was propelled backward by the force of the blow. He was not overly surprised. The diamond body enhanced his resilience, but did not augment his strength, making it unsurprising that he could not withstand Ma Hai's awakened sixth stage. After stumbling several steps, his back pressed against the trunk of a tree, he finally stabilized himself. A glance at his sleeve revealed that it had been torn to shreds during the clash. The exposed skin bore no severe injuries as it had the previous day. Merely a faint red mark appeared, accompanied by a mild discomfort. This injury was only slightly more severe than the usual attacks from Ma Hai yesterday. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The second level of the diamond body had elevated his defensive capabilities to a new echelon. How formidable would the third level be? Driven by anticipation, Ning Chuan charged towards Ma Hai to engage in a fierce battle once more. Bang! 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 The forest echoed with the sounds of their clashes. Branches shaking violently, dislodging tender new buds, while the brittle bark shattered under their strikes, splattering debris in all directions. Utilizing the Gale Step, Ning Chuan unleashed the thousand-bone slaughter technique, continuously clashing with Ma Hai. Despite the disparity in their raw strength, he could withstand the onslaught, thanks to the Diamond Body's defense, managing to hold his ground and even contest Ma Hai's advances. Ning Chuan felt invigorated. Throughout the battle, his growth was evident, not only in the Diamond Body, but also in his enhanced combat experience. Ma Hai, furrowing his brow, sensed something amiss. Compared to their previous encounter, Ning Chuan's strength and speed showed no significant improvement, yet he felt increasingly difficult to contend with. I refuse to believe I cannot injure you. Ma Hai gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. After nearly an hour, the cacophony began to fade, replaced by the sound of heavy breathing, echoing through the trees. Panting heavily, both figures stood still, drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted from the prolonged battle. In other words, Ning Chuan and Ma Hai had fought to a standstill. In truth, Ma Hai surpassed Ning Chuan by 2 realms, possessing a greater reservoir of stamina. However, driven by the desire to injure Ning Chuan, he attacked with furious intensity, each strike executed with utmost effort, resulting in significant depletion of his energy. Ning Chuan, acutely aware of his disadvantages, had been conserving his strength, relying primarily on his indomitable physique to defend and counterattack against the stronger opponent. After all, the more he endured, the quicker he progressed. Pain brought with it a peculiar joy. Ning Chuan leaned against a tree to regain his composure and said, Ma Hai, today you have proven formidable. When my wounds heal tomorrow, I shall return to battle. Such invaluable training partners could not be overlooked. Consider this an acknowledgement of your prowess. Otherwise, Ma Hai, panting and leaning on his knees, was about to taunt Ning Chuan, but upon raising his head, he was momentarily taken aback. With the battle concluded, he could now scrutinize Ning Chuan closely. To his astonishment, Ning Chuan's injuries were far less severe than those sustained after their previous encounter. There was no bleeding at all. Although there were areas of swelling, they were relatively minor. To put it bluntly, compared to his own injuries, Ning Chuan's were not significantly worse. This implied that, had it been a contest in the arena, Ning Chuan could have easily held his ground against him, even without weapons. The thought of Ning Chuan wielding a weapon sent a shiver down Ma Hai's spine, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "How did you manage this? It's utterly astonishing." He was 2 realms above Ning Chuan. What was more perplexing was that the martial arts Ning Chuan employed did not seem particularly advanced. Yet, he could not be bested. Ning Chuan's gaze flickered. If he revealed that it was due to his indomitable physique, Ma Hai might not be inclined to continue their sparring sessions. This was a free training opportunity, immensely beneficial for his growth, accelerating his mastery of the indomitable physique. The recent bout had increased his progress by 4 percentage points and enhanced his combat experience, proving invaluable. A few more encounters like this, and he might very well defeat Ma Hai using the foundation of his indomitable physique. He could not afford to give up. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Chuan donned a haughty expression and retorted, "This pertains to Teacher Su. Do you think you can comprehend if I divulge it? Do not indulge in pride. Teacher Su cannot attend to you indefinitely." Ma Hai's complexion darkened, and with a cold scoff, he replied, "Once you lose Teacher Su's support, you shall learn how excruciating it is to fight me unarmed." As he spoke, Ma Hai's tumultuous emotions began to settle. Ning Chuan's strength stemmed from external aid, and he would surely have his chance. Ma Hai did not doubt Ning Chuan's words. On one hand, he instinctively refused to accept that Ning Chuan could match him unarmed. On the other, he was not well versed in the affairs of formal martial artists. He merely knew they were categorized into 9 ranks, from 1 to 9, and could harness primal energy. The specifics of their powers remained beyond his comprehension. Coupled with Ning Chuan's confident demeanor, he was naturally inclined to believe him. Tomorrow at the same time, in this very place, should you fail to appear, do not expect any further monetary compensation. After issuing his threat, Ma Hai turned and departed. Come what may, what difference does it make without Teacher Su's assistance? What does it matter if I endure a beating? Ning Chuan feigned indignation, nearly bursting into laughter within. This was indeed an opportunity beyond his wildest dreams. Not only could he enhance his prowess, but he would also be compensated. Yet, Ning Chuan was acutely aware that as his strength grew, it would not be long before he could easily subdue Ma Hai. At that time, as long as Ma Hai was not foolish, he would surely recognize the disparity in their abilities. The money would likely still be forthcoming, as it pertained to the guidance of a knight-level warrior. However, whether Ma Hai would still be willing to engage him in earnest combat remained uncertain. Nonetheless, once he could decisively defeat Ma Hai, the benefits of training together would diminish significantly. He harbored a dual desire for Ma Hai to discover the truth later rather than sooner, curious to see the expression that would grace his face. Ning Chuan smiled broadly, indulging in a bit of wicked amusement. Having regained some stamina, Ning Chuan retrieved his phone and glanced at the time. There was still a while before class commenced, so he made his way towards Su Yun's office. He wished to see if he could solicit another treatment without charge. Although his injuries were not severe, they would not heal without a few days' rest, and a prompt recovery would be most advantageous. As he walked, he opened an app named Martial Arts Resources. At first glance, the name seemed rather unrefined, yet its strength was indisputable, as it was jointly funded by the Martial Arts Alliance and the federal government. Almost every resource needed for martial arts practice could be found on this platform. With a brief search, Ning Chuan located a medicinal package for the diamond body technique. Priced at $45,000 per unit, it represented the total annual income of many in Qingshan City. In martial arts, aside from breathing techniques, the most significant expenses stemmed from cross-training. How exorbitant! Ning Chuan inwardly lamented, wincing as he ordered 2 packages. The 100,000 he had recently extracted from Ma Hai dwindled to a mere 10,000 in the blink of an eye. Typically, 2 packages would sustain the diamond body for 2 months, averaging about 1,500 per day, not an outrageous cost for martial arts training. Yet for Ning Chuan, 2 packages equated to merely 2 nights' worth of supply, as the efficiency with which the diamond body absorbed medicinal potency was astonishing. In that moment, Ning Chuan found himself torn between laughter and tears. Ma Hai still owed him 100,000, yet would only suffice for 2 packages. He was still in need of funds. I hope Zhang Wenxi sees Ma Hai's lack of resolve and send a few more wealthy heirs my way for a lesson, so I can extract a few more sums. Ning Chuan muttered softly as he arrived at Su Yun's office. Who did you fight with? Upon seeing Ning Chuan's tattered school uniform and numerous injuries, Su Yun raised an eyebrow and scrutinized him. Student altercations were not uncommon at Qingshan No. 1 High School, although the school rules explicitly prohibited such behavior, mandating that battles occur under teacher supervision. The enforcement was lax. Adolescents, fueled by youthful passion, often found it impossible to restrain themselves in the heat of the moment. Teacher Su, how could you say that? Ning Chuan replied earnestly, raising his voice. I was merely engaging in a sparring session to enhance my practical skills, training diligently without a moment's pause, even in the face of injury, desiring to rapidly enhance his abilities and achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination, thereby bringing honor to his school and glory to Teacher Su. Ning Chuan spoke with a sweetness that belied his intentions. Su Yun cast a sidelong glance at him, fully aware of his motives. Without inquiring further, she gathered her energy with delicate fingers, commencing the healing process for Ning Chuan. Had it been another student, Su Yun might not have extended her assistance. After all, healing was no trivial task, and she was no saint. However, Ning Chuan's concessions in their recent wager weighed on her conscience, coupled with her sympathy for his status as an orphan, prompting her to provide him with additional care. As night fell in the old district, the doorbell chimed shortly after Ning Chuan arrived home. Upon opening the door, he found a package of medicinal supplies had arrived. The shopping platform operated by the federal government boasted impressive prowess, offering 24-hour delivery for those willing to indulge. As he unwrapped the securely packaged delivery, he retrieved a medicinal pouch and proceeded to the bathroom to prepare for a medicinal bath. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. The night swiftly passed, and upon awakening, the dawn had already broken. The medicinal properties had been fully absorbed into the water, which had returned to its pristine clarity. He pinched his skin, noting a significant improvement in its resilience. Hastily, he opened the interface and glanced at the final entry. Diamond Body. Level 2, Progress 50. The previous night, before his medicinal bath, he had observed the progress at merely 17. Thus, the night's endeavor had yielded a 33 increase. A stark contrast to the previous night's complete level advancement, indicating a slower enhancement as he ascended. This was to be expected. In martial arts, the higher one climbs, the more arduous the path becomes, and one reaps what one sows. The greater the consumption of medicinal pouches for the Diamond Body, the stronger the third level would be, further fueling Ning Chuan's anticipation. With another pouch remaining, he could elevate his progress to over 80 of the second level that very night. However, with only 10,000 remaining, it would be challenging for Ma Hai to provide him with the 35,000 needed to purchase another pouch in the near term. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan smiled faintly as he rose from the bathtub, his figure tall and slender. Following his advancement to the second level of the Diamond Body, the rate of his voluntary training had slightly declined, yet it still maintained an increase of approximately 2. The ascent to the third level would not require much more time. Chapter 12. Remarkable progress, terrifying strength that frightens Ma Hai, and unyielding toughness that stuns the school bell in the days that followed. Ning Chuan gradually acclimated to his current identity. Life was relatively uneventful, revolving around the trifecta of home, school, and the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Thanks to his martial arts abilities, which cultivated automatically, he found himself not particularly busy. Yet, Ning Chuan did not indulge in idleness. He dedicated considerable time to studying the theoretical aspects of martial arts, enhancing his understanding. On weekends, he ventured with Guorinyu to explore several antique shops. Regrettably, none of the martial arts elicited any reaction. As time passed, Ning Chuan's strength steadily ascended, inching closer to the high tier of Awakening Stage 4. With Awakening Stage 5 well within reach. After all, cultivation is a gradual endeavor, requiring one to ascend step by step, a process that is undeniably arduous. Often measured in years, Ning Chuan's progress was primarily attributed to the relentless honing of his bull strength, coupled with the daily consumption of beast meat under Lu Mingyue's guidance, which supplemented his nutrition. Of course, the former was of greater significance, far surpassing the latter. In contrast, prodigies like Zhang Wenxi or even top-tier students like Lu Mingyue made far less progress with merely a daily provision of over 10 pounds of ordinary beast meat. Moreover, the most significant advancement was in his practical combat skills, which saw tremendous improvement. This was evident from his encounters with Ma Hai. Ning Chuan's strikes became increasingly ferocious, with impeccable timing. With each battle, his injuries diminished. Particularly in recent days, he had transitioned from mediocrity to excellence, dominating the combat and overwhelming Ma Hai. One afternoon, at Qingshan No. 1 High School's training grounds, amidst the woods at the rear, the familiar sound of powerful collisions echoed. Yet, today the cacophony was unusually frantic. Shortly after, a piercing scream broke the air, followed by silence. In the woods, Ma Hai lay on the ground, face bruised and bloodied, exuding a pitiable and wrathful expression. Beside him stood Ning Chuan, tall and straight, resembling a sharpened sword, and scathed by any injury. This isn't the result of teacher Su's assistance. Ma Hai gazed up at Ning Chuan, panic in his eyes, stammering, "You possess a formidable horizontal training martial art." He gradually pieced together the reality. Teacher Su's support for Ning Chuan could only prevent him from being bullied. It was nonsensical to think it would enable Ning Chuan to retaliate. "Ma Hai, you are mistaken." Ning Chuan coughed lightly, attempting to salvage the situation. "In truth, this is merely the technique of a formal martial artist, exceedingly powerful. Do you think I am a fool?" Ma Hai retorted angrily. However, upon meeting Ning Chuan's indifferent gaze, he promptly fell silent. Ning Chuan was not merely proficient in horizontal training arts. His defense was high, at best a match for Ma Hai, yet in a remarkably short span, he had managed to injure him to the ground, leaving Ma Hai unable to rise. "Are you a fool? It matters not." Ning Chuan no longer concealed the truth, but openly admitted with a calm demeanor, "I am formidable in my training and possess formidable offensive martial arts. So what? Do you wish to terminate this, or dare you? He paused, gazing at Mahai. Are you no longer interested in the guidance of that night-level warrior? Mahai remained silent. Ning Chuan chose not to elaborate further, turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he returned with a smile and said, by the way, I almost forgot. Today's account has yet to be settled. You trained with me today, or rather, you struck me today, so you owe me a fee. Mahai clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of indignation. Ning Chuan had inadvertently revealed his role as a sparring partner, and now he was expected to pay. It was utterly outrageous. Ning Chuan chuckled lightly, assuring him, don't worry. Once I step outside, I'll ensure to conjure some bruises for you to report to Zhang Wenci. Reluctantly, Mahai took out his phone to transfer the funds. He watched, seething with anger and frustration, as Ning Chuan departed with a satisfied expression. Simultaneously, a hint of dread flickered in his eyes. He could not comprehend how Ning Chuan had become so powerful in such a short span of time. It was simply illogical. As time passed, Ning Chuan's progress remained consistent. Another Friday arrived. In the evening, at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, vibrant rays of sunset streamed through expansive glass windows into a private training room on the second floor, casting a warm and gentle glow that showcased the beauty of spring. Yet, two gleaming battle blades, almost dragging the air with their brilliance, remained oblivious to the tranquility. They sliced through the air with ferocity, clashing continually, accompanied by the thunderous sound of their strikes, as if they would shatter the very light around them. The wielders of the blades were none other than Ning Chuan and Lu Mengyue. The two engaged in an intense duel, employing the lightning-slash technique against one another. The situation was surprisingly evenly matched. With a swift, almost electric movement, Lu Mengyue sidestepped just in time to evade Ning Chuan's whistling strike. Strands of her light blue and pale green hair came perilously close to being severed. Unfazed, she kept her gaze fixed on Ning Chuan, her eyes harboring an unusual glimmer. A fortnight prior, she had first clashed with him, fully aware of his combat level, a novice, undeniably inexperienced. Yet today, they battled with such intensity. Indeed, with their powers and speeds comparable, Ning Chuan's mastery of the lightning-slash technique granted him an edge. However, her heightened senses and reflexes, honed to the peak of the 9th awakening stage, far surpassed his own. In just over 10 days, his combat proficiency had escalated to such a degree. This innate talent for battle was truly remarkable. Lu Mengyue pondered, recognizing that while Ning Chuan still had a distance to cover to match her level, the rapidity of his improvement sent a shiver down her spine. With a resounding clash, their blades met, sparking in the air. Momentarily distracted, Lu Mengyue fell prey to Ning Chuan's calculated strike, sending her staggering backward. In an instant, Ning Chuan activated his gale step, closing the distance with remarkable swiftness, as if propelled by the very winds themselves. Before Lu Mengyue could regain her footing, he had already surged forward, ready to continue their fierce contest. The gale step, though not highly ranked, rests at the humble E level. Yet, Ning Chuan, with his elevated mastery, has reached the third realm of proficiency. Once unleashed, it resembles a tempest, covering over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Thunder slash. With a swift stroke, Ning Chuan's blade glimmered, slicing through the air, denying Lu Mengyue a moment to stabilize her stance. Bang! Lu Mengyue attempted to parry with her own blade, but it was a strenuous endeavor. The clash reverberated, sending her reeling. Her mastery of thunder slash paled in comparison to Ning Chuan's, leaving her at a disadvantage in this direct confrontation. Ning Chuan relentlessly swung his blade, executing thunder slash to further pressure Lu Mengyue. After days of training, he found himself in an unprecedented advantageous position, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. Yet, this was swiftly quelled by Ning Chuan's resolve. A pair of obsidian eyes regained their icy composure. In battle, distraction is to be avoided at all costs. Boom, boom, boom. Ning Chuan's body erupted with thunderous roars, each strike following the last, ferocious and brilliant, the silver light cascading like a waterfall, threatening to engulf Lu Mengyue and offering her no respite. Opposite him, Lu Mengyue remained unfazed. Having endured numerous battles, she understood how to respond, immersing herself entirely in the fray. Gradually, her execution of Thunder Slash became increasingly seamless. Boom! One strike unleashed. The thunder emanating from Lu Mengyue was now significantly more robust, resonating like the rumble of thunder itself. In that moment, the bottleneck of her foundational realm was thoroughly shattered. Lu Mengyue's Thunder Slash had officially ascended to the second realm of mastery. Clang! A tremendous sound echoed as metal met metal. In the next instant, Ning Chuan's blocking blade was cleaved from his grasp. Alarmed, Lu Mengyue's gaze sharpened. At the moment of her breakthrough, her spirit surged, unleashing her full potential. Despite her quick reflexes to rein in her power, halting her blade proved difficult. After sending Ning Chuan's weapon flying, her own blade continued its fierce trajectory toward his arm. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air. Ning Chuan remained unperturbed, his right hand extending, prepared to meet the oncoming strike. No! Lu Mengyue could not suppress her gasp. Should her blade strike his arm, Ning Chuan would merely suffer a fracture. However, if it connected with his fingers, even without the blade's edge, the might of her Thunder Slash could easily sever 3 of his fingers. The latter injury would undoubtedly be far more grievous. Was she acting too hastily in her urgency? Lu Mengyue pondered anxiously. But then, her gaze froze. As the blade met Ning Chuan's right hand, a sudden flash of golden light erupted from his palm. Bang! The weapon struck as if it had collided with solid metal, producing a resounding noise and sending sparks flying. Ning Chuan was jolted, his knees bending slightly. Clearly, the force behind the blow was considerable. Yet, his right hand remained unscathed. Rising to his full height, he shook off the impact and smiled. Lu Mengyue, you've finally broken through. Congratulations. With his profound mastery, he could naturally discern the caliber of Lu Mengyue's blade. How did you achieve that? Lu Mengyue inquired, gazing at Ning Chuan with astonishment. It's merely a form of martial arts training, Ning Chuan replied with a smile, revealing no secrets. With a mere thought, he enveloped his palm in a faint, translucent golden membrane, exuding an aura of resilience. This ability was bestowed upon him after ascending to the 3rd level of the diamond body, allowing him to actively transform his body into a golden form. In this state, his physique became exceptionally robust, comparable to fine steel, a testament to its formidable nature. However, at this stage of the 3rd level, Ning Chuan had yet to achieve a complete golden transformation. The area he could cover was merely the size of half a palm, and its duration lasted around a second. Chapter 13, Beast Nutrient Solution, accelerated 20-fold. The martial art known as the Diamond Body is notoriously difficult to master, leading to its rarity among practitioners, which rendered Lu Mengyue unable to recognize it. However, judging from how he intercepted her strike, it was evident that Ning Chuan's proficiency in horizontal martial arts was remarkably high. Lu Mengyue's perception of Ning Chuan improved significantly. It is well known that horizontal martial arts are arduous to cultivate, demanding unwavering dedication over many years and testing the practitioner's temperament. Many prodigies fail to yield tangible results. Lu Mengyue remarked, with your mastery of the subtle lightning slash and your level of horizontal martial arts, you stand a chance at one of the top 10 universities in the Federation. Ning Chuan shook his head, replying, prestigious universities require at least high-tier awakening strength. I'm still somewhat lacking. Awakening above the 7th tier is referred to as high tier. It signifies a new realm where power surges within the body like a spring, exceptionally formidable. Even with a blade in hand, Ning Chuan was uncertain of his ability to defeat someone of the 7th tier awakening, at best sustaining a draw. Combat capability is not the sole criterion for the college entrance examination. Your proficiency in these 2 martial arts will certainly enhance your score, Lu Mengyue stated. Subsequently, they engaged in conversation regarding the examination, having grown more familiar with one another during their time together. Ning Chuan, there is something I wish to discuss, Lu Mengyue said, clearing her throat. I have achieved a proficient level in the subtle lightning slash. It is unlikely that I will undergo a qualitative transformation before the examination. Therefore, I must prioritize my advancement as a martial artist, and I will need to pause the guidance on the slash for now. Of course, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement, having anticipated this day. Nonetheless, a sense of regret welled up within him. A job that pays 3,000 an hour is hard to come by. Lu Mingyue turned to the middle-aged man at the side. Uncle Yang, please bring over 30,000 in cash and procure another vial of the beast nutrient solution. Yes, miss. The middle-aged man replied, departing swiftly. A few minutes later, he returned, one hand clutching the cash and the other holding a test tube containing a dark red liquid, with sparse bubbles continuously rising. Indeed, it was the beast nutrient solution. All of this is for Ning Chuan, Lu Mingyue instructed Uncle Yang. Ning Chuan did not hastily accept the offering. Instead, he raised his gaze to Lu Mingyue. Though he was in need of money, he refused to accept charity, adhering to his principles. Ning Chuan, this is what you rightfully deserve, Lu Mingyue smiled, explaining. The 30,000 is your reward for guiding me. In just half a month, you helped me break through my limitations, which warrants this sum. Furthermore, the beast nutrient solution is compensation for the oversight on my part. It was my error not to control my strength while striking you. The two cannot be equated. Then I shall thank you. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan accepted the money and the nutrient solution. By the way, there is one more thing. Lu Mingyue seemed to recollect something. If you have no pressing matters this weekend, it would be best for you to stay at home and refrain from going out. As she spoke, Lu Mingyue turned her profile towards Uncle Yang and instructed, this time, you will escort Ning Chuan all the way to his doorstep. What has happened? Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring with curiosity. Lu Mingyue replied, a spy has fled to our Qingshan city. Are you referring to Zhao Weiping? Ning Chuan recalled the morning news he had seen. Indeed, Lu Mingyue nodded. This weekend, the police in Qingshan city will conduct an extensive manhunt for him. He is a formal martial artist, and his lethality is formidable. Should we encounter him outside, it could lead to significant peril. Ning Chuan concurred. He must be apprehended as swiftly as possible. With a population exceeding 10 million in Qingshan city, particularly in the city center where the crowds are dense, an uncontrollable martial artist is more dangerous than a bomb. A moment's negligence could result in tragedy. Lu Mingyue, possessing some insider information, pondered for a moment before stating, if Zhao Weiping is not captured this weekend, the police department will recruit martial arts instructors and some senior students from the city's key high schools to assist in the search. That seems perilous for the students. Ning Chuan remarked with a hint of concern. Are you suggesting that high school students possess martial artist capabilities? Ning Chuan gazed at Lu Mingyue in confusion. There can't be many such individuals in the city. Moreover, they may not even be willing. The gap between a peak awakening 9th stage and a formal martial artist far exceeds that between the 6th and 7th stages. It is, to exaggerate, a chasm. Not necessarily. Lu Mingyue mused. Zhao Weiping has been gravely injured, and, coupled with his exhaustion from fleeing, his strength has significantly diminished. Those at the awakening stage can indeed withstand him. Moreover, the rewards for capturing Zhao Weiping are exceedingly generous. What rewards? Ning Chuan's spirit lifted at this revelation. Having just completed his guidance work for the Thunder Slash, he was in dire need of an opportunity to earn money. I am uncertain, but one thing is clear. Lu Mingyue smiled lightly. There are only 10 slots available at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Then forget it. Ning Chuan shook his head, dispelling his hopes, without even inquiring about the selection process. As a key institution in the city, with nearly 20 students at the awakening 8th and 9th stages in their final year, it was unlikely he would have a chance. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the living room, Ning Chuan sat upright on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed as he attuned himself to his power. The awakening stage consists of 9 tiers, each of which can be further divided into 4 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. However, below the higher tiers, such fine distinctions are generally not made, as the differences are not particularly significant. Ning Chuan had made rapid progress over the past few days, consistently consuming beast meat, and had now firmly reached the high tier of the awakening 4th stage. The beast essence nutrient solution, priced officially at 180,000 yuan per vial, is undoubtedly rich in energy, and barring any unexpected circumstances, it should suffice to propel me to the awakening 5th stage. Ning Chuan gazed at the test tube on the coffee table, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. The transition from the fourth to fifth stage represents merely a standard advancement. Yet for him, it signifies a substantial qualitative change, distinctly surpassing the progress of other students. The reasons for this are, in essence, quite simple. Beneath the fourth tier of awakening, the breathing techniques refine merely the sinews, bones, skin, and flesh. However, upon reaching the fifth tier of awakening, one can engage with the internal organs, significantly enhancing the body's resilience. At this stage, one can freely wield various martial arts, such as the Thousand Bones combat technique and the flash Thunder Slash, without the apprehension of recoil inflicting internal injuries. Now, facing an opponent at the seventh tier of awakening, I could at best maintain an undefeated stance, but ascending to the fifth tier of awakening is an entirely different matter. Ning Chuan's gaze brimmed with confidence as he grasped the beast nutrient solution, opened his mouth, and consumed it in one gulp. Instantly, the mechanical, synthesized voice of the system resonated in his mind. The bull force detected a surge of energy, causing an exhilarating thrill, with the cultivation speed escalating by an astounding 1850. This marked an almost 20-fold enhancement. Ning Chuan could perceive the astonishing efficacy of the bull force's refinement. A gentle, tingling sensation enveloped his entire being, distinctly divergent from the feeling of consuming beast flesh. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The bull force was projected to exhaust its energy within 48 hours. Another alert sound echoed. Ning Chuan paused momentarily. In higher tiers of awakening, depleting a full vial of beast nutrient solution would typically take around 10 days. The martial arts he practiced exhibited a terrifyingly high efficiency in energy absorption during automatic cultivation. Both the bull force and the diamond body were no exceptions. Regaining his focus, Ning Chuan noted that there was still some time before sleep. So he took out his phone and selected a video of high-tier awakening duels to study. With martial arts capable of automatic cultivation, he could engage in other pursuits without concern. Chapter 14. Dual Breakthrough. The selection competition approaches on Saturday. Ning Chuan rose early, eschewing the allure of slumber. His disciplined routine fostered a commendable biological clock, leading him to awaken promptly at 5:30. Heeding the counsel of Luo Mengyue, he refrained from venturing outside, choosing instead to remain at home, diligently reviewing his studies in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, alongside several online courses in martial arts theory. During his breaks, he consumed a considerable amount of news regarding a certain spy. Zhao Weiping, a spy from a planet known as Tianwu, belonged to the same galaxy as the Gaowu realm where Ning Chuan resided. A millennium ago, the two factions had been embroiled in a devastating conflict, the dual Martial Star War, resulting in a loss of countless lives and deep-seated enmity. Although peace had since been established, minor provocations persisted. To be captured would be akin to enduring a fate worse than death. Shaking his head, Ning Chuan refocused his mind and continued his studies. As evening arrived, the Nijn had undergone a rigorous 24 hours of refinement. Once again, Ning Chuan heard the synthesized voice of the system. The Nijn, after prolonged arduous refinement, has led to your breakthrough, elevating you to the fifth stage of awakening. A crisp sound resonated through his body as a surge of formidable power coursed through him, enhancing his senses ever so slightly. Then, another synthesized announcement followed. The Nijn has attained enlightenment, breaking through to the subtle realm. The energy absorption efficiency of the Nijn had accelerated, with an estimated depletion time of 15 hours. As the words settled, a sudden intensification of tingling sensations enveloped his body, even in areas previously devoid of such feelings. The practice of breathing techniques had transcended mere efficiency enhancement. It was pivotal in refining the body with greater intricacy. This refinement, while perhaps not significantly augmenting superficial metrics such as strength and speed, would foster a harmonious unity within, subtly enhancing his prowess. A day swiftly passed. On Sunday at noon, the tingling sensations subsided, and the energy from the beast essence nutrient had been entirely expended. Testing his strength, Ning Chuan discovered he had reached the mid-stage of the fifth awakening, a tear surpassing his expectations. A smile broke across his face, an unexpected delight, primarily due to the Ning's advancement to the fourth realm of subtle. System, Ning Chuan intoned silently, summoning his status panel. Strength, fifth awakening, Ning'in. Subtle, progress 2, swift wind step. Mastery, progress 31, lightning slash. Subtle, progress 35, thousand bones killing technique. Proficient, progress 11, Vajra body. Third layer, progress 20, gazing at the translucent panel. Ning Chuan tempered his elation, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. He pondered his forthcoming training strategy, recognizing the paramount importance of resource allocation. Presently, his available resources consisted of over 30,000 yuan in his bank account, along with a vial of beast essence nutrient promised by Su Yun. As for the outstanding balance of over 60,000 owed to Ma Hai, it was unlikely to be retrieved following the conclusion of Luo Mingyue's guidance, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. This represented the entirety of his resources before the impending examinations. Careful deliberation was imperative. Other martial arts are of little concern. The focus lies on the breathing technique of the rampaging bull and the practice of the indestructible body. Ning Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The advantages of investing resources into the rampaging bull technique are abundantly clear. This technique refines the holistic qualities of the body, enhancing strength, agility, endurance, and even the five senses. Just like this time, he advanced to the fifth stage of awakening, feeling confident he could contend with those at the seventh stage. However, should he elevate the indestructible body to a higher level, he would merely maintain his undefeated status, with only a marginal increase in defensive ease. But alas, my finances are insufficient. Ning Chuan told Soret. His current level is mid-stage awakening 5, and he is still quite distant from the high stage of awakening. Even if he were to invest over 30,000 yuan along with a vial of beast essence into the rampaging bull technique, he would not be able to advance before the upcoming examination. Yet, breaking through to the sixth stage of awakening remains feasible, even without consuming beast flesh. Through diligent practice of the rampaging bull technique alone, he could achieve it. With more than 2 months until the examination, time is ample. Under such circumstances, further investment in the rampaging bull technique appears to be of diminished value. The disparity between the initial and peak stages beneath the high stage of awakening is not particularly vast. Selling the beast essence that Su Yun applied for on my behalf in exchange for funds to purchase the medicinal packs for the indestructible body would undoubtedly be the most suitable course of action. Ning Chuan mused to himself. After the indestructible body reaches the third tier, one medicinal pack could enhance his progress by approximately 15. The second-hand market price for the beast essence hovers around 160,000 yuan, coupled with his bank account's 30,000. Which would allow him to acquire 4 medicinal packs for the indestructible body. This represents a 60 advancement. Before the examination, this is sufficient for the indestructible body to reach the 4th tier. Thus, gaining admission to one of the top 10 universities of the Federation is not merely a distant dream. Once I procure the beast essence, I will sell it without hesitation. Ning Chuan resolvet firmly. This deviates from his initial plan. However, he had not anticipated that Lu Mingyue would compensate him with a vial of beast essence. Formulating a plan must not be rigid and unyielding. As evening descended, the sky darkened. Ominous clouds gathered, and a chill swept through the air. The first rain of spring in Qingshan City seemed imminent. Ning Chuan ordered takeout and, while waiting, turned on the television. Local news channels were incessantly broadcasting the image of the spy Zhao Weiping, cautioning the public against venturing outside after dark. The police had failed to apprehend Zhao Weiping over the weekend. During dinner, his phone vibrated. Su Yun announced a series of messages in the class group, all primarily concerning Zhao Weiping. The school had received a notification from the police department, indicating that some teachers would be mobilized to assist in the search. Students below the 7th stage of awakening were instructed to attend online classes from home. The final message relayed that the selection competition Lu Mingyue had previously mentioned would choose 10 students to accompany senior teachers or police officers in the search operation. It is not a battle arena, but rather a contest to seize a cube known as the spy device, which is indeed peculiar. Ning Chuan gazed at the screen, pondering silently. This method does not impose absolute requirements on combat strength, yet one must still possess considerable prowess. The selection competition is set to commence tomorrow morning at the school, specifically on Monday morning. Given the potential dangers involved, the senior students are allowed to register voluntarily, as the school does not enforce participation. Buzzing. His phone vibrated once more. Numerous students from the class began to engage in lively discussion, showing great interest in the upcoming selection competition. Tang Xiaowan. It appears that the crux of the selection lies not in the ability to capture the spy device, but rather in the capacity to safeguard it. Those who succeed in obtaining the device will undoubtedly face a barrage of attacks. Thus, students awakened to the 9th tier hold a significant advantage. Conversely, those at the 8th tier may find themselves at risk of failure if encircled. Zhou He. I wonder what those at the police department are thinking. When apprehending spies, they should certainly prioritize the strongest. Zhang Wenxi. Zhou He. Combat strength is not the primary factor. While the spy may indeed be severely injured, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Never underestimate a martial artist. When push comes to shove, taking the lives of several 9th-tier awakened individuals is a trivial task. The police place greater emphasis on the student's alertness than on sheer strength. Ma Hai. The class monitor is indeed impressive with a keen analysis. He is certain to secure a spy device. Wang Dong. Haha. No one understands alertness better than I do. I am already reserving this spy device. Li Shanyan. With an awakening at the 3rd tier. Are you merely going to deliver food? Zhou He. I shall lead the way, my yellow. The conversation quickly veered off course. Ning Chuan withdrew his gaze from the screen, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. After a brief moment, he resolved to participate in tomorrow's selection competition. Securing a spy device would certainly be splendid. However, should he fail, it would not matter. His primary aim is to assess his own strength and engage in a spar with Zhang Wenxi. It is not in his nature to refrain from retaliation. Observing Zhang Wenxi's comments, it is nearly certain that he will participate in the selection. Thus, Ning Chuan intends to keep a close watch on him. With skillful maneuvering, he might even strike a profitable deal. Ning Chuan's gaze flickered momentarily. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He must conclude matters concerning looming U.S. guidance. Zhang Wenxi remains oblivious. Chapter 15. Ma Hai. Ning Chuan is the urban warrior. I shall proceed with open strategies while concealing my true intentions. The rain began to fall at midnight, a gentle patter that only ceased as dawn broke. In the early morning at Qingshan, Yizhong, many students from the senior class arrived earlier than usual, their spirits high as they eagerly discussed the forthcoming selection competition. However, not everyone shared in this excitement. Ma Hai found himself in a state of agitation, on the brink of losing his temper. Yet, in the presence of Zhang Wenxi, he could only suppress his emotions and humbly remarked, "Class leader, I will do my utmost." Haven T, I already inflicted numerous injuries on Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan would deliberately create some minor injuries to provide Zhang Wenxi with an explanation. Yet, he was not foolish enough to sustain serious harm. Zhang Wenxi, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively and scolded, "Spare me the nonsense. Minor abrasions hardly count. It has been over half a month, and you still haven't dealt with Ning Chuan. How difficult can it be to handle someone at the awakening 4th stage? Don't think I'm unaware of your little tricks." Ma Hai opened his mouth, but words of frustration eluded him. In recent days, he had found himself utterly unable to compete with Ning Chuan. He could not fathom what kind of unconventional martial arts Ning Chuan had trained in, as his physique was extraordinarily resilient. Even with a forceful punch, he could leave no mark. Utilizing his strongest D-grade martial art, the mountain-cleaving palm, he could only manage to inflict the slightest of injuries. Furthermore, Ning Chuan had mastered a particularly vicious form of hand-to-hand combat that made it exceedingly difficult for Ma Hai to defend himself. Each confrontation left him severely injured, with medical expenses soaring into the tens of thousands. "Class leader, please let Uncle Li guide me once more. I feel I am on the verge of breaking through to the awakening 7th stage." Ma Hai implored, his gaze fixed on Zhang Wenxi. "Once I achieve the awakening 7th stage, I will incapacitate that Ning Chuan ensuring he cannot even participate in the college entrance examination. Uncle Li was a knight-level warrior. How dare he play tricks with me? The fool. Zhang Wenxi scoffed dismissively and turned to leave. I will handle Ning Chuan myself. Besides, having one student at the high awakening stage in our class is sufficient. Teacher Su Yun does not require a second student to bring her glory. Upon hearing this, Mahai's expression darkened considerably. Uncle Li's guidance was now out of the question. As he watched Zhang Wenxi's retreating figure, venomous resentment filled his gaze. Despite his diligent attempts to curry favor with Zhang Wenxi, he was cast aside for a mere failure to complete a task, deprived even of the chance to explain himself. Zhang Wenxi, you shall come to regret this. My mater truclenched teeth. He was no match for Zhang Wenxi and dared not provoke him. Yet, he was aware that there were those who would. Ning Chuan, that fellow was not merely at the awakening fourth stage. Mahai was convinced. He refused to believe that Ning Chuan had transformed from being beaten to being the one delivering the blows merely due to progress made in the past month. That was utterly absurd. After days of contemplation, he began to sense a possible explanation. Ning Chuan must be concealing his true strength. He was likely pretending to be a pig while preparing to devour the tiger, ready to stage a grand revelation that would leave everyone in awe. In previous years, there existed such individuals, undeniably powerful yet shrouded in obscurity, yearning to emerge as dark horses in the college entrance examinations and shake the world. Ning Chuan was likely no exception. Mahai's thoughts began to wander. Suddenly, a particular event flashed through his mind, and a hint of a cold smile appeared on Mahai's face. At 8 in the morning, there remained an hour until the selection competition commenced. The training ground was filled with senior students. The event was presided over by a young officer from the police department, in his 20s, sporting a short buzz cut. Perhaps due to the urgency surrounding the manhunt for Zhao Weiping, the youth took the stage without any pleasantries, merely reiterating the rules succinctly. Then, he announced the eagerly anticipated reward. Anyone who captures the spy Zhao Weiping, regardless of the circumstances, would receive a bounty of 1 million. As his voice resonated through the microphone, the training ground erupted into a cacophony of excitement. At Qingshan No. 1 High School, there were numerous students from affluent backgrounds, yet their wealth was primarily derived from their parents. At their age, true financial independence was scarce. A spark of fervor ignited in Ning Chuan's eyes. With a base of 1 million, achieving a breakthrough to the advanced awakening stage before the college entrance examination would be well within reach. The young officer continued without pause. Zhao Weiping is a heinous criminal who has betrayed the Federation, causing immense losses. Therefore, the police department of the Donglin Administrative District has announced that any senior student who can apprehend him will be eligible to attend the Shanghai Talent Training Camp. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell momentarily silent before erupting into a frenzy. Ning Chuan felt his heart race. Since the dual martial star battle a millennium ago, the martial realm had transcended national boundaries, with billions of humans forming a unified federation. Administratively, the federation was divided into 99 districts, with the Donglin Administrative District, where Qingshan City is located, being one of them. Each district conducts its own independent college entrance examinations. The Shanghai Talent Training Camp is an official establishment of the Donglin Administrative District designed to cultivate students in preparation for the college entrance examinations, renowned for its formidable strength. It ranks first within the Donglin Administrative District. Students emerging from there, even those at the bottom, often find themselves admitted to the top 10 institutions of the Federation, with half of them securing places at Tsinghua University. It is noteworthy that even formal martial artists may not gain admission to Tsinghua University, highlighting the prestige of the Shanghai Talent Training Camp. I want to sign up. Me too. I aim to claim Zhao Weiping's head and stride through the gates of Tsinghua University. The cries echoed through the training ground, one after another. Yet amidst the uproar, Ning Chuan remained tranquil, his gaze slightly lowered. He pondered the young officer's words. Capture and deliver. Did it imply that one must act independently? Or was collaboration with the police sufficient? The ultimate authority on this matter likely resided with the police department. Students from well-connected families, such as Lu Mengyue, could assist in the apprehension and thus gain entry to the Shanghai talent training camp. However, for someone like him, it seemed that capturing Zhao Weiping alone would be the expectation. After all, he was a formal martial artist. Contemplating this, Ning Chuan's passionate heart gradually settled. As before, it suffices to do one's best without undue pressure, Ning Chuan mused. On stage, a young man with a buzz cut gestured for silence, announcing, "Students wishing to participate in the selection competition, please register on the west side of the stage and provide your personal information for subsequent reporting." The crowd streamed towards the west side of the grandstand, enticed by the allure of the mountain and sea talent training camp. Even those initially disinterested signed up. Nearly 1,000 participants were vying for 10 spy devices, rendering the final outcome increasingly enigmatic. After all, even an awakening at the 9th level could hardly withstand an onslaught from hundreds. 10 minutes later, on the west side of the high platform. Wait! Just as Ning Chuan emerged from the throng after registering, he was called to a halt. Turning, he saw Ma Hai striding towards him. Ning Chuan's eyes brightened. "Cut the chatter. Transfer today's money first." The conclusion of the guidance work would not remain concealed for long, even if Lu Mengyue remained silent. The moment she ceased to drive him, word would inevitably spread. Seizing the opportunity while Ma Hai was still unaware, he thought it prudent to extract whatever he could. Even a mosquito is meat, after all. Moreover, according to his agreement with Ma Hai, he was entitled to 500 yuan a day. Not a small sum. Forget about the money. Ma Hai sneered derisively, taunting, "I have found a new avenue. There is no longer a need to curry favor with Zhang Wenci. Whatever you choose to tell Lu Mengyue, don't expect to extract another penny from me." He could not allow Ning Chuan to learn of the rift between him and Zhang Wenci. Otherwise, it would be difficult to sow discord. He intended for Ning Chuan to unwittingly teach Zhang Wenci a lesson. How can one conduct oneself without integrity? Ning Chuan scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. He circumvented Ma Hai, searching for Zhang Wenci within the crowd. Compared to the trifling sum in Ma Hai's possession, Zhang Wenci represented a far greater opportunity. If he could successfully maneuver this, it might lead to a substantial windfall. Wait a moment. Ma Hai, sensing urgency, felt the situation diverging from his expectations. The plan had yet to unfold, and Ning Chuan was already departing. He hastily caught up, positioning himself in front of Ning Chuan, asserting confidently, "I am aware of your strength." Ning Chuan's expression faltered. How did Ma Hai know he had advanced to the 5th level of awakening? The ability to actively perceive the realms of others was a privilege reserved for seasoned warriors. In the next instant, Ning Chuan realized he had misjudged the situation. You can deceive others, but not someone who has fought you over a dozen times. Your strength is at least at the 7th level of awakening. Ma Hai, observing Ning Chuan's demeanor, felt increasingly assured of his conjecture, sneering as he continued, "You're deliberately concealing your true power, likely aiming to astonish during the college entrance examination, and perhaps leave a profound impression on Teacher Su in the process. This tactic is far superior to Zhang Wenci's." Chapter 16, 60,000, a sum riddled with complexities. It is indeed a bother. I shall simply remove a 0, and you can transfer 70,000 instead. He truly possesses a vivid imagination. Ning Chuan began to grasp Ma Hai's intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to elucidate further, instead letting out a derisive snort and declaring with haughty indifference, "So what? Does this concern you in any way? I merely came to offer you a kind reminder." Ma Hai's expression darkened as he replied, "Just yesterday, Zhang Wenshi instructed me to find someone to cut off the surveillance in building number 1 of the school. This matter is undoubtedly related to the selection competition. Whether or not you choose to investigate is entirely up to you. I am indifferent." Ning Chuan glanced at Ma Hai with a mocking smile. "If I am not mistaken, you have fallen out with Zhang Wenshi, haven't you? Since you lack the courage to confront him directly, you seek to use me as your pawn." Ma Hai's countenance shifted. How could Ning Chuan be so astute, unraveling his scheme with such ease? "And what of it?" he retorted, abandoning subterfuge. "You cannot refuse. This is a prime opportunity to deal with Zhang Wenshi." Ning Chuan fixed his gaze upon Ma Hai, scrutinizing him for a moment before responding with a cold chuckle. "You are correct. I cannot refuse. However, Do not harbor illusions of reaping the benefits effortlessly. Such fortune is unattainable. I shall convey your words to Zhang Wenshi, and then I shall watch the spectacle of you two tearing each other apart. No, wait. Ning Chuan shook his head and laughed. You are not even a match for Zhang Wenshi. You would merely be subjected to his relentless torment. You have no evidence. Words alone carry no weight. Zhang Wenshi will not believe you. A flicker of fear crossed Mahai's eyes. Despite their falling out, he still dared not provoke Zhang Wenshi directly. In terms of both family background and strength, Zhang Wenshi overshadowed him entirely. Ning Chuan took out his phone, a smile gracing his face as he said, Mahai, we are, after all, close collaborators. The transaction records you provided me serve as evidence. How could Zhang Wenshi possibly doubt them? Mahai's expression soured immediately. Zhang Wenshi already suspected him of deceit. With this transaction record, it would become irrefutable. No amount of words could extricate him from his predicament. What do you desire? He asked, simmering with resentment after a prolonged silence. Once again, it felt like a repeat of the predicament he faced a fortnight ago. With Ning Chuan seizing the upper hand, Ning Chuan beamed brilliantly and replied, I pride myself on being honest and trustworthy. Simply remit the outstanding balance you owe me. At this, Mahai felt an urge to curse. He had already lost his mentor, a knight-class warrior, and now he was being asked to pay. Ning Chuan continued at an unhurried pace. Once the funds are received, I shall proceed to deal with Zhang Wenshi. Your previous remarks shall remain locked within my heart. After pondering for a moment, Mahai countered, You can first teach Zhang Wenshi a lesson, and I shall pay you afterward. Ning Chuan shook his head firmly. That will not suffice. The transfer must occur now. You have a history of reneging on debts, and I cannot place my trust in you. Very well. If it must be so, a transfer it shall be. Mahai, confronted with Ning Chuan's unwavering stance, could only relent and retrieve his phone. 60,000. A sum muddled with complexities, it truly was a bother. Standing nearby, Ning Chuan observed Mahai's phone, cleared his throat, and suggested, Allow me to simplify matters by removing a zero. You may directly transfer 70,000 to me. Upon hearing this, Mahai turned his face, glaring furiously at Ning Chuan. He had truly gained insight. Was there truly a method of increasing the funds in such a manner? Rest assured, as compensation, I shall ensure Zhang Wenshi sports a panda, bringing him disgrace. Your expenditure will be worthwhile. Ning Chuan remarked with a grin. Very well. The thought of Zhang Wenshi with a panda, I brought a sense of satisfaction to Mahai, allowing him to disregard the additional expense of a few thousand yuan. Soon, the transfer was completed. Do you have any further demands regarding Zhang Wenshi? As long as the funds are in place, everything is negotiable, Ning Chuan chuckled. Mahai's heart skipped a beat. He remained silent and turned to leave, nearly sprinting out of the training ground. Fearful that Ning Chuan might devise another scheme to swindle his money, Mahai resolved that in the future, not only should he avoid provoking Ning Chuan, but even speaking to him was to be strictly prohibited. Why did he feel increasingly like a villain? Watching Mahai retreat, Ning Chuan felt a surge of delight, breaking into a broad smile. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the resounding bell echoed through the sky, heralding the commencement of the selection competition. Students surged forth like a flood, each demonstrating their agility and martial prowess, racing towards the nearest spy device. There were 10 such devices strategically placed around the training ground, visible to numerous students long before the event began. In an instant, several awakened students of the 9th rank seized the opportunity, each claiming a spy device and swiftly distancing themselves to avoid being besieged by others. Ning Chuan surveyed the scene, shaking his head inwardly. As anticipated, while the scramble for the spy devices wasn't as direct as combat in the arena, it still necessitated considerable strength, with a time limit of 2 hours. Even if he managed to secure a spy device, it would likely be snatched away almost immediately. Only at the very last moment would he stand a chance. Ning Chuan analyzed the situation swiftly, realizing that as time progressed, the students occupying the spy devices would grow increasingly formidable, complicating the endeavor. With clarity of thought, he recognized that his chances of success were slim amidst the chaos of battling students. Fortunately, his primary objective for participating today remained Zhang Wenshi. Targeting me does not come without a cost. A glimmer of determination flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes as he retrieved his silver-blooded battle blade, making his way leisurely toward building number 1. This election event imposed no restrictions on weaponry. After all, the ultimate goal was to capture spies. Zhao Weiping would not concern himself with notions of fairness. If one possessed true strength, they could even bring a mech, and the police department would not refuse, but rather welcome them with applause. 5 minutes later, Ning Chuan arrived at the building number 1, as indicated by Ma Hai. This was among the oldest teaching buildings of Qingshan number 1 High School, now lying dormant, repurposed for storing desks, chairs, and other educational materials. Crossing the threshold, Ning Chuan employed the Gale step technique. In an instant, his footsteps faded into near silence. This was a specific application of the Gale step. On one hand, he was curious about Zhang Wenxi's intentions. On the other, Ma Hai had informed him of this matter, which might have been a trap set in conjunction with Zhang Wenxi. Though the likelihood was minimal, he could not afford to be careless. Ning Chuan began his silent investigation within the building. The first floor yielded no discoveries. The second floor remained unchanged. The third floor. As Ning Chuan stepped out of the stairwell, he discerned faint footsteps emanating from a classroom not far ahead. Zhang Wenxi? A spark of intrigue ignited within him. With 10 espionage devices absent from the vicinity, it was evident that no other students were present. Clenching the silver blood battle blade between his teeth, Ning Chuan crouched low and advanced stealthily. After crawling for over 10 meters, he peered through a window on the side of the hallway and beheld a shadowy figure. It was indeed Zhang Wenxi. In the next instant, Ning Chuan's gaze was captivated by an object in Zhang Wenxi's hand. It was a wooden test tube rack, featuring a single row with 3 slots, each housing a test tube filled with a dark red liquid that bubbled and churned ominously. Ning Chuan recognized it well. He had recently consumed one, which had elevated him to the 5th stage of awakening. The beast nutrient solution. They stole it from him. A surge of fervor coursed through Ning Chuan's veins. 3 tubes of the beast nutrient solution would suffice to elevate him to the 6th stage of awakening. However, after a moment's contemplation, he discreetly shook his head. Although the surveillance had been severed by Ma Hai's orders, actions leave traces. Given Zhang Wenxi's lineage, the police would undoubtedly treat the matter with utmost seriousness. The risks were far too great. Suppressing his avarice, Ning Chuan recalibrated his mindset, returning to a state of calm as he continued to observe Zhang Wenxi surreptitiously. Soon, new revelations emerged. Zhang Wenxi paced restlessly within the classroom, occasionally glancing at his phone. His demeanor and actions clearly indicated that he was awaiting someone. Who could it be? Ning Chuan's mind raced as he analyzed the available information. Ma Hai had deliberately cut the surveillance. There were 3 tubes of beast nutrient solution on hand, and he awaited someone's arrival here. Suddenly, a thought struck Ning Chuan like a bolt of lightning. Zhang Wenxi intended to exchange the 3 tubes of beast nutrient solution for an espionage device. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Zhang Wenxi's family could afford even night-level warriors, indicating their formidable influence. It would be a simple task for a few warriors to assist Zhang Wenxi in capturing Zhao Weiping. Safety was not a concern. As Zhang Wenxi was at the 7th stage of awakening, it was practically impossible for him to safeguard the espionage device. If exposed, the situation would become perilous. Hence, the transaction would likely occur in the final minutes of the selection round, when the outcome was already determined. Ning Chuan's heart raced with excitement. Of course, whether the speculation held any truth remained uncertain. It was merely conjecture. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan was willing to take a gamble. Given his own abilities, the likelihood of securing a position was exceedingly low. He couldn't linger in the hallway. If Zhang Wenxi's transaction partner arrived, he would be easily spotted. He needed to relocate. Crawling stealthily, Ning Chuan changed direction and exited the hallway. After a thorough search, he discovered an optimal vantage point. Outside the building stood a large tree, situated near the classroom occupied by Zhang Wenxi. With spring well underway, its branches had flourished enough to conceal his figure. Agilely, he ascended the tree, selecting a branch close to the classroom window to silently lie in wait. His dark, penetrating gaze peered through the lush foliage. observing Zhang Wenxi within the classroom with a patient and detached demeanor, like a predator surveying its prey. Chapter 17. The deal is done. Time to reel in the net in the monitoring room of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. Several school leaders accompanied a young police officer with a buzz cut as they observed the students' confrontations. What is happening with the surveillance in Building 1? The director of education inquired, frowning as he pointed at the darkened areas on the screen. A staff member replied, "There seems to be an issue with the signal lines. They may be broken." Upon hearing this, the director turned to the young officer, asking, "Officer Zhou, should we pause the selection competition until the surveillance is restored?" "No need," Zhou Wei said, scanning the screen before shaking his head. "All 10 of the spy devices are within the monitoring range. There is no necessity to waste time. Our priority is to apprehend Zhao Weiping as quickly as possible. A rogue martial artist on the loose is exceedingly dangerous. Should a calamity occur resulting in mass casualties, our police department would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame." Meanwhile, chaos ensued elsewhere. "Wang Ping, as a 5th-tier awakener, can you really guard the spy device? All of you are beneath the higher tiers. Do you dare mock me? Haha, I, Li Yijian, will not hold back with this spy device." The clamor echoed through the campus as students engaged in fierce battles. Those in possession of the spy devices found themselves increasingly besieged. Even the 9th-tier awakener students faced fierce competition. As time passed, the identities of the holders changed repeatedly. At 10:50, with only 10 minutes remaining before the conclusion of the selection competition, the chaotic melee began to wind down. Only a couple of spy devices were still in contention, while the rest had been claimed, and no one dared to contest them anymore. With few students left on the field, most were utterly exhausted and unable to continue fighting. In one classroom, Zhang Wenxi frequently glanced at his watch, his face betraying his anxiety. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, Zhang let out a long breath, visibly relaxing. Observing this, Ning Chuan grew more certain of his assumptions. As anticipated, a tall figure soon entered the classroom. It was him. Ning Chuan recognized the individual, Wei Bohu, a 9th-tier awakener, proficient in a B-grade martial arts technique. His strength placed him firmly within the top 3 of the grade, an undeniable seed of the prestigious school. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Chuan retrieved his phone, activated the recording function, and aimed the camera at the classroom. Engaging in clandestine transactions of spy devices was hardly a noble pursuit. "Did you acquire the spy device?" Zhang Wenxi approached Wei Bohu briskly, his face illuminated with eagerness. "Where's what I asked for?" Wei Bohu produced a black box, square and the size of a Rubik's Cube, and handed it over. Not a single one missing. As Zhang Wenxi took the spy device, he shook the test tube holder in his hand, revealing it to Wei Bohu, yet he did not offer it to him. "What? Do you intend to renege?" Wei Bohu's eyes glinted with disdain as he sneered. "I will give it to you after the selection competition concludes." Zhang Wenxi shook his head, stuffing the test tube holder into his pocket. "If you take the nutrient solution now and then snatch the spy device from me, to whom shall I turn for recourse? Quite the schemer, aren't you?" Wei Bohu let out a derisive snort and turned to leave with purposeful strides. "You wouldn't dare deceive me." Zhang Wenxi curled his lips, toying with the spy device, opting not to accompany Wei Bohu. Given his prowess, any exposure could incite contention. Although the selection trials were nearing their conclusion and student combat abilities had significantly waned, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Building number 1 was the perfect sanctuary. The mantis had already taken its position. It was time for the cicada to make its entrance. In the trees, Ning Chuan tucked away his phone, peering into the depths of Zhang Wenxi's eyes, where a flicker of fervor ignited. With a vigorous push against the branch beneath him, he launched himself forth like an arrow released from its bow. Bang! The bark shattered, propelling Ning Chuan into the air. Crash! The glass of the window shattered explosively as he stormed into the classroom, plummeting toward Zhang Wenxi while his fingers clenched into a fist, delivering a ferocious strike. The white bone killing fist, the most formidable move of the 1,000-bone killing technique. A thunderous gust of wind surged forth, carrying with it dozens of shards of glass, cascading down like a torrential downpour, aimed squarely at the astonished Zhang Wenxi. "Who dares to ambush me?" As a high-level awakener, Zhang Wenxi reacted swiftly, unleashing a palm strike. The force was equally tempestuous, his hand glowing crimson, veins bulging with palpable strength. Clearly, he too had employed a martial technique. Bang! The collision of fist and palm created a shockwave, tearing through the air and shattering the glass fragments in mid-flight, scattering them in all directions. Zhang Wenci was violently jolted back, crashing against the wall with a thud, dust cascading down around him. Only then could he barely regain his footing. On the other hand, Ning Chuan also felt the impact of a tremendous force, his body propelled backward. Summoning strength from his core, he executed a backflip that absorbed much of the force. Landing solidly on the windowsill, looking down upon Zhang Wenci from his elevated position. With the momentum of his descent and the might of his strike. Against Zhang Wenci's hasty counter, it was merely a 50-50 encounter. Ning Chuan shook his head. A high-level awakener, power flowing like a spring. Truly formidable. After a moment's contemplation, he deliberately raised his voice. Zhang Wenci, how dare you purchase spy devices without authorization? You're caught red-handed. Surrender at once. He added a classic line. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will be used as evidence in court. Zhang Wenci trembled in fear. Yet, for some reason, he found a voice oddly familiar. Instinctively, he glanced up, momentarily stunned before erupting in rage. Ning Chuan, Zhang Wenci bellowed, his eyes aflame. Why has my body ceased to tremble? Ning Chuan chuckled lightly, mocking, hand over the spy device, and, I shall allow you to leave. Zhang Wenci scoffed in derision. A mere 4-stage awakener. How audacious. It seemed you were not in agreement. Ning Chuan, employing the wind step, moved with incredible swiftness, cutting through the air as he swiftly closed the distance. Moreover, I am now a 5-stage awakener. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chuan was upon him, fingers aligned like a blade, targeting Zhang Wenci's vulnerable throat, striking forth with deadly precision. Swoosh! The air resonated with a sound akin to tearing silk. Awakening in 5 stages. Is this your trump card? Remarkable, it mirrors my experience from high school. Zhang Wenci's tone dripped with sarcasm, yet his movements remained sharp and deliberate. With a swift and forceful strike, he unleashed a hand blade, its weight and speed reminiscent of thunder, aimed at Ning Chuan's approaching wrist. Shadow Serpent Strike. Ning Chuan skases harpenet. Just as Zhang Wenci's blow was about to connect, Ning Chuan's arm twisted at a bizarre angle, akin to a serpent's sinuous form, evading the attack and continuing his thrust toward Zhang Wenci's throat. Mastery of the 1,000-bone slaughter technique had enabled Ning Chuan to execute the Shadow Serpent Strike with ease. Zhang Wenci's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed. His extensive combat experience prompted an immediate reaction. Rather than retreating, he would counterattack. With a decisive step forward, he firmly planted his foot on the ground, redirecting Ning Chuan's thrust away from his vital throat. Simultaneously, he transformed his hand blade into a fist, striking forcefully. A muffled thud echoed as Ning Chuan's fingers tore through Zhang Wenci's garment, piercing his shoulder and eliciting a trickle of blood. Almost simultaneously, the sound of Zhang Wenci's punch landing on Ning Chuan reverberated through the air. In an instant, Ning Chuan was sent sprawling, crashing onto a wooden desk. The surface splintering under the impact, the metal frame beneath twisting and contorting, a testament to the force of the blow. Yet, Ning Chuan rose agilely, as if unfazed. With the 3rd level of his diamond body attained, his physical defense had reached a new pinnacle. Zhang Wenci's strike had merely left him with a fleeting sensation of pain. He knew without looking that the area of impact was only slightly reddened. What martial art is this? Quite intriguing, Ning Chuan remarked, lifting his right hand to observe the trickle of blood at his fingertips, an eyebrow raised. Moments earlier, upon breaking the skin, Zhang Wenci's muscles had hardened like steel, thwarting Ning Chuan's advance. Based on his previous estimations, the power of this palm sword strike should have rendered Zhang Wenci temporarily incapacitated. Zhang Wenci, I shall break every one of your fingers. Zhang Wenci glared at Ning Chuan, the 4 wounds on his shoulder throbbing with a searing pain, his eyes dark and brooding. He advanced with powerful strides, his presence like that of a fierce tiger. Ning Chuan smirked coldly, flicking his fingers to shake off the blood. and with a display of swift footwork, he boldly met the oncoming assault without a hint of fear. Chapter 18. The net is successfully cast. All wealth is certainly confiscated. Ning Chuan and Zhang Wenci were embroiled in a fierce battle, the air resonating with a thunderous roar as if it were on the brink of shattering. Desks splintered in rows, and window panes continuously shattered under the strain of their conflict. At this juncture, Ning Chuan found himself at a disadvantage. Although he had mastered the thousand bones slaughter technique, it was merely at a proficient level, rendering him somewhat powerless against a seventh-tier awakened Zhang Wenci. However, bolstered by the formidable defenses of his third-layer diamond body, Ning Chuan was unlikely to face defeat in the immediate term. In fact, he even managed to gain some advantage in a strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. I shall see how much punishment you can withstand. Zhang Wenci's gaze turned fierce as he unleashed a brutal elbow strike, the curved elbow carving an arc through the air, accompanied by a sharp, piercing wind that betrayed immense power. Iron elbow gun, a C-class martial art. With a rush of wind, Ning Chuan remained calm, neither dodging nor flinching. He raised his right arm and delivered a punch to Zhang Wenci's abdomen. Crack! The sound of Ning Chuan's right arm echoed like a bolt of lightning, akin to a bowstring being released. In the next instant, his punch accelerated dramatically, seeming to create afterimages, and with a resounding impact, Zhang Wenci's complexion flushed a deep crimson. Lightning Fist, the second form of the Thousand Bones slaughter technique. A punch unleashed like a lightning strike, akin to an arrow shooting forth, hence the name. Its defining characteristic is its swiftness. In the following moment, Zhang Wenci's elbow strike landed upon Ning Chuan. Thud! A flash of golden light erupted from Ning Chuan's chest, and with a sound akin to metal clashing, he was launched backward, crashing into the far end of the classroom, dust rising from the floor. With a graceful leap, Ning Chuan executed a swift recovery, standing upright. The brief transformation into his golden form absorbed the majority of Zhang Wenci's strike. Ning Chuan regarded Zhang Wenci, brushing off the dust from his chest with a hint of regret. I had hoped to practice a bit longer with you, but alas, time is of the essence. We must conclude this swiftly. The spy device was merely one of his objectives. He had other desires to fulfill and needed to act quickly. Anyone could talk empty words. A cold smile crept onto Zhang Wenci's lips, laced with sarcasm. Yet, there was a newfound seriousness in his tone. Among the class, it was doubtful that anyone else could match Ning Chuan. Truly adept at concealing your abilities, are you? Ning Chuan replied with a grin, offering no explanation. He swiftly drew the silver-blooded battle knife from behind his waist and strode purposefully toward Zhang Wenci, the blade trailing sparks as it scraped against the ground. Zhang Wenci's expression shifted drastically. Ning Chuan had already proven to be nearly his equal in unarmed combat. If he unleashed the thunder slash at the subtle realm with the battle knife, victory would be unattainable for Zhang Wenci. If only he had a weapon in hand, perhaps he might have a chance to contend. But today, he had never intended to compete for the spy device. His weapon lay at home. This is unjust, Zhang Wenci bellowed, but his remaining words were drowned out by a thunderous roar. Boom! Ning Chuan initiated with a thunder slash. A brilliant silver light erupted, resembling lightning coursing through the air, illuminating the classroom darkened by ominous clouds. Within that radiance lay a chilling sharpness. Zhang Wenci felt a jolt of fear. His martial arts techniques pushed to their limits as he desperately retreated. A handful of hair lay neatly severed, drifting through the air. With great effort, he narrowly evaded the strike. Boom! Ning Chuan remained unfazed, advancing boldly as a thunderous sound erupted from within him, transforming into formidable power that surged into his arm, showcasing brilliance upon the silver blood battle blade. Thunderclap slash. The silver light flared once more, and the electric brilliance sliced through the void. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Wenci's face. He dared not withstand the blade's radiance. He yearned to flee, yet escape was utterly impossible. Mastery in the wind step and the nuanced thunderclap slash empowered Ning Chuan's blade to appear anywhere within the classroom in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wenci could only continuously evade. Bang! Seizing an opportunity, Ning Chuan refrained from striking with his blade, instead lifting his foot to kick Zhang Wenci, sending him flying. Although the selection match had few rules, it forbade lethal or crippling outcomes. The brilliance of the thunderclap slash was overwhelming. Ning Chuan wielded it merely to compel Zhang Wenshi into revealing a flaw, then resorted to his fists and feet. In a short while, Zhang Wenshi's body bore numerous bruises. He discerned Ning Chuan's strategy, but dared not withstand the silver blood battle blade's assault. He could not afford to gamble. A loss meant only two outcomes, death or disability. Even if Ning Chuan were to pay a price, it would be too late. Opportunity. Ning Chuan's eyes gleamed. Under the pressure of the blade, Zhang Wenshi exposed a significant opening. Swift as lightning, Ning Chuan thrust out his left hand, fingers splayed, piercing the air and seizing Zhang Wenshi's arm, coiling around it like a great python constricting its prey, delivering a fierce twist. The fourth technique of the 1,000-bone slaughter art, the constricting python strike. The name was imposing, and its power equally formidable. Once ensnared, it could shatter an opponent's bones. Crack! A crisp sound emanated from Zhang Wenshi's arm, and his right arm hung limply. Was this dislocated? Ning Chuan blinked twice, a reaction anticipated. After all, he had merely awakened to stage 5, and his breathing technique was just the ordinary bull strength. His arm lacked sufficient power. Had he been of the same tier as Zhang Wenshi, this twist would have been enough to crush Zhang Wenshi's right arm into fragments. Hiss! With a sudden dislocation, Zhang Wenshi gasped in pain, his defenses severely compromised. Bang! 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 Utilizing both hands and feet, Ning Chuan struck relentlessly, leaving Zhang Wenshi sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of resistance. Gasping for breath with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Then, Ning Chuan crouched down, rummaging through Zhang Wenshi's clothing, ultimately uncovering the spy device. I tried to persuade you before, yet you refused to listen. Now, you end up taking a beating, and yet it still returns to me. Ning Chuan remarked with a smile. Don't get too pleased with yourself. This isn't over. Zhang Wenshi glared at Ning Chuan, his eyes a mix of frustration and rage. Still arrogant, Ning Chuan didn't even lift his eyelids, delivering a punch that made Zhang Wenshi groan in pain. He continued to search Zhang Wenshi's person. Soon, Ning Chuan found a test tube rack containing 3 vials of beast nutrition solution and casually pocketed them, declaring, "This spoils are quite good. I shall graciously accept." Upon witnessing this, Zhang Wenshi was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is robbery. It is of no concern. I have disabled the surveillance in this building." Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, refraining from revealing Ma Hai, for he had made a promise. However, this only pertained to the surveillance matter. Just wait. Zhang Wenshi, realizing the gravity of the situation, gazed at Ning Chuan with a derisive smile, already plotting how to arrange for someone to deliver soap to Ning Chuan in prison. Ning Chuan casually pulled up a stool and sat down, gazing down at Zhang Wenshi with a smile, saying, "Merely cutting off the surveillance seems insufficient, does it not? It is too late for you to comprehend now." Zhang Wenshi, filled with a sense of triumph, laughed boisterously. "Subjectively, you harbored intentions of robbery. Objectively, the act of robbery has already been established. Even if you return the beast nutrient solution to me, nothing will change. You will still face imprisonment." He had perused the autobiography of a notorious criminal named Zhang San, from which he acquired a plethora of legal jargon. Quite knowledgeable indeed. Ning Chuan chuckled softly, retrieving his phone to play the video he had secretly recorded, stating, "Now, let us see what crime has been committed here." The video concluded swiftly. The smile faded from Zhang Wenshi's face, replaced by silence. Ning Chuan disregarded him and continued to besmirch his character, declaring, "In your quest to secure a position assisting the police, you unhesitatingly squandered 3 bottles of the beast nutrient solution, indicating your grand ambitions. In my view, you intend to aid Zhao Weiping in his escape. Your visage resembles that of a bald traitor from the martial arts world. Damn it, you are the one who resembles a bald traitor." Zhang Wenshi could not help but curse, contemplating before sneering. "Do not struggle. Do you think the police will believe your nonsense? Since you are unperturbed by the police, allow me to rephrase." Ning Chuan maintained his cheerful demeanor, calmly stating, "I will disseminate this video, sending it to every individual at the school. What will transpire then? the exemplary student of class 15 in the senior year, caught cheating. Thus, one must wonder if his previous achievements were also attained through deceit. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, they cannot be retracted. Ultimately, the once lauded student Zhang Wenxi shall be branded with the disgrace of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. You dare! Zhang Wenxi shouted in desperation, struggling to rise. It would be manageable if others were to learn of this. After all, he would soon depart for university in another city. However, Su Yin must never find out. Although he possessed a touch more cunning than his peers, he remained a youth at heart. The mere thought of his carefully constructed persona crumbling in the eyes of his crush was utterly intolerable. Chapter 19, I swear I speak no falsehood. Yet this does not impede my cunning schemes. Spare me your harsh words. They pose no threat to me. Ning Chuan patted Zhang Wenxi on the shoulder with a slight force, pressing him down to the ground, and coldly remarked, "Forget about the beast nutrient solution incident as if it never occurred. As for this video, I shall refrain from disseminating it indiscriminately. Otherwise, we shall all face dire consequences." After a brief pause, Ning Chuan added, "Furthermore, do not entertain thoughts of hiring someone to steal my phone. I've already uploaded the video to a cloud drive, programmed for scheduled release, and only I possess the authority to revoke it. You are indeed ruthless." Zhang Wenxi gritted his teeth, refraining from refusal, which amounted to an implicit agreement with Ning Chuan's assertions. Thus, the discussion reached its conclusion, and silence enveloped them. Ning Chuan found himself at a loss for words, contemplating how to broach another topic. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand and delivered a swift punch. Bang! He struck Zhang Wenxi once more. "Did I provoke you?" Zhang Wenxi glared furiously at Ning Chuan. With a stoic expression, Ning Chuan replied, "This is a lesson for you regarding your collusion with Ma Hai against me." Zhang Wenxi paused in surprise, asking, "How did you ascertain that the mastermind was me?" He had scarcely exhibited animosity towards Ning Chuan in class. "Oh, Ma Hai mentioned it to me of his own accord." Ning Chuan unceremoniously betrayed Ma Hai. He had made no promises regarding this matter. "I must teach that fellow a severe lesson." Zhang Wenxi seethed with frustration. "Ineptitude is your hallmark. No need to rush. You shall have ample time in the future." Ning Chuan waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Therefore, you do not wish for me to mentor Lu Mengyue, correct? And what if I do?" Zhang Wenxi scoffed. "Do temper your hostility." Ning Chuan replied with a smile, "I understand that as a wealthy heir, you possess a psychological aversion to other young men approaching the object of your affection. Such matters can be negotiated." Zhang Wenxi interrupted him abruptly, retorting, "Affection for Lu Mengyue? Have you lost your senses? She is my cousin." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan paused momentarily, pondering, "If she is indeed your relative, why then do you seek to obstruct my mentorship of Lu Mengyue?" Realizing he had misspoken, Zhang Wenxi fell silent, refraining from further comment. "So that is the situation." Ning Chuan's gaze flickered with understanding. Lu Mengyue was more than simply the daughter of the dojo master. Her lineage was substantial. The Lu family was a prominent and affluent household in Qingshan City, arguably a 1,000-year-old clan. Zhang Wenxi's mother must also belong to the Lu family. The intrigues among the scions of such illustrious families are boundless. Ning Chuan Muset. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenxi's expression turned grim, and he coldly warned, "Should you dare speak of such matters, you shall surely meet your demise." The Federation may be a society governed by law, yet certain forces inherently transcend legal bounds. "I am indifferent to the affairs of the Lu family," Ning Chuan shrugged, responding apathetically. "I maintain my stance. If you wish to prevent me from mentoring Lu Mengyue, we may negotiate, provided you are willing to pay a sufficient price. I am an orphan, weary of hardship. I recognize only the value of interests, not individuals." As the conversation concluded, Ning Chuan rose to his feet, prepared to press Zhang Wenxi for a decision. "If you show no interest in this matter, then I shall take my leave," he stated. Zhang Wenxi, feeling a flicker of intrigue, quickly called him back. "Let's first settle the accounts." A radiant smile graced Ning Chuan's face as he resumed his seat. "You are aware of my fee for guiding Lu Mengyue, 3,000 per hour. I dedicate 2 hours daily to this endeavor, amounting to 6,000, sometimes even more. With the college entrance examination just over 2 months away, the profit I can glean from Lu Mengyue will be no less than 500,000. After stating this figure, Ning Chuan covertly stole a glance at Zhang Wenci, whose expression remained unchanged. Of course, 500,000 is merely the baseline. Ning Chuan shifted his tone, continuing, that is the income one could easily secure. By terminating my guidance of the lightning slash for Shanlei, I would incur Lu Mengyue's displeasure. Therefore, you must compensate me with an additional 50,000, totaling 1 million. Zhang Wenci scoffed, deriding, have you lost your mind over money? Ning Chuan remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, by adding 50,000. Lu Mengyue's progress in lightning slash will stagnate, allowing you to profit tenfold, or even 100-fold. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wenci stated, there is only a total of 500,000. If you do not agree, so be it. Ning Chuan's heart raced with eagerness to accept. After all, it was a risk-free venture. However, he feigned dissatisfaction, furrowing his brow. I am taking the risk of offending Lu Mengyue. Your compensation is already included in the 500,000. I know her better than you do. You can guide her for at most another month. Zhang Wenci retorted with a cold laugh. Lu Mengyue requires ample time to advance to a formal warrior. Otherwise, her hopes for Xinghe University will be dashed. Very well then. Ning Chuan sighed dramatically, as though suffering a significant loss. 500,000 it is, but you must transfer it immediately. Zhang Wenci retrieved his phone, accessing online banking. After a moment's thought, he remarked with malice, your prowess may indeed rival that of 7th-tier awakening, but if you attempt to play both sides, I will ensure you regret ever stepping foot in this world. Rest assured, I am not that type of person, Ning Chuan declared resolutely, raising his right arm in a solemn oath. From this day forth, I shall not guide Lu Mengyue in the lightning slash. Otherwise, may the heavens strike me down. Just then, a soft vibration emanated from his phone. A message from the bank confirmed that 500,000 had been transferred, coupled with 3 vials of beast essence. His net worth now exceeded 1 million. A surreal sensation enveloped Ning Chuan, joy bubbling forth like a spring within him. Only yesterday, he had been torn between selling or consuming a single vial of beast essence. With a deep breath, Ning Chuan endeavored to steady his emotions. It was not yet the time for celebration. He would not mind acquiring a bit more wealth. Displaying the spy device in his hand, he remarked, this gadget holds the potential to transform into a ticket to the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp. I did not require much. Just 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution at the same price as Wei Bohu. Of course, I am open to direct online transfers. I have no objections. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenqi's complexion turned a shade of green. Having snatched his spying device, he still dared to sell it back to him. Is there no law or ethical boundary? With a complete lack of knowledge, he audaciously speaks of the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp. Gathering his thoughts, Zhang Wenqi wore a cold smile and scornfully retorted, Ning Chuan, completely unconcerned, had just extorted over 1 million from him and believed he should display some generosity. What? Is that place not as impressive as it claims? No. The Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp is indeed formidable. Many formal martial artists flock to it. Zhang Wenqi scoffed, adding, thus without the strength of a peak 9th-tier awakening, entering would be tantamount to seeking death, as the gathered talents would leave one utterly humiliated. Ning Chuan casually remarked, then why do you purchase spying devices from Wei Bohu? Zhang Wenqi huffed disdainfully, with a hint of pride, I only wish to make teacher Su happy during the selection competition. You wouldn't understand. Ning Chuan fell silent, utterly astonished that Zhang Wenqi's motivation was such. You seek to please teacher Su? How shameless, aspiring to be a reckless disciple. Ning Chuan pointed at Zhang Wenqi in indignation and stormed away, just to gain a little favor from Su Yun. He was willing to spend 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution. How wealthy must he be? The joy of his own $1 million fortune diminished significantly. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and when he reached the classroom door, he turned back. I do not need your assistance. Our relationship is not that close. Seeing Ning Chuan return, Zhang Wenqi assumed he intended to offer help, yet his expression remained sour. At that moment, he leaned against the chair where Ning Chuan had previously sat, struggling to rise. his body trembling and appearing quite pitiful. "I'm not here to assist you." With a straightforward response, Ning Chuan moved decisively, raising his hand, forming a fist, and striking. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds echoed in succession. Ning Chuan had left Zhang Wenshi with two blackened eyes. "This is the consequence of flaunting wealth. Why did you hit me?" Zhang Wenshi yelled in fury from the ground. "Do not blame me. To be honest, I merely serve as a tool. It was Mahai who paid me to give you panda eyes. I will ruin that brat. Then do your best." Ning Chuan departed with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 20. The school bell takes the initiative to form a team at 11 o'clock in the morning. The selection competition concluded. All participating students promptly ceased their struggles and returned to the training ground for assembly. The principal's voice reverberated through the loudspeaker as Ning Chuan hurried towards the training field. He pondered his recent battle with Zhang Wenshi. That confrontation had significantly clarified his understanding of his own strength. In an unarmed state, he still fell short when measuring against someone at the 7th level of awakening, unless he could elevate the 1,000 bones killing technique to a higher realm. Wielding the battle knife would almost guarantee his dominance over Zhang Wenshi. Of course, the reality was not quite so exaggerated. Primarily, Zhang Wenshi had been unarmed and utterly unable to contend with the silver blood battle knife. In terms of true combat prowess, he could rank among the elite at Qingshan No. 1 High School's 7th level awakeners, but he still lacked a bit to reach the 8th level. However, he was not far off. Ning Chuan glanced at the test tube rack in his hand, a confident smile gracing his lips. 3 vials of beast nutrient liquid were ample to propel him into the 6th level of awakening. Extracting one, he tilted his head back and consumed it. The bull strength technique sensed the surge of energy invigorating him, and his training progress skyrocketed by 1850. The bull strength technique anticipated that it would take approximately 28 hours to exhaust this energy. The mechanical synthesis sound echoed repeatedly. Ning Chuan felt a surge of joy. With the enhancement of his strength, the time required to absorb a vial of beast nutrient liquid had once again diminished. In about 3 days, he would ascend to the 6th level of awakening. This pace was nothing short of astonishing. For anyone else, such a feat would be utterly unattainable. Not to mention the absorption speed of energy, the barriers of levels typically required considerable time to overcome. Ning Chuan, however, experienced no such hindrances. His strength in martial arts would naturally break through once his progress reached 100%. It was a seamless transition. Bottlenecks? He had never heard of such a concept. Who is the 10th owner of the spy device? Please come forward. Upon entering the training ground, Ning Chuan heard Zhou Wei's urging voice. Here we go. Ning Chuan raised his hand and swiftly ascended the platform. A glance at the other 9 students who had acquired spy devices revealed familiar faces. 5 were at the 9th level of awakening, 3 at the 8th, and 1 at the 7th. Spotting one individual at the end, a flicker of surprise crossed Ning Chuan's eyes. Wei Bohu. Had this fellow managed to seize 2 spy devices? Ning Chuan speculated. Given the other's strength, it was not outside the realm of possibility. On the opposite side, Wei Bohu was equally surprised to see Ning Chuan. Shouldn't it have been Zhang Wenshi? Zhou Wei said, "Stop dawdling and take your place at the back of the line." Yes. Ning Chuan moved to the rear. Wei Bohu turned his head towards Ning Chuan and inquired, "Where did you obtain your spy device?" "Naturally, I snatched it from someone else," Ning Chuan replied casually. "And who was that? Why do you care?" At this, Wei Bohu frowned and refrained from further questioning. Below the platform, the clamor gradually intensified. Thanks to the subtlety of the Thunder Slash technique, many students recognized Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan is incredible. He directly broke into the top 10 of the grade. It might just be luck. Do not be sardonic. The selection process indeed differs from the arena battles. A formidable strength does not necessarily guarantee the acquisition of a spy device. However, those who manage to secure one must possess abilities at least comparable to a high-tier awakening. I am astounded. Did Ning Chuan not claim to be at the 4th tier of awakening, capable of transcending 3 ranks in combat prowess? Many engaged in fervent discussions about Ning Chuan, their hearts filled with both envy and astonishment. Upon hearing the surrounding murmurs, Su Yun gazed at Ning Chuan on the stage. her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. She was acutely aware that the subtle realm's flash thunder slash would at most enable Ning Chuan to dominate in the 6th tier of awakening. Yet he remained a considerable distance from his 7th tier. Nevertheless, the fact that he could obtain a spy device undoubtedly affirmed that his strength was indeed on par with a high-tier awakening. Su Yun felt assured in her heart. Yet, what could account for Ning Chuan's extraordinary power? Students who had not passed the selection were permitted to leave, resuming their classes as usual the following day, while those with severe injuries could request a sick leave from their homeroom teacher. A school official dispersed the students below the stage. Zhou Wei approached, scrutinizing Ning Chuan with keen interest, and inquired, "Are you at the 5th tier of awakening?" This man was a martial artist. A thought flashed through Ning Chuan's mind as he nodded and responded, "Yes, officer. Is there an issue?" "None at all. Just a simple inquiry. Strength is inconsequential, as long as you possess a spy device," Zhou Wei replied with an inscrutable expression. He was aware that towards the conclusion of the selection process, a spy device had been taken to building number 1, where surveillance had failed. There was surely some trickery afoot. However, he did not wish to delve deeper. After all, it was merely one spot, not worth the investment of time. You 10, familiarize yourselves with the person next to you from left to right, and form a small team, Zhou Wei commanded. The school official beside him elucidated the rationale. During the search operation, a police officer will lead a small team of 3. I refuse to team up with Ning Chuan. He is not even at a high tier of awakening. His strength is woefully inadequate, Wei Bohu exclaimed, clearly displeased. Unlike Zhang Wenxi, who participated for the sake of the Shanghai Talents training camp, Wei Bo, who was determined to advance, and Ning Chuan's abilities would only hinder his progress. Nearby, Ning Chuan remained impassive upon hearing these words. "What? Do you refuse to obey orders?" Zhou Wei turned his piercing gaze upon Wei Bo, who, resembling 2 bolts of lightning. Wei Bo, who felt a shiver run down his spine and chuckled awkwardly. "It is not solely my reluctance. Ning Chuan does not wish to team up with me either, right?" He turned his gaze menacingly towards Ning Chuan, the threat unspoken yet palpable. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. He could comprehend Wei Bo, whose unwillingness to partner with him, given his seemingly low strength. Thus, he had refrained from commenting earlier. However, Wei Bo, whose attempt to cast blame upon him, was utterly unreasonable. Ning Chuan's disdain for Wei Bo, who surged. "If you do not mind, I shall switch teammates with you." Ning Chuan was about to speak when a beautiful girl interjected softly, her hair a delicate blend of light blue and pale green, fluttering like stars in the night sky. It was Lu Mengyue, one of the 10 present. "That would be perfect." Wei Bo, who eagerly agreed, his joy evident. Luo Mengyue's companions were among the 3 awakened to the 8th tier, remarkably perfect, serving a purpose without overshadowing his contributions. "Are there any other issues?" Zhou Wei surveyed the 10 individuals and spoke coldly. "Since there are none, let us depart." The group made their way outside the school. Luo Mengyue located Ning Chuan, smiled faintly, and teased, "So, you've reached the 5th tier already?" That was swifter than I anticipated. Having already encountered a bottleneck, he had devoted an arduous weekend to training. Ning Chuan shrugged and replied. As he spoke, he turned to Luo Mengyue earnestly. "Thank you for helping me out earlier." Luo Mengyue blinked her large eyes, revealing a hint of cleverness, and whispered, "Others may be unaware of your true strength, but I am well aware. I certainly cannot overlook such a capable assistant." Ning Chuan silently chuckled. Meanwhile, Wei Bohu kept his head down, engrossed in a conversation on his phone. "Zhang Wenxi, what is your situation?" Ning Chuan ambushed me, seized the spy device, and the 3 bottles of beast nutritional solution I was meant to give you. Zhang Wenxi replied, "That's your issue. Do not attempt to shift blame." Wei Bohu typed back with a cold smirk. Although the Wei family's influence paled in comparison to the Luo's, he was the legitimate son of his family. Zhang Wenxi was merely the son of a daughter married into the Luo family. He held no fear. "You think too much. I am merely informing you out of goodwill that Ning Chuan possesses 3 bottles of dubious beast nutritional solution." Zhang Wenxi's eyes glinted with cunning. His silence did not imply he would let Ning Chuan off the hook. Moreover, Ning Chuan lacked a background. He was simply an orphan. Wei Bohu glanced at Ning Chuan, feeling a slight temptation. It was indeed worth a try. Soon, the group arrived outside the school and boarded a large police vehicle, heading towards the police station. Ning Chuan and Luo Mengyue sat in the last row. After a moment of thought, Luo Mengyue inquired, Ning Chuan, do you know who the chief of the Qingshan police station is? Not sure. Ning Chuan replied casually, his gaze fixed on the dashboard ahead. The technology in the martial world surpassed that of Earth significantly. The police vehicle he was in easily exceeded 300 miles per hour, with a maximum speed nearing 600 miles per hour. Luo Mengyue continued, the martial art you practice is the swift wind step, correct? Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded. The swift wind step, an E-grade martial art, was widely circulated and was the first choice for many practitioners. It was quite renowned within the Federation. So it was no surprise that Luo Mengyue recognized it. You must know who its founder is. Luo Mengyue said with a smile. Gu Tianyu, Ning Chuan replied, suddenly realizing, he is the chief of the Qingshan police station. Would you like him to provide you with some guidance? Luo Mengyue twirled a strand of her hair, smiling brightly. Uncle Gu is a close friend of my father. He would likely oblige such a minor favor. Your swift wind step has surely reached the mastery stage. If Uncle Gu offers some pointers, you might just achieve a breakthrough into the subtle realm. Then, I shall take your good wishes to heart. Ning Chuan replied with a grateful smile. Although his martial arts did not require guidance from others, he found it difficult to decline when Lu Mengyue offered her assistance. Just then, a mocking laughter echoed from the front row. Wei Bohu turned his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he said, some individuals, having experienced a fleeting moment of enlightenment, become utterly conceited. To even utter the word enlightenment, aren't they afraid that the wind might cause their tongue to stumble? Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Wei Bohu was indeed in need of a lesson. Chapter 21. Under the spotlight, a sudden realization more than half an hour later. At the Qingshan police station, as Ning Chuan stepped out of the car, he noticed a large gathering of students from other high schools, approximately 300 to 400 in number, assembling in an open area ahead to assist the police in their search. That's why I thought of selling the spy device. Ning Chuan murmured softly to himself. With so many people acting in unison, the likelihood of capturing Zhao Weiping was exceedingly low. You all should gather there. Zhou Wei instructed as he locked the car. Police officers will lead you in the operation. Lu Mengyue raised her hand and said, Officer Zhou, I would like to find Director Gu. Come with me, Zhou Wei replied without hesitation. As the two walked into a large building, Wei Bo, who immediately called out to Ning Chuan, extending his hand and assertively demanding, return what you took. Ning Chuan frowned. What are you referring to? Stop pretending. Wei Bo, who retorted with a cold snort. The beast nutrient solution you snatched from Zhang Wenxi is mine. It was merely entrusted to Zhang Wenxi for safekeeping. Ning Chuan shook his head and replied earnestly, firstly, I only took the spy device from Zhang Wenxi. Secondly, if your belongings were lost by Zhang Wenxi, should you be looking for him? Your arguments are futile. Wei Bo, who said coldly. Zhang Wenxi still lacked the courage to deceive him. With a sudden, forceful clenching of his fist that echoed ominously, Wei Bo, who warned, if you do not hand over the beast nutrient solution, the consequences for you will be dire. Ning Chuan gazed at Wei Bo, who was surprised. Are you threatening me? Here, in the police station? Now you know fear. Wei Bo, who sneered. What can you do? Enough with the nonsense, just answer. With a chilling smile, Wei Bo, who threatened, I suggest you think carefully before you speak. Next Monday is the school's monthly examination. With my connections, a single word from me could place you on the same stage as me in terms of punishment. Ning Chuan looked deeply into Wei Bo, whose eyes, then turned to leave. Your days are becoming increasingly precarious. Wei Bo, who was momentarily taken aback by Ning Chuan's words, but soon regained his composure, his expression darkening. Ning Chuan dared to mock him. According to his original plan, this combination of threats and intimidation should have been enough to overwhelm Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, you'd better wait. Wei Bo, who inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. It was not the right time to explode. Among the crowd, Ning Chuan soon spotted Lu Mengyue emerging from the building, accompanied by a lean, middle-aged man in a police uniform, his sharp eyes penetrating. Director Gu has arrived, someone shouted, causing the crowd to erupt in excitement. After all, he was a night-level martial artist, a rarity in Qingshan City. Lu Mingyue jogged into the throng, found Ning Chuan, and smiled wryly. Uncle Gu has agreed to the guidance, but it won't be a private one-on-one. That's good enough, Ning Chuan replied with a smile. Yet he placed much importance on the matter of guidance initially. Dear students, welcome to the police station. On behalf of all the officers in Qingshan City, I would like to express my gratitude to each of you for your bravery in extending a helping hand to apprehend the spy Zhao Weiping. Gu Qianyu said with a smile. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Director Gu, you are too kind. This is our duty. Many students applauded vigorously. Gu Qianyu raised his hand to calm them, chuckling, You are the finest young talent of Qingshan City. I have little to teach you. Let's practice the Gale Step. As the creator of this martial art, I do possess some insights. Upon hearing this, the students became visibly excited, quickly dispersing to grant Gu Qianyu the space to demonstrate. The Gale Step is indeed an E-level martial art, yet it has its merits, requiring less energy. No one can guarantee they won't eventually tire. In such moments, lower-tier martial arts might prove pivotal for a turnaround. Furthermore, martial arts are interconnected, allowing for cross-learning. Mastering a lower-tier martial art can significantly expedite the progression in its higher-tier counterpart. With remarkable finesse, Gu Qianyu executed the Gale Step. In an instant, many students felt a gust of wind. This interpretation of the Gale Step was truly transcendent. Ning Chuan's gaze was filled with awe. Although Gu Qianyu's speed did not surpass his own, his movements were incredibly fluid, devoid of any hint of hesitation. It is known that whether walking slowly or sprinting, there is always a moment of pause upon footfall, albeit brief. Yet, Gu Qianyu exhibited no such interruption. Each step was smoother than melting chocolate, as if he were not merely utilizing the wind. He himself was the wind. As the Gale Step tapped into the profound forces of the wind, Ning Chuan entered a state of enlightenment, experiencing a surge in his training speed. Progress increased by 40. Progress increased by 35. The Gale Step accumulated sufficiently, reaching an exquisite state. A series of call notification tones echoed in succession. Simultaneously, a flood of insights rushed into Ning Chuan's mind, momentarily disorienting him. Instinctively, he stepped into the arena, beginning to practice the Gale Step to better absorb these revelations. Out of the corner of his eye, Gu Qianyu caught sight of Ning Chuan. In the next moment, a gleam of brilliance flickered in his eyes. He distinctly perceived that the youth before him was enhancing his Gale Step at an astonishing rate. What is happening with this guy? Has he achieved enlightenment? The onlookers also noticed Ning Chuan, and someone chuckled, Wow, this performance is truly a moment of realization. Which school does this powerhouse belong to? Looking at the uniform, it's Qingshan No. 1 High School, a key institution in the city. No wonder he is so impressive. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyue gazed at Ning Chuan, disbelief reflected in her beautiful eyes. Previously, she had merely jested about Ning Chuan's enlightenment, hoping that Uncle Gu's guidance would yield some insights for him. She never expected her words to manifest into reality. Not far away, Wei Bohu stood amidst the crowd, his expression darkening. As the Gale Step accumulated sufficiently, he ascended to the realm of the expert. A notification tone resonated in his mind. Suddenly, Ning Chuan's comprehension of the Gale Step deepened once more. With each movement of his feet, he became increasingly fluid, almost as if he were on the verge of transforming into the very wind itself. Still in a state of epiphany, the sensation his Gale Step evoked in me was hardly distinguishable from that of Director Gu. I am utterly envious. I perceived nothing at all. Numerous students engaged in fervent discussions. Gu Qianyu also halted his steps, his gaze fixed on Ning Chuan, glimmering with a hint of admiration. As a night-level martial artist, he possessed profound insights into the nature of enlightenment. This phenomenon cannot be forced. It is contingent upon fortune. However, the prerequisite for such fortune is a sufficiently high level of understanding. Lu Mingyue approached closer and whispered, Uncle Gu, this is the Ning Chuan I mentioned. His thunder slash also resulted from a moment of enlightenment, enabling him to break through 3 realms in succession, elevating from the foundational level to the subtle realm. Remarkably, at just over a decade old, He has experienced enlightenment twice. A flicker of astonishment arose in Gu Tianyu's heart. This young man possesses an astonishingly high aptitude for martial arts. Chapter 22. Am I now qualified to speak of enlightenment? Progress increased by 10. Progress increased by 9. The enlightenment of the Gale Step has concluded. Current realm. Expert. Progress 99. Ning Chuan halted his steps, standing tall and straight. The prompt sounds continued to resonate in his mind. To ascend to the perfect realm, one must attain enlightenment and shatter the barriers of 1S realm. The Gale Step has not yet achieved enlightenment. Thus a breakthrough remains unattainable. Ning Chuan blinked. His fortune seemed exceedingly poor, a mere 1% short. It appeared that there was a threshold from expert to perfect in martial arts realm. Collecting his thoughts, Ning Chuan engaged in introspection. Perhaps a bottleneck existed. Mere routine practice would not suffice. Enlightenment was imperative. Regarding how to attain enlightenment, Ning Chuan had some vague conjectures. It involved allowing martial arts to interface with similar yet superior concepts, such as perceiving the essence of lightning through the flash thunder slash. And this time, the Gale Step became aware of the power of wind. Unfortunately, such encounters, akin to the essence within the silver blood battle blade, had a limit to enlightenment. Director Gu's wind power could only allow him to reach the pinnacle of the expert level. Otherwise, he could have requested another demonstration. Ning Chuan felt a deep sense of regret. His Gale Step reached the expert realm's limit, seemingly just a fraction away from the perfect realm. In truth, the chasm was vast. The 6 realms of martial arts are foundation, proficient, mastery, subtlety, expert, and perfect. Among these, the expert realm represents the highest level attainable by ordinary practitioners. The perfect realm is utterly flawless, often only achievable by the creators of martial arts. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. A round of applause interrupted Ning Chuan's contemplation. He lifted his gaze to see Gu Tianyu approaching with clapping hands. Thank you, Director Gu. Ning Chuan slightly bowed. Gu Tianyu smiled and said, Achieving enlightenment is your own skill. I dare not take credit. Without your demonstration of the Gale Step, I would not have attained enlightenment. Ning Chuan replied sincerely. Gu Tianyu ceased his modesty, paused momentarily, and said solemnly, If I am not mistaken, your Gale Step has already reached the limit of the expert realm. Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. As the words fell, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Many were shocked. An expert represents the pinnacle of a certain field. The naming itself underscores the significance of this realm. Countless individuals toil in martial arts for years without reaching this level. Even E-grade martial arts represent a remarkable achievement. Gu Tianyu pondered for a moment and said to Ning Chuan, Should your Gale Step one day ascend to the perfect realm, come find me. I shall impart to you a martial art. Thank you, Director Gu. Ning Chuan's heart soared with joy. The martial arts imparted by a knight-level warrior must surely be of A grade. The surrounding students expressed envy once more. Subsequently, Gu Tianyu engaged in conversation with the students for a while before returning to the building. Ning Chuan surveyed his surroundings, locating Wei Bo Hu, and strode over. Am I now qualified to speak of enlightenment? Ning Chuan feigned confusion. Wei Bo, who had persistently sought trouble, he would not endure it in silence. Awakening to the 9th stage was merely the beginning. It is not yet at the level of crushing him. Wei Bohu's expression instantly darkened, and he coldly remarked, The Gale Step is merely an E-grade martial art. Even at the expert realm, it is not particularly formidable. A B-grade martial art mastered to perfection can easily rival it. Indeed, this is the case. Ning Chuan nodded in agreement, his gaze turning towards Wei Bohu with a smile. With such confidence in your tone, you must have mastered a B-grade martial art to perfection. Why not demonstrate it for me? Wei Bohu's face stiffened. The cultivation of martial arts is not as simple as it seems. It requires arduous training. The difficulty of mastering a B-grade martial art is immense. After years of hard practice, he had barely managed to break through to the mastery level of a B-grade fist technique. Wei Bohu snorted coldly and said, Even without a B-grade martial art, it would not be a problem for me to defeat you. Why don't we test it during the monthly examination arena? I believe you. Ning Chuan replied candidly. This statement momentarily took the breath out of Wei Bohu. Your belief is of no consequence. Wei Bohu retorted angrily. Ning Chuan chuckled and added, so, can your fists surpass the speed of sound? Wei Bohu's expression turned scornful. Only knights can produce sonic strikes. It was evident that Ning Chuan was merely talking nonsense. If that's the case, then I can rest easy, Ning Chuan said, patting his chest lightly. Wei Bohu furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean by that? Your punching speed cannot possibly exceed my verbal admission of defeat. So how could you strike me? Ning Chuan inquired with confusion. Do you not understand? It seems your grasp of physics is lacking. With the impending college entrance examination, this won't do. I'm telling you, anything that does not exceed the speed of sound cannot outpace it. Do you comprehend that? Seeing Ning Chuan explain so earnestly, Lu Mingyue couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this level, it was evident he was a master of verbal sparring. Laughter erupted from those nearby. Wei Bohu's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of blue and red. After giving Ning Chuan a fierce glare, he pushed through the crowd and strode away. Your words were too harsh, treating Wei Bohu as if he were a simpleton, Lu Mingyue remarked, looking at Ning Chuan with a smile. Ning Chuan shrugged and replied, who told him to stir up trouble? He needed a lesson. By the way, I have yet to congratulate you on your recent epiphany. Lu Mingyue said. Ning Chuan sighed and replied, it's a mix of joy and sorrow. What happened? I'm merely a step away from perfection, caught in a limbo that frustrates me. Sometimes, I wish I hadn't had that moment of clarity at all. Lu Mingyue, why have you fallen silent? I should not have mocked Wei Bohu. The two continued their light-hearted banter. Soon after, the leading police officers arrived, marching with purpose and a serious demeanor, dispelling the light-hearted atmosphere. Li Haoran, Han Yu, come with me. Wan Chuxue, Wang Wu, I am your team leader. Gather here. The students on site began to move. Ning Chuan also spotted the leading officer, raising an eyebrow. It was a familiar face, Zhou Wei. Ning Chuan glanced at Lu Mingyue. It was certainly due to her influence that Zhou Wei, a formal martial artist, had been assigned to the team. Among the police in Qingshan City, the majority were at the 8th or 9th awakening stage. They boarded the vehicle, deciding to address any concerns along the way. Zhou Wei led the two into a 4-seater police car. After traveling for over 10 kilometers, the trio arrived at a grand shopping plaza in Qingshan City. The area was bustling with activity, teeming with crowds as shops lined the streets, each more lavishly adorned than the last. In Ning Chuan's recollection, he had visited this place several times before. Zhou Wei pointed ahead and remarked, this is the area we are tasked with searching. Is Zhao Wei Ping here? Lu Mingyue inquired, puzzled. Zhou Wei elucidated, all entrances and exits of Qingshan City are guarded by checkpoints. If Zhao Wei Ping wishes to survive, he must flee into the wilderness. To traverse the wild, he would undoubtedly require substantial supplies. He may come here to procure them. Our mission is to locate him upon his arrival. Just the 3 of us? Ning Chuan responded with astonishment. The shopping plaza sprawled across several thousand square meters, situated in a prime location, and was frequented by an estimated footfall exceeding 100,000 daily. Zhou Wei reassured, this is not an obstacle. All surveillance cameras here are integrated with the police department's net system. The moment Zhao Wei Ping shows himself, he will be identified. Of course, Zhao Wei Ping is not foolish. He will likely disguise himself. Zhou Wei handed out 2 earpieces. Once you don these, the artificial intelligence of the net will alert us to customers whose identities cannot be detected. We simply need to approach and confirm their identities. Individuals wearing masks or excessively altered through cosmetic means are relatively few. The 3 of us can certainly manage, Zhou Wei stated calmly. Ning Chuan and Lu Mingyue adjusted their earpieces. After a brief pause, Zhou Wei noted that no further questions arose and said, since there are no additional inquiries, let us familiarize ourselves with the area and understand the surroundings. Understood, they replied. Chapter 23. The true and false spies' days have swiftly passed. The spring rain in Qingshan City falls intermittently, with no signs of clearing. The leaden clouds impart a sense of oppression, resulting in a noticeable decline in foot traffic at the shopping plaza. One absurd situation. Ning Chuan leans against a street tree within the plaza, idly gazing at the fine drizzle. Over the past few days, Zhao Weiping has evaded capture. The individuals under scrutiny either wear masks due to illness or have undergone such extensive cosmetic alterations that the surveillance system fails to recognize them. They hardly resemble those assisting the police, akin instead to the security personnel of this shopping center. The sole gain from this endeavor has been a handful of contact details from attractive white-collar workers. If it becomes unbearable, he can always catch a brief nap in the police car. Zhou Wei approaches, holding a black umbrella. Everything all right? Ning Chuan's eyes sparkle with clarity, revealing no signs of fatigue. This morning, he has ascended to the 6th tier of awakening. His physique is robust, and enduring several sleepless nights poses no challenge. A formal martial artist like Zhou Wei could easily go 10 days or even a fortnight without rest when pushed to the limit. Suddenly, an urgent voice crackles through his earpiece. It is not the artificial intelligence of the surveillance system, lacking emotional capability, but rather a dispatcher from the police station. Attention all units. At the western entrance of the Second Ring Expressway in Qingshan City, Zhao Weiping has forcibly breached a checkpoint and is heading towards Wanli Qingshan. The vehicle model is a white F230 Mustang. Nearby officers proceed to intercept immediately. Repeat. Zhao Weiping has breached the checkpoint. Ning Chuan removes his earpiece and casts a wry smile at Zhou Wei. It seems my task has come to an end. With the police station's preparedness, the moment Zhao shows himself, escape will be impossible. Do you wish to accompany me to witness the event? Zhou Wei grins as he takes the earpiece. With Zhao Weiping on the verge of capture, Ning Chuan feels a significant alleviation of pressure. He shakes his head. The western entrance of the second ring is several dozen miles from here. By the time we arrive, the operation will likely be concluded. Beside him, Lu Mingyue chimes in. I shall not go either. Then farewell. Should the opportunity arise, I shall treat you both to dinner. Zhou Wei replies courteously before driving away. Ning Chuan, what are your plans now? Heading home? Lu Mingyue inquires, watching the police car vanish into the rain. Ning Chuan responds, yes. I intend to purchase some beast meat before returning. The beast meat, though inferior in nutritional value to the beast essence, is more economical, offering better cost-effectiveness for him. Shall we go together? I, too, am headed to the butcher's shop. Ning Chuan is taken aback. Why the surprise? I am hardly a pampered young lady untouched by the mundane. Lu Mingyue rolls her eyes. I have a keen interest in culinary arts, possess a beginner's chef certificate, and plan to advance my skills after the college entrance examinations. Let us go then. Why does this rain persist? The butcher shop is not far, and as they walk and chat, they soon arrive. Due to the downpour, there is but a single customer inside, perhaps deterred by the pungent scent of raw meat. The customer wears a snug mask while selecting various cuts of beast meat at the counter. Upon encountering the mask, Lu Mingyue instinctively remarked, Sir, I am an assisting officer from the police station. Please remove your mask and present your identification. Just a few days had passed, and had he already developed a professional habit? Ning Chuan was about to make a jest when he noticed the customer turn around and remove the mask. The visage revealed was strikingly familiar, leaving Ning Chuan in utter astonishment as his right hand swiftly grasped the handle of a silver blade. It was Zhao Weiping, the Tianwu spy. You are. The face of Zhao Weiping had appeared numerous times on television, and the butcher recognized him on the spot. Just as he opened his mouth, Zhao Weiping struck with a powerful palm, and with a resounding thud, the butcher's head was forced into his chest, meeting a gruesome end. The two security guards in the shop reacted swiftly, reaching for their firearms. Two dull thuds echoed. The two awakened security guards collapsed instantly, each with a meat cleaver embedded in their hearts. Blood stained the floor. Ning Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had not even seen how Zhao Weiping had thrown those two blades. This implied that had Zhao Weiping targeted him just now, it would have been his heart that bore the blade. The police station's intelligence was erroneous. Zhao Weiping's injuries were not as severe as reported. He was an informal martial artist, not to be underestimated. Furthermore, was it not said that Zhao Weiping was fleeing in a vehicle? A cold wave washed over Ning Chuan's heart. Simultaneously, on a certain stretch of highway in Qingshan City, dark clouds enveloped the sky, thick and oppressive, akin to layers of heavy ink. A white SUV tore through the downpour, roaring like a wild beast, exceeding speeds of 500 kilometers per hour. In pursuit, dozens of police cars closely followed, the distance between them continually diminishing. The police vehicles boasted superior performance. Police Chief Gu Tianyu fixed his gaze upon the white SUV ahead, a flicker of mild confusion crossing his features. Zhao Weiping was known for his formidable reconnaissance abilities. Why would he opt for such a clumsy method of escape? Capturing him would reveal everything. The momentary doubt was quickly suppressed as Gu Tianyu flung open the door of the speeding vehicle. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. When he reappeared, he stood atop the white SUV, 100 meters away, unshaken by the fierce winds that howled around him. Gu Tianyu raised his hand in a slicing motion, forcefully cleaving downward. Boom! A blade of azure wind manifested, nearly 10 feet long, slicing the white SUV cleanly in two. The might of a knight, utterly unassailable. The vehicle crashed onto the road, creating a shower of sparks. Gu Tianyu reached in and yanked the driver from the seat. The face was identical to that of Zhao Weiping, yet the eyes were vacant, resembling a puppet under someone else's control. Zhao Weiping, I hereby declare you under arrest. Before he could complete his statement, Gu Tianyu sensed something amiss and exerted a gentle force with his palm. Bang! Zhao Weiping's physical form collapsed, dissolving into a scattering of red light that vanished in the rain. The only remnants were a few articles of clothing. A duplication ability? Gu Tianyu's expression shifted. Damn it, it was a ruse to draw the tiger from its den. Shopping plaza, butcher shop. I had thought all the police had vacated the city. Zhao Weiping's voice bore a hint of helplessness. No, judging by your ages, you must be high school students assisting the police. One had awakened to the 6th stage, while the other had reached the 9th stage of awakening, particularly the girl, who was indeed exceptional among her peers. Ning Chuan has ascended to the 6th stage of awakening? Lu Mengyue was taken aback. Just a few days prior, hadn't Ning Chuan only reached the 5th stage? However, the current situation was evidently not appropriate for inquiries. Why can't you just live peacefully? Must you seek death and waste my time? Zhao Weiping's expression turned cold once more as he struck out with his palm. The force of his strike was ferocious and swift, aimed directly at Lu Mengyue's forehead. He intended to eliminate this girl at the 9th stage of awakening first. Lu Mengyue desperately leaned back, barely evading the blow aimed at her head. Yet, her chest was left exposed, struggling for survival. Zhao Weiping's gaze remained impassive. The force he wielded, charged with primal energy, would be insurmountable even for someone at the 9th stage of awakening. However, just as he was about to make contact with Lu Mengyue's chest, a resounding boom erupted. A torrent of blue and purple lightning shot forth from her chest, slicing through the air with terrifying intensity. Zhao Weiping's expression shifted dramatically. The lightning protective suit, produced by the Federal Institute of Technology, costing $500,000. It could unleash a staggering 100,000 volts of electricity. Most martial artists would be unable to withstand it, earning its reputation as the wolf killer. As a spy, Zhao Weiping was naturally ruthless. Realizing he could not evade the attack, he clenched his teeth and continued with his strike. The impact was explosive. The shock waves surged like a tangible force, wreaking havoc in the vicinity. Nearby tables and chairs were sent flying, crashing against the walls and shattering into fragments. Illustrating the ferocity of the collision, Ning Chuan was thrown back by the force, shattering a floor-to-ceiling window and landing on the sidewalk outside. Fortunately, his training had granted him a robust physique, allowing him to emerge unscathed, although his school uniform suffered several tears from the shattered glass. Lu Mengyue, however, was far less fortunate. She took the brunt of the blow directly and was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the middle of the street dozens of meters away. Her chest slightly concaved, blood sputtering from her mouth. Inside the store, Zhao Weiping was also in poor condition, trembling all over, arcs of electricity dancing around him. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning pierced the heavy clouds overhead. The rain intensified. Chapter 24, Blood Battle in the Rain, live broadcast. Little girl, how do you wish to meet your demise? Zhao Weiping steadied himself and stepped into the rain, his expression a shade of deep indigo. According to his original scheme, He intended to silently eliminate the few individuals in the butcher shop, seize ample supplies, and stealthily vanish into the wilderness. Clearly, that plan was now untenable. The commotion had drawn the attention of many. He could only conceal himself once more. Most critically, his injuries, exacerbated by the jolt of 100,000 volts of electricity, had significantly worsened. His current combat capability had plummeted. He was no longer on the threshold of a formal martial artist, though he still surpassed those in the awakening realm. Yet, with such diminished strength, escaping from Qingshan City would prove exceedingly arduous. You're a third-grade martial artist. Lu Mingyue coughed incessantly, unable to rise from the ground, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex interplay of despair and fear. Zhao Weiping had somehow survived the strike of 100,000 volts. A formal martial artist is graded from 1 to 9, with 1 being the beginning and 9 the pinnacle. Each grade represents a significant enhancement. Correct. Your reward is death. Zhao Weiping's murderous intent flared as he raised his right hand, advancing towards Lu Mingyue with the intent to deliver a fatal blow. Whoosh! The wind howled. Should that punch land, Lu Mingyue's head would undoubtedly shatter like a crushed watermelon. This was precisely the effect Zhao Weiping sought, as only through this could he vent the fury within his heart. Bang! Terrified, Lu Mingyue shut her eyes tightly, and with a resounding crash, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, to her astonishment, nothing had transpired. She was still alive, her consciousness intact. Hastily, she opened her eyes to behold a narrow, elongated battle knife suspended half a meter above her, marred with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment, yet it steadfastly braced against Zhao Weiping's fist. Ning Chuan had drawn his blade. As he gazed at Zhao Weiping, Ning Chuan's heart raced with anxiety. He could not fathom why he had chosen to save Lu Mingyue. Perhaps he feared that fleeing would only lead to pursuit. Perhaps it stemmed from a pure desire to rescue someone. Or perhaps it was the allure of claiming a bounty on Zhao Weiping's head. Hero saving the damsel? Zhao Weiping raised an eyebrow in surprise. The 100,000 volts had indeed inflicted serious injuries upon him, awakening prior wounds from his escape. Yet it was not enough to hinder him against a mere 6th-tier awakening martial artist. Not to mention, even if it were a 9th-tier awakening, should he unleash his full wrath, he could dispatch them within mere seconds. Suppressing his rising anxiety, Ning Chuan smiled. No, this girl is a well-known heiress at school. If I save her, I am certain to receive a substantial reward. Of course, Brother Zhao, if you are willing to part with 200,000, I'll turn on my heel and leave. Ning Chuan grinned broadly. Cash or online transfer, Brother Zhao? I am amenable to either. Ning Chuan, seeking to stall for time, engaged in casual banter. The trio stood in the middle of the street, and numerous passers-by had begun to take notice, undoubtedly having alerted the authorities. However, many of the police had been diverted by that imposter Zhao Weiping, making their arrival here unlikely in the short term. His attempt to delay was rather astute. Zhao Weiping scoffed, his derision unmistakable. Boom! Sensing the imminent danger, Ning Chuan unleashed a thunderous roar from within, swiftly taking action to strike first. With a flash of brilliance, the silver blood battle blade was wielded, slicing through the curtain of rain like a radiant silver beam, aimed directly at Zhao Weiping. The finesse of his blade technique, honed to the micro realm, was undeniably impressive, rivaling that of the girl. A hint of surprise laced Zhao Weiping's voice. In the next moment, a flicker of crimson light appeared beneath his left foot, unleashing a surge of primal energy that propelled him sideways with remarkable speed, effortlessly evading the oncoming silver blood battle blade. Seizing the opportunity, while Ning Chuan's strike remained unwithdrawn, Zhao Weiping's fingers curled slightly, tips aglow with concentrated red energy, forming a half-foot-long claw that he swung ferociously towards Ning Chuan's throat, producing a thunderous crack in the air. Ning Chuan could only retreat, desperately employing the gale step, his form seemingly transforming into a swift wind that sent raindrops scattering. With a swift motion, Ning Chuan narrowly avoided the energy-laden claw. Yet 5 crimson streaks appeared ominously along his throat, a stinging reminder of a near miss. Feeling the searing pain, an icy chill gripped Ning Chuan's heart. The third layer of the diamond body felt as fragile as paper against the primal force. Had it not been for his mastery of the Gale step at its pinnacle, that single strike from Zhao Weiping could have severed his head from his shoulders. This battle was starkly different from his previous encounters with Ma Hai and Zhang Wenci. Defeat here meant death, utter annihilation. The relentless downpour intensified, cold and unyielding, drenching Ning Chuan to the bone. In that moment, a profound terror surged within him, akin to a dam bursting under the weight of floodwaters. The specter of life and death loomed large. He was no exception. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan's expression remained impassive as he inhaled the chilling rainwater, allowing it to seep into his lungs, suppressing his fear. It was futile to fear death at this point. Such anxiety would only hasten his demise. Only calmness, composure, and poise could ensure his survival. His agility is equally extraordinary. Zhao Weiping, momentarily taken aback by the miss, soon broke into a cruel smile. Eliminating a prodigy like you would surely grieve the Federation. You are mistaken, Ning Chuan retorted coldly, positioning the silver blood battle blade protectively before him. Zhao Weiping, a disgrace to the Federation, surrender now. At that moment, several concerned bystanders rushed to assist. Zhao Weiping cast a sidelong glance, a sinister grin creeping across his face. With a swift motion, chaos ensued. Bodies lay strewn across the street, washed by the cold rain. The remaining bystanders, witnessing the carnage, halted in shock, their expressions turning pale. Do not approach. Everyone, leave this place, Ning Chuan commanded sternly. Although martial arts were prevalent in the Federation, most citizens, after engaging in their daily occupations, neglected their training. The majority possessed only mid-tier awakening strength. Any attempts to assist would merely serve to impede his movements. Take care, young brother, a middle-aged man stammered, urging the others to retreat hastily. Zhao Wei refrained from pursuing, swiftly turning his form and charging towards Ning Chuan. For the two celestial bodies, the lives of 1,000 ordinary individuals pale in comparison to that of a singular genius. Slay! Ning Chuan brandished his blade, and a fierce battle ensued amidst the downpour, the air thick with the scent of impending violence. At that moment, at the western end of the shopping plaza, a van came to a slow halt, adorned with the insignia of the Qingshan City television station. It's truly unfair. Sisterly gets to report on the police capturing Zhao Weiping, while I'm stuck braving the rain to broadcast about the culinary delights of the shopping plaza, complained a beautiful young woman in her 20s from the passenger seat. Her makeup was modest, yet her natural beauty shone through, her large eyes still reflecting a hint of youthful innocence. The camera operator, a jovial middle-aged man, offered her words of comfort. Shui, you've only just embarked on your career. Persevere for a few more years, and it will surely improve. I've already endured for over half a year. When will I ever report a significant story? Wang Shui muttered as she exited the vehicle. As she lifted her gaze, she witnessed a throng of terrified individuals fleeing from the shopping plaza. She hurriedly grasped the arm of a passerby to inquire about the situation. Zhao Weiping has been spotted in the shopping plaza, engaged in a murderous rampage. Several people have perished, and at this moment, a young man is battling him. Wang Shui was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he the station mentioned that Zhao Weiping was fleeing on the highway? In the next instant, clarity returned. Regardless of the reasons, this was indeed breaking news. Wang Shui, disregarding her umbrella, seized the camera operator's arm and dashed towards the plaza. After sprinting a few hundred meters, two figures locked in combat emerged through the rain. Commence the live broadcast. Wang Shui instructed the camera operator, microphone in hand. Chapter 25. In the face of life and death, achieving perfection at Qingshan television station. This is reporter Wang Shui, reporting at 1:30 p.m. on March 24th, Federal Time. Zhao Weiping, a spy from the Tianwu realm, has committed a heinous act in broad daylight, ruthlessly killing several civilians. A young boy, displaying remarkable courage, is valiantly attempting to thwart Zhao Weiping with a knife. The identity of the boy remains unknown for now, but his school uniform reveals that he is a student from Qingshan City No. 1 High School. Standing in the rain, Wang Shui broadcasts loudly. Several dozen meters behind him, Ning Chuan and Zhao Weiping engage in a fierce life-and-death struggle, their blades and elemental forces clashing ferociously, while rainwater splatters in every direction. The camera captures this scene vividly, transmitting it in real time. At Qingshan City Television Station's live broadcast department, a middle-aged director, casually reclining, glanced at the footage being relayed back and immediately erupted in anger. What is Wang Erzui doing? Wasn't she assigned to report on culinary delights? The next moment, upon hearing Wang Ershui's report, the director jolted upright, tumbling from his chair. Do not assist me. Hurry and inform the station chief. Ignoring the pain in his backside, he shouted, no, that'll be too late. I will take charge. Broadcast Wang Ershui's live report across all channels. What are you waiting for? Act immediately. In less than a minute, all 17 channels of Qingshan Television Station echoed the same urgent news. In an instant, millions of viewers found themselves captivated by this unexpected live broadcast. Mom, stop washing the dishes and come watch television. Sisterly, just turn on the TV. All the channels are covering it. A young boy is single-handedly combating a spy from the Tianwu realm. As news of the event spread, people informed their friends, family, and colleagues through various means. The number of viewers surged at lightning speed. The live footage was also shared online, widening its reach even further. Many students from Qingshan know. One high school we're watching. Isn't that a student from our school? I know him, Ning Chuan, a senior adept at the exquisite thunder technique. The one lying in the rain, coughing up blood, looks like President Liu. I am the principal. Summon the teacher with the fastest agility to rush over immediately. Meanwhile, on a section of the bypass highway, Director Gu, we've located Zhao Weiping's whereabouts. Where? A police officer handed over a mobile phone. Gu Tianyu glanced at the screen, his expression changing dramatically upon seeing the girl on the ground, bloodied. Lu Mingyue and Ning Chuan. They cannot hold out much longer. Immediately contact the commander of the Federal 27th Army Group and deploy the aerial mechs. At the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Yuer, with a thunderous roar, a solid wall on the top floor exploded. A towering figure burst through the wall, traversing several hundred meters in an instant. White waves of energy, akin to splashes, erupted from his body, signaling an impending breach of the sound barrier. The foremost warrior of Qingshan City, Lu Zhan, the pinnacle knight. In no time, the live broadcast of the shopping plaza ignited a flurry of activity and attention from all quarters. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of the torrential downpour, Ning Chuan gritted his teeth and desperately executed the thunder slash. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the female reporter, but her words were utterly inaudible. The immense pressure exerted by Zhao Weiping rendered him incapable of diverting even a fragment of his attention. All of his focus was consumed by the battle before him. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he remained at a severe disadvantage. Zhao Weiping's physical prowess far surpassed his own, reaching a level of overwhelming dominance. Furthermore, Zhao Weiping possessed the original force, making his attacks terrifyingly potent. Even the third tier of Diamond Body was scarcely sufficient for defense. Suddenly, Ning Chuan was caught off guard, and a deep gash was carved into his chest by Zhao Weiping's claw of concentrated original force, blood flowing profusely. However, the relentless rain quickly washed it away. The revealed wound, over 10 centimeters long, exposed white muscle beneath the rain, rendering it grotesque and fearsome. Such wounds adorned Ning Chuan's body, numbering in the dozens. At that moment, every detail was being captured by the nearby camera, crystal clear. What were the police doing? Why had they not arrived? Must a mere child face such a ruthless assailant alone? Viewers of the live broadcast were filled with both anger and sorrow. Ning Chuan's youthful and delicate features evoked even greater sympathy. Many women covered their mouths, tears shimmering in their eyes, hearts aching. Wang Erzui at the scene yearned to rush forward and assist. However, the cameraman firmly grasped her arm, sternly warning, "Don't be foolish. You're only a 7th tier awakened one and have not engaged in combat for a long time. You wouldn't last a single move. Your only role is to be a reporter and perform your duty." Indeed, Wang Erzui choked out in acknowledgement. "I am Wang Erzui, a reporter from Qingshan Television. As we can see, The current situation is dire. The knife-wielding youth is at a disadvantage and may lose his life at any moment. However, I firmly believe that he can turn the tide. Many viewers at home clenched their fists, anxiously praying for Ning Chuan. Yet, reality was harsh, and prayer proved futile. Bang! Ning Chuan was kicked away, soaring several dozen meters as if struck by a speeding vehicle. As he hit the ground, a resounding splash erupted. Dark red blood flowed from his body, mingling with the rainwater. A shiver ran through the hearts of many onlookers. Ugh! Just as Ning Chuan struggled to rise, rain pelted down indiscriminately. He saw Zhao Weiping, propelled by a whirlwind, advancing with lethal intent. Zhao Weiping summoned his original force and swung a fist at Ning Chuan's head. The youth before him proved even more formidable than anticipated, consuming too much of his time. If this dragged on, he would be unable to escape. He needed to eliminate him swiftly. With a swift motion, Zhao Weiping's fatal strike missed its mark, unleashing a surge of power that sent water splattering violently, akin to an explosion. Ning Chuan exerted every effort to sidestep, narrowly evading the attack. The third tier of Diamond Body had saved him. The impact of the fall did not incapacitate him as it had with Lu Mingyue. He could still fight, rising to dodge again. However, despite successfully avoiding the blow, Ning Chuan felt no elation in his heart. After the sudden lateral movement, he found himself lacking the strength to continue, requiring a brief moment to recover. However, Zhao Weiping would not afford him this opportunity. Indeed, in the next instant, Ning Chuan's pupils dilated in terror. A hand, imbued with primal energy, tore through the curtain of rain, rapidly expanding within his line of sight. A chill ran down Ning Chuan's spine as he vividly recalled how the butcher's head had been crushed into his chest by Zhao Weiping's strike. No! In a frenzy, Ning Chuan unleashed the Gale Step, attempting to retreat and create distance. Yet, that hand moved with such swiftness, diminishing the gap between them. Half a meter, a foot, less than 2 inches. In the critical moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in Ning Chuan's mind. On the brink of life and death, the Gale Step stirred within him, leading to an epiphany. The Gale Step ascended to its perfect realm. A profound understanding surged into his consciousness like a divine revelation. Ning Chuan's mastery over the Gale Step became instantaneous and complete. He transformed into a swift gust of wind. The wind intertwined with itself. Zhao Weiping's palm wind was successfully harnessed by Ning Chuan, causing his retreat to accelerate dramatically, allowing Zhao Weiping's strike to land in empty space. He evaded it. Zhao Weiping frowned, perplexed by Ning Chuan's sudden surge in speed. The primal energy surged through his legs, transforming into formidable power as Zhao Weiping advanced with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Ning Chuan. A fist was thrown. Whoosh! Ning Chuan executed the Gale Step with fluid grace, evading the punch without a hint of hesitation, once again eluding the blow. Zhao Weiping's brows furrowed tightly. Had the opponent broken through? What nonsense was this? Breaking through in the midst of battle, as if filming a movie. Growl! 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 Zhao Weiping, undeterred by disbelief, continued to unleash punches. As swift as lightning and as torrential as a downpour, relentless in their ferocity. Yet all were in vain. Chapter 26. The suggestion was indeed commendable. Yet, I merely desire to sever your head. Countless spectators of the live broadcast, though perplexed by Ning Chuan's sudden acceleration, perceived it as a positive development. The tension that had lodged in his throat gradually subsided. Could it be he had attained the perfect realm? As the creator of the Gale Step, Gu Qianyu could naturally discern Ning Chuan's prowess, his gaze filled with astonishment. He had previously mentioned that Ning Chuan should seek him out once he perfected the Gale Step, a remark made in passing without any genuine expectation. After all, the perfect realm typically resides solely within the domain of martial arts creators. The Federal Martial Arts Alliance had conducted an investigation, revealing that among 100 experts at their limits, scarcely one might reach the perfect realm. However, even the Gale Step at its perfect state would only endure for a limited duration. Gu Qianyu sighed as he gazed at his phone. On the screen, Ning Chuan's breathing was visibly labored. With each inhalation, The rain was swept into his lungs by the force of his breath, and with each exhalation, vapor erupted like mist. When would the aerial mech sent by the military arrive? Having just departed, it would take a minimum of 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianyu closed his eyes. On the street, the spring rain fell like needles, imbued with a chill, as Ning Chuan gasped for air. After achieving the perfect realm of the Gale Step, he could contend with Zhao Weiping. However, executing the Gale Step at perfection exacted a tremendous toll on his stamina. Though he practiced the bull strength technique, renowned for its endurance, it was merely a D-grade breathing method. His own level was only at the 6th awakening stage. Merely evading with the Gale Step could sustain him for no more than 5 minutes. Ning Chuan attuned himself to the state of his body. 5 minutes was not an insignificant span. The police might arrive in time, but if they did not, a chill radiated from his eyes. He was unwilling to entrust his life and death to the hands of others. Flight was not an option. The perfect Gale Step merely rendered him more agile, while his linear speed could not match that of Zhao Weiping. As Ning Chuan fought, he maintained a calm analysis. To survive, there was but one choice. Before his strength waned, he must eliminate Zhao Weiping. Ning Chuan recalled the breakthrough he had achieved prior to mastering the Gale Step. In that life-and-death moment, he had focused entirely on the Gale Step, leading to his epiphany. What about other martial arts? He cast a glance at the silver-blooded battle blade in his hand, and a wild thought flickered through his mind. There was no time for delay. He would take the initiative, employing the flash Thunder Slash to engage and provoke an epiphany. Then he would slay Zhao Weiping. Quite nimble, yet how much longer can you evade? Your stamina must be nearing its limit. Another strike missed, and Zhao Weiping grinned coldly. Yet, there was no mirth in his eyes, only a shadow of foreboding. If this continued, even if he were to kill Ning Chuan, he would not escape unscathed. Zhao Weiping gestured toward Lu Mingyue and said, "Here's the deal. I can spare your life, provided you allow me to eliminate that girl." He certainly would not let Ning Chuan off the hook. This move was merely a psychological tactic, aimed at shattering Ning Chuan's will to resist, thereby facilitating a swifter demise. Zhao Weiping's gaze was sincere as he said, "I am not deceiving you. The police are on their way, and I too wish to leave swiftly." It was a proposition laced with temptation. Ning Chuan replied coolly. Not far away, a camera captured the dialogue between the two clearly. Millions of viewers watching the live broadcast gasped in unison, their eyes wide with anticipation, anxious to see how Ning Chuan would respond. It's over. That girl is doomed. Many felt a sense of despair, doubting Ning Chuan's chances. The terror between life and death was immense. If the elderly could not face their end with composure, how could a youth in the prime of life? Even if he chose to flee, he could not be too harshly judged. Having fought to such an extent was already commendable. Fearing death is simply fearing death. There is no shame in that. Look at his words. It is clear he wishes to escape. His prior struggles were merely to survive. Many viewers engaged in heated debates through comments. Just then, Ning Chuan's voice pierced through the commotion, cold and detached, yet tinged with a hint of murderous intent. "However, all I desire is to sever your head." Ning Chuan advanced rapidly, his figure darting like an arrow, the slender, silver-blooded war blade slicing through the downpour. Thunder Slash. A flash of silver illuminated the darkened skies, dispelling the gloom. Countless viewers trembled, both awed by the audacity of his words and admiring Ning Chuan's bravery. To those who spoke of cowardice, were you to face the consequences? The internet is not a lawless realm. My apologies, everyone, for my reckless words. I beg for your forgiveness, bowing in contrition. Online, many viewers felt a surge of satisfaction at Ning Chuan's decision. Yet in the reality of the shopping plaza, anxiety gripped the heart. Engaging in battle from a disadvantaged position was far from easy, especially since Ning Chuan's stamina was limited. He could not afford to be methodical and had to take risks. In the blink of an eye, several gashes marred his body. Nonetheless, Ning Chuan did not furrow his brow. His black eyes were filled with indifference. He executed Thunder Slash repeatedly, the silver-blooded war blade transforming into lightning, striking relentlessly at Zhao Weiping. With a roar, Zhao Weiping unleashed a punch, primal energy surging forth. The wind from his fist howling with terrifying force. Wherever he struck, rainwater splattered in all directions. Ning Chuan's dark hair whipped wildly, yet he showed no intention of evading. With a thunderous sound, he swung the silver-blooded war blade horizontally with incredible speed, aiming for Zhao Weiping's neck. Zhao Weiping's lips curled into a smug smirk. He discerned Ning Chuan's intention, forcing him into a defensive position with a life-for-a-life strategy. However, his fist was swifter. He could strike Ning Chuan away first, altering the trajectory of that deadly blade, preventing it from reaching him. Yet, in the next moment, Zhao Weiping's smile froze upon his face. The descending silver-blooded warblade had somehow gained speed, though still not as quick as his fist, if unimpeded. The blade would slice through Ning Chuan's throat as he was sent flying. Damn it! Zhao Weiping gritted his teeth, halting his punch, and forcefully struck the silver-blooded warblade. The impact resonated violently, sending sparks flying even in the rain. The silver-blood battle blade was propelled back with a jolt, yet Ning Chuan remained unfazed, for he had already heard the long-awaited mechanical synthesis sound in his mind. At the critical juncture of life and death, the thunder flash stirred within him, leading to an epiphany. Progress increased by 20. Progress increased by 20. Boom, boom, boom. Ning Chuan charged towards Zhao Weiping, his blade flashing incessantly, a radiant silver gleaming amidst the torrential rain. One strike followed another, each faster than the last, accompanied by the resounding thunder. It resembled a lightning bolt cleaving through the dark clouds, forcing Zhao Weiping to momentarily find himself in a precarious position. Another breakthrough. Zhao Weiping's visage darkened, as if it were about to drip with water. This made killing Ning Chuan all the more arduous. Yet simultaneously, his desire to eliminate Ning Chuan intensified. Having broken through twice in battle, how extraordinary was his opponent's talent. The Thunder Slash had accumulated enough power to reach the expert realm. A cold notification rang out. A surge of enlightenment washed over Ning Chuan's heart, elevating his comprehension of the Thunder Slash to an entirely new echelon. An expert-level B-class martial art. Boom! Without pausing, Ning Chuan unleashed a thunderous roar from his body, a sound that was both vigorous and deafening. The raindrops falling around him shattered entirely, akin to delicate grains of sand. Amidst the thunderous clamor, the silver blood battle blade cut through the air at an angle. Moving so swiftly it became a blur, the silver light trailing nearly a yard long. Zhao Weiping's gaze shifted slightly as he retreated rapidly, attempting to evade. Yet in comparison to the silver blood battle blade, his speed was woefully inadequate. Thud! The silver light struck Zhao Weiping, with a dull thud echoing through the air. A stream of blood erupted, mingling with the rain as it splattered against the ground. Zhao Weiping staggered back over 10 steps before finally halting his retreat. His shirt was torn, revealing a nearly half-meter-long gash that extended from his left shoulder down to his right side, deep enough to expose bone. In the fray thus far, it was the first time Ning Chuan had injured Zhao Weiping. Glancing down at the wound, Zhao Weiping felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he been just a fraction slower in his evasion? Amidst his trepidation, a sense of confusion arose within Zhao Weiping. A breakthrough in battle merely provided an opportunity to shatter the confines of one's realm. Why was the young man opposite him continuously growing stronger? Not only Zhao Weiping, but countless spectators were equally baffled. Only a select few martial artists possessed the acuity to discern the clues. Furthermore, considering this was the third epiphany during battle, his comprehension was nothing short of monstrous. Gu Qianyu was left in awe. Chapter 27. Fantasy? No. Every strike is a fatal blow. The rain gradually diminished. However, Wang Ershui's voice grew increasingly fervent. Although he was uncertain about the events unfolding, it was undeniable that the knife-wielding youth had become stronger. He was now gaining the upper hand against the ruthless Zhao Weiping. Thud! 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 On the street behind Wang Ershui, Ning Chuan wielded his battle knife with ferocity. The silver light striking with tremendous force, delivering over 10 blows in less than a second. The sounds of collision merged into a continuous line. Occasionally, A spray of blood burst forth from Zhao Weiping, affirming my unwavering belief that the knife-wielding youth was turning the tide. Wang Erzui declared with conviction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiping felt a surge of trepidation. It was not the fear of defeat that unsettled him. If he disregarded his injuries and fully unleashed his energy, he was confident that a single strike could obliterate the youth before him. Yet, such reckless abandon would leave him gravely wounded and incapable of further action. Bang! Zhao Weiping's fist collided with the silver-blooded battle knife, unleashing a burst of energy that sent it flying. Kid, I will remain in Qingshan City for a while. Once I recover, I shall return to play with you at my leisure. Zhao Weiping cast a cold, penetrating glance at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan sneered, thinking of fleeing. Can you truly escape me? Zhao Weiping's voice dripped with disdain and derision. The youth's agility was commendable, but in terms of speed, he lagged behind, making it impossible to catch him. Give it a try. Ning Chuan stepped forward, his silver-blooded battle knife slicing through the air, transforming into a silver light that stretched a full yard. Its speed surged dramatically. Zhao Weiping was caught off guard, and with a soft thud, a deep gash appeared on his body, exposing pale bone, soon engulfed by blood. His insufficient speed was compensated by the knife's swiftness. How are you doing this? Zhao Weiping clutched his wound, his expression darkening. Ning Chuan offered no reply, advancing with his blade. In his mind, the notifications rang continuously. Progress increased by 10. Progress increased by 10. After the Thunder Slash ascended to the expert realm, the enlightenment did not cease. It continued to unfold. Ning Chuan merely concealed his growth, silently refining his swordplay. His intent was to ensure that when Zhao Weiping attempted to flee, his blade would be swift enough to intercept him. After all, this was a matter of a million in motion. Whoosh! Zhao Weiping moved with extraordinary speed, his form creating a whirlwind as he darted in all directions along the street, seeking an escape. Yet, waves of silver light pursued him relentlessly, offering no chance for reprieve. Failing to block would mean certain death. This scene resembled the selection match when Ning Chuan had cornered Zhang Wenzi in the classroom. The difference, however, was that Ning Chuan's battle knife was now astonishingly faster, and he was prepared to strike lethally. Thud! With a swift slash, blood sprayed forth, forcing Zhao Weiping to retreat once more. No longer concealing his prowess, the silver-blooded battle knife moved with unparalleled swiftness. Zhao Weiping was drenched in blood, countless wounds marking his body. I never anticipated that I would fall to someone at the 6th tier of awakening. Zhao Weiping ceased his attempts to break free. However, to take down a genius like you in my demise would still be worth it. A fierce expression emerged on Zhao Weiping's face. Since escape is impossible, let us perish together. Zhao Weiping's entire being surged with primal energy, wildly channeling into his hands, an aura of terror enveloping him. Clearly, he was preparing a formidable martial technique. Ning Chuan's gaze shifted, and with a swift step, he wielded his blade. Boom! A silver beam, a yard long, streaked through the air like lightning. Zhao Weiping did not resist. He evaded with astonishing speed, dedicating his mind solely to the preparation of a self-destructive martial art. If he could not dodge, he would absorb the impact with his thigh or back. After all, he was destined to die, so the extent of his injuries was of little consequence. His hands radiated with overwhelming energy, blazing like flames, exuding an increasingly dreadful presence. Raindrops, upon contact, were instantly extinguished. Observing this, Ning Chuan's eyes turned icy, devoid of fear. He relentlessly swung his silver-blooded blade, each strike faster than the last, cascading like a torrential galaxy, intent on swiftly ending Zhao Weiping's life. The Thunder Slash enlightenment concluded. The accumulation of the Thunder Slash reached sublimation, ascending to a perfect realm. A chilling synthetic voice echoed in his mind. In that instant, Ning Chuan's perception of the Thunder Slash transformed entirely. This martial art felt as though it were an innate ability, a primal instinct within him. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan unleashed his silver-blooded blade. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, deafening in its intensity. The source of the sound was, astonishingly, the silver-blooded blade. In the perfect realm of the Thunder Slash, all power would be infused into the blade, with not a trace escaping. In an instant, 3 slashes. Ning Chuan flicked his wrist. In the air, 3 elongated silver beams materialized almost simultaneously, each over a yard long. They intersected to form an inverted equilateral triangle, completely enveloping Zhao Weiping. An illusion? Zhao Weiping's heart raced, suspecting 2 of the strikes were mere phantoms, concealing the true, lethal blow. Just as he began to discern this, the piercing sensation from the 3 silver beams chilled him. A realization dawned that there were no illusions to mask. The 3 incoming strikes were all fatal. Zhao Weiping desperately retreated, the imminent threat of death unlocking his latent potential, propelling him at great speed. Yet before the elongated silver beams, he moved as if in slow motion, captured by a high-speed camera. Thud! Thud! The 2 diagonal silver beams struck fiercely against the primal energy he had gathered in his hands. A resounding crash echoing as the deep crimson energy dissipated, washed away by the rain. The horizontal silver beam, however, passed cleanly through Zhao Weiping's neck without pause. A line of blood erupted like lightning. In the next moment, a severed head was raised high, a column of blood shooting into the sky. It seemed to bring no pain. Glimpsing his headless corpse, Zhao Weiping's consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. Wang Erzhui, witnessing the scene, erupted into uncontrollable shouts. Official martial artist, celestial martial spy, federal criminal Zhao Weiping has been beheaded by the youth of Qingshan, a warning to all. Every live streaming platform exploded with fervor, a wave of reactions surging forth. The shocked comments flooded in, countless messages pouring out, especially among those well-versed in martial arts. Their spirits were shaken, rendered speechless. They could discern the immense difficulty behind the young man's execution of Zhao Weiping. This youth is truly formidable. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, cascading onto the earth. The first spring rain over Qingshan City had drawn to a close. Ning Chuan tilted his head back, gently closing his eyes, allowing the soft warmth of early spring sunlight to envelop him. Beneath his feet, the blood seeping from Zhao Weiping's lifeless body mingled with the rainwater of vivid crimson. In the sunlight, amidst the pool of blood, Ning Chuan, who had just taken a life for the first time, remained unnaturally composed, his expression as placid as a still pond. It was not a fade. His emotions were genuinely unperturbed. There was no moral high ground to be taken between him and Zhao Weiping. To the citizens of the Federation, Zhao Weiping was a villain deserving of his fate. Yet, within the realm of martial arts, he might well be perceived as the true antagonist. It was a matter of power, devoid of notions of right and wrong. The original intent of martial arts. Ning Chuan murmured, as if awakening to a profound realization, lost in thought. Lunar moon. Suddenly, a resonant voice filled with concern jolted Ning Chuan back to reality. Just as he registered the sound, a towering figure appeared before him, gently assisting the fallen Lu Mengyue. Such swiftness! Ning Chuan gazed at the man, his eyes wide with astonishment. Dad, I'm fine. Lu Mengyue's voice was faint as she pointed toward Ning Chuan, stating, "This is my classmate. He saved me and even killed Zhao Weiping." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan instantly recognized the newcomer, the master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, the foremost martial artist in Qingshan City. Lu Zhan glanced at Ning Chuan and inquired, "First time taking a life?" "Yes," Ning Chuan replied with a subtle nod. Had it been before, he would have felt a twinge of anxiety in the presence of such a formidable figure, despite not seeking to curry favor. This was a natural inclination difficult to avoid. However, after the life-and-death battle, Ning Chuan's mindset had undergone a transformation, leaving him in a state of tranquility. Indeed, Lu Zhan offered his assessment before lapsing into silence. Lu Mengyue, intrigued, cast a longer glance at Ning Chuan. She was well acquainted with her father's stringent nature. Even her aspirations for Star River University had garnered only a mediocre evaluation from him. A few minutes later, a multitude of police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. Chapter 28. Abundant harvest at the First People's Hospital of Qingshan City. The scent of disinfectant permeated the air. In a deluxe ward, an abundance of fresh flowers filled the corridor, as representatives from numerous prestigious institutions in the city came to express their condolences to Ning Chuan. The flashes of cameras illuminated the scene incessantly, with reporters documenting every moment. Ning Chuan was exceedingly cooperative, his smile impeccable, and his expressions of gratitude profoundly sincere. It was not that he was particularly concerned about his image. Rather, the generosity of these institutions was overwhelming. From Qingshan No. 1 High School, he received 2 bottles of Beast Nutritional Solution. From the mayor's office, a cash sum of 100,000. From the Department of Education, another bottle of Beast Nutritional Solution. And from the Brave Youth Fund, a generous donation of 150,000. The representatives, perceptive as they were, noticed Ning Chuan's injuries and did not linger. They offered a few words of praise, captured a group photo, and then departed. After more than an hour, they all dispersed, leaving only Zhou Wei to assist in caring for him. With a sigh of relief, Ning Chuan exhaled deeply, rubbing his cheeks, which were beginning to ache from the forced smiles. Earning money was indeed no easy feat. However, if such opportunities were to arise again in the future, it would be nothing short of splendid, lying down and earning money. Alas, in his eagerness, Ning Chuan inadvertently moved too abruptly, aggravating his wound, prompting him to draw in a sharp breath. As the peril of death receded, he began to relax, but the pain from his injuries became increasingly pronounced, impossible to ignore. Despite his mastery of the diamond body technique, he found himself somewhat lacking in the face of raw power, and his injuries were indeed severe. Beside the hospital bed, Zhou Wei, noticing Ning Chuan's discomfort, expressed his regret, saying, "I apologize, this is my fault for not arriving sooner." He had left only a short while before someone had reported the incident. However, the police precincts in Qingshan City operated independently, and he had not received timely notification. By the time he returned, it was already too late. "It's nothing." Ning Chuan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "I have gained immensely from this experience." In this battle, both his Gale Step and Thunder Slash had ascended to a perfect realm. Had he been training normally, it would have taken an indefinite amount of time to achieve such progress. Furthermore, his mindset had also been refined through the crucible of life and death, becoming more resilient. Zhou Wei assumed Ning Chuan was referring to the police department's rewards and remarked, "The 100,000 is not an issue, but the quota for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp." A hint of difficulty crossed Zhou Wei's face. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. "Feel free to speak candidly. My mental fortitude is substantial, and I can withstand it." His decapitation of Zhao Weiping had been witnessed by millions in Qingshan City, and the police department would undoubtedly not dare to renege on their promise. Zhou Wei whispered, "Some officers reviewed the surveillance from the butcher shop and believe that your ability to kill Zhao Weiping was contingent upon Lu Mengyue severely injuring him first. Lu Mengyue played a crucial role. Thus, they believe you will receive the 100,000 reward, while the Shanghai Genius Training Camp slot will belong to Lu Mengyue. Of course, anyone with discernment knows that your personal feat of slaying Zhao Weiping holds far greater significance." Zhou Wei spoke with indignation, then sighed. "However, you may not be aware that the Lu family, to which Lu Mengyue belongs, holds significant influence in Qingshan City and can sway the police department." Ning Chuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has the Lu family fallen?" If the other party were to truly act in such a manner, it would indeed carry an implication of ingratitude. However, that is not the case. Zhou Wei shook his head and stated plainly, "To my knowledge, those police officers merely wish to foster goodwill with the Lu family. Then let the Shanghai Genius Training Camp be given to Lu Mengyue. I have no objections." Ning Chuan struck it. He was not being disingenuous. In contrast to others, he did not place significant importance on the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. The two most arduous aspects of martial arts cultivation are the elevation of one's realm and the mastery of martial techniques. Both of these challenges posed no difficulty for him. What he truly required were resources and martial arts knowledge. Having spent time with Lu Mengyue, he knew that, given her disposition, acquiring the Shanghai Genius Training Camp would undoubtedly yield her commensurate compensation. "Is it that you perceive me as someone who takes undue advantage?" A voice, tinged with displeasure, emanated from the doorway. Lu Mengyue, seated in a wheelchair, glared at Ning Chuan, while Lu Zhan pushed her into the hospital room. Ning Chuan smiled and replied, "I speak sincerely. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp holds little significance for me. Of course, I understand your reluctance. Therefore, please drown me in wealth. Why don't you keep it for yourself?" Lu Mingyue shot him a glance and said, "My current focus is on advancing as a martial artist and assisting the police. Merely seeking a breakthrough opportunity, I had no intention of going there. What a pity. I had hoped to take advantage of you." Ning Chuan lamented, shaking his head. As their conversation reached a temporary conclusion, Zhou Wei raised his hand in greeting and said earnestly, "Knight Lu, greetings." Lu Zhan was not one for many words. He merely nodded. Subsequently, he turned to Ning Chuan and remarked, "Mingyue has informed me that you save her life. I owe you a favor." Ning Chuan smiled and replied, "I am merely a classmate of Lu Mingyue. It is only right that I save her." Lu Zhan did not engage in further pleasantries. After a brief exchange, he requested Ning Chuan to produce his phone, took it, and left a contact number. "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out." The nature of the request remained unspecified. However, Zhou Wei's expression shifted, gazing at Ning Chuan with immense envy. In Qingshan City, if Lu Zhan desired something, there was nearly nothing he could not accomplish. This succinct promise could easily be interpreted as a wish-granting machine. Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lu Zhan's prior promise was not mere politeness. His state of mind had elevated, becoming even more formidable. It did not render him aloof. When faced with a powerful ally, one must embrace the opportunity. "Uncle Lu, I shall not be overly courteous." With a slight smile, Ning Chuan accepted the phone. It was not out of a desire to curry favor. He saw clearly the implications. The contact that Lu Zhan left, referring to himself as Uncle Lu, clearly indicated that he regarded him as a junior. Lu Mingyue rolled her eyes at Ning Chuan and said, "Uncle Lu? Someone certainly knows how to take advantage of the situation. Why not call him Godfather instead?" Since being saved by Ning Chuan, she had become unconsciously more affectionate in her demeanor. "Is Uncle acceptable?" The group chuckled casually, and shortly thereafter, the Lu father and daughter took their leave. Ning Chuan reclined on the hospital bed, beginning to assess the day's gains. The Beast Nutrient Solution, 9 bottles. Cash or check, totaling 1,075,000 yuan. There remains 1 million unpaid at the police station. The bank account balance stands at 600,000. Ning Chuan calculated in his mind and was taken aback by the result. Nearly 5 million. If he economizes, it would suffice for a formal martial artist. For the time being, he would no longer be troubled by financial concerns. In light of this, it was time to pursue a new breathing technique. Ning Chuan mused internally. The varying levels of breathing techniques yield differing refining effects. For instance, had he been practicing an S-class breathing technique renowned for its endurance today, he would not have needed to risk eliminating Zhao Weiping. He could simply have employed the Gale step to evade. However, there are no S-class breathing techniques available on the market. Ning Chuan felt a twinge of regret. The S-class techniques held by private factions are never divulged, regardless of the price. They are the very foundation that gives their disciples a head start. The federal government possesses several of these techniques as well, and while they are not secretive about them, they require merit for exchange. By eliminating Zhao Weiping, he had accrued a considerable amount of merit. Nevertheless, the amount needed for S-class martial arts was but a drop in the bucket. Chapter 29, Apologies. The bag is too heavy for me to carry in the marketplace. A-level breathing techniques are available, with the cost of acquiring them ranging from several million to tens of millions. I can afford the more economical options. Nevertheless, investing all my resources into breathing techniques would not be prudent. A B-level breathing technique would be far more suitable for me. With my thoughts racing, Ning Chuan resolved to pursue a B-level breathing technique instead. In terms of efficacy, it may not compare to A or S levels, but it represents a significant advancement over the D-level brute force. He decided to refrain from making an immediate purchase. Ning Chuan took out his phone to explore various B-level breathing techniques. Qingshan First High School, a key institution in the city, offers martial arts privileges up to B-level, allowing students to learn a maximum of 4 martial arts disciplines. Ning Chuan had already reached this limit. However, given his current strength, excluding Tsinghua University, he felt confident in his chances with other prestigious schools. Having recently accomplished the significant feat of eliminating Zhao Weiping, the school authorities might very well be inclined to turn a blind eye, permitting him to acquire another belevel breathing technique without cost. After all, geniuses are often afforded certain privileges. Before drifting off to sleep, Ning Chuan summoned the martial arts panel in contemplation. Strength, awakening level 6, brute force, subtle, progress 12, swift wind step, perfect, progress 7, lightning slash, perfect, progress 1, 1,000 bones killing technique, proficient, progress 23, Vajra body, third layer, progress 27. Ning Chuan's gaze fixed incredulously on the two entries for swift wind step and lightning slash. The perfect realm is unique, devoid of distinctions in rank. Perfect is simply perfect. This is the very reason this term was chosen to describe the realm. Reflecting on this, Ning Chuan recognized its truth. The notification had informed him that once those two martial arts reached the perfect realm, no new insights would further enrich his mind. This indicates that the martial arts had indeed reached their limits. The rising progress percentages seemed to be mere numerical fluctuations, devoid of any tangible significance. Was it a bug? Or was there another explanation? Ning Chuan's mind was a tumult of thoughts. After a lengthy contemplation, he arrived at no conclusion and chose to cease his musings. Closing his eyes, whatever the reason, it would reveal itself when the progress reached 100%. A night passed in silence. Having not slept for several days, Ning Chuan enjoyed a long slumber, awakening at 9 o'clock the following morning, feeling refreshed. To his astonishment, the pain he had been experiencing had almost entirely dissipated. After inquiring with Zhou Wei, he learned that the Liu family had summoned a professional healer from the capital city, who had arrived the previous night. Upon examination, the doctor confirmed that Ning Chuan's condition was quite satisfactory, with only minor injuries, making discharge from the hospital entirely feasible. Ning Chuan did not linger, requesting a cloth bag from the nurse to store the beast nutrient solution along with cash and checks. After bidding farewell to Zhou Wei, he departed the hospital. The weather was splendid that day. The sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze carried a comforting warmth. Standing by the roadside, pondering whether to return home or head back to school, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. Looking up, he found Wei Bohu standing before him. What's this? Another round of the monthly examination arena battles? Feel free to arrange it, Ning Chuan grinned. His injuries will undoubtedly heal before the monthly examination. The key lies in the perfect execution of the Gale Step and the Thunder Strike. Achieving an awakening at the 9th tier would be a mere trifle. Even if this awakening at the 9th tier is adept in a B-grade martial art of mastery, it would still be futile. Wei Bo who dares to manipulate the monthly examination, he will surely come to understand the meaning of surprise. Or more precisely, the joy will only linger until the moment he ascends the ring. After that, it will be nothing but astonishment. Does he truly believe that by vanquishing an injured warrior, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Wei Bo who scoffed, his tone laced with mockery. He had not witnessed the live broadcast. He had merely read a few articles that lauded Ning Chuan's swordsmanship to the heavens. Yet, he was utterly skeptical. Isn't it the nature of journalists to embellish the truth? Enough of this argument. Wei Bo who shook his head and said, I have a serious matter to discuss with you. What is it? Ning Chuan replied nonchalantly. This place is not suitable. Wei Bo who indicated a luxurious black sedan parked nearby. Let us talk in my car. Very well. Ning Chuan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. With his rising prominence, attracting governmental attention and media coverage, Wei Bo who would be foolish to lay a trap for him. However, one must always be cautious. Following Wei Bo who, Ning Chuan took out his phone, tapped a few times, and then tucked it back into his pocket. The two entered the vehicle, which was remarkably spacious, unlike a standard sedan. The two rows of seats faced each other, upholstered in fine leather, with a table crafted from exquisite wood in the center. A middle-aged man sat within, clad in luxurious attire, bearing a resemblance to Wei Bo who, though his eyes were more elongated, casting a shadow of inscrutability. Truly, the young hero who beheaded a high-ranking martial spy exuded an impressive demeanor. Upon seeing Ning Chuan enter, The middle-aged man greeted him with a warm smile. "This is my father, Wei Qian-su, the current chairman of the Wei Corporation," Wei Bo Hu proudly introduced. Ning Chuan remained unfazed, seating himself with an air of authority. "Let us not waste time. State your purpose directly." He had little patience for pleasantries with someone like Wei Bo Hu. Wei Bo Hu's brow furrowed slightly, yet he maintained his composure. "I wish to purchase your spot in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp." "One can buy and sell spots?" Ning Chuan was taken aback. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp was not a private institution. It belonged to the government of the Donglin Administrative District, a paragon of official integrity. Normally, such transactions would be impossible. Yet, in Qingshan City, there was nothing the Wei Corporation could not achieve. Noting Ning Chuan's expression, Wei Bo Hu smirked with arrogance. "I will offer you 1 million. All you need to do is sign a transfer agreement." Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "You tout the Wei Corporation's might. Yet this is the price you offer? 1 million may seem substantial, but it pales in comparison to the value of a spot in the Genius Training Camp. Numerous private institutions for high-stakes examinations abound, and each of the top-ranking ones charges registration fees in the millions. The prowess of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp is undeniably more formidable than theirs, warranting a correspondingly higher registration fee. Moreover, entry into the Shanghai Genius Training Camp is not simply a matter of affluence." Wei Bo Hu let out a cold snort, mocking. "Do you think 1 million is too little? As an orphan, have you ever seen such a sum? You wouldn't earn that in a lifetime." Bang! Ning Chuan forcefully tossed a cloth bag onto the table before him. From the opening of the bag, a multitude of banknotes could be seen, interspersed with several vials of beast nutrient solution. A few checks peeked out from the bag's mouth, each amounting to no less than 6 figures. Ning Chuan blinked, gazing at Wei Bo Hu, his tone laced with feigned innocence. "I apologize, the bag is rather heavy, making it a bit difficult to lift. By the way, what were you saying earlier? In terms of subtlety, he was 100 stars in the glory rank." Wei Bo Hu instantly fell silent, his complexion alternating between shades of green and red. Meanwhile, Wei Qiansa maintained his composure, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "In business, it is entirely normal for prices to be contentious. If Ning Chuan finds Bo Hu's offer unsatisfactory, he is free to present his own." Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting 20 million. He was aware that he was asking for an exorbitant sum. However, in negotiations, it is customary to start high and settle for less, allowing ample room for maneuvering. His bottom line was set at 10 million. Provided that Wei Bo Hu could meet that price, he was willing to sell. As for whether Wei Bo Hu would seek revenge after growing stronger, Ning Chuan felt no trepidation. The benefits of 10 million would undoubtedly far surpass any enhancements Wei Bo Hu might gain at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Chapter 30. The Conspiracy Unveiled. "A certain kill, have you lost your mind over money?" Wei Bo Hu exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Fortunately, being inside a luxury sedan with a high ceiling prevented him from bumping his head. 20 million. The Wei Consortium could certainly afford it, but not for him, Wei Bo Hu. He had yet to reach such a level of significance. The Wei Consortium's internal structure was rigid, with resources allocated to each family member strictly based on their talent and performance. Even his father, as the chairman, held no sway in this matter. The chairman was merely an executor chosen by the family and did not possess ownership of the consortium. Bo Hu, Wei Qian-su pressed his hand down, signaling him to sit. After this, he turned to Ning Chuan, smiling as he remarked, 20 million is quite a premium for a spot in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. But since it cannot be purchased in the market, rarity makes it valuable. I agree to this price. Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly agree? A wave of immense joy surged within him, only to be swiftly suppressed. He hoped this was not an empty promise. When would the transfer be made? 20 million in cash was not a trivial sum for the Wei Consortium's cash flow. It would require a few days for processing. Wei Qiansa chuckled. Wei Bo Hu's face was etched with anxiety. "Contact me once you are ready," Ning Chuan said, picking up his bag and preparing to leave. Without the money, nothing else mattered. "Don't rush off," Wei Qiansa called after Ning Chuan, raising his hand to press a button on the armrest of his seat. With a hum, a hidden compartment within the car opened, releasing wisps of condensed white mist. Inside were rows of test tubes filled with dark red liquid, bubbling with life. Numbering over 100. All were beast nourishment solutions. Wei Qiansu retrieved 3 test tubes and offered them, saying a small gift, no need to stand on ceremony. Ning Chuan regarded Wei Qiansu without taking the tubes. Wei Qiansu smiled, adding, "This has nothing to do with me personally. Ning, you eliminated a Tianwu spy and safeguarded the peace of Qingshan City. As a prominent group in the city, the Wei Consortium naturally wishes to show its appreciation. These 3 beast nourishment solutions are a token of our gratitude." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan dispelled his lingering doubts. Several enterprises in Qingshan City had also offered monetary rewards yesterday. Such gestures could enhance goodwill among the public and the city government. "Thank you for the reward from the Wei Consortium," Ning Chuan said, accepting the beast nourishment solutions and bowing slightly to Wei Qiansu before exiting the vehicle. As Ning Chuan stepped out, Wei Bohu could no longer contain his impatience. "Dad, the board will never approve $2 million for me. And why did you give that kid 3 beast nourishment solutions? Even if you want to improve the image of the Wei Consortium, wouldn't one suffice?" Wei Qiansu smiled enigmatically and countered, "How much do 3 beast nourishment solutions cost? The market price is 180,000 each, totaling 520,000 for 3. Wei Bohu replied effortlessly, as such simple calculations posed no challenge for him. "That's more than my share for 2 months of training. Giving it to him is a loss for me." Wei Bohu complained. Wei Qiansu paid him no heed and continued, according to Article 319 of the Federal Criminal Law, "The theft of public or private property exceeding 500,000 is classified as a particularly severe case, punishable by a minimum of 10 years in prison, with the maximum penalty being death. And the 3 vials of beast nutrient exactly surpassed that amount." A smile crept across Wei Qiansu's face, one that was no longer gentle, but rather chilling and foreboding. "You mean?" Wei Bohu instantly grasped his father's meaning and felt a surge of excitement. Wei Qiansu cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "I have told you countless times, when dealing with ordinary people, there is no need to resort to brute force. It is far too inefficient. The Federation has its own rules. People of our stature, who understand the rules and know how to leverage our advantages, have myriad ways to make them yield." "Indeed, father," Wei Bohu replied eagerly. "Ning Chuan, oh Ning Chuan, if you disdain $1 million, then you shall receive not a single penny." On the highway leading to the old city district, a driverless taxi sped along. Ning Chuan reclined comfortably in the back seat, pulling out his phone to illuminate the screen. It was the recording interface. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to save the audio. 20 million was no trivial sum. Should the Wei father and son attempt to negotiate a lower price at the last moment, this recording would serve as evidence. Half an hour later, the taxi halted outside the entrance of Ning Chuan's residential complex. "You have arrived at your destination. The fare is 103 yuan. Have a pleasant journey." The AI's feminine voice chimed. "Quite expensive. I should have opted for a more economical model." Ning Chuan, whose net worth approached 5 million, shook his head. This was not due to stinginess. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary. He placed greater value on the practical utility of items. He could order beast meat at over 1,000 yuan per pound and a bundle of indestructible medicine for 40 or 50,000 without batting an eye. Yet, when it came to personal indulgences, he exhibited considerable restraint. Even now, he resided in the old city district, and his attire consisted solely of the school uniform from Qingshan No. 1 High School. First, he would store the money and nutrient vials at home, then head to school to discuss the B-class breathing technique with Su Yun. Carrying a cloth bag, Ning Chuan entered the complex. His rented apartment was on the 15th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he noticed 2 officers in black uniforms loitering outside his door. Didn't Tizhou Wei say the police station's rewards would take a few more days? Have they come early? Thoughts raced through Ning Chuan's mind. The 2 officers approached quickly. "Are you Ning Chuan?" inquired the younger officer, his tone impolite and devoid of warmth, unlike one who would deliver rewards. A troubling suspicion flickered in Ning Chuan's mind, yet he nodded, "Yes, that's me." The older officer coldly declared, "That's good enough. I hereby announce that you are involved in a theft case. Come with us." Ning Chuan was taken aback. What have I stolen? The older officer sneered, still playing coy. The Wei Corporation has reported you for stealing 3 vials of beast nutrient. At this revelation, an ominous feeling welled up within Ning Chuan, as if he were ensnared in a web of conspiracy. The young police officer, with keen eyes, pointed at the opening of the cloth bag in Ning Chuan's hand, exclaiming with surprise, "Team Lu, look, the beast nutrient solution is right in the bag. So much, not just 3 vials." Team Lu glanced down and, unable to contain himself, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Immediately, he barked, "What audacity! Habitual thief! Get down on your knees and cover your head." Ning Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before he began to explain. "These beast nutrient solutions and the money were rewards given to me by the government departments of Qingshan City and some private companies after I eliminated the Tianwu spy, Zhao Weiping. If you don't believe me, feel free to search online." The young officer seemed taken aback, but did not soften his stance. Team Lu erupted in complaints. "Damn it. This is so unfair. I've killed criminals too, and all I got was a mere few hundred salary increase. Shouldn't police officers be rewarded?" Observing their demeanor, Ning Chuan's frown deepened. In truth, the substantial rewards he received were merely the result of a fortunate confluence of events. Zhao Weiping had garnered significant media attention, while Wang Ershui's live broadcast and Ning Chuan's identity as a high school student fighting alone, despite severe injuries, had drawn considerable focus. As he rummaged through the bag, Ning Chuan produced 3 test tubes, stating, "This is the beast nutrient solution from the Wei Consortium. However, it is not stolen. Their chairman, Wei Qianze, privately gifted it to me. There must be some misunderstanding." The young officer scoffed. 3 vials of beast nutrient solution worth over 500,000. "And you say it was a gift?" Team Lu coldly remarked, still trying to argue. "The serial numbers match perfectly. There's no doubt these are the stolen beast nutrient solutions." Each vial bore a unique anti-counterfeiting serial number. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's expression shifted, the last vestiges of hope dissipating. The Wei father and son were indeed plotting against him. They never intended to legitimately purchase a spot in the Shanghai training camp. It should be noted that after he disembarked, he and T lingered but had taken a taxi straight home. Yet, these 2 officers had been waiting for him at his doorstep. Everything had been premeditated. A chill settled in Ning Chuan's heart. If it weren't for his cautious decision to secretly record the conversation, he would have no way to defend himself. A deadly trap. Chapter 31 in the span of 0.2 seconds. My blade is swifter. The corridor lay shrouded in shadows, the sunlight obscured by the thick walls. Team leader Lu scrutinized Ning Chuan, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, "Although the likelihood is nearly nil, I must ask out of duty, do you possess any evidence to prove your innocence? I shall neither wrong an innocent nor let a criminal escape. I have already stated it was a private gift." Ning Chuan retorted with a cold snort. These 2 officers, even if not affiliated with the Wei Consortium, undoubtedly had ties to it. To hand over the recording to them would be akin to willingly stepping into a trap. No evidence. And yet you remain so arrogant. "Extend your hands," the young officer mocked. He unfastened the handcuffs from his waist, preparing to subdue Ning Chuan. However, as he met Ning Chuan's dark, penetrating gaze, a chill coursed through him. It felt as though he were being locked in the sights of a merciless predator. His body stiffened, frozen by an icy terror, rendering him incapable of uttering a word. Team leader Lu, having previously dispatched criminals, managed to regain his composure somewhat, though beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. Taking a life is a realm entirely distinct from a battle for survival. The former may render one ruthless and bloodthirsty, while only through the harrowing experience of imminent death does one's spirit, will, and momentum truly evolve. Ning Chuan had engaged in but one life-and-death struggle. Yet the disparity between the combatants was overwhelming. In every fleeting second before decapitating Zhao Weiping, Ning Chuan felt as though he danced upon the precipice of death, any misstep threatening to plunge him into an endless abyss. It is no exaggeration to assert that his mental fortitude was tempered to a hardness surpassing that of special alloys. "Do you intend to resist arrest?" Team leader Lu snapped back to reality, his expression darkening as he drew his firearm, aiming it at Ning Chuan's forehead. The young officer hastily followed suit, both guns aimed directly at him. Ning Chuan remained composed, asserting, "Had you witnessed the footage of my slaying Zhao Weiping, you would not dare point your weapons at me. Indeed, I am merely at the awakening stage, my speed insufficient to rival that of a bullet. However, the act of pulling a trigger requires approximately 0.2 seconds. In that fleeting moment, I can effortlessly execute 3 strikes. Given our proximity, neither of you, lacking formal martial prowess, would evade it." Speaking with an unhurried demeanor, he articulated what seemed an irrefutable truth. His hand rested upon the hilt of his blood-stained blade. Instantly, the 2 officers, having witnessed the live broadcast of Zhao Weiping's decapitation, felt a shiver run through their bodies. "I ask you, do you wish to refuse the arrest by the federal police?" Team leader Lu bellowed. It seemed that only by doing so could he steady his trembling hand. Ning Chuan regarded them coolly and replied, "Firstly, I am merely a suspect in this case, not a criminal. Thus, the term arrest is inappropriate, and, consequently, the notion of refusal does not apply. Secondly, I am 17 years old today, still a minor. Federal law explicitly states that police may detain minors, and during this process, the use of handcuffs or shackles is prohibited. Kid, I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable about the law." Lu, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, deftly returned his handgun to its holster. The young police officer's expression turned awkward as he hastily stowed away the handcuffs and firearm. A wise choice. Had he hesitated for a mere second longer, I would have severed your heads. How dare these 2 officers aim their weapons at a minor? At worst, the court would deem my actions as excessive self-defense. Ning Chuan released his grip on the blade, his demeanor icy. "Do not transgress again. Next time, I may not be able to restrain my temper. These 2 are affiliated with the Wei Consortium, and it is imperative that they feel a sense of trepidation, adhering strictly to protocol. Otherwise, they might very well fabricate charges against me." The 2 officers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Lu snorted disdainfully and commanded, "We will take you to the station for further questioning. The police car awaits downstairs. Lead the way." Ning Chuan did not enter his home, but re-entered the elevator. 15 minutes later, the trio arrived at the police station in the Old District. Qingshan City is divided into 9 districts and 4 counties, each possessing its own police station. The last time Ning Chuan visited was the main police headquarters of Qingshan City, which holds the greatest authority. "Hand over all your belongings." Upon entering the station, Lu regained his composure and resumed his authoritative stance, issuing stern orders to Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan retrieved his phone and asserted, "I am a federal citizen. Prior to any detention, I have the right to contact my private attorney for bail. Federal law stipulates that a suspect, before being convicted, may seek an attorney to apply for bail. Provided the judge consents and an appropriate bail amount is submitted, one can be released from custody. Go ahead and make the call. If you manage to secure your release, I shall adopt your surname." Lu scoffed derisively. Typically, a minor's first theft would make bail quite feasible. However, he was acutely aware of who orchestrated this situation, the Wei Consortium. No judge would issue a bail permit. Ning Chuan, of course, had no private attorney. That was merely a pretext. Locating the contact information left by Lu Zhan, Ning Chuan sighed and tapped the screen of his phone to dial. This promise had only just been secured yesterday. He had contemplated reaching out to Gu Tianyu, but ultimately decided against it. The adversaries he faced were not these 2 insignificant officers, but the Wei Consortium. Beep. After a brief tone, the call connected. Ning Chuan bypassed pleasantries, stating directly, "Uncle Lu, I have been framed by the Wei Consortium and am currently detained at the Anmin police station in the Old District." "I understand." A flat voice responded. Pause. Wait. The call was abruptly terminated. Ning Chuan lowered his phone. Lu, catching sight of this, could not help but chuckle mockingly. Sneering Uncle Lu? The renowned criminal lawyer in Qingshan City has no one by that surname. Do you truly think you have any connection? Lu did not dwell further on the matter. He licked his lips, his gaze greedily fixated on the bag in Ning Chuan's possession. Count the number of beverage bottles and sheets of paper in the bag meticulously. Ensure nothing is amiss, lest this young gentleman blame us for our transgressions. Lu turned his face, addressing the young officer with utmost seriousness. The young officer comprehended immediately, nodding in affirmation. Understood. Under normal circumstances, they would certainly not dare to act in such a manner. Yet, who could have anticipated that this individual would attract the attention of the Wei Consortium? There would be no further opportunity to trouble them. Ning Chuan remained indifferent, uttering not a single word. Since Lu Zhan had pledged to rescue him, he found himself devoid of concern. Do not dwell in anger. Take a broader view. You may never escape this life, and worldly possessions hold no value for you. Lu team leader scoffed, guiding Ning Chuan towards the detention chamber. Step inside. As Ning Chuan gazed at the door gradually closing, his eyes grew increasingly frigid. It was not due to Lu team leader. That man was hardly worthy of his disdain. The true source of Ning Chuan's ire lay with Wei Bo, Hu, and Wei Qiansu. The prior threats made in the arena were bearable, at worst. He would endure a beating and sustain some injuries. However, this time, it was evident they aimed to cripple him. Even if he relinquished his spot in the mountain and sea talent training camp, that father-son duo would undoubtedly have ulterior motives, unwilling to relent. What stung the most was that he had not provoked them. He had merely declined a forceful offer of 1 million. Contemplating this, Ning Chuan's fury gradually subsided, replaced instead by a chilling intent to kill, surging within him like a tempest. Should an opportunity present itself, he would not hesitate. Unbeknownst to Ning Chuan, after eliminating Zhao Weiping, he had shed a shackle and embraced a newfound ferocity. Chapter 32. Hidden Malice Within Sheath. Thus unleashing great terror with a creaking sound that sent shivers down the spine, Captain Lu pushed open the iron door of the holding cell. However, he did not enter. Instead, he wore a humble and sycophantic smile. Say, Mr. Wei, young Master Wei, that fellow is inside. Please come in. Wei Bohu and Wei Qiansa entered the holding cell one after the other. Captain Lu, with utmost respect, remarked, Mr. Wei, as per your instructions, the room surveillance has been temporarily disabled. Whenever you are ready, simply send me a text, and I shall unlock the door for you. With that, he did not wait for a response from Wei Qiansa and promptly closed the door tightly behind him. Wei Bohu looked down at Ning Chuan, his expression one of arrogant disdain and impatiently taunted. Weren't you quite the talker before? Why the silence now? Do enlighten me. Ning Chuan, seated at the edge of the bed with his back straight as a spear, replied calmly, there is nothing to discuss with two despicable individuals. Hidden malice within the sheath, thus unleashing great terror. Calling me despicable? Wei Bohu scoffed, then ominously added, once you reach prison, you will discover what true depravity is. Your delicate visage will be quite the commodity behind bars. Bohu, show some courtesy toward your classmate, Wei Qiansa admonished. As he spoke, he pulled up a chair and sat directly across from Ning Chuan, smiling as he said, if you compensate Bohu for the spot in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, I shall overlook your alleged theft of the beast nutrient solution. A cold smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips as he retorted, me? A thief? If I declare you a thief, then you are indeed one, regardless of the truth. Wei Qiansa maintained his smile, though a hint of pressure seeped into his voice as he declared, thus, you now find yourself detained by the police, facing a sentence of no less than 10 years. Father, there is no need to converse with him so civilly, Wei Bohu said coldly, turning his gaze towards Ning Chuan. You have no grounds to refuse. Should you disagree, your life is forfeit. The court may not sentence you to death, but you will not survive long in prison. Ning Chuan, extraterrestrial inquired. Do you not possess any sense of morality? Wei Qiansa chuckled, his eyes glinting with subtle mockery. You are still too young to comprehend this society. For the common populace, including yourself, morality is a cage of constraints, yet simultaneously a necessity, indispensable to your existence. Thus, you remain ordinary. For those of our stature, morality is but an ornament, donned when one wishes to embellish oneself. Suddenly, Captain Lu opened the door once more. A shadow of displeasure crossed Wei Qiansa's brow as he reprimanded. Do you not know to knock before entering? Captain Lu trembled, unable to articulate a response, seemingly bearing the weight of immense pressure. I did not know, nor have I heard of it. A towering figure strode into the holding cell, his gaze sharp as lightning, exuding an aura of dominance. The foremost warrior of Qingshan City, Lu Zhan. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wei Qiance's face as the visitor exceeded his expectations. He rose and smiled, saying, "Director Liu, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" Liu Zhan disregarded him, turning his attention to Ning Chuan and stating, "Let us go." Ning Chuan rose from a bed. Wei Qiance squinted, refraining from interference, and elongated his tone, saying, "Captain Liu?" "Knight Liu, Ning Chuan cannot leave. He is currently implicated in a theft case, and all evidence points towards him." Liu, blocking the doorway, gritted his teeth as he spoke, though his voice trembled uncontrollably with fear. Regret gnawed at Liu's insides. He knew well that this matter involved Liu Zhan, and he would rather die than be involved. Liu Zhan inquired, "What did he steal?" "The beast nutrient solution." Wei Qiance replied with a slight smile. "I was negotiating business with Bo, but when we couldn't reach an agreement, he stealthily took 3 vials as he departed. Fortunately, I discovered it early and promptly reported it to the authorities, recovering the stolen goods." Liu Zhan's voice dripped with mockery. "To steal before a mere 7th-tier warrior such as yourself? He is Bohu's classmate. I trusted him too much and let my guard down." Wei Qiance nonchalantly chuckled. Ning Chuan interjected, "Uncle Liu, I didn't steal anything. Wei Qiance offered them to me as a reward for eliminating Zhao Weiping." Wei Bohu sneered, "You truly are shameless. 3 vials of the beast nutrient solution, worth over 500,000. What gives you the right to receive such a gift? Clearly, you could not finalize the deal, and out of spite, you resorted to pilfering from my family. The police found the stolen vials on you, and instead of showing remorse, you dare to bite back. Human hearts are indeed treacherous." Wei Qiance shook his head, seemingly filled with melancholy. Ning Chuan gazed at the father-son duo, ceasing his argument, his dark eyes reflecting a calmness akin to a tranquil well. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath the surface, a murderous intent surged like turbulent waves in the ocean. Liu Zhan glanced at Ning Chuan, his expression slightly astonished, and said, "Since you did not steal, then you may leave. Director Liu, no matter how formidable your strength or the Liu family's influence, you cannot defy federal law." Wei Qiance remarked pointedly, "Both the conglomerates and aristocratic families must, on the surface, comply with federal regulations and uphold the law. Should one wish to engage in illicit activities, it must be done discreetly, leaving no trace of evidence." Just as he sought to frame Ning Chuan, he had to ensure that Ning Chuan accepted the beast nutrient solution beforehand. "Captain Liu, there's grave news." Just then, a young police officer, who had previously accompanied Liu, rushed in, breathless. "Ning Chuan's bail has been approved. The court demands his immediate release." Liu's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Wei Qiance, however, remained relatively calm. Upon witnessing Liu Zhan's direct involvement, he had anticipated Ning Chuan's release on bail. He knew that his prearranged plans would surely be thwarted by Liu Zhan. Bail does not equate to innocence. You cannot leave Qingshan City. We still have a lengthy legal battle ahead, Wei Qiance stated confidently, his smile suggesting that he believed everything was still under his control. "Ning, in a few days, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp will commence. I have heard that the rules there are stringent. Tardiness is regarded as forfeiture." At this, Liu Zhan furrowed his brows. This matter was not easily resolved. It was a bold and open scheme. Wei Qiance truly intended to prolong the situation, capable of dragging the lawsuit out until after the college entrance examination. "Ning Chuan, take some time to ponder. Bohu's initial offer remains valid. Moreover, I shall no longer pursue the matter of your thievery. I trust you will make the correct choice," Wei Qiance said with a knowing smile. He then strode away with Wei Bohu. Ning Chuan squinted, withdrew his gaze, and addressed Liu Zhan. "Uncle Liu, could you kindly wait a moment longer? My belongings have all been confiscated, and I need to retrieve them." Liu Zhan nodded. "I shall await you at the entrance." "Young Master Ning, allow me to guide you. This way, please." Team leader Liu hastily stepped aside, forcing a smile of ingratiation upon his face. A few minutes later, in the holding room, Team leader Liu respectfully presented a cloth bag to Ning Chuan. "Please count it." Ning Chuan rummaged through, finding no losses, yet remarked, "It is missing half." Team leader Liu and the young officer immediately broke into a cold sweat. They had counted the items in the bag, valued at 2 to 3 million. They could not possibly compensate for such a loss. Unless, of course, they resorted to the black market for organ sales. With a sharp sound, team leader Lu swiftly slapped himself across the face. The force was so great that 5 crimson fingerprints instantly appeared. He then bowed deeply, saying, "I apologize. I should not have spoken foolishly. Please forgive me." Numerous colleagues nearby, hearing the commotion, turned to look. Team leader Lu, catching sight of them, felt his face flush with embarrassment but remained bent over. He could not afford to offend someone who could summon Lu Zhan personally. The Wei family consortium might offer him a pittance, but it would never be enough to risk enmity with Lu Zhan. Ning Chuan cast a glance at team leader Lu, choosing to ignore him, and opened his phone to check. The recording was still there, and a faint sense of relief washed over him. The reason he refrained from using the recording to counter the Wei father and son during his detention was due to concerns that they might secretly contact the police to destroy his phone. More importantly, he intended to take a more strategic approach. "Did you not say that upon my successful bail, I would need to change my surname? And let it be so." After leaving team leader Lu in a moment of discomfort, Ning Chuan made his exit. This individual had not truly harmed him. He had merely taken a verbal advantage, and a lesson would suffice. Indeed, I shall immediately take leave to visit the Civil Affairs Office. Chapter 33. A favor owed to me. I will take you to the Wei family at the police station, the entrance. Ning Chuan noticed that Lu Mengyue had also arrived. Her injuries had yet to heal. She had been gravely wounded by Zhao Weiping, and even healers with restorative abilities could not remedy her condition instantaneously. At present, she was seated in an electric wheelchair, engaged in hushed conversation with Lu Zhan. "Mengyue, Uncle Lu," Ning Chuan called out. Lu Mengyue spoke first, her voice tinged with resignation. "My father has contacted the finest law firm in the Donglin Administrative District. Winning the lawsuit should pose no issue. However, neither party possesses decisive evidence. Thus the case is likely to prolong for an extensive period. As for the matter concerning the Shanghai Talent Training Camp, it may very well fall through. I have evidence." Ning Chuan extracted his phone and played a recording. Upon hearing it, Lu Mengyue's complexion drained of color, her anger palpable. This father and son pair are utterly shameless, brazenly fabricating lies. After a moment, she added, "However, the good news is that with this recording, we can immediately secure a victory in the lawsuit. Given this evidence, I suggest we forego the lawsuit." Lu Zhan pondered briefly before responding coolly, "I believe we should not proceed with the lawsuit." Lu Mengyue, perplexed, asked why not. "We can certainly accuse them of defamation." Ning Chuan turned his gaze towards Lu Zhan as well. "Defamation? That doesn't even constitute a crime." Lu Zhan shook his head. "Even without Wei Qiance's testimony, others will be ready to take the blame for him. For instance, those 2 police officers, or perhaps a lesser-known scion of the Wei family. Wei Qiance possesses an abundance of alternatives. Then does that mean we cannot deal with them?" Lu Mengyue furrowed her brows, dissatisfaction evident in her tone. Ning Chuan felt a similar frustration. Yet, he was acutely aware that, in terms of strength and status, he was still significantly inferior to Wei Qiance. "Mengyue, do not let your temper flare. Listen to Uncle Lu." Ning Chuan inhaled deeply before stating. He opened his fingers, gripping the hilt of his silver blade. "Not now, but merely for the moment. Do not lose heart. My refusal to engage in a lawsuit does not imply we cannot act against Wei Qiance." Lu Zhan replied calmly. "I offer you 2 choices. The decision lies with you. The first option," he raised a finger, exuding an imposing aura, "is for you to invoke the favor I owe you. I shall personally ensure Wei Qiance is ousted from the board of the Wei Consortium. Perhaps, I might even take his life." Ning Chuan was taken aback. "I thought that by securing my release, I had already exhausted the favor you owed me. Is my life, so cheaply traded for a mere favor, worth only a bail?" Lu Mengyue rolled her eyes. Were it not for her unfamiliarity with Ning Chuan, she might have kicked him. After all, this was the life of the esteemed Lu family's eldest daughter. Lu Zhan appeared somewhat speechless. Ning Chuan took it awkwardly, hastily shifting the topic. "Uncle Lu, what is the second choice?" Lu Zhan replied earnestly, "I will take you to the Wei family. A person like Wei Qiance requires a good reputation. The recording on your phone is sufficient to compel him to withdraw his accusations and even provide you with compensation. This choice would undoubtedly result in a more favorable outcome for Wei Qianzi, while simultaneously granting you certain benefits. As for Lu Zhan, the difficulty was significantly less than the first. Ning Chuan discerned the crux of the matter and inquired, "Uncle Lu, you did not mention invoking a personal favor." Lu Zhan shook his head and replied softly, "Rather, you owe me a personal favor." Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened as he asked, "Why?" He was aware that his displayed talent was commendable, yet it was far from sufficient to sway a peak knight. Talent merely indicates potential for future greatness. A peak knight embodies true strength. Lu Zhan's demeanor brightened as he scrutinized Ning Chuan, stating, "Previously, when you looked at the Wei father and son, your inner killing intent burned like fire, while your eyes remained as tranquil as ice water. A person capable of such control is indeed worthy of a personal favor. You could perceive my killing intent." Ning Chuan was astonished, believing he had concealed it expertly, with no telltale signs in his actions or expressions. Lu Zhan smiled faintly. "Approximately." At this, Ning Chuan's heart sank. What was killing intent? It was the consciousness of wishing to eliminate someone, a mere thought in the heart. If this could be sensed, could it also imply mind reading? Were knights truly that formidable? Do not dwell on it. Once you become a peak knight, you will naturally understand. Lu Zhan waved his hand. "Now, speak of your choice." Ning Chuan fell into contemplation. Soon, he reached a decision, stating earnestly, "Uncle Lu, I choose the second option." Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow and teased, "Is it because of the beast essence nutrient?" Ning Chuan's face flushed. It was indeed his greed for Wei Qianzi's beast essence nutrient that had led him into a trap. "No." Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan asserted, "I am confident that one day I will make them pay for today's actions. Moreover, that day is not far off." Lu Zhan regarded Ning Chuan with a smile. "Such confidence? The Wei family does have a knight. Though buried beneath the earth, a knight is still a knight. An ordinary ninth-grade warrior is no match. That matters not." Ning Chuan shook his head, confidently responding, "If I cannot win, you still owe me a personal favor, Uncle Lu." Lu Zhan, even a peak knight, could feel a sudden jolt akin to a backache from such repeated entrapment. "Ha ha!" Lu Mengyue could not contain her laughter, clutching her stomach. "Oh dear, my chest aches. I think I might have cracked a rib from laughing." Lu Zhan, with a stern expression, commanded, "Return and recuperate properly. I will take Ning Chuan to the Wei family." "Right now?" Ning Chuan inquired, curious, "Isn't there a need for preparation?" Lu Zhan replied, "Does one need to prepare for the Wei family?" Ning Chuan cast a glance at him, conceding to his ostentatious prowess. At the headquarters of the Wei Corporation, atop the skyscraper, through the pristine floor-to-ceiling windows, wisps of white clouds danced, casting vibrant rays of light. However, Wei Bohu had no inclination to appreciate such beauty. Feeling anxious, with Lu Zhan personally intervening, the matter of the Shanghai Talents training camp surely won't fall through. "Will it?" Rest assured, came the response. Wei Qianzi, composed and confident, remarked, "The essence of a lawsuit lies not in victory or defeat, but in the passage of time. If we endure, Ning Chuan will inevitably yield. Otherwise, he shall gain nothing." Wei Bo, who, still anxious, inquired, "What if the Lu family forces you to concede?" The allocation of spots in the coveted Shanghai Genius Training Camp was a private matter between him and his father. The Wei Consortium would not confront the Lu family over this. Upon hearing this, Wei Qianzi's gaze flickered momentarily before he smiled and replied, "In the Federation, overt confrontations must adhere to established protocols. Should the Lu family attempt to compel me to relent, they would incur significant costs. Ning Chuan is not affiliated with the Lu family. They cannot exert such influence over him. Lu Zhan's intervention to secure his bail is already the extent of their reach." Wei Bo, who felt somewhat reassured by this. "But is 1 million too little?" He pondered, then added with concern, "Ning Chuan might choose to destroy everything, forsaking his chance at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp rather than sell it to me." Wei Qianzi looked at his son and sighed. "You hardly resemble my own flesh and blood. You are the scion of a consortium, while he is merely an ordinary individual. Can Lu Zhan protect him indefinitely? Tomorrow, when you return to school, if you threaten him, do you think he will not yield?" I believe you would dare, came a dispassionate voice, resonating clearly in their ears. Boom! In the next moment, the reinforced metallic door was violently kicked open, shattering into fragments. The alarm blared frantically. A tall figure entered, hands clasped behind him, accompanied by a strikingly handsome youth. Together, they made a formidable entrance. Chapter 34. Can you harm me in the least? Wei Qianzi gazed at the two unexpected intruders, a shadow of foreboding rising in the depths of his eyes. The relationship between Lu Zhan and Ning Chuan was far better than he had anticipated. Chairman, we couldn't stop them. A group of black-clad bodyguards arrived, panting heavily. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Please withdraw and deactivate the alarm. Understood. The blaring sirens ceased after a few moments. Wei Qianzi, his expression icy, questioned Director Liu, having trespassed into the headquarters of the Wei Corporation and damaged its entrance. You must provide an explanation. As a peak knight, he lacked the strength to confront them alone. It was imperative to invoke the authority of the Wei Corporation. That was the explanation. Lu Zhan wasted no words, instructing Ning Chuan to play the recording. Wei Qianzi, what do you suppose will transpire if this recording were to circulate? Lu Zhan remarked with a light chuckle. Across from him, Wei Bohu's expression shifted dramatically, and he retorted sharply, this recording is clearly a forgery. Ning Chuan fabricated this evidence to absolve himself. Lu Zhan cast a cold glance at him, saying so. You imply that a peak knight, such as myself, cannot discern truth from falsehood? Wei Bohu trembled, his voice quaking as he stammered, I didn't mean that. Then, are you insinuating that I'm being framed? Lu Zhan replied with a chilling smile. Wei Bohu's tremors intensified, beads of sweat forming, rendering him speechless. Quickly, Wei Qianzi stepped forward to shield his son, addressing Lu Zhan. The child is inexperienced and spoke out of turn. I apologize on his behalf. Upon finishing his words, Wei Qianzi turned his gaze toward Ning Chuan, his eyes darkening. I underestimated you. You possess a certain cunning. I acknowledge the validity of the recording. Wei Qianzi continued. You may now present your demands. If Ning Chuan were alone, he could easily manipulate the recording into false evidence. However, with Lu Zhan involved, he had no choice but to concede. Ning Chuan lowered his gaze to the floor, stating matter-of-factly, this matter is entirely under Uncle Lu's purview. Quite the sly one. Wei Qianzi muttered under his breath. Negotiating with Lu Zhan was evidently more challenging than dealing with Ning Chuan. Director Liu, withdraw the theft allegations, Lu Zhan declared. I agree, but erase the recording, Wei Qianzi responded. Do not become overly jubilant. Mustn't one offer compensation for defaming another? At these words, Wei Qianzi narrowed his eyes, replying, Then I shall ensure that the 3 vials of beast nutrient solution are returned to Ning Chuan by the police station as compensation. Lu Zhan scoffed. If this recording holds such little value, then let it be disseminated. Wait. Wei Qianzi's expression darkened. The content of the recording could severely tarnish his reputation. Although those within the upper echelons of Qingshan City were well aware of his true nature, reputation served as a veil of modesty that could not be compromised. Moreover, being outmaneuvered by a high school student was hardly a matter of pride. Should it circulate, he would likely become the subject of ridicule for an extended period. Those within the corporation who coveted the chairman's position would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to challenge his competence. If things went awry, his position could very well be at stake. Upon reflecting upon this, Wei Qianzi spoke coldly. How much do you desire? Lu Zhan replied nonchalantly, in the recording, did you not state that you were willing to offer 20 million for a spot in a Shanghai genius training camp? Therefore, I propose a compensation of 20 million. Ning Chuan's heart raced. Uncle Lu certainly had the audacity to speak up. 20 million was an impossibility. I am compensating for a high school student, not a knight. The board would never approve such a hefty sum. Wei Qianzi's face darkened. That is your concern, not mine, Lu Zhan remarked casually, hand behind his back. You have half an hour. If the 20 million does not arrive, this recording will echo throughout Qingshan City. Wei Qianzi, gritting his teeth, retorted angrily Lu Zhan. This is extortion. My office is under surveillance. Do not push me to my limits. Oh, Lu Zhan's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, Indeed, I am extorting you. Moreover, I do not require the power of the Liu family. This is solely my endeavor. So what will you do? I grant you half an hour. Feel free to take action, pursue legal avenues, utilize connections, or even hire an assassin. Let us see if you can thwart me, Liu Zhan. You. Wei Qianzi pointed at Liu Zhan, his face ashen, rendered speechless. Ning Chuan looked up, a tempest stirring in his eyes. Wei Qianzi, the chairman of the consortium, a prominent figure in Qingshan City, could have easily sent him to prison with a mere word. Yet, in this moment, he appeared somewhat powerless before Liu Zhan. Certain strength engenders a specific power. Absolute strength is synonymous with absolute authority. The ambition to grow stronger ignited like a spark, rising fervently from the heart of youth. For the first time, Ning Chuan yearned to actively pursue strength. Previously, although he had diligently trained, it was always for ulterior motives, to gain admission to a prestigious university, to avenge Zhang Wenxi, and to seek retribution, among others. Strengthening himself was merely a means to an end. From now on, it would be his objective. 20 million is sufficient to hire assassins to eliminate multiple martial artists. Is this the compensation you desire, Ning Chuan? Wei Qianzi's threatening words jolted Ning Chuan back to reality. No, Ning Chuan shook his head. Liu Zhan remained silent, though his expression tightened slightly. Wei Qianzi revealed a smug smile. Just a high school student. Do you dare demand money over your life? In the next moment, Wei Qianzi's smile froze. Liu Zhan, however, curved the corners of his lips. Ning Chuan spoke out honestly. What I seek is 20 million after tax as compensation. Surely, you wouldn't expect me to pay the taxes myself. The federal personal income tax is substantial. From 20 million, I would have to pay at least 7 or 8 million taxes. I do not wish to incur such a significant loss. Quite the appetite you have. Are you not afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Wei Qianzi's voice was laced with menace. Liu Zhan glanced at him and stated, You may trouble Ning Chuan. Any young person of your generation within the Wei Consortium may take action against him. You may even cripple him, and I will not intervene. However, if Ning Chuan were to die under dubious circumstances, prepare to accompany him in the grave. Liu Zhan delivered this statement with calmness, devoid of any emotional fluctuation or hint of menace. Wei Qianzi felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Taking a deep breath, he asserted with conviction, I'm not an ordinary citizen. I preside over the Wei Consortium and am a 7th-tier martial artist. To kill someone like me would warrant your own death sentence. Liu Zhan, indifferent to the argument, gazed out at the clouds and remarked, You have 27 minutes to contact your ancient relic of a relative. Inquire if a knight can slay a 7th-tier martial artist seamlessly, without the Federation's notice. Upon hearing this, Wei Qianzi's expression shifted dramatically as he promptly demanded, Bank account. Do not forget to pay my taxes. After Ning Chuan provided the account details, he cautioned, Remember, the transaction is complete. Moments later, a vibration signaled Ning Chuan's phone. A bank notification confirmed that 20 million had been deposited. With nothing more to discuss, you may leave, Wei Qianzi said, his demeanor darkening. This substantial compensation did not affect the consortium's finances. It was drawn from his personal wealth, equivalent to a significant financial hemorrhage. Ning Chuan pondered briefly before approaching Wei Bohu, mockingly stating, Such ungratefulness. You couldn't bear to part with 20 million, yet here you are, compelled to give it to me without charge, not even requiring a spot in the Shanghai Talents training camp. Instantly, Wei Bohu's face flushed crimson. However, with Liu Zhan present, he refrained from retorting. Fear not. Uncle Liu has mentioned that you're capable of dealing with me. Have you not been contemplating the monthly examination next Monday for quite some time? Ning Chuan patted Wei Bohu's face before turning to leave. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his dark eyes. Since Wei Qianzi remained untouchable, he might as well collect some interest first. Chapter 35. The Wind Shadow of 3000. The Wind Blood Divine General upon exiting the building. Liu Zhan turned to Ning Chuan and inquired, What are your thoughts on the recent events? Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before replying. The power that wealth and status confer is a form of bondage. There are innumerable taboos to consider. Unlike martial prowess, the authority derived from it can run rampant. devoid of restrictions. Well said, Lu Zhan remarked, casting a satisfied glance at Ning Chuan as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A divine general, even when solitary, remains a divine general. Yet a federal president, alone, is but an ant. Uncle Lu, Ning Chuan raised his hand, timidly interjecting. One of the prerequisites for presidential candidacy is knighthood. If you claim the president is an ant, then what does that make you? Lu Zhan's lips twitched slightly. Just grasp the essence. Do not delve too deeply. This child possesses both character and talent, yet he is prone to excessive inquiry. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. But what about the funds? Ning Chuan called out to Lu Zhan. If the compensation amounted to merely 1 or 2 million, he would accept it without hesitation. However, 20 million was excessive. Lu Zhan waved his hand dismissively. No need to give it to me. It's a trifling sum. Keep it for yourself. Uncle Lu, I had no intention of giving it to you. Ning Chuan feigned surprise, smiling as he continued. I merely wish to inquire if you have a connection for purchasing the beast nutrient solution at cost price. Meng Yu mentioned that the Lu family procures the beast nutrient solution for only 150,000 per unit, a far cry from the online price. Lu Zhan stumbled momentarily, his figure vanishing in an instant. Just give the money to Meng Yu. She will handle the purchase for you. His voice echoed from a distance. Ning Chuan bovet politeri, exclaiming, Thank you, Uncle Lu. Saving 30,000 on each unit of the beast nutrient solution is no insignificant amount. Subsequently, the smile faded from Ning Chuan's face as he began to seriously contemplate the newly acquired 20 million. Undoubtedly, it was a substantial sum. In a place like Qingshan City, it would suffice for a comfortable life. However, Ning Chuan did not harbor such intentions. He realized something significant. With 20 million as a foundation, it might not be impossible for him to gain admission to the prestigious Tsinghua University, the top institution in the Federation. Thus, he resolved to allocate 15 million towards purchasing 100 units of the beast nutrient solution. The remaining 5 million, coupled with his earnings from eliminating Zhao Weiping, would be invested in acquiring a top-tier A-class breathing technique. Ning Chuan made his decision, his gaze resolute. This distribution may not boast the highest cost-effectiveness, but it would enhance his strength at the swiftest pace possible. With less than 3 months until the college entrance examination, he must elevate his abilities by any means necessary. After all, Tsinghua University is a place where even formally trained warriors may falter. Following this, Ning Chuan did not linger any longer. He hailed a taxi and directed the driver straight to the Qingshan City Police Headquarters. His gale step had reached perfection. It was time to seek Gu Tianyu to redeem the new martial arts he had promised. At the police headquarters, due to his notoriety from eliminating Zhao Weiping, many officers recognized Ning Chuan. After he clarified his purpose, he was promptly escorted into Gu Tianyu's office. Make yourself at home. Feel free to find a seat. Gu Tianyu sat behind a spacious desk and, upon seeing Ning Chuan enter, smiled and said, In a moment, go to the finance department to collect your 1 million bonus. Initially, I intended to wait a few days until the agents from the Shanghai talent training camp arrived, so you wouldn't have to make an extra trip. Agents? Ning Chuan inquired with curiosity. Are they going to assess my qualifications? Gu Tianyu shook his head. Not quite. They merely collect your personal information, such as the martial arts you practice, your current realm, and your weapon proficiencies. The most remarkable aspect of the Shanghai talent training camp is that they recruit students first and then select instructors based on the unique characteristics of each student, sourcing the most suitable instructors from the entire Donglin administrative district. It would be impossible to accomplish this without government support. Gu Tianyu elaborated. That is indeed impressive. Ning Chuan nodded appreciatively, and after a moment, he said earnestly, Director Gu, there's no need for such formality. Gu Tianyu interrupted, smiling. You are a friend of Meng Yu and have saved her life. Just call me Uncle Gu like she does. In truth, there was another reason he refrained from expressing. Ning Chuan's talent was also a significant factor. All right, Uncle Gu. Ning Chuan naturally accepted this kindness, grinning as he said, Isn't the martial arts you promised me for me to learn? I intended to impart it to you regardless. Gu Tianyu replied with a gentle smile. Pausing for a moment, he asked with a hint of scrutiny, Do you have any understanding of the creation of martial arts? Not much, Ning Chuan answered honestly. I only know that martial arts are a manifestation of the Creator's profound comprehension of martial principles. Thus, only knights and divine generals possess the capability to create martial arts, even most fundamental E-rank ones. Your theoretical knowledge is commendable. Gu Tianyu nodded with a smile and then inquired, what do you think of the martial art called Swift Wind Step? Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before responding. It is exceedingly formidable. Some E-rank evasive martial arts created by divine generals do not compare to it. This was no flattery on his part. The Swift Wind Step was easy to master and yielded impressive results, with countless practitioners within the Federation. In the Martial Arts Alliance's selection of the top 100 foundational martial arts, Swift Wind Step was included. This demonstrates your exceptional talent, Uncle Gu. Surely there will be a place for you among the future divine generals of the Federation. Ning Chuan grinned. This statement carried a hint of commendation. In the Donglin Administrative District, with a population of hundreds of millions, only a handful of divine generals had emerged, countable on one hand. Gu Tianyu shook his head, offering a wry smile. Please refrain from flattery. I am well aware of my own limitations. I cannot create martial arts of that caliber. As he spoke, Gu Tianyu began to explain to Ning Chuan. Indeed, the Swift Wind Step was crafted under his hand, but it was not of his original conception. Gu Tianyu had modified it based on a martial art developed by his mentor, the Wind Blood Divine General, during his university days. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan sincerely remarked, modifying martial arts is also a skill in itself, and the significance of that is worlds apart. Gu Tianyu seemed to recall something, and a hint of regret became evident in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Gu Tianyu finally regained his composure and solemnly stated, the martial arts I wish to impart to you is the legendary footwork of the Wind Blood Divine General, known as Wind Shadow 3000. Ning Chuan's heart began to race fervently at the mention of Wind Shadow 3000. The very name suggested a mastery far beyond the Gale Steps, easily placing it at least in the A-rank category. After all, while there are no strict regulations governing the nomenclature of martial arts, the creators retain an innate sense of propriety. An E-rank martial art would never bear a name as grandiose as Heaven and Earth, 4 Seas, and 8 Desolations. Supreme Starry River Technique. Most importantly, his Gale Steps had already reached a state of perfection. Although the progress continued to rise, there was no substantial enhancement, and he was in dire need of a formidable footwork technique. An S-rank footwork? Ning Chuan inquired tentatively, excluding breathing techniques. The oversight on other S-rank martial arts was relatively lenient. Indeed, Gu Tianyu replied, revealing a jade-green martial seal with a flourish. This is undoubtedly the most outstanding footwork among the S-ranks. Naturally, the difficulty of cultivation is exceptionally formidable. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, swiftly disregarding the latter part of Gu Tianyu's statement. Eagerly extending his hands, he exclaimed, Uncle Gu, to be candid, what I fear least is the arduousness of cultivating martial arts. The higher the rank, the more challenging, the better. Gu Tianyu assumed that Ning Chuan was merely exhilarated by the prospect of mastering a new skill, chuckling in amusement as he handed over the jade-green martial seal. You shall receive the inheritance here. I shall instruct my subordinates to refrain from any disturbances for the time being. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Chapter 36. Absorption of martial arts and immediate breakthrough. Ning Chuan took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to settle before pressing the azure martial seal against his forehead. A torrent of information regarding the Wind Shadow 3000 surged into his mind. After a brief period of over 10 minutes, the martial arts imprint was successfully inscribed. Ning Chuan opened the system interface and noted that Wind Shadow 3000 had appeared in the last column, currently at a progress rate of 0%, rendering the cultivation speed indiscernible. However, he had formed a rough estimation. The most challenging B-grade martial art, the Flash Thunder Slash, typically registered a daily advancement of about 4% at the foundational level. In contrast, the elite S-grade martial art, Wind Shadow 3000, might not even achieve a 1% increase in a single day. Nevertheless, with his current elevation in martial arts realm, the cultivation speed should naturally increase. Yet, It seemed unlikely that he would achieve a breakthrough before the upcoming examination. Uncle Gu, I return the martial seal to you. Ning Chuan smilet. But just as he raised his hand, a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. The insights from the wind shadow 3000 resonated with his understanding of the Gale step, initiating an absorption process that caused his cultivation speed to soar. Progress increased by 30. Progress increased by 30. With sufficient accumulation and insight, wind shadow 3000 ascended to a proficient level. Progress continued to rise. After completing the absorption, the cultivation speed returned to its normal state. Ning Chuan found himself momentarily dazed by the onslaught of insights. Regaining his focus, he promptly summoned the system interface. Strength, awaken level 6, wild bull strength. Subtle, progress 15, Gale step. Perfect, progress 7, flash thunder slash. Perfect, progress 1, thousand bones slaughter technique. Proficient, progress 25, Vajra body. Third layer, progress 28, wind shadow 3000. Proficient, progress 21, gazing at the final column. A smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips. It truly felt effortless. Just moments ago, he had worried about the inability to break through wind shadow 3000 before the examination. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had attained the proficient second realm. Most importantly, since wind shadow 3000 could absorb insights from Gale step, it was evident that other martial arts could similarly benefit from the insights of related disciplines, leading to significant progress. He resolved to keep this characteristic in mind when selecting martial arts in the future. Xiaoning, are you all right? Gu Tianyu, noticing Ning Chuan's moments of distraction followed by silly grins, couldn't help but feel concerned. Oh, I'm fine. I just suddenly grasped a concept related to martial arts and momentarily lost my train of thought. Ning Chuan replied with a casual smile as he returned the martial seal. Gu Tianyu nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Wind shadow 3000 and Gale step share certain foundational similarities. Since your Gale step is at a perfect level, mastering wind shadow 3000 should not pose much difficulty, provided you are willing to exert yourself. There remains a significant probability of achieving a passing level in the foundational realm before the examination. Ning Chuan blinked and said, I will do my best. That was all he could commit to. The only conceivable way for martial arts realm to regress would be through one unfortunate circumstance, sustaining a head injury that rendered one incapable of retaining the necessary insights. As the chief of police, Gu Tianyu possessed a keen insight and could easily discern Ning Chuan's insincerity. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, allow me to share a piece of information with you. The Wind Shadow 3000 is the proud creation of the Wind Blood Divine General, encompassing not only the awakening phase, but also a higher level of inheritance. Even the Peak Knight, Lu Zhan, covets it greatly. However, only students from Xinghe University are eligible to study it. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Gu. Ning Chuan acknowledged, aware that Gu Tianyu's words stemmed from genuine concern. He slightly bowed and earnestly added, I cannot guarantee that I will be admitted to Xinghe University, but I assure you that I will exert my utmost effort. Excellent. Your words ring true this time. Go forth. Gu Tianyu smiled warmly. Goodbye, Uncle Gu. With that, Ning Chuan exited, stopping by the finance office to collect his reward of 1 million. The following day, Friday, dawn broke gently. Ning Chuan awoke from the bathtub, glancing around to find the water had turned clear, with 2 depleted medicine packets floating within. Having reached the 3rd layer of the diamond body, he could absorb 2 packets in a single night, equating to 90,000 yuan, coupled with the daily consumption of beast nutrient liquid. His expenditures surged to nearly 300,000 yuan per day. Despite possessing assets exceeding 20 million, Ning Chuan felt a twinge of discomfort. Money flowed like water. Expensive it may be, but one gets what one pays for. He mused. The more he consumed, the quicker his strength would elevate. Calming his thoughts, he assessed his injuries, noting that even the scars were hardly visible. He then donned a clean school uniform, tidied himself up, and stepped out. 10 minutes later, at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Upon entering the gates, Ning Chuan beheld a vibrant red banner suspended high above, emblazoned with the words, Heartfelt congratulations to our senior student Ning Chuan for fearlessly slaying the Tianwu spy, Zhao Weiping. The golden letters were bold and eye-catching. Students along the path paused to gaze at Ning Chuan, engaging in fervent discussion. Many even took out their phones to capture candid photos. Some audacious girls approached him, presenting pink love letters with a blush adorning their cheeks. Cradling a hefty stack of love letters, Ning Chuan realized he had underestimated his popularity at school. Unlike the previous incident with the Thunder Sparrow, which involved merely a wild beast, this time he had slain a notorious Tianwu spy, a bona fide martial artist responsible for multiple lives. Notably, several journalists, seeking sensationalism, chose to omit Zhao Weiping's injuries. A 17-year-old youth demonstrates valor by beheading a third-tier martial artist. A blade strikes down a Tianwu spy. Eyes set on Tsinghua University. A high school student awakens to slay a martial artist, promising a future as a divine general. Such narratives dominated the reports. How could the fervor not be high? Throughout the morning, Ning Chuan felt akin to a rare species on the brink of extinction. During every break, the classroom windows and doors were crowded with curious students, one group after another. Fortunately, apart from the girls delivering love letters, none dared to intrude. At noon, as classes dismissed, Ning Chuan refrained from venturing to the cafeteria. He remained in the classroom, sipping water casually before retrieving his phone to peruse information regarding the A-level breathing technique. He had already inquired with Su Yun regarding the impossibility of making exceptions for the transmission of multiple martial arts disciplines. This was a rigid regulation established by the Department of Education. After all, the value of martial arts was exceedingly high if schools possessed too much autonomy. It was inevitable that instances of embezzlement would arise. Ning Chuan felt a twinge of regret about this, yet he did not dwell on it. The breathing technique he most urgently needed to iterate upon was already within his financial reach, and it was an A-level technique that surpassed the school's jurisdiction. The tier was paramount, and the type should not be underestimated. After careful deliberation, Ning Chuan had a general idea of the new breathing technique he sought. Ideally, it should excel in explosive power. Such a type of breathing technique, when combined with Thunder Slash and Wind Shadow 3000, would allow for the characteristic of speed to be fully realized. As for stamina, it was somewhat lacking, but imperfections do not overshadow the merits. As long as the offense is swift enough, it would prevent opponents from even having a chance to retaliate, let alone engage in a protracted battle. Why didn't you come to class this morning? As Ning Chuan heard footsteps approaching, he looked up to see his friend Guo Renyu and casually inquired. It's a long story. Guo Renyu leaned against the desk, gradually lowering himself into the seat, but as soon as he made contact with the chair, he jumped up, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts!" Seeing this, Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of coldness passing through them as he asked, "Did someone hit you? Who did it?" He was concerned that Guo Renyu might have suffered undeserved misfortune because of him. "My dad did." Guo Renyu took off his school uniform and placed it on the chair before cautiously sitting down again. "Speaking of which, I blame you for getting hit." Ning Chuan felt the sharp coldness dissipate from his heart. Surprised, he replied, "What does this have to do with me? Do you remember during the 100-day pledge conference when I was almost pounced on by Lei K for sneaking snacks? Well, I saved you from that. I kept that matter from my parents, but after you killed that Tianwu spy, your news was all over the television. And the footage of you saving me was also aired." Guo Renyu's face was filled with indignation. "As a result, my dad saw it, and didn't he even ask me anything before taking his belt to me?" Ha! Ning Chuan couldn't he help but laugh. "At least Guo uncle only hit your backside. That is a bargain for you. You still laugh." Guo Renyu looked at Ning Chuan with a sense of grievance, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the phone screen, prompting him to ask, "Are you planning to change your breathing technique?" "Yes, I made some money from killing Zhao Weiping." "Then don't rush to place an order. Come home with me after school. My dad wants to treat you to dinner." "What? Is Guo uncle going to gift me an A-level breathing technique?" Ning Chuan joked. Guo Renyu neither confirmed nor denied this, clearing his throat awkwardly and changing the subject. "Just come home with me after school, and you'll find out then." "All right," Ning Chuan replied with a smile, not thinking much of it. He had met Gui's parents a few times. They ran a small business and had some money, but they were merely middle class. In terms of wealth, they were far inferior to him at present. Chapter 37. no rank, if one must insist, the greatest under heaven in the evening at the Gore residence, was father. Now, in middle age, had a slightly plump figure, perhaps a consequence of his business dealings, exuding a gentle demeanor. Had it not been for Guorenyu's audacious concealment of the near-fatal incident, he would not have taken action. Xiao Ning Renyu, come to the study for a moment of conversation, was father announced after dinner, rising from his seat. All right, Ning Chuan acknowledged, sensing the gravity of the forthcoming discussion, though he held no high expectations. In the study on the second floor, was father turned to Ning Chuan, sighed, and remarked, "You saved Renyu's life. Originally, Uncle Guo intended to sponsor your university expenses. However, upon witnessing your capability to eliminate Zhao Weiping, I gather that you do not lack for Uncle Guo's modest financial support." "There's no need for that," Ning Chuan replied with a smile. "Renyu and I are good friends. Saving him was the right thing to do." Shaking his head, Guo's father asserted, "A life-saving grace must not be forgotten. Uncle Guo has little to offer you, save for a breathing technique passed down through generations, which holds some value. I understand from Renyu that you were seeking to change your breathing method." With that, Guo's father rose, locked the door, and drew the curtains tightly. After completing these actions, he approached a bookshelf, directing his gaze towards a small aperture. Iris recognition. A cold electronic voice echoed, and the bookshelf trembled. Moments later, it parted in the middle, revealing a safe. Ning Chuan, astonished by the scene, exclaimed, "Uncle Guo, you truly possess an A-level breathing technique?" The classification from E to S levels was established after the founding of the Federation. "The breathing technique I possess predates the Federation's history by a considerable margin," Guo's father replied, turning around with a solemn expression, hands cradling a wooden box lined with soft cotton. At its center lay a golden jade tablet, adorned with peculiar patterns, its faint golden radiance flowing along the engravings, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. An ancient martial seal. Ning Chuan recognized the golden jade tablet upon closer inspection. As for the era it belonged to before the Federation, it surpassed his knowledge. Guo's father lifted the golden martial seal, caressing it gently as he introduced. "This breathing technique is known as the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. It was quite renowned in its time." Curiously, Ning Chuan inquired, "Uncle Guo, which level does it roughly correspond to?" "There are no levels. If one must categorize it, it would be the foremost in the current Federation," Guo's father replied earnestly. Ning Chuan blinked in disbelief. It wasn't that he doubted Uncle Guo's words. The notion was simply too fantastical. It felt akin to him walking down the street when a multitude of divine beings suddenly appeared, kneeling before him, exclaiming, "Welcome back, Dragon King." "Ning Chuan, my father is not deceiving you," Guorenyu interjected promptly. "Do not be misled by my family's current status as a small middle-class household. Before the Federation, my family belonged to the royal lineage of the mightiest empire of that time. Alas, the gunshot strikes the bird that stands out. During the dual martial Star Wars, our nation was obliterated by the heavenly martial realm. Otherwise, I would at least be a prince by now." Guorenyu clicked his tongue, seemingly lost in reverie over the splendid life of a prince. "Let us return to the matter at hand." Guo's father chided, exasperated. Guorenyu smirked and continued. "The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture is a secret transmitted within the royal family, renowned as the most formidable foundational martial art. In each generation, only a handful of exceptionally gifted princes are able to cultivate it." Guo's father added, "I am aware that after the establishment of the Federation, martial arts transcended the distinctions of social class, experiencing an explosive development. Numerous powerful martial arts have emerged, many of which ancient practices cannot rival. However, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture is different. It was not created by royal members, but was fiercely seized by a divine general from the royal family in a prehistoric relic. According to him, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture far surpasses the martial comprehension of even divine generals." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan felt an 8/10 belief in the words. The Guo family had no reason to deceive him. Once more, Ning Chuan directed his gaze towards the golden martial seal, this time with a fervent intensity. The foremost martial art of the Federation today. Observing this, Guo's father did not conceal the treasure any longer and directly handed it to Ning Chuan. Xiao Ning. Whether it pertains to the Guo dynasty or the dragon elephant ancient scripture, both involve too much. Though the Federation has laws, it cannot shield one from the malevolence of human hearts. This is something you must keep to yourself, was Father cautioned. Ning Chuan noted solemnly, declaring, "No one aside from myself shall know." "I trust you," was Father replied with a smile, before deciding to pass the dragon elephant ancient scripture to Ning Chuan. He had conducted inquiries about him, finding his character commendable. Otherwise, he would not have shared such matters. As Ning Chuan toyed with the golden martial seal, he pondered for a moment before speaking. "Uncle Guo, if the dragon elephant ancient scripture is indeed so extraordinary, how powerful must it be?" Guo's father teased with a counter-question. "Do you know the punch force at the pinnacle of the awakening ninth stage?" Punch force is the most critical metric for measuring physical fitness, without exception. It does not refer to the maximum force delivered by a single punch. A singular datum holds little meaning. No matter how powerful a fist may be, if it is slow and cannot connect, it is futile. The term punch force refers to the capacity to deliver punches rapidly and in succession within a defined time frame. The specific number of punches correlates with individual cultivation level, and then an average value is taken. This data comprehensively reflects bodily strength by incorporating factors such as power, speed, and flexibility, typically ranging between 3 to 5 tons. Ning Chuan contemplated and replied, "The disparity therein partly stems from individual talent differences, but more significantly arises from the varying levels of breathing techniques. Punch force also serves as a crucial indicator of the quality of these techniques. Precisely. An S-grade breathing technique cannot enable the punch force of the awakening realm to exceed 6 tons. Uncle Guo nodded in affirmation, exclaiming, "However, historical records state that a practitioner of the dragon elephant ancient scripture at the pinnacle of the awakening ninth stage can generate a punch force capable of shaking a 36,000 gene cauldron. Continuously striking can launch the cauldron into the air, remaining airborne for half a day. 36,000 gene." Ning Chuan quickly calculated, his heart racing in astonishment. 18 tons. This was merely the weight of the cauldron. The punch force clearly exceeded that considerably to achieve such a feat. Remaining airborne for half a day indicated the astonishing stamina of practitioners of the dragon elephant ancient scripture, which could almost be described as flawless breathing techniques. Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement within. At this moment, Guorenyu curled his lips and poured cold water on the discussion, stating, "It's not as mystical as my father suggests." After the establishment of the Federation, several members of the Guo family had practiced the ancient dragon elephant scripture. When one reaches the pinnacle of the ninth stage, their fist strength hovers around 6 tons, which is hardly distinguishable from the S-class breathing techniques. Ning Chuan turned his gaze towards Guo's father, anticipating an explanation. The man was not one to exaggerate. After a brief contemplation, Guo's father remarked, "Neither you nor I are speaking falsely. To shake a great cauldron weighing 36,000 pounds, one must attain the perfect realm of the ancient dragon elephant scripture. The difficulty is akin to ascending to the heavens. Ever since the fall of the Guo dynasty, no one has achieved this feat." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan felt a sense of relief within. The high difficulty of martial arts was not a concern for him, although reaching the perfect realm required profound enlightenment. He was not certain he could accomplish it. However, the limit of the expert realm in the ancient dragon elephant scripture would undoubtedly yield a fist strength exceeding 10 tons, still capable of overwhelming the S-class breathing techniques. Guo's father glanced at Ning Chuan and sighed. Since the establishment of the Federation, throughout generations of the Guo family, not to mention the perfect realm, not a single person has been able to master even the second stage. By the time it reached my generation, no one dared to practice the ancient dragon elephant scripture. Why? Does the ancient dragon elephant scripture have a backlash? Ning Chuan queried, taken aback. He recalled that Guorenyu's breathing technique was inherited from a school. Guo's father shook his head, no. The martial imprint of the ancient dragon elephant scripture has only one last inheritance. With Renyu's talent, how could I dare let him practice it? Guorenyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Ning Chuan suddenly realized that the golden martial imprint felt somewhat burdensome. With only one last inheritance remaining, Its preciousness was evident. Yet, the thought of returning it left him reluctant. The ancient dragon-elephant scripture was undoubtedly superior to the A-class breathing techniques he intended to purchase. Could he buy it with money? A fleeting thought crossed Ning Chuan's mind, only to be extinguished almost immediately, setting aside whether he possessed such wealth. If the Guo family truly wished to exchange the ancient dragon-elephant scripture for money, it would no longer concern him. Chapter 38. Transformation of Martial Arts. The monthly examination approaches. Xiao Ning, do not overthink it. Since I have bestowed upon you the dragon-elephant ancient scripture, I shall not seek its return, was father reassured, noticing the conflicted expression on Ning Chuan's face. After a brief pause, he continued, of course, Uncle Guo, with a rather bold demeanor, intentionally mentioned that only one inheritance remains, as he indeed wishes to request a favor from you. Please go on. In the future, should you ascend to knighthood and perfect your mastery of the dragon-elephant ancient scripture, I hope you will engrave a new martial emblem of the scripture and return it to the Guo family, Guo's father stated solemnly. Engraving a martial emblem requires two prerequisites. First, one must at least be a knight. Second, the corresponding martial art must be perfected. For many years since the fall of the Guo dynasty, no one from the Guo family has achieved this, and Guo's father harbored little belief that his descendants could succeed. The act of not exchanging the dragon-elephant ancient scripture for wealth was merely a sentimental gesture. However, with Ning Chuan's timely appearance, Guo's father felt a flicker of hope reignite within him. The young man had saved his son's life and owed a debt of gratitude. To be capable of slaying a formal martial artist spoke volumes of his innate talent and character, which was commendable and trustworthy. Thus, the decision to bestow the dragon-elephant ancient scripture this evening arose. If you cannot fulfill my request, consider it null and void. Do not feel indebted. To me, Ren Yu's life holds greater value than the dragon-elephant ancient scripture, Guo's father said with a smile. Ning Chuan simply nodded, refraining from making any promises. Yet he resolved within himself to elevate the dragon-elephant ancient scripture to perfection. The trio continued their discussion about the dragon-elephant ancient scripture before Ning Chuan took his leave. In the old city, the spring moon shone exceptionally bright tonight, casting a silvery glow. Lying in bed, Ning Chuan gazed at the crescent moon outside. Once his mind settled to a tranquil state, he pressed the golden martial emblem to his forehead, and profound information surged forth like a tidal wave. The intensity far surpassed the S-class martial art, Wind Shadow 3000. After more than 2 hours, the inheritance concluded. This was quite astonishing. It is known that the information contained within a martial emblem generally reflects the tier of the corresponding martial art. Under normal circumstances, the more information it possesses, the higher the martial art's rank, thus requiring a longer time for inheritance. The pinnacle S-class martial art, Wind Shadow 3000, requires merely a quarter of an hour. The dragon-elephant ancient scripture demanded nearly 10 times that. With a hum, the golden emblem's patterns dulled, ceasing to radiate its luster. A notification resonated in Ning Chuan's mind. The breathing technique is the only martial art that has detected the dragon-elephant ancient scripture and the bull strength. Please make your choice. Dragon-elephant ancient scripture, Ning Chuan silently affirmed, initiating the replacement of the breathing technique. Replacement successful. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan opened the system interface, and the bull strength had vanished from the first column of martial arts, replaced by the dragon-elephant ancient scripture. With the progress indicator showing 0, it appeared that he had not gleaned any insights from the bull strength. Ning Chuan was not surprised. There was little commonality between these two breathing techniques. He was eager to test the refining effects of the dragon-elephant ancient scripture. Ning Chuan rose from his bed, opened the cabinet, and consumed a vial of beast essence in one swift motion. The alert tone promptly sounded. The dragon-elephant ancient scripture sensed the surging energy, invigorating his spirit and exponentially increasing his cultivation speed. As the words fell, a profound, tingling sensation engulfed his entire being like a lightning strike. Remarkably, Ning Chuan could perceive the strengthening of his bones, flesh, and organs, each growing more robust than the might of a rampaging bull. He mused inwardly. Soon after, Another alert confirmed Ning Chuan's speculation. The dragon elephant ancient scripture would deplete its energy in 6 hours. Upon reaching the 6th stage of awakening, the rampaging bull essence consumed 1 vial of beast essence in precisely 1 day. In terms of efficiency, the dragon elephant ancient scripture proved to be 4 times superior to the rampaging bull essence. This was merely the foundational realm at 0% of the dragon elephant ancient scripture's potential. No wonder it could lift a massive cauldron weighing 36,000 pounds. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. However, in the next moment, a twitch of his lips betrayed a thought. A vial of beast essence every 6 hours translates to 4 vials in a day. Even if he could procure them from Luo Mengyue at a cost of 150,000 each, the daily expenditure would amount to 600,000. A 3-bedroom apartment in the city center of Qingshan would barely suffice for the moment. As the dragon elephant ancient scripture and his strength progressed further, the consumption would only accelerate. Coupled with the medicinal packs required for the diamond body, his assets of over 20 million seemed insufficient to last even a month. The rate of expenditure surpassed even that of internet enterprises. It was a bittersweet situation. Ning Chuan reclined backward, collapsing onto his bed. The following 2 days were the weekend. Ning Chuan chose to remain home, focusing his energy on revising his academic subjects. Free from the worries of martial arts. The Federal College entrance examination totals 1,000 points, with cultural subjects accounting for 300 points. Though not as significant as the martial arts examination, it still represented nearly 1/3 of the total score and warranted attention. Aspiring to attend Tsinghua University, every single point required diligent effort to secure. On Sunday, after a morning of studying, Ning Chuan consumed a vial of beast essence for lunch. He then picked up his phone and opened the class group chat, intending to casually browse and relieve his mind. With the monthly examination approaching on the following Monday, the discussions within the group were fervent. According to past traditions, in the last few monthly exams before the college entrance examination, dark horses would often emerge, showcasing their might and surprising everyone. While observing, Ning Chuan noticed someone mentioning him in the chat. It was no ordinary individual. It was their homeroom teacher, Su Yun. Dear students, do you think Ning Chuan has the potential to break into the top 30? Ning Chuan paused, taken aback by the message. Achieving a place in the top 30 at Qingshan No. 1 High School would typically require awakening at the 8th stage, a feat he could barely sustain for 10 seconds under full exertion. Su Yun had clearly witnessed his live stream where he defeated Zhao Weiping. Why would she pose such a question? Ning Chuan furrowed his brows, contemplating, and soon comprehended. During the battle against Zhao Weiping, the sky had been overcast, and heavy rain obscured the camera's clarity. Moreover, the audience, viewing through a screen, could hardly grasp the sharpness of his swordplay. Those lacking profound martial arts understanding would be unable to discern his true prowess. However, Su Yun is merely a first-rank warrior, which is hardly surprising. At this moment, Ning Chuan grasped the reason, while the class group chat erupted with fervor. As a class teacher, Su Yun seldom spoke, and the mention of the illustrious Ning Chuan only intensified the chatter. Messages poured in one after another. Dang Xiaoban, Teacher Su. Ning Chuan has managed to defeat even third-rank martial arts spies. Securing first place should be a mere formality. Wouldn't you agree? To my knowledge, there hasn't been a single formal warrior among the senior students at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Wang Dong. I share the same concern as the class beauty. Another victim indeed. Li Shanyan. I have a relative in the police force who is privy to some truths. Zhao Weiping has long been injured. Prior to facing Ning Chuan, he suffered a devastating electric shock from Chairman Liu, severely compromising his strength. Zhang Wenxi, precisely. A subsequent message followed swiftly. Zhang Wenxi. Zhao Weiping's true combat prowess barely rivals that of his 7th awakening. It is merely the media sensationalism that has inflated his reputation. Ning Chuan has no hope of breaking into the top 30. Li Shanyan, I had my suspicions about Ning Chuan's extraordinary strength. Zhang Wenxi. The media bears some responsibility. It is also true that certain individuals bask in such accolades, revealing an excessive vanity. With his phone in hand, Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed the lesson he imparted to Zhang Wenci previously had not sufficed. The itch for mischief had returned. The class group chat continued to buzz. Zhang, the class leader, if Ning Chuan is unworthy of the top 30, do you truly believe you are any different? Within a certain villa, Mahai's fingers danced across the keyboard, typing with biting sarcasm. Ning Chuan was engaging him in a battle of wits, deliberately leaking information. Zhang Wenci had completely severed ties with him, employing various tactics to create trouble in recent days. Frustratingly, he found himself unable to retaliate. He was no match for either Ning Chuan or Zhang Wenci. All he could do was express his discontent through words. Zhang Wenci, you are but a frog at the bottom of a well. What do you know? Ning Chuan is certainly no match for me. Mahai, anyone can boast. Care to explain how those two panda eyes came to grace your face post-selection? Chapter 39, This Breathing Technique. Bestowed upon me by the venerable old man with a white beard, holds the potential for evolution. Ding, ding, ding. As Zhang Wenci and Mahai were embroiled in a dispute, Ning Chuan's phone rang. It was a call from Gu Tianyu, who informed him that the agents from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp had arrived at the police station. Uncle Gu, I understand. After ending the call, Ning Chuan refrained from perusing the class group chat and made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he hailed an economical taxi and directed the driver straight to the police station. He harbored great anticipation for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Being ranked first in the Donglin Administrative District, it undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. Perhaps, like those elite private training camps, it offered unlimited supplies of high-grade beast meat at no cost. The mere thought of this brought a smile to Ning Chuan's face. It was not that he lacked ambition. Rather, his assets of over 20 million would not sustain him for long. At the police station, in Gu Tianyu's office, Ning Chuan met the agent from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, whose surname was Li. He appeared to be in his 30s, of average height, sitting upright with a poised demeanor. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of competence. If you're prepared, we may begin, Agent Li stated, holding a sleek tablet and extracting a stylus. Certainly. Feel free to ask. Ning Chuan nodded in affirmation. Agent Li continued, please provide your identity information, including your name, gender, age, ID number, and place of origin. Ning Chuan was taken aback. The rest was manageable, but gender? While he had a somewhat delicate appearance, it was hardly ambiguous. Noticing his surprise, Agent Li clarified, Ning Chuan, please do not misunderstand. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp selects only 100 students each year from nearly 10 million candidates in the Donglin Administrative District. Each position is of utmost importance. I must verify everything meticulously, leaving no room for error. The probability is 1 in 100,000. Ning Chuan was secretly astonished as he swiftly recited his identity information. All matched perfectly. Agent Li raised the stylus and inquired, please specify your current strength level, including the finer distinctions of your small realm. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before responding, awakening stage 6, and for the small realm, I believe it is the initial stage. In truth, he was uncertain if it could still be considered the initial stage. After switching breathing techniques, he had to reforge the training prior to awakening stage 6. Revisiting the dragon-elephant ancient scripture, the disparity between these two breathing techniques was immense. In the short term, a breakthrough to awakening stage 7 seemed unattainable. However, Ning Chuan remained unperturbed. A breakthrough in realm was merely an external manifestation of strength enhancement. As long as his capabilities were improving, the realm itself was inconsequential. In fact, a later breakthrough might signify a more solid foundation. A renowned general of the Federation once remarked that the ascent in martial realms is, in a sense, akin to constructing a building. A firm ground floor is essential to support higher levels. Only awakening stage 6? Agent Li exclaimed in astonishment. Having worked for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp for over a decade, this was the first time he encountered a student with such low strength. Not to mention awakening stage 6, even awakening stage 7 or 8 were absent. Most began at the pinnacle of awakening stage 9. Suddenly, Agent Li appeared to have an epiphany and tentatively inquired, do you possess extraordinary abilities? No, Ning Chuan replied, shaking his head. He understood why Agent Lee posed such a question. Extraordinary abilities are special powers acquired after unlocking certain genetic codes within the human body. Notable examples include pyrokinesis, cryokinesis, and the manipulation of lightning. These powers, when combined with martial arts, significantly enhance combat effectiveness, allowing one to easily engage in battles beyond their level. However, not all extraordinary abilities are suited for combat. The awakening of such powers is fraught with uncertainty and unpredictability. For instance, Zhao Weiping, whom he had slain, possessed a duplicative ability that lacked lethality and was primarily useful for deception. This was still preferable. Some abilities were so trivial as to be laughable, such as the power to extend one's hair, which merely required more expense for haircuts. Fortunately, a bald individual could easily forfeit this ability. Similarly, there was the flexible tongue ability, which allowed one's tongue to move with extraordinary agility, capable of hundreds of flicks in a second. What practical use could that serve? Spitting? Yet, it puzzled some citizens of the Federation that certain women's clubs held a keen interest in the flexible tongue ability, even offering million-dollar annual salaries for recruitment. Agent Lee believed that one need not possess extraordinary abilities to engage in combat beyond one's level. Gu Qianyu, seated behind his desk, smiled slightly. Agent Lee, I do not intend to underestimate Ning Chuan. I am merely inquiring as per usual protocol. Agent Lee explained, if Ning Chuan possesses formidable extraordinary abilities, the Shanghai Talent Training Camp would allocate certain resources in his favor. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's gaze flickered. It seemed there was fierce competition within the Shanghai Talent Training Camp. Nevertheless, this was to his advantage. His resource consumption was significant. An equitable distribution would hinder his growth. Please, continue, Agent Lee, Gu Tianyu encouraged. Agent Lee nodded and turned to Ning Chuan. What martial arts do you practice? Ning Chuan pondered briefly before asking. Should I mention my realm as well? No need, Agent Lee replied confidently, a hint of pride in his tone. Regardless of your realm, the instructors at the Shanghai Talent Training Camp possess the capability to guide you. This confidence stemmed from their long-standing reputation as the top district in Donglin administration area. Gu Qianyu exchanged a knowing glance with Agent Lee, fully aware of Ning Chuan's true capabilities. The Gale Step, perfected to its ultimate form, and a B-grade swift blade technique of exceptionally high caliber, either at the expert's limit or perfected state. Most instructors at the Shanghai Talent Training Camp were at the expert level, with few reaching perfection. It remained uncertain who would ultimately guide whom. Gu Qianyu found himself anticipating that moment, regrettably unable to witness it firsthand. I practice martial arts, including the Gale Step. Ning Chuan swiftly recounted. Agent Lee raised his stylus, and after a brief pause of over 10 seconds without further elaboration, he asked, what about your breathing technique? Given the opportunity to work with the Shanghai Talent Training Camp, his caliber was evidently high, allowing him to instantly recognize the various types of martial arts Ning Chuan had mentioned. Must I disclose it? Ning Chuan recalled his father's counsel. However, relying solely on brute strength would be futile. The moment he revealed his physical prowess, his facade would crumble. Unless he remained inactive at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, which was evidently unrealistic. Agent Lee turned to Ning Chuan and said, it is best to be forthright. The more comprehensive your information, the more suitably matched the instructor at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp will be for you. If you are concerned about others coveting your breathing technique, there is no need for such anxiety. Among the students who can enter the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, many practice S-class breathing techniques. It is not an S-class breathing technique, Ning Chuan mused, breaking into a grin. It is an obscure breathing method passed down to me by a white-bearded elder. According to him, this technique is remarkably unique. It can evolve by integrating with other S-class breathing techniques. With each S-class technique fused, it grows stronger. If one could fuse all 49 techniques on a ranking list, it would evolve into the most formidable breathing technique across the heavens and the earth. Hearing this, Gu Qianyu could not help but burst into laughter. He suddenly understood why Lu Zhan had complained yesterday that Ning Chuan was merely all talk. It can evolve indeed. Agent Lee's expression twitched, nearly losing his composed demeanor as he muttered, I shall record it as an unknown breathing technique. With that, Agent Lee hastily moved on to the next question, fearful that Ning Chuan might concoct yet another prehistoric breathing technique. After a brief interval of inquiries, Agent Lee put away the tablet, retrieved a card of interwoven blue and gray, and handed it to Ning Chuan, stating solemnly, "This is your student ID. Be sure not to misplace it. Furthermore, on April 1st, you must arrive at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Any tardiness will be considered a forfeiture. The specific location details will be sent to your phone shortly." "Thank you for the reminder," Ning Chuan replied, holding the student ID and pondering for a moment before asking, "Agent Lee, could you share some insights about the Shanghai Genius Training Camp?" There is scarce information available online. In truth, he wished to inquire whether there was unlimited free beast meat available at the training camp, but such a question felt too embarrassing to voice. Once you arrive at the camp, an instructor will personally introduce you to everything. Agent Lee looked at Ning Chuan, his face brightening with a radiant smile. A child as mischievous as he would surely learn many of the camp's rules. The thought alone brought joy. Chapter 40. As the tide recedes, who remains bare? On March 28th, 1099 of the federal calendar, a Monday, Qingsha No. 1 High School held its first monthly examination following the 100-day pledge assembly. Many students arrived at school early, placing great importance on the occasion. Each individual adjusted their mindset in their seats. With the college entrance examination approaching, their capabilities had largely solidified, and the results of this monthly test would serve as a fair representation of their performance in the impending exams. The monthly examination was divided into two parts: academic subjects and martial arts. The academic portion mirrored the structure of the college entrance examination, encompassing mathematics, martial arts theory, biology, chemistry, physics, and a comprehensive study of literature and history, totaling 300 points. The martial arts examination varied each year, with Qingshan No. 1 High School consistently opting for a competitive arena format. At 7 in the morning, the examination commenced. Inside the classroom, Ning Chuan remained calm and composed, gazing intently at the test paper displayed on the computer screen, contemplating earnestly and answering meticulously. His original academic performance had been commendable, and he had not squandered his time in recent days. In fact, with no martial arts training to attend to, he had ample leisure time to devote to his studies. Nevertheless, some challenging problems eluded him. Ning Chuan chose not to dwell on them, promptly bypassing those he deemed beyond his capability. As time trickled by, the bell rang, echoing across the campus, signaling the conclusion of the examination. As Ning Chuan stepped out of the classroom, his phone buzzed with a text message from the school containing his results. Thanks to the advanced technology of the Federation, which employed artificial intelligence for grading, results were generated in mere seconds. He scored 259 points, placing him 31st. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction at his phone. His efforts had indeed borne fruit. Previously, his academic standing had been outside the top 100. The message concluded with a link to the ranking leaderboard, and Ning Chuan clicked to take a glance. The top scorer was Tang Xiaowan, the class beauty, with an impressive 299 points. It was evident that she had mastered every question, with the solitary point deducted, likely due to a missing explanation. A student of her caliber, a true academic prodigy, was assured a place in one of the Federation's top 10 prestigious schools. Ning Chuan mused to himself. Tang Xiaowan, having awakened to the fourth stage, would undoubtedly secure a top-tier university if her martial arts score were factored in. However, students with exceptional academic results could gain special admission to renowned institutions, paving the way for a career in pure sciences, a field the Federation held in high regard, with annual funding reaching into the billions. Yet, the most promising prospects lay within martial arts. Even if Tang Xiaowan pursued a scientific path, her best outcome would be to become the chief researcher at a major corporation, earning a salary and dividends amounting to at most $1 billion. Ning Chuan blinked in surprise. That seemed rather substantial. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely relative to the average person. The earning potential of top martial artists far surpassed such figures. In the Federation, supercorporations spanning multiple administrative regions invariably required the backing of divine generals. Without such support, they could be devoured by rivals, leaving nothing behind. These divine generals often needed to do nothing throughout the year, yet still garnered dividends amounting to billions or even tens of billions. This is merely a fraction of the divine general's income. The venue for the martial arts examination is the training ground, where numerous platforms have already been constructed. Shortly after the afternoon has passed, the training ground becomes bustling with activity, with people everywhere, abuzz with excitement. Among them are students participating in the martial arts examination, spectators eager to witness the event, parents of the students, and reporters from television stations arriving to cover the event. Compared to the mundane task of answering questions on paper, the fervor of battle is undeniably more captivating. As for this month's examination, who do you think will emerge victorious? The previous champion, President Liu, is absent due to injury. I believe Ning Chuan has a chance. Haha, how outdated. Do you truly think he possesses the strength that the news reports suggest? An executive from the Wei Corporation publicly commented online, stating that the Tianwu spy was gravely injured and barely retained the strength of a seventh-tier awakening. If Ning Chuan killed him, it would merely be a matter of picking up the pieces. Indeed, I have also heard about this incident. His classmate Zhang Wenxi mentioned it in the class group chat. Yet Ning Chuan did not dare to voice his opinion. Such remarkable luck. First comprehending the flash thunder strike, and then encountering an injured spy. Those who are undeserving of their reputation will inevitably have their faces slapped by the truth. Many are fervently discussing this matter. Due to recent reports, Ning Chuan has become the focal point of conversation. However, under the influence of certain individuals, the discourse has predominantly taken a negative turn. Standing beneath a tree at the edge of the training ground, Ning Chuan listens intently. He does not respond or refute, just as he remained indifferent during the discussions in the class group chat. The martial arts examination is about to commence. Actions speak louder than words. Suddenly, a deliberately amplified voice draws the attention of many. Ning Chuan, I heard that Zhao Weiping was grievously injured by Lu Mengyue and that you reaped the benefits without any effort. Initially, I doubted it, believing someone was slandering you. But now, seeing your demeanor, it appears to be true. Wei Bohu strides over with a hearty laugh. Ning Chuan glances at him and replies coolly, So you dare to speak now? I thought you were rendered speechless by Uncle Liu. Wei Bohu's smile freezes instantly, and after a moment, he retorts with a cold grin. Do not be too pleased with yourself. Today, I shall incapacitate you on stage, and Lu Zhan. The master of the venue will not intervene. Lu Zhan has yet to arrive at the scene. Wei Bohu hesitates, but ultimately refrains from directly naming him. The shadow of the tree, the name of the person, being a peak knight, carries an immense weight. Ning Chuan contemplates and asks, Are you certain you can secure a match against me? A glimmer of ferocity flashes in Wei Bohu's eyes as he lowers his voice ominously. Just wait. Today, no one will save you. I will break your bones one by one. That 20 million will be insufficient even for your healing. At his words, Ning Chuan's lips curl slightly, and he falls silent. Wei Bohu underestimates him, which is precisely what he desires. He had previously worried that Wei Bohu might discover his true strength and be intimidated into not participating. After all, in just a few days, he will be heading to the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, with no time to waste in a standoff with Wei Bohu. The grievances between them will be settled today. All the posturing will come to an end once they are on stage. I shall see how he continues to feign bravado. After uttering a few harsh words, and noticing that Ning Chuan remained unresponsive, Wei Bohu found the encounter somewhat tedious and departed with purposeful strides. The surrounding crowd, instead of dispersing, engaged in even more fervent discussions. Ning Chuan refrained from retorting. It appeared that Wei Bohu's earlier remarks held some truth. Indeed, the elimination of the Tianwu spy was merely a stroke of luck. One could easily surmise the limitations of an awakened individual at the mid-tier stage. To provoke Wei Bohu was clearly an act of folly, likely fueled by an overindulgence in sensational news, leading one to believe in their own invincibility. Confronting Wei Bohu on stage would undoubtedly result in being crushed. A cacophony of derision and skepticism ensued, echoing relentlessly. Ning Chuan kept his gaze lowered, maintaining his silence. The myriad of taunts and doubts directed at him were, on one hand, instigated covertly by Wei Bohu and Zhang Wenxi, while on the other, stemmed from the rapidity of his rise. In less than a month, he had transformed from an obscure, awakened individual at the fourth stage to a prodigious youth renowned for vanquishing the Tianwu spy, a veritable miracle. Such a swift ascent was difficult for many to fathom, giving rise to suspicions of hidden machinations at play. As they absorbed the provocations from Wei, Bo, Hu, and Zhang Wenxi, they believed they had uncovered the truth and engaged in fervent criticism. However, the tide shall eventually recede. It will become evident who is truly exposed in this game. Chapter 41. A few moves? No, just a finger classmate, Ning. So this is where you are. I've been searching high and low for you. A melodious voice rang out, accompanied by a tinkling laughter. Ning Chuan looked up to see Wang Er's-Hui approaching him, microphone in hand, with the cameraman from that day trailing behind her. Reporter Wang, are you here to cover the monthly exam at Qingshan No. 1 High School? A faint smile graced Ning Chuan's face. He understood that the numerous accolades he had received were significantly influenced by Wang Ershui's live broadcasts. Whether intentional or not, he had certainly benefited from it. Thanks to you. After that live stream, I no longer have to report on food at the shopping plaza. Wang Er's-Hui beamed. Pausing for a moment, she glanced around before whispering, I just interviewed some students and found that they generally have little faith in your performance. Do you know why that is? Ning Chuan chuckled lightly, not offering an explanation. Instead, he posed a question in return. And what is your opinion? I believe you will definitely secure first place. Wang Er's-Hui replied earnestly. Although she had only awakened to the 7th stage, she could not discern the depth of Ning Chuan's swordsmanship. However, she had been present that day, and even from dozens of meters away, she could feel the fierce energy emanating from Ning Chuan's blade, piercing through the rain and chilling her skin. In such a state of awakening, who could rival a warrior who refrains from revealing their prowess? With such confidence, it seems difficult for me to savor the joy of proving you wrong. Ning Chuan shrugged, feigning a hint of helplessness. Wang Er's-Hui was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, she grasped the implication, her eyes sparkling with realization. Ning Chuan aimed for the top position. What a sensational story! Wang Er's-Hui exclaimed as she lifted the microphone towards the camera. From the interviews conducted, we can see that despite the skepticism surrounding him, classmate Ning remains spirited and determined to claim victory, demonstrating that the weak can indeed triumph over the strong, having vanquished the spies of Tianwu. Nevertheless, Qingshan No. 1 High School is a municipal key institution, teeming with experts, who will ultimately claim the coveted first place. Dear viewers, stay tuned. As Wang Er's-Hui elaborated, Ning Chuan caught sight of a voluptuous figure in the distance. Reporter Wang, I have something to attend to. I shall see you another time. With a slight bow, he quickly departed. Good afternoon, Teacher Su. Approaching her, Ning Chuan greeted her with a smile. Upon seeing Ning Chuan, Su Yun furrowed her fair brow and said, I believe it would be best if you refrain from participating in this afternoon's martial arts examination. The atmosphere seems rather ominous. It appears that some may not appreciate your prominence and are targeting you. Should you face defeat, the backlash could be overwhelming. Ning Chuan flashed a grin and replied, Teacher Su, just yesterday you asked me if I could make into the top 30. At that time, I was unaware that someone might be plotting against you. Su Yin pondered for a moment before responding, Yesterday, I approached the education department to request that if you make it into the top 30, could you receive an additional vial of beast nourishing solution as a reward? What was the outcome? Ning Chuan inquired, intrigued. Given his current wealth, a single vial of the solution was inconsequential, yet he knew that having more would always be advantageous. The dragon-elephant ancient scripture was exceedingly costly. Su Yin shook her head, sighing. The education department declined. You must place in the top 10 to receive an additional vial of the beast nourishing solution. This is exceedingly challenging. Even at the pinnacle of the awakening 9th stage, one cannot be assured of stability, let alone you. Ning Chuan, oblivious to the undercurrent of disappointment in Su Yun's words, gazed with glimmering eyes and exclaimed, if the top 10 can earn 2 vials of beast essence, then what about the first place? How many would the education department provide? 5 vials. Su Yun shot him a resentful glare, retorting, do you truly believe you can secure that? Within our senior year, there are no fewer than 3 individuals at the peak of the awakening 9th stage. Are you not aware of your own limitations? As she spoke, she unleashed her original power to assess Ning Chuan's strength. You have awakened to the 6th stage. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. If her memory served her right, Ning Chuan had only been at the 4th stage a mere 20 days prior. To advance 2 stages in such a brief period is no small feat. It may not be unparalleled throughout history, yet it certainly ranks among the finest in the annals of the Federation. Now, do you comprehend my prowess? Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, appraising Su Yun with a light chuckle. You still fall short. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yun replied earnestly, with your 6th stage awakening, coupled with the nuanced thunder slash, your combat power approximates that of an awakening 8th stage. However, you remain far from the peak of the awakening 9th stage. Moreover, you must understand that the martial arts examination does not consist merely of a single arena match. Your stamina is a considerable weakness, significantly inferior to those of higher awakening stages. By the time you face them, your strength will likely dwindle to a mere 60%. Ning Chuan shrugged, grinning as he responded, Teacher Su, have a bit more faith in me. Is this a matter of faith? Su Yun's beautiful eyes widened in exasperation. The disparity in strength is so vast that even the most steadfast belief cannot bridge it. After a brief pause, she adjusted her demeanor and gently admonished. Had this been before, I would have eagerly encouraged you to participate in the martial arts examination. However, it is apparent that someone is intent on targeting you. Even if you manage to rank within the top 30, it will not suffice. A single defeat will invite a barrage of slander and accusations upon you. In such circumstances, you will be unable to focus on preparing for the college entrance examination, and your future will undoubtedly be affected. Boom! 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 At that moment, the resounding war drums announcing the commencement of the martial arts examination echoed, each beat more thunderous than the last, filling the air with palpable tension. Thousands of senior students swiftly mobilized. Teacher Su, we can discuss this after the exam, Ning Chuan said, glancing at his assigned arena on his phone, bidding farewell with a smile as he strode away. Su Yun watched him, her forehead creased with frustration. It was evident that Ning Chuan had not absorbed a single word of her earnest counsel. Undoubtedly, he had been buoyed by the accolades from various media outlets, leading him to believe that he possessed the combat prowess of a seasoned warrior. Su Yun gazed at Ning Chuan's retreating figure, biting her lip, and chose not to further impede him. As the homeroom teacher, she had done all she could. Yet, out of concern, she decided to follow him nonetheless. At Arena 17, Ning Chuan encountered his opponent, who was not Wei Bo Hu, but a certain Wang Chong, an awakening 4th stage practitioner. The arena battles at Qing Shan No. One high school adhered to specific rules. Fighters of the same stage would duel first, and only victorious combatants would face stronger adversaries. However, the academic office still recorded Ning Chuan's strength as that of an awakening 4th stage. To challenge Wei Bo Hu, one must achieve a series of consecutive victories. Here stands Ning Chuan. It was not just the keen-eyed individual who called out. Over half the spectators at the training ground swiftly gathered. Such charisma ignited envy among the students at other arenas. How could his opponent be at the 4th stage of awakening? Some despaired upon seeing the screen displaying student information at the edge of the ring. Fear not, for the time consumed by Ning Chuan's victory can roughly gauge his prowess. If the battle proves to be evenly matched, it could become quite entertaining. As the audience engaged in discussion, the referee on the platform waved his hand decisively, announcing the commencement of the match. Draw your sword, Ning Chuan. Wang Zhong's expression was grave as he gripped a hefty battle blade tightly, raising it before his chest. The referees officiating the arena battles were esteemed martial arts instructors from the school, possessing formidable strength to avert dangers promptly, allowing students to wield weapons. I do not require one. Ning Chuan's gaze remained tranquil, his hands naturally falling at his sides, exuding an air of relaxation. Arrogance. Wang Zhong huffed in discontent, charging forward with his blade. I am aware of your exquisite thunder slash, but without a weapon, how will you execute it? Even a lion exerts its full strength against a rabbit, let alone when we are both at the 4th stage of awakening. As he spoke, Wang Zhong closed the distance and unleashed a powerful downward strike, the force and speed creating a whistling wind. The mountain cleaving blade. This was an E-grade martial art characterized by its immense power and relatively slow speed. Wang Zhong had honed his skills to a proficient level. With a whoosh, the fierce gust generated by the battle blade tousled a few strands of Ning Chuan's hair as he stood his ground, neither retreating nor dodging. Only when the blade descended within half a meter did he raise his right hand. Then, with a flick of his finger directed at the incoming blade tip, he struck. Boom! In an instant, a flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The heavy battle blade was raised high, nearly slipping from Wang Zhong's grasp. He staggered backward, shaken, and after several steps, he fell with a thud off the platform. With a single finger, Wang Zhong was defeated. The once boisterous crowd fell into an abrupt silence. Chapter 42. To speak frankly, my father is a divine General Wang Chong, who has awakened to the fourth stage. Barely managed to touch the threshold of university, and cannot be considered a formidable warrior. It is reasonable to expect that to defeat someone in one blow, one must be at least of the seventh awakening stage. Furthermore, achieving such a feat with the ease and grace displayed by Ning Chuan is no small task. Wasn't it said that the Tianwu spy had lost even the strength of a seventh awakening? Then why did the battle between Ning Chuan and him seem so brutal? Do not tell me they were merely acting. A voice of skepticism shattered the silence near the arena, and a wave of discussion surged among the crowd. It was indeed somewhat puzzling. After all, the Tianwu spy was a martial artist. Even in a desperate situation, he could still unleash the power of a seventh awakening, albeit for a limited time. Ultimately, at the critical moment, he could not even evade, allowing Ning Chuan to sever his head. Someone hastily concocted an explanation. A seventh awakening can indeed gain admission to prestigious universities. Yet, let us not forget that Zhao Weiping, upon fleeing to Qingshan City, possessed at least the peak strength of a ninth awakening. Even if Ning Chuan were at the pinnacle of the seventh awakening, he still had an advantage over Lu Mengyue. His true role was merely to deliver the final blow. The crowd was abuzz with chatter, and compared to the earlier mockery directed at Ning Chuan, some voices began to rise in his defense. The victor is Ning Chuan, the judge announced. Ning Chuan calmly descended from the arena, awaiting the next bout. How can your strength improve so rapidly? Su Yun squeezed her way through the crowd to find Ning Chuan. As she spoke, her fair cheeks flushed uncontrollably, a subtle rosy hue emerging. She was well aware that Ning Chuan possessed a B-level martial art, the lightning slash, at an intricate level as his trump card. With bare hands, he could rival a seventh awakening, and armed, he could contend with a ninth awakening. With a stroke of luck, he might even secure the top spot in the martial arts examination. Reflecting on her earlier grandiloquent exhortation, Su Yun felt both embarrassed and shy as the flush on her cheeks spread to her ears. Had it not been for her overwhelming curiosity, she would never have dared to approach him. After contemplating for a moment, Ning Chuan broke into a grin and teased, Am I not an orphan? A few days ago, my biological parents found me. Among them, my father is a divine general who has provided me with considerable assistance. Divine general, Su Yun could not help but exclaim, quickly covering her mouth and glancing around to ensure she had not drawn attention before letting out a sigh of relief. Given the capabilities of a divine general, it is not surprising. Do you truly believe this? Ning Chuan blinked, nearly laughing aloud. May I inquire which divine general you are referring to? Su Yun asked cautiously, even employing honorifics when addressing him. Ning Chuan hesitated for a moment, tentatively suggesting the Wind-Blood Divine General. This was the only divine general he knew of, the creator of the Wind Shadow 3000. After all, he had not anticipated that Su Yun would take his jest seriously. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Isn't the Wind-Blood Divine General a woman? Oh, I must have remembered incorrectly. In fact, my mother is the divine general, Ning Chuan replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Yun immediately realized she had been deceived, her anger manifesting in heavy breaths and a tumultuous rise and fall of her chest, nearly causing her clothing buttons to burst open. Ning Chuan, do you truly believe that your combat prowess comparable to an awakened ninth stage, is so formidable that I cannot subdue you? A dangerous smile graced Su Yun's exquisite face as she mysteriously produced a teaching rod, striking it fiercely, producing a sound akin to an explosion in the air. Ah, Teacher Su, my second match is about to commence. We shall converse later. Ning Chuan took nervously. Hastening his steps, a furious woman, especially one skilled in martial arts, was not to be trifled with. Upon mounting the arena, Ning Chuan found his footing steady and his mindset tranquil. His opponent was yet another at the awakened fourth stage. With a resounding clang, he flicked his finger, sending the opponent's weapon flying, while simultaneously causing them to stumble backward and fall from the stage. Victory in the second match. A little over 10 minutes later, the third match began. This time, his adversary was an awakened fifth-stage warrior wielding a dark battle spear. The audience stirred with excitement. Surely, Ning Chuan could not defeat him with just a flick of his finger. In the awakened realm, each advancement significantly amplified one's strength. As the match commenced, sparks flew with the sound of impact. To the astonishment of the spectators, the black battle spear was sent soaring. The awakened fifth-stage warrior, like the previous two, staggered and fell from the stage. Ning Chuan, once again, prevailed with just a flick. Victory in the third match. Fourth match, victory. Fifth match, victory. Ning Chuan arrived at the sixth match with an overwhelming presence. Upon seeing his opponent, he raised an eyebrow, none other than Ma Hai, a familiar face at the pinnacle of the awakened sixth stage. I refuse to believe Ning Chuan can win with just a flick this time, grumbled a spectator who had endured 5 matches of frustration. No one responded nearby. The audience's focus was solely on the arena, aware that Ning Chuan was likely to secure victory, but the process might reveal his true prowess. Typically, an ordinary awakened 7th stage would require a full display of power to defeat a peak 6th-stage opponent within a few exchanges. On the arena, Ma Hai felt unfortunate upon seeing Ning Chuan, his expression clouded with gloom. Having faced Ning Chuan multiple times, he was well aware that he was no match, destined to lose. In the next moment, however, his peripheral vision caught sight of the dense crowd below, stirring something within him. With Ning Chuan's burgeoning fame, his defeat would be understandable, and no one would belittle him. Yet, if he could exchange several blows with Ning Chuan, it would surely draw considerable attention. An excellent opportunity to make a name for himself. With this thought, Ma Hai's eyes sparkled. After Ning Chuan had taken so much money from him, it was time to recoup his losses. The match began. No sooner had the referee finished speaking than Ma Hai lunged forward, charging at Ning Chuan like a ferocious tiger. In less than a second, he closed the distance, raising his right leg in an arc, channeling immense power as he brought it crashing down. Perhaps inspired by the prospect of future fame, Ma Hai felt his martial arts skills inching toward the threshold of mastery, ready to break through to proficiency. As the leg was executed with force, a fierce wind howled through the air. Ning Chuan, instead of resorting to a nimble response or evading with swift steps, raised his right hand, spreading his fingers wide, silently awaiting Ma Hai's strike. He sought to gauge the capabilities of his current physique, and Ma Hai, who was of the same realm, served as an excellent benchmark. With a resounding thud, Ning Chuan's right hand met Ma Hai's descending leg. A formidable force surged forth, compelling Ning Chuan's knee to dip momentarily. Yet, in the next instant, he regained his balance. His elevated right hand, pale and elongated, exuded strength as it firmly grasped Ma Hai's leg midair. Ma Hai, who practiced a C-grade breathing technique, unleashed a D-grade martial art known as the Shatter Strike. In terms of sheer strength, Ning Chuan was at a disadvantage, especially without the utilization of martial arts. However, the outcome was a stalemate. Ning Chuan's took surget, analyzing the situation with lightning speed. It appeared that his physical prowess had surpassed that of a typical peak awakening stage 6 by a considerable margin. Yet, he acknowledged that he still fell short of the higher echelons of awakening, which represented a significant transformation. He concluded without a hint of regret, instead feeling a sense of astonishment. Having practiced the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra for merely 3 days, his physical condition had evolved from the beginner level of D-grade breathing technique. the rampaging bull strength, to a state surpassing that of a peak awakening stage 6 who practiced a C-grade technique. Catching up to a normal awakening stage 7 seemed to be merely a matter of consuming a few bottles of beast essence nutritional solution. Chapter 43. The distinction between awakening stage 7 and stage 8 is non-existent. Ning Chuan. Release me, my beloved, exerting all his strength in an attempt to retract his leg with grace. However, the 5 fingers gripping his ankle were as unyielding as iron hooks, rendering him utterly immovable. Mahai, unable to pull back his leg, found his body swaying precariously from the exertion, resorting to hopping on his remaining foot in a desperate bid to maintain balance. Ning Chuan, recognizing the disparity in their physical capabilities, deemed it a waste of time to prolong the struggle. With a casual flick of his right hand, an overwhelming force surged forth, sending the 100-plus-pound Mahai hurtling through the air. With a resounding thud, Mahai crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The victor is Ning Chuan, the referee proclaimed once more. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, many exchanging incredulous glances. To dispatch an opponent at the pinnacle of awakening stage 6 in just 2 effortless moves was nothing short of extraordinary. Could it be that Ning Chuan was capable of contending with those of awakening stage 8? The most riveting moment of the battle was undoubtedly Ning Chuan's precise grip, accurately predicting the trajectory of Mahai's kick. Did you see that? The instant Mahai lifted his leg to strike, Ning Chuan's right hand was already in motion. Such practical prowess is simply astonishing, an elderly observer exclaimed, his voice tinged with admiration. A seasoned martial artist himself, he had served in the military during his youth, earning accolades and respect. The surrounding spectators turned their gazes toward Ning Chuan, their expressions a mix of awe and skepticism. What was the representative from the Wei Corporation implying? Surely, Ning Chuan could not be as inadequate as suggested. Discontent murmured among the crowd, some feeling deceived. Defeating an awakening stage 6 opponent in 2 moves might simply be a stroke of luck. Who could ascertain how he would fare against someone of awakening stage 8? A voice from the shadows of the crowd countered, challenging the prevailing sentiment. As Ning Chuan descended from the ring, he caught wind of the nearby disputes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. There was no need for him to speak. The mockery and doubts surrounding him would be thoroughly obliterated by the victories yet to come. His next adversary was likely to be of a higher awakening stage. However, before confronting Wei Bo, he resolved to conceal a portion of his strength to avoid alarming him. I must remain discreet, Ning Chuan murmured to himself, the tempestuous chill within him gradually settling into tranquility. Shortly thereafter, the 7th match commenced. Ning Chuan's gaze fell upon a leaping opponent, surprise flickering across his countenance. What a coincidence! It was yet another familiar face from his class. After a moment of contemplation, he adopted a stern expression, addressing Zhang Wenxi. You dared to leak information about the 3 bottles of beast-nourishing serum to outsiders. Zhang Wenxi's ire flared at this accusation. How audacious of you to blame me. The assignment you spoke of, it concluded long before this, with so many eyes upon them. Zhang Wenxi refrained from admitting to his underhanded tactics against Lu Mengyu. Ah, so you were aware of it, Ning Chuan scoffed, initially intending to seize this opportunity to leverage Zhang Wenxi for a financial gain. Seeing Ning Chuan's demeanor, Zhang Wenxi's eyes blazed with fury. 500,000 was no trifling sum for him. Moreover, unbeknownst to him, he eagerly sought accolades from his elders, only to face an inevitable outcome, an utter embarrassment. Do not assume that your connection through my uncle grants you immunity. Today, in this arena of battle, I shall make you acutely aware of the consequences of deceiving me. Zhang Wenxi ground his teeth as he spoke. Ning Chuan chuckled nonchalantly. Do you truly believe you can surpass me? How laughable. On that day, you merely capitalized on the advantage of weaponry. Do you genuinely consider yourself my equal? Zhang Wenxi snorted coldly. With that, he drew a gleaming azure sword from his waist and swung his arm. Whoosh! The air emitted a sharp whistle. The might of his strike was evidently at the 8th stage of awakening. A fervent discussion erupted among the spectators below. The 8th stage of awakening, without a doubt. could place him within the top 30 of his class. Zhang Wenci indeed aspired to be a dark horse. I am aware of him. He is the son of Lu Wan, and among the younger generation of the Lu family, he is regarded as quite formidable. This student shall surely expose Ning Chuan's true nature. Upon hearing the chatter around him, Zhang Wenci wore a smug expression as he taunted Ning Chuan. If you bow and apologize to me now, perhaps I shall show mercy in our ensuing battle, allowing you to lose with a semblance of dignity. Your family truly spares no expense on you. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, astonished. Previously, during the selection competition, Zhang Wenci had not yet reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage of awakening. In merely a week's time, he had broken through to the 8th stage. Zhang Wenci is not an anomaly. It is impossible for anyone to cultivate so swiftly. The sole explanation must be that he consumed some rare restorative, such as the beast essence nutrient solution, which commands a price in the millions, a staggering expense. Zhang Wenci's expression subtly shifted, followed by a cold sneer. You are merely envious. In martial cultivation, results are all that matter, irrespective of the process. Ning Chuan shrugged, choosing not to contest further. The distinction between the 7th and 8th stages of awakening held no significance for him. The competition commenced. At the referee's command, Zhang Wenci made the first move. With a powerful stomp, he leaped effortlessly over 10 meters, arriving before Ning Chuan, and executed a horizontal slash with astonishing speed, the azure blade shimmering with brilliance. Swish! As the sharp blade approached, Ning Chuan employed his gale step to evade. His diamond body had reached the 4th level, rendering his physique robust enough to endure strikes from the 8th stage of awakening. However, once an opponent wielded a weapon, unless he transformed his body into a golden form, he could not withstand the onslaught. Whoosh! Circumventing to Zhang Wenci's side, Ning Chuan clenched his fist and unleashed a ferocious blow, the force exuding a palpable pressure, as if the very air were to solidify, imbued with unbridled ferocity. Thousand Bones slaughter technique, 3rd form. White bone killing fist. He moves quite swiftly. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Wenci caught sight of Ning Chuan and scoffed, his wrist flicking as the trajectory of his sword shifted from a horizontal strike to a vertical cleave, slicing through the air towards the incoming fist. Ning Chuan's gaze remained calm as he continued to strike. Just as his fist was about to collide with the razor-sharp blade, a burst of golden light erupted, dazzlingly bright. Through the radiance, one could see that the fist appeared as though forged from some divine metal, exuding an essence of unwavering strength. Bang! The clash of fist and blade resounded with a tremendous clang of metal against metal. A few sparks ignited in the air. Zhang Wenci's body trembled, causing his sword to rise high. Ning Chuan took several steps back before dissipating his strength. He was not overly surprised. The Thousand Bone Slaughter technique was merely at the proficient level, not particularly advanced. His physical prowess was also inferior to Zhang Wenci's, making it entirely natural for him to be at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. His swordsmanship is commendable. Without years of diligent practice, such skill cannot be attained. Praised a martial artist. Even more impressive is Ning Chuan. How did he withstand that strike without wearing any gauntlets? A burly man in the crowd expressed uncertainty. That golden light resembles the transformation of the Vajra body, but that seems implausible. Why? The Vajra body is arguably the most challenging B-grade martial art to cultivate. Achieving body transformation requires at least the 3rd level, and the area of transformation covers merely a fist, necessitating the 4th level. Accomplishing this in less than 20 years is nearly impossible. The practice of external martial arts does not consider one's innate understanding. As a crowd pondered, the battle continued on the arena. Zhang Wenci swung his sword with fierce precision, unleashing a barrage of azure light that illuminated the stage. Ning Chuan refrained from drawing his sword, relying solely on his fists and feet to counter with the Thousand Bone Slaughter technique. On one hand, he aimed to conceal his true capabilities. On the other, he sought to master the Thousand Bone Slaughter technique in the process. While martial arts could cultivate themselves without his intervention, effectively applying martial arts in real combat to showcase their full power depended solely on him. Chapter 44. On that fateful day, Zhang Wenshi was once again reminded of the terror of the panda eyes. In truth, merely mastering the thousand-bone slaughter technique at a proficient level was insufficient to contend with Ning Chuan, who had surpassed 2 major realms and awakened to the 8th segment. However, Ning Chuan possessed other martial arts as well. The 4th layer, the diamond body, the perfected Gale steps. In their confrontation, Ning Chuan not only held his ground but subtly gained the upper hand. Thud, thud, thud. Ning Chuan relentlessly unleashed the thousand bones slaughter technique, fierce and merciless, with an overwhelming presence that caused the blade to tremble, sparking bursts of fire with each clash. This martial art was divided into 5 forms. The first form, the Shadow Serpent Strike, renowned for its eerie nature. Its trajectory was unpredictable. The second form, the Lightning Fist, characterized by its speed. The punch struck like a bolt of lightning, akin to an arrow shooting forth. The third form, the White Bone Killing Fist, the most powerful attack, intended for direct assault. The fourth form, the Body-Crushing Python Strike, a grappling, killing move, the arm coiling like a massive python, capable of shattering the enemy's bones. The fifth form, the Power of 1,000 Bones. This strike had no fixed technique. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees could all be employed. Essentially, it was a sinister hidden force, or penetrating power, exceedingly difficult to defend against. Even through a shield, it could penetrate the body, shattering bones into countless fragments. Naturally, the Power of 1,000 Bones was exceptionally challenging to master. Only at the subtle realm could one begin to wield it. Ning Chuan was still far from that level. Lightning Fist. With his gaze sharpening, Ning Chuan executed the second form of the 1,000 Bones slaughter technique, condensing his strength before unleashing it in an instant with a single punch. Bang! A crisp sound erupted from his skeletal arm as his fist flew forth at an astonishing speed, the air swirling around him like a dart in flight. Zhang Wenshi's expression shifted slightly, hastily raising his sword to block. Yet, in his haste, he lacked sufficient power. With a resounding thud, his blade was forced against his chest, sending him staggering back over 10 steps. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had used the blade-esque body to intercept the punch. Had it been the sharp edge, his body would have been cleaved in two by now. To repel someone at the 8th segment of awakening with bare hands, and with a weapon in hand, his combat prowess could rival that of the 9th segment, was Zhao Weiping, who had battled him to a bloody stalemate. Reduced to the 7th segment, a voice from the audience remarked coldly, in the awakening segments, due to the absence of original force, the role of weapons was significantly pronounced, enhancing combat capabilities. It was evident that there were those with malicious intent, seeking to ruin this young man, accusing him of assassinating the Tianwu spy. Those who perpetrated such slander were either wicked or foolish. I believed these rumors and even mocked him personally. How shameful. Many began to realize the truth, their emotions surging. Those hidden among the crowd exchanged glances, too fearful to speak. On the arena, Zhang Wenshi stated, "To be honest, you truly have exceeded my expectations." He fixed his gaze on Ning Chuan, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a chilling demeanor. "I had initially intended to reserve this trump card for a challenge within the top 10, but now you shall witness it first." With that, Zhang Wenshi lunged forward, sword held aloft in both hands. The 13th sword of the Great River Waves. This was a C-grade martial art. Unlike the singular technique of the Flash Thunder Slash, the Long River Great Waves 13 swords, as its name suggests, comprises a total of 13 swords. Each stroke derives a measure of strength from its predecessor, akin to the relentless surges of a mighty river, each sword more forceful than the last. The final, 13th sword, is extraordinarily formidable. Zhang Wenshi unleashed 6 consecutive strikes, each swifter than the one before. Ning Chuan executed the Gale step, his movements agile and fluid, evading every blow with remarkable dexterity. With a sudden rush, the 7th sword descended with ferocity. Ning Chuan's eyes flashed. He resolved to cease his retreat, not out of inability to evade, for his perfected Gale step was as nimble as the wind, having previously eluded even Zhao Weiping, who was a notch above Zhang Wenshi, possessing merely an awakening level 8 prowess. His sole concern was not to startle Wei Bo Hu. With a decisive motion, Ning Chuan half-turned, delivering a powerful palm strike that struck the blade sideways. The resounding clash sent the sharp sword careening off course. However, the tremendous force of the blade also propelled Ning Chuan backward, landing heavily several meters away. Couldn't he dodge that, could you? Zhang Wenzi smirked, recognizing his advantage. He had mastered the Long River Great Waves 13 swords to its third realm, each sword strike approximately 10% stronger than the last. While this may seem modest, the cumulative effect was dreadfully potent. The seventh sword wielded double the power of the first, while the final sword exceeded fourfold. With relentless determination, Zhang Wenzi pursued, unleashing the eighth sword with a thunderous crash, the air swirling violently, reminiscent of surging waves. Ning Chuan countered with a punch aimed at the blade's body. As the sword's trajectory shifted, he was again sent flying. Yet, due to the fourth-tier diamond body technique, he emerged unscathed. Indeed, the mastery of sea-level martial arts at such a level is impressive, particularly with the impending examinations drawing out the top contenders, remarked a watching instructor. Didn't Ning Chuan possess a B-level knife technique at the subtle realm? Why doesn't he draw his blade? Because he cannot. Once the Long River Great Waves 13 swords is initiated, the offensive flows like the currents of a river, unrelenting, leaving the opponent little room to breathe, let alone draw a weapon. Came a lament from onlookers. As the 10th sword fell, Ning Chuan transformed his elbow into a golden shield, meeting the strike head-on. The resounding impact sent him reeling over 10 meters, nearly toppling from the platform. The Long River Great Waves 13 swords, a technique that harnesses continuous power, is indeed formidable. Perhaps, in the future, I might learn a similar sword style to complement the Flash Thunder Slash for a synergistic effect, Ning Chuan mused. Though he appeared to be on the defensive against Zhang Wenzi, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Winning was a trivial endeavor. The challenge lay in securing victory while ensuring Wei Bo Hu retained confidence in his ability to prevail. 3 more strikes to endure with the diamond body. Then he would seek an opportunity to defeat Zhang Wenzi, Ning Chuan contemplated. Yet, the diamond body, though resilient, was merely a defensive measure, a passive approach. The Gale Step, in contrast, offered a different realm of possibilities. With agile movements that seamlessly blend with his attacks, he leave his opponent utterly defenseless. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Wenzi unleashed his final 3 strikes, each one imbued with tremendous force, akin to colossal waves concealed within the blade, ferociously powerful. Amidst the thunderous sounds, Ning Chuan was sent flying thrice. Yet, under the formidable defense of his golden body transformation, he emerged unscathed, save for a bit of dust upon his school uniform. The crowd erupted in astonishment, affirming that the golden radiance was indeed the manifestation of the golden body technique. Ning Chuan had mastered the diamond body. He practiced external martial arts with unwavering determination. How had he achieved such prowess at the 4th level? Had he been training since birth? Many were left in utter disbelief. Zhang Wenzi, too, stood there, dumbfounded, perplexed at Ning Chuan's extraordinary strength. During the selection match, it seemed he had not awakened to the 8th segment of combat power. For a moment, Zhang Wenzi forgot to regulate his heavy breathing. The Long River's 13 sword techniques demanded immense physical stamina. Even those in higher tiers found it challenging to execute, requiring time to catch their breath. Naturally, Ning Chuan would not grant Zhang Wenzi this opportunity. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he closed the distance, launching a punch. Whoosh! The wind from his fist howled, swift as a dragon. Zhang Wenzi attempted to evade, but the severe depletion of his energy hindered his speed. With a resounding thud, he received a heavy blow to his abdomen, staggering backward. Bang! 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 Ning Chuan relentlessly rained punches upon Zhang Wenzi, resembling a torrential downpour, sending the sword from his grasp flying. Disarmed, Zhang Wenzi was even less of a match. A punch struck his right eye, swiftly turning it a deep shade of black, eliciting an involuntary cry of pain. This familiar sensation of agony brought back memories of the selection match when Ning Chuan had pressed him down into the ground. A wave of fear surged within him. I concede, He hastily covered his unscathed left eye, exclaiming in panic, "A black eye is certainly preferable to a pair of panda eyes." Chapter 45. Unlimited Combat. I accept the challenge. The victor is Ning Chuan, the referee declared with a booming voice. As the words echoed through the arena, the screen at the edge of the stage flickered to life, displaying a bold message. Victor Ning Chuan advances to the top 16 of the martial arts examination. The arena at Qingshan No. 1 High School organized its combat matches in 2 segments. The initial phase consisted of all students engaging in battles, from which the top 16 were determined based on their performance, leading to a final knockout round. Securing a place among the top 16 was considered a significant indicator of potential greatness. The atmosphere below was charged with excitement. Numerous spectators fixated their gazes on Ning Chuan, eyes filled with astonishment, admiration, and envy. It is essential to recognize that Qingshan No. 1 is no ordinary institution. It has been a key school for years, a prestigious high school filled with prodigies. To rank among the top 16 out of over 3,000 students in the senior year is no small feat following historical trends. Students in the top 16 have a 90% likelihood of being accepted into the top 10 esteemed universities of the Federation. The future gleamed with promise, brimming with limitless potential. Amidst the myriad of scrutinizing eyes, Ning Chuan maintained his composure, leisurely descending from the arena. He found solace beneath a solitary tree, patiently awaiting the commencement of the final rounds while regulating his breath to recuperate his stamina. In truth, his energy had not been significantly depleted. He hadn't even broken a sweat. He felt far superior to Zhang Wenxi's condition. The Longxiang ancient scripture, a breathing technique, boasted no weaknesses and excelled in stamina. Its only drawback was its arduous nature, Ning Chuan mused. 3 days had passed, and he had only achieved a mere 1 progress in the foundational realm of the Longxiang ancient scripture. It would require nearly a year to reach a proficient level, and the time needed for perfection remained an enigma. Ning Chuan felt a tinge of helplessness regarding this matter. After more than half an hour, the matches concluded, and the names of the top 16 were displayed prominently on a large screen in the training ground. Ning Chuan glanced up to see that the other 15 students were all at advanced stages of awakening, 7 at the 9th stage and 8 at the 8th stage. Among them, aside from him, 3 new faces emerged, all dark horses in this competition. Ning Chuan paid little mind, his gaze lingering only for a moment on Wei Bohu's name. As the finals were about to commence, discussions erupted. Who would emerge victorious? It was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The first place would undoubtedly be claimed by one of the 3 peak 9th stage awakeners. Amidst the murmurs, the eager crowd and students who had completed their examinations began to converge towards the final arena, their expressions filled with anticipation for the upcoming duel. The finals commenced. The referee announced loudly, retrieving a slip of paper and glancing down. In the first match, Class 1S Wei Bohu faces Class 15S Ning Chuan. A wave of commotion surged through the audience. This dark horse's journey would end here at the top 16. Some lamented Ning Chuan's misfortune. His luck had betrayed him, pitting him against a peak 9th stage awakener. Ning Chuan was destined for defeat. After all, Wei Bohu had secured 2nd place in the last monthly examination and the 1st place. Lu Mengyue had yet to participate. After this battle, you shall understand that Ning Chuan's slaying of the Tianwu spy was merely a stroke of fortune, a serendipitous encounter. In terms of strength, he is at best commendable within Qingshan No. 1 High School, yet he falls significantly short when compared to the elite students. Many harbor doubts about Ning Chuan, believing he is destined for an early exit. Conversely, Ning Chuan's mindset is entirely different. A flicker of electric intensity flashes in his dark eyes, exuding an extraordinary chill. His right hand rests upon the hilt of his silver-blooded blade. At last, he need not endure any longer. With measured strides, Ning Chuan ascends the stage, the focus of the crowd's attention. Opposite him stands Wei Bohu, wearing a cold smirk. The chairman of the Wei Corporation has arrived. An unknown voice calls out, and the throng turns to gaze at the viewing platform. There, they behold Wei Qianse, hands clasped behind his back, striding forward, flanked by several high-ranking officials from the Wei Corporation, with the principal of Qingshan No. 1 High School accompanying him, engaged in jovial conversation. After all, he is a prominent figure in Qingshan City. Director Gu has also made an appearance. He is a knight. Suddenly, a gasp escapes someone in the crowd. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, Gu Tianyu materializes quietly. Not only Director Gu, but who is that beside him? Goodness. The foremost martial artist of Qingshan City. Lu Zhan appears on the viewing platform. Lu Mingyue stands beside him, her cheeks radiant, brimming with vitality. It seems her injuries have nearly healed after several days of recuperation. The patriarch of the Wang family, one of the 3 great clans of Qingshan City, has also shown up. That frail elder resembles the deputy commander of the 27th Group Army of the Federation. And there's the Starlet Li Yun, with millions of fans present as well. The countless spectators, including students and teachers, are utterly astonished. Although the martial arts examination at Qingshan No. 1 High School garners attention, it is merely relative to ordinary institutions. Typically, the audience consists mainly of parents of the students or onlookers seeking entertainment. The school must leverage connections to invite even a couple of notable figures. Today, however, the array of dignitaries in attendance is beyond count. Soon, some astute individuals realize that today's finals are exceptional. Their gazes scan the arena, eventually settling on Ning Chuan, who could be considered the sole variable in this equation. On the stage, Ning Chuan himself is somewhat perplexed. While it is true he has slain Zhao Weiping, a single Tianwu spy hardly warrants such a gathering of esteemed figures. In truth, unbeknownst to Ning Chuan, the news of Lu Zhan demanding 20 million from the Wei Corporation has already circulated among the upper echelons of Qingshan City. They are all intrigued. What manner of youth could command such attention from the foremost martial artist of Qingshan City, to the extent of personally confronting the Wei Corporation? Opposite him, Wei Bohu glances at his father, steadies his resolve, and with a solemn expression, addresses the referee. For this battle, I wish to request a quarter hour of unrestricted combat. A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd. A quarter hour of unrestricted combat is exceedingly brutal. As the name suggests, within this time frame, both combatants may employ any means necessary to engage in battle, with no pauses permitted, unless one party meets their demise. The referee, taken aback by the declaration, stands momentarily speechless. The unrestricted combat, lasting 15 minutes, transpires between opponents of nearly equal strength. In such a brief period, it is virtually impossible to determine a victor or a vanquished. Moreover, this format serves to hone one's willpower and enhance martial prowess. Hence, the Federation has enacted legislation to sanction this mode of fighting. However, it is evident that Wei Bo, who possesses a superior level of mastery. The referee pondered for a moment, unable to reach a decisive conclusion, and turned his gaze toward the observation platform. Seeking the principal's opinion, what are your thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing the inquiry, the principal instinctively considered a refusal. With so many adults present, a mishap was absolutely unacceptable. Wei Qian cast a fleeting glance at the principal, seemingly discerning his thoughts, and offered a faint smile, saying, a 15-minute unrestricted duel would greatly bolster their determination. Allowing these 2 children to engage is worthwhile. Should any injuries arise, the Wei Corporation shall bear the entirety of the medical expenses. After a brief pause, he continued, furthermore, for this martial arts examination, the Wei Corporation will fully sponsor all medical costs for students who sustain injuries. The principal hesitated, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Yet, given Wei Qian's declaration, to decline might risk offending him. Not far away, Lu Zhan maintained an impassive expression, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Just then, a detached voice resonated from the arena, echoing in all directions. I accept the 15-minute unrestricted duel. Chapter 46. Do you look down upon the E-level martial arts of the perfect realm? On the arena, Ning Chuan maintained a calm demeanor, though a trace of cold amusement flickered in the depths of his eyes. Wei Bo, who was indeed hastening toward his own demise. However, the audience present held an entirely different perspective from Ning Chuan. How impulsive! Ning Chuan should not have agreed for the sake of pride. Someone sighed. In an unrestricted 15-minute brawl, once both parties consented, even the government could not intervene. Soon, he would come to regret this decision. Though 15 minutes seemed brief, it would afford Wei Bo who ample opportunity to overpower him multiple times. Those with such a mindset believe that killing a Tianwu spy was merely a stroke of luck. How naive! Some took this opportunity to vocally incite the crowd. Ning Chuan disregarded them, his gaze shifting towards Wei Qian's location. He spoke indifferently. I wonder if the executive from the Wei Corporation, who claimed that I merely dealt the finishing blow to the Tianwu spy, is present. I said that. A middle-aged man retorted coldly, his gaze fierce. I am Wei Zhu, a third-tier martial artist. Do you have any objections? Ning Chuan shook his head, replying, objections are not the matter. I merely think you are mistaken. The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully, mocking, as an awakened stage practitioner, what qualifications do you have to question my views? You will soon understand. Ning Chuan offered a slight smile and ceased to speak further. Moments later, the match commenced. With the judge's command, he exited the ring. An unrestricted 15-minute brawl required no referee. On the large screen of the training center, a countdown of 15 minutes appeared. Wei Bo who did not hastily strike, seeming confident of victory. I observed your previous battle. Your martial arts, cultivated through rigorous training, are indeed formidable, even capable of resisting an awakened 8th stage. However, to me, your diamond body feels as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. As he spoke, Wei Bo who retrieved 2 claw-like weapons from his pocket. Their appearance was unremarkable, yet they shimmered with a golden energy, exuding a sharpness that stung the skin upon contact. Original pattern weapons. A gasp echoed from the crowd. Such weapons, inscribed with intricate arrays of original patterns, could store energy and, when wielded by an awakened stage practitioner, could unleash significant power during combat. Original pattern weapons, typically worth millions, render the battle exceedingly unfair. This is an outrageous advantage. An instructor protested. Wealth is a form of strength. Otherwise, what do you think unrestricted means in unrestricted combat? Ning Chuan was in dire straits. If Wei Bo who did not hold back, he would face dire consequences. Many spectators grew serious. Wei Bo who donned the claw weapons, taunting Ning Chuan. Can your diamond body withstand the force of my fists? Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on the claws for a moment before retracting. His refined visage remained as serene as still water. It was not that Ning Chuan believed he could defeat a formal martial artist. He acknowledged that he still lacked some strength. However, Wei Bo who was not truly a martial artist either. The disparities in strength, agility, and explosive power were vast. They were not on the same tier. As for the original pattern weapons, they were not synonymous with original energy. In terms of attack power, they might be comparable. However, the elusive nature of the force renders it difficult to defend against, as it can manifest in myriad forms and be summoned from any part of the human body. Much like his ability of golden transformation. If it could only be executed with the hands, it would be less formidable than a sturdy boxing glove, which at least lacks a time constraint. The true strength of golden transformation lies in its versatility, allowing its application throughout the entire body. As long as the golden transformation remains unbroken, there are no vital weaknesses to exploit. Feigning mystery, seeing no panic on Ning Chuan's face, Wei Bo who snorted disdainfully and, like a fierce tiger, lunged forward with powerful strides. With a swift motion, Wei Bo who raised his finger, delivering a punch aimed at Ning Chuan. The golden force surged, unleashing a ferocious gale that howled and roared with astonishing might. Truly, as an origin pattern weapon, its power was commendable. Ning Chuan it, then placed his hands behind his back. The atmosphere erupted in excitement. Faced with the peak of the 9th stage, Wei Bo who, Ning Chuan dared to be so audacious. Seeking death. Witnessing this humiliating scene, Wei Bo whose expression darkened, and he commanded his finger to unleash even greater force. In the blink of an eye, the finger was merely 3 inches away from Ning Chuan. Whoosh! At that moment, Ning Chuan sprang into action, pushing off the ground with his foot to execute the gale step, his body soaring backward like a fluttering piece of paper, riding the wind. To the spectators, it appeared as though Ning Chuan was being propelled by the force of Wei Bo whose punch. That finger remained a mere 3 inches from Ning Chuan, unable to advance any further. Wei Bo, whose fist struck nothing but air, his brow furrowing in confusion. He couldn't quite comprehend how Ning Chuan had evaded his punch. Yet, Wei Bo, who dismissed the thought, he recognized that Ning Chuan's Gale Step was an expert-level technique, and it was not surprising that his agility was exceptional. Can you evade this punch? Wei Bo, who coldly declared, channeling his power once more as he unleashed another strike. Boom! In that instant, a cannon-like roar erupted from within Wei Bo, who, shattering the air. The blazing fire cannon punch, an adeptly mastered B-grade martial art, was unleashed with the force of a cannonball, violently disrupting the atmosphere with its might. Whoosh! The tumultuous wind, generated by the punch, was several times more potent than before. Ning Chuan's dark hair danced wildly, his garments billowing, yet his hands remained casually positioned behind him. He sidestepped smoothly along the path of the punch, his movements remarkably fluid, as if there were no acceleration involved. Whoosh! Ning Chuan once again evaded Wei Bo, whose fist. What is happening? Wei Bo, whose expression soured as he gazed at his empty strike, disbelief evident in his eyes. The Gale Step was merely an E-grade martial art. Even at the expert level, it was equivalent to a proficient B-grade technique. Yet, his blazing fire cannon punch was at the level of mastery. Moreover, his own realm far surpassed that of Ning Chuan. Logically, Ning Chuan should not have been able to evade his blazing fire cannon punch. Even if he had managed to dodge, it would require immense effort and leave him in a disheveled state. Instead, he stood effortlessly, hands behind his back, as if merely taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. With a resounding thud, Wei Bo summoned his inner strength, unleashing a flurry of fiery punches, 7 or 8 in swift succession. The shock waves erupted, reverberating through the air, causing the nearby trees to shed their leaves in disarray. Amidst the tempest of punches, Ning Chuan maintained an air of tranquility, stepping forward with nonchalance, akin to a solitary boat adrift on tumultuous seas and scathed by the furious waves. My heavens, this is the perfect realm of the Gale Step, exclaimed a martial artist, astonished. Did not the instructors assert that only the creators of martial arts could attain such perfection? A nearby child inquired, his curiosity piqued. Well, some prodigies, if fortune smiles upon them, may indeed reach the perfect realm, came the reply. However, your teacher's assertion holds a measure of truth. Many martial arts within the Federation remain at the perfect realm solely in the hands of their creators. A ripple of intrigue surged through the distinguished guests seated at the observation platform. Although the perfect realm of body techniques is classified as E-level, the lowest tier, it is nonetheless commendable. It is no wonder that Lu Zhan is willing to advocate for him. How fascinating it is that at the tender age of 17, he has mastered a martial art of perfect realm, a rarity indeed compared to the typical 17-year-old martial artist. Some prominent figures exchanged casual remarks while observing the arena, their demeanor reflecting a lack of undue concern. After all, it is merely an E-level martial art, and the challenges of cultivating it are not insurmountable. Were the exceptional signs of their families to dedicate themselves to the Gale Step for a decade or more, achieving the perfect realm might be uncertain, heavily influenced by luck. Yet, reaching the expert realm is undoubtedly within their grasp. Chapter 47. The B-class martial arts of the perfect realm. Upon hearing the sound around him, Wei Bo, whose expression shifted as he immediately lowered his arms, ceasing the execution of his fire cannon fist. The perfect realm, an entirely new echelon. His fire cannon fist had not even ascended to the subtle realm, rendering him incapable of even grazing Ning Chuan's clothing. Why have you stopped unleashing your fist? Ning Chuan remarked, hands behind his back, his gaze laced with mockery as he scrutinized Wei Bo. Eliminating someone like you with a single strike would be far too lenient. Just an E-class movement technique of the perfect realm. Do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? Wei Bo sneered, lifting his fist to showcase the tiger claws he wore. With the might of my original pattern weapon, a mere ordinary punch from me would be beyond your endurance. You would have no choice but to rely on your Gale Steps to evade. But considering your stamina, can you endure a prolonged exchange with me? I can certainly hold out for a quarter of an hour, Ning Chuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at the large screen not far away. his smile radiant as he added, "You are mistaken. It's not a quarter of an hour. Merely another 13 minutes and 57 seconds. You." Wei Bo, who faltered at the remark, having forgotten the time constraint. His countenance darkened instantly. According to his original plan, he intended to incapacitate or even eliminate Ning Chuan within the unrestricted combat period. However, I have no desire to exhaust myself against you. Ning Chuan's smile faded, replaced by a cold indifference as he withdrew his right hand from behind his back, grasping the hilt of his silver bloodblade. Observing this, Wei Bo, who scoffed mockingly, "So, you intend to defeat me? With your lightning slash? That is laughable. My fire cannon fist is merely one realm below the subtle realm. Yet your strength pales in comparison by several realms. Relying on your gale steps to survive is commendable enough. How dare you speak so boldly? Are you finished?" Ning Chuan replied coldly. As his words settled, he unsheathed the silver bloodblade, directly executing the lightning slash. Boom! The silver bloodblade erupted with the sound of thunder. Amidst the deafening roar, it struck forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air with astonishing speed towards the now pallid Wei Bo Hu. Why is his blade so fast? The deadly gleam of the blade approached, sending chills down Wei Bo Hu's spine. He could not afford to be astonished. With a powerful push against the ground, he desperately attempted to evade. Simultaneously, he had no time to raise his tiger claws to block the blade, forcing him to exert every ounce of energy to channel golden primal force from the claws, hoping to withstand the oncoming edge. A mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Ning Chuan's gaze remained frigid. When he had just ascended to the 6th stage of awakening, he had been able to use the lightning slash of the perfect realm to shatter Zhao Weiping's primal force. What more could he accomplish now? With a swift slice, the golden primal force emitted from the tiger claws proved utterly inadequate against the keen edge of the silver bloodblade, akin to fabric being swiftly torn apart. The speed of the blade was reduced by 20%, yet it still surpassed Wei Bo Hu's retreating pace. Thud! A flash of silver, accompanied by a muffled thud, resulted in a spray of blood. Wei Bo Hu was subsequently sent flying. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonished uproar. This experience differs vastly from merely watching a live broadcast from behind screen. They are present at the scene, with a modicum of martial arts knowledge. One could discern the caliber of this strike. The thunderous sound resonates as it emanates from the blade. This is the flawless realm of the flash thunder slash. A trembling voice from a school leader remarked, "It is not due to a lack of experience. The flash thunder slash is a B-grade martial art. It has been years since a student from Qingsha No. 1 High School has achieved such a feat. In fact, no student has ever accomplished this. This marks a groundbreaking moment in the school's history." Many were in a state of disquietude, shocked beyond belief. Even those prominent figures seated in the VIP section straightened their posture, their gazes fixed with grave seriousness upon the arena. The flash thunder slash is distinctly different from the gale step. They were well aware of the challenges posed by a B-grade martial art. Wei Bo Hu stands as a living testament. Among the younger generation of the Wei family, he ranks at the forefront. Yet he has merely mastered the blazing cannon fist to an advanced level. How could this young man attain perfection in both martial arts? The patriarch of the Wang family exclaimed, "I just assessed his strength. He has yet to reach the pinnacle of awakening," suggesting he has sacrificed some time in practicing breathing techniques. What of it? The most elite members of your clan, if they forsook the breathing techniques to solely perfect the flash thunder slash, could they even achieve subtlety, let alone perfection? Such martial arts comprehension is truly prodigious. The dignitaries of Qingshan City could not help but praise. No wonder he has garnered Lu Zhan's attention. He is indeed a rare genius. Damn it! Wei Bo Hu lay on the arena floor, his face contorted in pain. A half-meter-long gash extended from his chest to his abdomen. Blood gushed forth, swiftly saturating his clothing. Gasping for breath, Wei Bo Hu struggled to rise, a flicker of dread appearing in his eyes as he examined his wound. Had it not been for the primal force invoked by the tiger finger, which had somewhat slowed Ning Chuan's blade speed, he would have been disemboweled by now. Gripping his combat knife, Ning Chuan coldly regarded Wei Bo Hu. refraining from pressing his advantage. A quarter of an hour still remained, ample time for him. Ning Chuan raised his gaze to the distinguished guests in the viewing area, a smile breaking across his face. Does that executive named Wei Zhu now realize his error? Wei Zhu abruptly stood, his eyes filled with malice. Yet he opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Even the pinnacle of the 9th stage of awakening, Wei Bohu, had nearly been felled by Ning Chuan's strike. In such circumstances, to continue asserting that Ning Chuan's elimination of the Tianwu spy was merely a finishing blow is nothing short of self-degradation. It seems you have come to understand. Ning Chuan smiled faintly, withdrawing his gaze and advancing towards Wei Bohu. The metallic tip of the silver blade scraped against the ground, a dry and piercing sound, akin to the ominous arrival of death. Fear welled in Wei Bohu's eyes, and he hastily exclaimed, "I concede." Ning Chuan remained undeterred, a smirk of cold derision gracing his lips as he retorted, "Have you never heard of unrestricted fighting for a quarter of an hour, where one can still concede? I was not well rested before. Let us battle again in the future." Wei Bohu stammered, realizing he was no match for the flawless flash thunder slash. At that moment, Wei Qiance's voice echoed from the viewing platform. "Ning Chuan, cease your actions. Bohu has not spoken falsely. He previously assisted the police in apprehending the Tianwu spy, enduring sleepless nights that took a toll on his health. Thus only a fraction of his strength can be exhibited. Among you students, fairness holds paramount importance in combat. Even if you were to triumph in this match, it would be a hollow victory." Upon hearing these words, the derision on Ning Chuan's face deepened. "You and your father are truly the epitome of shamelessness." Ning Chuan turned to Wei Qiance, mocking, "Do you have the audacity to speak to me of fairness? How did Wei Bohu acquire those tiger claws? Did they sprout from his own being?" Wei Qiance arose, his demeanor frigid as he declared, "I am not here to negotiate with you. As the chairman of the Wei Corporation, I command you to immediately cease this battle." A wave of astonishment swept through the training ground. This was an attempt to exert pressure through authority. Several school officials exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. According to school regulations, outsiders are indeed prohibited from interfering in martial arts examinations. Yet, the stature of the chairman of the Wei Corporation is far from ordinary. Such formidable influence. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh, shifting his gaze, and inquired, "Uncle Lu, can Wei Qiance terminate the unrestricted bout for a quarter of an hour?" Lu Zhan replied indifferently, "To halt an unrestricted bout for a quarter of an hour. There are but two means. Both parties must agree to conclude, or one must perish. Then I do not consent." The young man's icy voice resonated clearly, reaching the ears of every spectator present. Chapter 48. Have you heard of Lingxi? With a thunderous roar, Ning Chuan unleashed the silver blood battle blade, descending from above with lightning speed, aiming to cleave Wei Bohu in twain. The blade sliced through the air with astonishing velocity, leaving Wei Bohu with no time to evade. He crossed his arms defensively across his chest, summoning golden energy from his fingertips that surged forth like a spring, enveloping his arms in a protective aura. However, the efficiency of the finger tiger's energy was limited. Such reckless exertion could only be sustained a few times before they would be rendered useless. Yet, with his life at stake, Wei Bohu had no thought to spare for the fate of his precious artifacts. A resounding boom echoed as the golden energy shattered and dispersed. Ning Chuan's silver blood battle blade was repelled, and for a moment, Wei Bohu felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he scarcely had time to breathe before a profound terror ignited in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, two silvery arcs had sliced into his unprotected wrists from either side. In an instant, 3 strikes were executed. Zhao Weiping had perished under this very maneuver. With a sickening sound, crimson arcs of blood erupted simultaneously. Wei Bohu's arms were severed, the swiftness of the silver blood battle blade leaving him oblivious to the loss, save for a fleeting sensation of coldness. The next moment, excruciating pain surged from his severed wrists like a relentless tide. With a feral cry, he could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed to his knees before Ning Chuan. Some timid spectators shut their eyes in fright, while a gasp of astonishment rippled through the VIP section of the viewing platform. This young man was undeniably ruthless, aiming to cripple the son of the Wei Consortium's chairman. Lu Mengyu observed the arena, pondering aloud. Ning Chuan's 3 strikes were nearly simultaneous, indicating his complete anticipation of Wei Bo's reactions. This level of combat prowess seems to surpass even my own. Lu Zhan glanced at her, urging, "Have a bit more confidence." A glint of joy sparked in Lu Mengyu's eyes. "He hasn't surpassed me yet?" "No," Lu Zhan shook his head. "I meant for you to drop the seams." "Father, you've been influenced by Ning Chuan." Lu Mengyu couldn't help but roll her eyes, while the father-daughter duo shared quips. Wei Qiansu seethed with murderous intent, wishing nothing more than to obliterate Ning Chuan with a single strike. Despite his vicious nature, he held family ties in high regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally intervened to secure Wei Bo a place in the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp. "Ning Chuan, while Lu Zhan may protect you, or your family, if you do not relent, I shall ensure they do not see the light of day again." Wei Qiansu's voice dripped with menace. Naturally, such a blatant threat could not be made in public. Wei Qiansu utilized his energy to compress his voice into a whisper meant solely for Ning Chuan's ears. "Perhaps Wei Bo failed to mention that I am an orphan. Should you find my family, I would certainly present you with a banner of honor." Ning Chuan replied with a grin. "Wei Qiansu." It appears there truly exists no means to intimidate Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan wielded his blade with swiftness and strength, carving a long gash across Wei Bo's chest while simultaneously sending him hurtling away. He was still under the influence of Wei Qiansu. Otherwise, this strike would have severed Wei Bo's head, with the promise of a path to victory before him. He was undeterred by the prospect of Wei Qiansu's retribution, unless Wei Qiansu was prepared to perish alongside him. However, should he kill Wei Bo, in a fit of madness, Wei Qiansu might retaliate against his friend Guo Renyu and his family. Ning Chuan was reluctant to take such a risk. Regarding the ancient dragon-elephant scriptures, he owed the Guo family a favor. Yet, choosing not to kill him does not signify a willingness to let him go unscathed. Ning Chuan's gaze was icy as he gripped the silver blood warblade, advancing step by step toward the fallen Wei Bo. Thud! He approached and brought his foot down heavily upon Wei Bo's chest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "My hand! I will kill you. My father is Wei Qiansu." Wei Bo, in excruciating pain, had lost consciousness, his eyes wide with fury as he incoherently cursed at Ning Chuan. Yet under the cold scrutiny of Ning Chuan's gaze, he trembled and gradually fell silent, his face now a mask of fear. Ning Chuan looked down upon Wei Bo and mused aloud. "I once heard a rumor. In a bygone era of the Federation, there existed a form of torture known as Ling Qi, wherein one would be subjected to 3,000 cuts. The worthiness of the executioner was measured by whether the condemned survived the ordeal." Wei Bo seemed to grasp Ning Chuan's intention and struggled to escape, but the foot pressing on his chest was as heavy as stone. "I wish to test my own qualifications," Ning Chuan stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Wei Bo wept bitterly. Ning Chuan, I was wrong. I apologize. Spare me this once. I shall never trouble you again." Ning Chuan remained unmoved, his expression indifferent as he glanced at the timer on the large screen. 10 minutes remained. That equated to 600 seconds. 5 cuts per second is not a challenge for me. My blade is swift. Bear with it. As he spoke, Ning Chuan raised the silver blood war blade, its edge glinting sharply in the sunlight. These two harbor a deep-seated enmity. Someone discerned. "Wait." Just as Ning Chuan was about to strike, Wei Qiansu called out to him. "You forfeit the 15 minutes of unrestricted combat, and I will give you 10 million as compensation." Wei Qiansu's face was grim. The crowd was astounded by the sum, a fortune that an average person could not earn even after 3 generations of toil. Puff! Blood erupted. Ning Chuan's blade, after a brief pause, fell upon Wei Bo once more, eliciting a pained scream from him. "This sum I cannot accept," Ning Chuan declared, turning to regard the visibly distressed Wei Qiansu with a grin. "You offer me money out of fear that I might kill your son within the confines of the 15-minute unrestricted combat. In a sense, this amounts to silent extortion on my part. I am a law-abiding citizen, never one to engage in wrongdoing. After being wronged last time, I took the initiative to study some legal texts. One biography titled Zhang San, I filled a volume of criminal law history in half a lifetime, proved to be immensely beneficial to him, imparting a wealth of legal knowledge. This young man learned from his mistakes and grew wiser. Lu Zhan smiled faintly. Wei Qiance's expression darkened as he discerned the hidden implications in Ning Chuan's words. Money could be accepted, but it must come without the slightest hint of legal risk. Suppressing his fury, Wei Qiance forced a semblance of smile and remarked, Ning Chuan, please do not take offense. I misspoke in my eagerness. This 10 million has no relation whatsoever to the unrestricted combat between you and Bo Hu. It is merely a voluntary donation from the Wei Consortium, seeing your potential to enter the esteemed Xinghe University. We hope you will gain admission and bring honor to your hometown. Ning Chuan pondered for 2 seconds and inquired, after tax. A silence enveloped the room. Is it the peculiar thought process of geniuses that leads them to such questions? Of course. Wei Qiance ground his teeth in frustration. Ning Chuan beamed. Thank you, Chairman Wei. If it's not too much trouble, please transfer the funds now. Wei Qiance gestured backward, and an executive promptly placed a smartphone before him. After tapping the screen several times, he coldly announced, the money has been credited. Ning Chuan felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. It was likely a bank transfer notification. Nonetheless, he took out his phone to verify the transaction amount, ensuring it was indeed 10 million after tax, before he relaxed. The audacity of Wei Qiance compelled him to tread carefully. Ning Chuan, you've accepted the money, so let our competition end here, Wei Bohu pleaded. Ning Chuan lowered his head, smiling kindly. Silly boy, where are your thoughts wandering? Your father is giving me money because I can gain admission to Xinghe University and bring glory to Qingshan City. It has nothing to do with you. We shall continue. Tell me, what is 3,000 minus 1? Ning Chuan raised his blood-stained silver blade, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze was as frigid as eternal ice. Chapter 49. Pray tell, what is 3,000 minus 2? Bang! Wei Qiance observed the scene on the stage, his expression a chilling shade of fury, as he crushed the armrest of his chair. Ning Chuan, I beseech you, spare my life. I am willing to apologize in any manner you deem fit. Wei Bohu trembled like a leaf, tears and snot streaming down his face. It was hard to fathom that this was a genius at the pinnacle of the Ninth Awakening. In stark contrast to Ning Chuan's response to Zhao Weiping's promise of release, the disparity was evident. What disgrace! Many spectators present, including prominent figures, felt a sense of shame. Ning Chuan toyed with the silver blood battle blade, his tone indifferent. Halting the match is not out of the question, provided you reveal the deeds you and your father have perpetrated against me. The 20 million Wei Qiance had offered was merely the price for a recording, not an assurance of silence. Wei Bohu hesitated, acutely aware of the ignominious nature of those deeds. With a swift motion, the silver blood battle blade descended. Splattering blood in a wide arc, Ning Chuan's voice was icy as he asked, what is 3,000 minus 2? At this, Wei Bohu's psychological defenses crumbled instantaneously. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, he divulged every misdeed. The forced acquisition of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp's quota, the framing of Ning Chuan with the beast nutrient solution, and the smear campaign against Ning Chuan's triumph over Zhao Weiping. Nothing was left unspoken. An uproar erupted in the audience, a wave of outrage sweeping through. The common folk, already discontented with large corporations and conglomerates, could no longer contain their fury upon hearing of such sordid affairs. Erupting in vehement curses. Just moments ago, when Ning Chuan severed Wei Bohu's hands, I thought him somewhat cruel. Now it appeared he had been remarkably lenient. He ought to have followed through with the lingering punishment he had suggested. With the empire in ruins, how could they still engage in such antics? Some members of the crowd, consumed by rage, began to remove their shoes and threw them at Wei Qiance, but the elevated viewing platform thwarted their attempts. Begone! Ning Chuan uttered coldly, lifting his right leg from Wei Bohu's chest and delivering a forceful kick that sent Wei Bohu flying off the stage. Bring Bohu. We shall take our leave. Wei Qiance stood, his face ashen. His dignity had suffered a substantial blow. The loss of face was trivial compared to the public ire. The repercussions on the conglomerate stock prices could be severe, potentially inviting scrutiny from relevant authorities. The Federation had its rules. Publicly, one must adhere to its laws. Supergroups that spanned administrative regions were no exception. An executive lifted the unconscious Wei Bohu and ascended the stage once more to retrieve his severed hands. Ning Chuan vatet impassivity, offering no resistance. When he had intimidated Wei Bohu with a lingering punishment, several cuts had been deliberately aimed at the nerve-rich areas of the severed wrists. Even if a healing ability user were to intervene, recovery would be arduous. The psychological scars would remain indelible. Ning Chuan's gaze was frigid. As long as he lived, Wei Bohu would find it impossible to overcome this hurdle, severely hindering his martial arts practice. The victor, Ning Chuan, advances to the top 8. The referee, regaining composure, leaped onto the stage and proclaimed with fervor. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Although this was not an exceptionally thrilling duel, for the disparity in strength was vast. With Ning Chuan completely overpowering his opponent, many in the audience felt an exhilarating rush. A humble youth defies the odds, dismantling the plot of a colossal conglomerate, and achieving fame in a single stroke. Such a narrative is typically reserved for the silver screen. It was a tale of passion and inspiration. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Wei Bo, who had awakened to the pinnacle of the 9th tier, yet Ning Chuan had dispatched him with merely 4 strikes. Or perhaps just 2 moves. How formidable must Ning Chuan truly be? Some began to grasp the magnitude of his strength, their expressions shifting in astonishment. Nearby, many faces paled. In this martial arts examination, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined for the top honor. To defeat him, the remaining students would need to possess the skills of a warrior. A fervent discussion ensued, even as the competition on the stage commenced. Their focus remained fixated on Ning Chuan. Soon, all 8 finalists were eliminated. Ning Chuan was assigned to the first match once more. However, fortune smiled upon him, for his opponent was the only awakened 8th-tier warrior among the remaining 7, a girl named Li Ruoyun, known for her stunning beauty and considerable popularity among the boys. I concede, at the onset of the match, before Ning Chuan could even grasp the hilt of his blade, he heard Li Ruoyun shout desperately, as if a moment's hesitation would spell her doom. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Li Ruoyun was also a dark horse in this competition. Her strikes precise and her movements decisive, far from the demeanor of a timid combatant. I do not wish to answer your question about what 3,000 minus a few equals. Li Ruoyun pouted slightly. Having uttered her words, she promptly leaped off the stage, fearing that Ning Chuan might unleash his fury with his blade. Ning Chuan, witnessing her retreat, could only shrug in resignation. The question he posed was akin to a form of intimidation directed at Wei Bo, who meant to shatter his psychological defenses. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. Advancing to the top 4 proved easier than quenching one's thirst. With a smile, Ning Chuan descended from the stage. Half an hour later, the other 3 students joined the top 4, one having awakened to the initial stage of the 9th tier, and 2 at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. This time, Ning Chuan was even more fortunate. Not only was he placed in the second match, but his opponent was also at the initial stage of the 9th tier. Soon, Ning Chuan realized he had underestimated his good fortune. The 2 9th tier peak warriors from the first match had sustained severe injuries, rendering them incapable of further combat. This meant that by merely defeating the current opponent at the initial stage of the 9th tier, he could claim the top spot in this martial arts examination. The match commenced. With the referee's command, Ning Chuan wasted no time, employing the Gale step to swiftly close the distance between himself and his adversary. Hu Kuan, aware of Ning Chuan's lightning-fast swordplay, understood that under normal circumstances, he could not hope to intercept him. Thus, regardless of whether Ning Chuan had drawn his blade, he vigorously swung the steel rod in his hand, unleashing a torrent of sweeping strikes that ravaged the space before him, preventing Ning Chuan's weapon from finding its mark. In truth, this tactic was rather foolish. Ning Chuan need not even draw his weapon. Merely standing still would cause Hu Kuan to exhaust his stamina in vain. Yet for Hu Kuan, this was the only option available. At least after the defeat, one could still boast of having stood against Ning Chuan for an extended duration. With the awakening of the 9th stage and enduring stamina, if he were to wield it alone, he could likely continue for over half an hour. Ning Chuan shook his head. Boom! Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened as he seized the moment, executing the lightning slash, delivering a precise strike. The elongated silver light deftly sliced through the dense shadows of the staff. In the next instant, Kuan felt a chill at his neck, goosebumps rising, and abruptly ceased the movement of his steel rod. Ning Chuan raised his silver bloody blade with one hand, the edge poised against Kuan's throat. "I concede," Kuan remarked with a wry smile. The B-level martial arts of perfect realm excels in speed. In the awakening stage, it becomes a formidable weapon, nearly insurmountable without comparable martial prowess. Ning Chuan, the top scorer in the martial arts examination, achieved a perfect score of 700. The senior class director announced loudly. The martial arts exam differs from academic assessments in that it lacks standard answers. The first place directly receives full marks, while subsequent rankings follow a specific scoring decrement. Combined with academic results, Ning Chuan secured an astonishing total of 959 points, clinching the first position in this month's examination. He truly accomplished it. Su Yun gazed at Ning Chuan, the focal point of countless eyes, momentarily dazed, experiencing a surreal sensation. Qingsha No. 1 High School features class stratification, divided into regular classes and elite classes, with a vast disparity in student capabilities. Students in regular classes peak at awakening the 7th stage, not to mention securing first place. None could even rank among the top 10. To some extent, this marks a historical milestone. Su Yun felt a profound shock within. Shortly thereafter, beneath the twilight glow, the monthly examination at Qingsha No. 1 High School drew to a close. Chapter 50. The reclusive, neither divine nor beastly, the monthly examination lasted merely a day. Yet its profound repercussions were only just beginning to unfold, creating a significant stir. That evening, with vigorous promotion from the television station, the news spread throughout the city. Various factions became aware of a formidable youth emerging from Qingsha No. 1 High School. In the presence of the chairman of the Wei Corporation, he had incapacitated the chairman's own son. Most crucially, this young man possessed extraordinary talent, garnering the attention of Lu Zhan, the foremost martial artist of Qingshan City. The Wei Corporation found itself utterly powerless. Decades hence, Qingshan City might well witness the rise of another Knight Ning. Many leaders of various factions reflected on this development. For the common populace, their primary concern was that Ning Chuan had secured first place in the monthly examination at Qingsha No. 1 High School, achieving a crushing victory. Overnight, Ning Chuan transformed into the epitome of the ideal child in the eyes of countless parents. Look at yourself. You've only awakened to the 7th stage, and yet you are so boastful. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, possesses strength that rivals that of a formal martial artist, yet he remains humble and restrained. Why can't you learn from him? Dad, I've only awakened to the 6th stage. I truly cannot match your 9th stage prowess. Such a disappointing child. Yet, how is it that Ning Chuan excels? He has one more head, or perhaps an extra arm, in an abundance of comparisons. Ning Chuan ascended from the top of Qingsha No. 1 High School's must-eliminate list to become the foremost name on the must-eliminate lists of all schools in Qingshan City, engraved in the minds of countless students. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this tempest remained as serene as ever. In the ensuing days, Ning Chuan maintained a steady routine, attending classes and reviewing diligently. On the afternoon of March 31st, at the Extreme Tao Martial Arts Hall, a series of muffled thuds resonated within a private training room, seemingly forming a continuous line. The sounds emanated from Ning Chuan, who was relentlessly striking a testing machine. The display screen above rapidly updated with conspicuous red digits. 1845 kilograms. 1822 kilograms. 1819 kilograms. After delivering several hundred punches in one breath, Ning Chuan paused. He felt remarkably at ease, his forehead devoid of sweat, his breath steady. On the screen of the testing machine, a line of text appeared. Your punching power is currently 1822 kilograms. Upon seeing this, a smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. This figure was quite commendable. The key was that he would soon surpass it once more. Punching power of 1,800 kilograms is typically the benchmark for most at the 7th stage. Ning Chuan, you truly astonish. Lu Mingyue approached, her delicate face barely concealing her shock. The seventh stage was not particularly daunting for her. Yet, just a month prior, Ning Chuan's strength had scarcely reached the fourth stage. Such progress was indeed remarkable. Even her father, Lu Zhan, had never been this formidable. Ning Chuan chuckled and remarked, "My physical condition is catching up, but there remains a disparity in coordination. The strength of the seventh stage flows like a spring, forming a cohesive whole that allows for better control of the body. Each punch should ideally have a deviation within 10 kilograms. I am still operating outside of a 20 kilograms margin, but that is inconsequential." Lu Mingyue contemplated for a moment and replied earnestly, "Once your physical fitness reaches the required standard, achieving strength akin to a gushing spring will not prove difficult. You will undoubtedly manage it before the college entrance examination." "That sounds about right," Ning Chuan said with a smile, offering a rather ambiguous response. According to the extraordinary teachings of the dragon-elephant ancient scriptures, even at the foundational level, the peak strength of a ninth-stage awakening could approximate 6,000 kilograms. By reverse calculation, a seventh-stage awakening would necessitate a strength of at least 3,000 kilograms. He still fell short by over 1,000, which was no trivial matter. For an ordinary person, such an increase in strength would require years of arduous training. However, for him, with proper nutrition, it could take at most a month. "By the way, this is the Beast Essence nutritional solution you requested." Lu Mingyue gestured behind her. Uncle Yang approached, carrying a black backpack. Upon unzipping it, he revealed test tubes filled with a dark red liquid. Lu Mingyue chuckled. "You wave your hand and purchase 200. You truly are generous." "It is Wei Qianzi who is being generous," Ning Chuan teased. "Were it not for the 1 million he received from Wei Qianzi during the midterm exams, even at a cost of 150,000 per bottle from the Lu family, he would not have been able to afford 200 bottles of the Beast Essence nutritional solution. He currently had just a few million left, all of which he intended to invest in his training. You've practically bled his son dry. How could he not be generous?" Lu Mingyue shot him a glance, then asked thoughtfully, "Are you departing today?" "Indeed," Ning Chuan nodded gently. "I have a flight tonight, and I shall arrive at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp tomorrow morning." As for the school, he had already arranged for leave. Upon hearing it was for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, the school administration swiftly approved his leave without hesitation. Had Ning Chuan not declined, they were even prepared to rally the entire faculty and student body, inviting several celebrities to host a grand send-off ceremony for him. Before long, Ning Chuan bid farewell and returned home. He looked around but took nothing except for a few changes of clothes. Though he referred to it as choosing, it consisted entirely of his school uniform. With the backpack for the Beast Essence nutritional solution still somewhat empty, he lazily folded the uniforms and stuffed them inside. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the landlord entered with a room vacancy contract in hand. "Do you still need these things?" "No, I don't," Ning Chuan replied. "Will you not return in the future?" "I will come back once, but I won't stay long," he stated. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp lasts for 2 months. By the time he returns, the college entrance examination will have commenced, and he would not linger in Qingshan City. A few minutes later, after signing the contract, Ning Chuan stepped out of the residential building and glanced back at the apartment he had inhabited for so long, a tinge of nostalgia rising within him. Nevertheless, the feeling dissipated in an instant. He had arrived alone. He would depart alone. With resolute strides, Ning Chuan moved forward, his gaze steadfast, as the setting sun bathed him in a brilliant glow akin to the radiance of dawn. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qingshan Airport bustled with a throng of people. Couples bidding farewell, with glistening tears in their eyes, clung to one another, reluctant to part. Parents, sending their children off, offered incessant reminders, their every word and action steeped in reluctance. In stark contrast to these individuals, Ning Chuan sat alone in the waiting lounge, exuding an air of desolation. Yet, his demeanor remained tranquil. He had long grown accustomed to solitude, both in his past life and the present. During his stay in Qingshan City, he had made but one friend, Lu Mingyue, a bond forged by chance when he saved her life. Otherwise, their acquaintance would have remained superficial. With no new friends to speak of, Ning Chuan was not socially anxious. He simply preferred not to seek warmth in numbers. Dear passengers, the announcement for boarding echoed through the air. Ning Chuan rose to his feet, ready to step forward when a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. We are friends, after all. At least let me see you off, Lu Mingyue exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Ning Chuan with a hint of irritation. Ning Chuan was taken aback. How did you know I was here? He had never disclosed his flight number to anyone. Lu Mingyue raised an eyebrow, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. My father is an honorary director of the 3 major airlines in the Federation. I had him look it up for me. Ning Chuan chuckled softly. What a formidable reason. He cleared his throat, adding, by the way, could you possibly ask Uncle Lu to upgrade my seat for free? First class is rather expensive. Lu Mingyue couldn't help but laugh. After a brief exchange, the announcement came through that boarding would soon conclude. I must take my leave, Ning Chuan said, raising his boarding pass. Lu Mingyue nodded gently in response. However, after taking a few steps, Ning Chuan turned back, locking eyes with her earnestly. Thank you for coming to see me off. Wishing you safe travels and prosperous martial arts. A brilliant smile broke across Lu Mingyue's face as she waved vigorously, her enchanting eyes following Ning Chuan's figure until he vanished through the boarding gate. Now that you've seen him off, shall we head home? Lu Zhan appeared silently, as if from nowhere. Lu Mingyue pondered for a moment, a trace of worry crossing her delicate features. Father, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp gathers the most exceptional talents from the Donglin Administrative District. The competition will be fierce. What if Ning Chuan feels overwhelmed and becomes disheartened? He will not, Lu Zhan replied calmly, offering no further explanation. Instead, he posed a question. Do you know why Ning Chuan prefers to embark on his journey alone? Is it because he doesn't want me to see him off? Lu Mingyue mused. Are you talking about Ning Chuan? A smirk crept onto Lu Zhan's lips, as he couldn't help but chuckle at her innocent assumption. Even when asking for money, he doesn't forget to remind Wei Qianzi to pay his taxes. Just a moment ago, he was thinking of having you secure a free upgrade. Does such a person have a thin skin? Lu Mingyue chuckled at the thought. So why is that? There's an old saying in the Federation, Lu Zhan began, his gaze drifting towards the runway. Outside the transparent, floor-to-ceiling windows, an aircraft ascended into the sky, accompanied by the roar of its engines, as if striving to pierce through the endless night. The solitary wanderer is either a divine being or a wild beast. Chapter 51. The Law of the Jungle. So who are the sheep? Who are the wolves? In the night sky, an airplane howls through the wind. Ning Chuan sits by the window, his gaze penetrating the glass as he surveys the landscape below. Despite the darkness of the night, he can still make out a vague outline of the scenery. The ancient technique of dragon-elephant breathing greatly enhances the 5 senses of the human body. Ning Chuan anticipates that, should he master this technique, his senses will be honed to an astonishing degree, effortlessly allowing him to see in the dark. He thinks of the endless green mountains. Ning Chuan silently whispers. In his eyes, an endless expanse of majestic mountains is reflected. This range is one of the longest within the Federation, beginning at Qingshan City and stretching north and south across the entire Donglin Administrative District, with numerous tributaries branching off. The destination of Ning Chuan's journey is a tributary at the far end of the endless green mountains, Linhai Mountain. The mountain embraces the sea, gathering the talents of the entire Donglin region, which truly stirs anticipation. Ning Chuan withdraws his gaze and closes his eyes to rest. The airplane continues to slice through the sky. The white wings follow the ridgeline, cutting through the black night like a knife, heading towards Linhai Mountain, miles away. April 1st, under a clear sky. Linhai Mountain. Just past 7 in the morning, outside the gates of the talent training camp, numerous students have already arrived. Although they could arrive before midnight, no one dares to take chances. I heard there was an unexpected arrival at this training camp, a person who has awakened to the 6th stage. As the students wait, they engage in casual conversation. Is that true? Many are astonished, finding it hard to believe. The talent training camp offers only 100 slots each year, of which 70 are for formal martial artists and only 30 for those at the awakening stage. The level of competition is, as one might imagine, akin to thousands of troops crossing a narrow bridge. There has never been a student below the 9th stage of awakening. I've heard of this individual. He entered using the old tactics. I see, he must have completed some inconsequential tasks for the government. Then, through internal maneuvering, turned it into a grand achievement. Being rewarded with entry into the talent training camp. A group of students displays expressions of scorn. The talent training camp is officially established, naturally involving connections. Several individuals enter each year. As they speak, a taxi pulls up outside the camp, drawing everyone's attention. Those who can enter the talent training camp typically come from families with private planes or at the very least have dedicated transportation. Who would take a taxi here? The door swings open, and a handsome young man steps out, carrying little luggage, just a black backpack and a narrow, elongated sword strapped to his waist. That must be the sixth-stage awakener. I've seen his photo. His name is Ning Chuan. A well-informed student whispers. He even took a taxi, pretending not to have connections. Is he? What audacity to come here without the strength of a high-stage awakener. Once he enters the talent training camp, his background will mean nothing. Isn't he a threat? The resources prepared for him by the training camp will all belong to us. Numerous students regarded Ning Chuan with disdainful smiles. A sheep entering a wolf's den will not transform into a wolf. It will merely become prey. After days of tempering through the ancient techniques of the dragon and elephant, Ning Chuan's hearing had become remarkably acute. Although the individuals around him deliberately lowered their voices, he captured every word that fell upon his ears. Maintaining his composure, he reached out with his right hand, lightly touching the hilt of his silver-blooded blade. The ensuing 2 months promised not to be dull. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, the base of the mountain and sea talent training camp was built against the mountains, with towering walls obscuring the layout within. Ning Chuan remained silent, raising his gaze to the eastern sea. This expanse of water was known as the Songhai. Geographic texts noted the existence of another continent across the waters, inhabited by foreign tribes. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the 2 heavy alloy doors of the base swung open. 3 men and 1 woman strode forth with purpose. I am Yin Zhuang, the weapons instructor for this session of the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp, and I also serve as the chief instructor. Bai Xiuxiu, the combat instructor, also responsible for guiding martial arts practice. I am Ma Fengxing, your agility instructor. Once you become acquainted with me, feel free to call me Brother Ma. I am El Fong, tasked with imparting knowledge regarding breathing techniques. The 4 introduced themselves in succession. The students fell into an immediate hush, no longer whispering amongst themselves. Though their personalities may vary, they were undeniably the finest group of talents from Donglan, showcasing an impressive level of self-discipline. Excellent. Everyone is present, Yin Zhuang remarked, his expression inscrutable. Now, surrender all electronic devices, toys, and snacks. The Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp operates under closed management. Ma Fengxing, grinning beside him, added, do not even think about hiding them. Open your luggage in turn. The instructors will conduct inspections. But what if we need our phones? One student queried, hastily explaining, not for games, but to contact family or purchase martial supplies. Yin Zhuang replied, you'll have 10 minutes each week to use your phones. Many students exchanged glances. Given the circumstances, life in the training camp was undoubtedly going to be quite arduous. Hand them over. The students, left with no choice, reluctantly complied, surrendering their belongings, opening their luggage for inspection. Soon, it was Ning Chuan's turn. I only brought this. With swift decisiveness, Ning Chuan presented his phone. Upon disembarking the plane, he had already ordered a sufficient quantity of medicinal packages for his training, ensuring no disruption to his cultivation. As for distractions on his phone, he had always maintained strong self-control. Over the past few days, his martial arts practice had progressed automatically, leaving him ample free time. Yet he never squandered it. He either enhanced his practical skills or engaged in academic studies. Backpack open. The instructor inspecting Ning Chuan was Bai Xiuxiu. She was strikingly beautiful, with a gentle appearance. Yet her demeanor exuded a stark contrast, coldness and efficiency reminiscent of a soldier. With a swift motion, Ning Chuan unzipped his backpack. The 200 bottles of beast nutrient solution were prominently displayed, instantly provoking a stir among those nearby. Bai Xiuxiu could not help but be momentarily taken aback. It was quite customary for students to carry martial arts resources, with nearly everyone possessing some. Some even held beast nutrient solutions valued in the millions. However, the sheer visual impact of Ning Chuan's bulging backpack filled with beast nutrient solutions was overwhelming. Please put it away. After inspecting the backpack, Bai Xiuxiu said little more and proceeded to the next student. After more than 10 minutes, the inspection concluded without any melodramatic incidents, such as students deliberately hiding mobile phones. The 4 instructors no longer delayed, leading the students through the gates into the base. Today marks the first day, and there are no classes at the training camp. I will first take you to the dormitory to drop off your luggage, and then we shall tour the base, Yin Zhuang announced. The students followed in order. That 6th-tier awakener truly cracked me up. Is he here to cultivate or to sell beast nutrient solutions? Does he really think he can finish such a large pack? A few peak 9th-tier awakeners, trailing behind, spoke mockingly. Among them, Qi Dong's eyes flickered momentarily as he lowered his voice and said, "That fellow has far too many beast nutrient solutions to consume alone. Perhaps we could assist him in digesting some." Qi Liang hesitated and replied, "Brother, isn't outright theft out of the question? Of course, we cannot steal, but we could borrow. We're all classmates, and I'm sure he would be more than willing to help." Qi Dong remarked with a hint of cunning. Qi Liang was still processing this, but what if he refuses to lend? Nearby, a plump youth leaned in with a sinister smile and said, "Would he dare?" The Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp operates on the law of the jungle. Only the strong survive, and the instructors are rather lenient when it comes to competition. If he refuses to lend, we shall simply educate him on what it means to care for one's classmates. Hehe, Li Pingy, now I understand. Chapter 52. A truly remarkable place before a 3-story dormitory. Yin Zhuang halted and remarked, "The rooms for those at the awakening stage are on the 1st floor, while the rooms for formal martial artists are on the 2nd. Your room numbers are posted in the common area. You may check them yourselves. I shall grant you 10 minutes. Casting a glance at his watch, he added. The students promptly rushed into the dormitory. Ma Fengxing, observing their retreating figures, quipped, "That fellow named Ning Chuan, being a relationship-based recruit, is likely in for quite a financial loss. As a 9th-tier martial artist, he could not be oblivious to the conversations among Qi Dong and the others. Êtes-vous possessing à gentille disposition, inquiète. Should we intervene to prevent the relationship-based recruit from being targeted? As instructors selected by the government, their understanding of the student's true circumstances was rather limited. Considering Ning Chuan was merely at the 6th tier of awakening, he certainly appeared to be a relationship-based recruit. No need. Yin Zhuang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The Shanghai Talent Training Camp adheres to the law of the jungle, where the fittest survive. As long as those students do not engage in outright theft, they fall outside our jurisdiction. LV Fong sighed and remarked, "I hope they do not resort to excessive measures." "I beg to differ." Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she contemplated. Yin Zhuang, taken aback by her words, asked, "Do you have faith in that Ning Chuan?" "Why?" Bai Xiuxiu mused, "Perhaps it is his tranquil gaze or his indifferent demeanor. I cannot quite articulate the reason, but I am certain of one thing. This young man has undoubtedly taken a life." "And what of it?" Ma Fengxing shook his head in disagreement. The students who enter the Shanghai Talent Training Camp are among the elite of Donglan. In terms of their respective tiers, none can claim a significant advantage over the others. How could he possibly surpass 3 tiers? Even among top talents, there can exist considerable disparities. As the 4 instructors debated within the dormitory, Ning Chuan located his room. The student card served as the key. Upon entering and preparing to close the door, a hand forcefully pushed against it, halting the motion. "Is there something you need?" Ning Chuan, opting not to resist, graciously opened the door, his gaze calm as he assessed the 3 individuals outside. A pair of twins accompanied by a stout fellow. "My name is Li Pingy, and I wish to ask for a small favor." The chubby boy grinned, his eyes narrowing with mirth. He was the one who had pushed the door. Qi Dong interjected, "We 3 were hurrying to the Shanghai Talent Training Camp, and in our haste, did not bring sufficient martial arts resources for cultivation." Qi Liang added, "You have brought an abundance of beast nutrient liquid, hence we seek to borrow some from you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of sharpness crossed Ning Chuan's eyes. The visitors bore ill intentions, while he was uncertain about the others. This Li Pingyi before him was known to possess a substantial quantity of beast nutrient liquid. The instructors had caused quite a stir upon inspecting it, for the beast nutrient liquid could be regarded as the Pro Ultra Plus supreme version of the regular variant, with a single vial fetching over 10 million. Oh, Ning Chuan did not lose his temper. Rather, he feigned astonishment, raising an eyebrow. How exactly do you propose to borrow it? Upon witnessing the scene, Li Pingyi smiled joyfully and remarked, "We three are all at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of awakening, and our resources deplete rapidly. Thus, each of us shall borrow 30 units from you." Qidong, beaming with delight, added, "As for the repayment period, we are all classmates. There is no need for petty calculations. Let us set a term of 30 years, and at that time, we shall repay you in full." Hearing this term, the other students in the corridor paused to observe. 30 years was practically a gift. If Ning Chuan yielded, he would become a plump target, and they could also seize a share of the spoils. "What if I refuse?" Ning Chuan spoke softly, his handsome face betraying no emotion, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Li Pingyi frowned, expressing his displeasure. "We are all classmates. Is it necessary to be so stingy? It is merely some beast essence nutrient solution. Lending it to us would yield the friendship of 3 awakened 9th tier individuals." He emphasized awakened 9th tier with intent. Qidong, growing bolder, threatened, "Regardless of your willingness, you must lend us the beast essence nutrient solution." Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes. "Do you dare to resort to force? Robbery is against the law." Qidong shook his head, stating earnestly, "But we can certainly give you a thorough beating, leaving you bettered for days. Li binsha chocolat sinisterly. If you refuse to lend us the beast essence nutrient solution, once you recover, we shall beat you again. You want to even be able to leave the dormitory, let alone cultivate. Surely you can discern the importance of the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp versus the beast essence nutrient solution." Qidong declared with a smug expression. "Are you not afraid of the instructor?" Ning Chuan questioned, somewhat astonished. "If you hope for the instructor to intervene on your behalf, you might as well abandon that thought." Li Pingyi sneered at Ning Chuan. "The Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp only nurtures the strong. The internal environment is quite ruthless. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is akin to raising venomous creatures. We can beat you without facing punishment. A continuous thrashing would result in little more than a verbal reprimand." Ning Chuan nodded slightly, realizing there were indeed such rules. This place was quite intriguing, and he found himself rather fond of it. Good to know. 90 units of the beast essence nutrient solution, not a single one less. Li Pingyi strode confidently into Ning Chuan's room, closely followed by the Qi twins, with Qidong even shutting the door behind them. Ning Chuan made no attempt to stop them. He simply stood quietly at the entrance. Once all three had entered, he turned and removed his backpack from his shoulders. However, he did not unzip it, but instead drew forth the silver blood battle blade. "Are you having second thoughts?" Li Pingyi inquired coldly upon seeing this. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. "When did I ever say I agreed?" Qidong replied coldly. "Stop wasting time. Give him a beating, and the subsequent matters will be much easier to negotiate." He truly believed that brandishing a blade would allow him to cross boundaries. With a scornful expression, Qidong stepped forward to charge at Ning Chuan. Boom! Boom! Just as he took a step, Qidong was startled by the simultaneous thunderous sounds that erupted. Immediately, 2 streaks of silvery light appeared in his line of sight. The speed of the silvery light was astonishing, catching him completely off guard, rendering him unable to discern what it truly was. A sudden chill crept over his scalp, followed by an icy sensation that coursed through his throat, raising goosebumps on his skin. Instinctively, Qidong halted in his tracks. What was happening? Momentarily stunned, he realized that Ning Chuan had drawn a blade with one hand, pressing it against his throat. A large swath of neatly severed hair floated down before his eyes. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qidong's cheek as he came to grips with the reality of the situation. Ning Chuan had executed 2 swift strikes. One had skimmed the scalp, shearing off his hair, while the other was poised menacingly at his neck. He had no time to react. Even had he been prepared, Qidong harbored no confidence in his ability to evade such an attack. How could someone awakened to the 6th tier possess such formidable prowess? Dong gazed at Ning Chuan, his heart trembling. He was not merely someone who focused on elevating his realm. He was a top-tier genius, a powerhouse who had defeated an opponent at the initial stage of the 9th tier when he himself was awakened to the 7th tier. Dong, please be cautious. Let go of my brother. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang, witnessing the scene, sprang into action, hastily moving forward. They had believed Dong would easily subdue Ning Chuan. Thus they had paid little heed. Upon seeing Dong subdued, they merely assumed it was due to his negligence, failing to consider the formidable nature of Ning Chuan's swordsmanship. In a split second, Ning Chuan unleashed 3 strikes. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the silvery blood battle blade. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, it was as though 3 bolts of lightning erupted in the air, the silvery light blindingly radiant, striking towards the 3 individuals in the room with overwhelming force. With physical capabilities rivaling those of higher-tier awakeners, Ning Chuan's thunder slash became increasingly terrifying. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang's expressions changed drastically as they attempted to evade the oncoming silvery blood battle blade. However, the room was far too cramped. It was merely a single room of about 30 square meters, and with the furniture occupying space, it was even smaller. 4 individuals were standing in a room, leaving no room to maneuver. Most critically, the silvery blood battle blade was too swift. Swish, swish. Almost simultaneously, the hair of Li Pingyi and Qi Liang was neatly severed at the scalp. As their short hair began to fall, Ning Chuan's silvery blood battle blade once again rested against Dong's neck. Gulp! Dong swallowed hard, his throat visibly constricting. He barely registered the moment the blade left his neck. The speed was unfathomable. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang halted, no longer attempting to intervene. In that moment, all 3 understood the terrifying nature of Ning Chuan's swordsmanship. Chapter 53. Though you may not wish to lend, I am inclined to borrow. Your thunder slash is at the pinnacle of perfection. Dong's voice was dry as he gazed at Ning Chuan. Disbelief etched across his features. Having practiced B-grade martial arts himself, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Achieving perfection was a feat beyond reach. Even attaining proficiency was akin to scaling a mountain. Many prodigies, while training in B-grade martial arts, often find themselves halted at the level of mastery. His selection for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp hinged primarily on a B-grade martial art he had mastered to an intricate level. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang similarly fixed their stares on Ning Chuan, their expressions resembling that of onlookers to a peculiar spectacle. It was not merely the astonishment at Ning Chuan's command of a martial art at its zenith that left them aghast. They were equally baffled by his choices. With time to hone the thunder slash, he could have dedicated moments to practice breathing techniques instead. Was it truly enjoyable to feign ignorance while awakening at the 6th stage? Clearing his throat, Li Pingyi muttered, "It appears we have underestimated you. Given your formidable combat prowess, we shall not insist on borrowing the beast nutrient solution. Indeed, we are all classmates. Mutual understanding and camaraderie should prevail." Dong quickly concurred, forcing a laugh as he added, "I just remembered that I might have brought some resources with me, so there is no need for borrowing." As he spoke, Dong began to move towards the door. In an instant, however, his foot froze mid-air. The slender blade resting against his neck exerted a gradual pressure, causing the skin nearby to flush with crimson. Do not be hasty in your departure. While you may choose not to lend the beast nutrient solution, I certainly wish to borrow it. Ning Chuan flashed a smile, his teeth gleaming white. As for the borrowing terms, they align with yours. A silence enveloped the room for several moments. Dong glared at Ning Chuan, his voice sharp. Do not presume that your swordplay grants you the liberty to act as you please. When students clash and weapons are drawn, the nature of the encounter transforms. The instructor will undoubtedly intervene. Should I be injured, you too will suffer consequences and face severe penalties. Li Pingyi leaned against the wall, a smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "If you possessed a perfect B-grade fist technique, you might intimidate us somewhat. As it stands, you lack the qualifications." He insisted that Ning Chuan relinquish the blade immediately, cautioning against a situation that might lead to embarrassment. In response, Ning Chuan cast a sidelong glance at him, his smile unwavering. "It appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. What do you mean? Qi Dong's heart raced at Ning Chuan's expression, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Ning Chuan softly stated, "The words you exchanged outside the door, along with your forceful entry into this room, were witnessed by numerous students. It was abundantly clear that you intended to seize my beast nutrient solution by force. Be it inflicting injury upon you or even severing your heads, such actions would be deemed justifiable self-defense." The trio's faces paled at his words. "You speak boastfully. I do not believe you would dare to kill me." Qi Dong attempted to project an air of toughness, but his voice faltered. A warm sensation enveloped his neck, counteracting the blade's icy touch. Yet, his body trembled as the blade had already breached his skin. The warmth is nothing but fresh blood. Qi Dong felt a palpable fear enveloping him. Opposite him stood a knife-wielding youth, grinning brightly. Yet, within those pitch-black eyes lay an icy coldness, suffused with a chilling intent to kill. A thought flickered through Qi Dong's mind. If he did not lend it, he would surely perish. "I am willing to lend it to you," Qi Dong hastily declared, not daring to hesitate for even a second, fearing a moment's delay could seal his fate. Ning Chuan ignored him, shifting his gaze to Li Pingyi behind him, coldly stating, "I advise you not to entertain the thought of calling for help, instructor. I am aware that my speed with the blade cannot breach the sound barrier. However, the time it takes for you to utter a single word is sufficient for me to sever your head." Pausing momentarily, Ning Chuan added, "Would you care to test that theory?" Li Pingyi's face twitched, forcing a smile as he replied, "I have no such intention. I agree to lend you the nutrient solution, but I currently do not have it on me. It is in my dormitory. I will retrieve it for you." With that, Li Pingyi attempted to leave, eager to extricate himself from the predicament. As for the fate of the Qi twins, he cared not. They were merely fair-weather friends. "I will not permit it. Do you dare to act?" A faint voice abruptly halted Li Pingyi in his tracks. Ning Chuan turned to Qi Liang, commanding, "You will take Li Pingyi's student ID and go to his dormitory to fetch me the beast nutrient solution." Li Pingyi's complexion darkened instantly. That particular nutrient solution was his guarantee for breaking through to the first-grade warrior. "Ning Chuan, do not push your luck," he gritted through clenched teeth. Ning Chuan revealed a cold smile, derisively stating, "Everyone is engaging in similar actions. Why did you not consider yourself excessive before?" Li Pingyi was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Ning Chuan chose not to mock him further. Instead, he picked up an electronic clock from the nearby desk with his unarmed left hand, pressed a few buttons, and set a 1-minute countdown. "Remember, you have only 1 minute. If you do not return by then, prepare for your brother's funeral." Ning Chuan's voice was frigid. Glancing at the clock, Qi Liang felt a surge of panic, not bothering to utter a word as he snatched Li Pingyi's student ID and bolted out the door. Outside, a crowd of students had gathered. Many martial-level students who had come to the first floor were drawn in. I just heard a series of muffled sounds. It seems Li Pingyi was rather ruthless with the Qi twins. The dormitory building is well soundproofed. Otherwise, such commotion would have echoed out. A student jested, "I wonder if Ning Chuan will lend it." Lending or not, it was nearly inconsequential to him. If he borrowed the beast nutrient solution, he could not preserve the resources of the training camp in the future. If he refused, he would be beaten to the point he could not leave his home. Weaklings do not deserve to be here. The students conversed, holding Ning Chuan in utter contempt, disregarding him entirely. Just as they were speaking, the door suddenly swung open. "What are you all doing blocking the door? Are you a gatekeeper? Do not obstruct my path." Qi Liang dashed out, forcefully pushing through the crowd, striving to run down the corridor. Many students were puzzled, yet they did not dwell on it, their gazes drawn to the doorway, collectively stunned. The door was ajar, concealing the full scene within. Only a slender blade pressed against Qi Dong's neck, blood trickling down and staining his garments. Terror etched across Qi Dong's face. He gazed at the crowd outside, opening his mouth yet unable to utter a sound. Bang! Ning Chuan waved his hand, and the door slammed shut once more. Gasps erupted among the onlookers. A mere awakener at the 6th stage had subdued 3 peak 9th stage awakeners. Who was this formidable figure? A martial artist looked on in astonishment. Many of the awakening students bowed their heads in shame, recalling their previous derision, treating Ning Chuan as an easy target. What then were they? Roasted lamb skewers? Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary ability? Someone voiced their suspicion. The assembled students were all top-tier prodigies. It was hard to fathom someone capable of crossing realms in combat. Uncertain, yet he must possess some unique power. I concur otherwise. How could he possibly subdue Qi Dong and the others? Surely, it cannot merely be attributed to superior martial arts. One student remarked, garnering the agreement of many nearby. After all, to fight across 3 levels, what must one's martial realm be to achieve such prowess? If he possesses an extraordinary ability, your status as the sole possessor of such powers is under threat, Xiaxi. Another student adjusted his glasses and teased. Song Shiyu, even if he possesses an extraordinary ability, is not qualified to be my opponent. Let him first slay a first-tier martial artist before we speak again. Xiaxi, slender and proud, folded his arms, exuding an air of arrogance. Clear the way. Make way. At that moment, Qi Liang rushed back, sweat streaming down his face, heedless of wiping it away as he plunged through the door. Have you noticed he seems to be holding the beast nutrient solution? Not seems. He is indeed holding the beast nutrient solution. Ning Chuan intends to leverage resources in reverse. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This individual clearly harbored no peaceful intentions. And vengeance was certain. Chapter 54, Retaliation non-existent. Let the dogs bite each other within the dormitory. The thick walls insulated the sound from the outside world. Qi Liang handed the beast nutrient solution to Ning Chuan, panting heavily, and implored you. You must release my elder brother. Ning Chuan, still wielding the silver blood war blade, responded unhurriedly, do not be anxious. First, complete the loan agreement. He paused thoughtfully, adding, 1 document suffices. Typically, in a transaction involving 4 individuals, each would require their own copy of the debt note. Li Pingyi, standing nearby, appeared ashen-faced and choked with indignation. That note undoubtedly belongs to you. Without it, how can one demand repayment? He understood Ning Chuan's intentions all too well. There was no intention of repayment whatsoever. Retaining a single note merely served as evidence, should they later report Ning Chuan for robbery. Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded, readily acknowledging. When you borrowed the beast nutrient solution from me, did you intend to leave a note? As he spoke, Ning Chuan turned his gaze toward Qi Dong, whom he had cornered with his blade, coldly stating, I am a fair individual. If you leave a note, I shall abide by it. However, should you dare to utter a falsehood, I shall end your life. No such intention. Qi Dong hastily shook his head, realizing he could not admit to any plan of leaving a note. Then let us dispense with the pleasantries and draft the agreement. Ning Chuan pointed to the desk, where paper and pen lay ready. Before long, the loan agreement was drafted by Qi Liang, with the 3 of them signing in succession. Li Pingyi hesitated the longest, his expression one of reluctance, far from the decisive nature exhibited by the Qi twins. After all, the beast nutrient solution belonged solely to him. Just as he was lamenting, Li Pingyi heard Ning Chuan inquire, how much did that beast nutrient solution cost you? 12 million. Li Pingyi retorted, seething with resentment. Ning Chuan gestured toward the Qi twins, instructing, you 2 should issue him a note for 4 million each, with the repayment date set before the conclusion of the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp. Upon hearing this, Li Pingyi's distress diminished significantly, and he quickly concurred, yes, the beast nutrient solution was borrowed jointly by the 3 of us. You 2 owe me 8 million. This time, it was the Qi twins who delayed in signing, yet with Ning Chuan's blade at their throats, reluctance was not an option. Li Pingyi urged them in 7 days. You will have access to your phones. Ensure you transfer the funds to me promptly. What is your hurry? The phones can only be used for 10 minutes. That time is certainly insufficient. Qi Dong retorted, do not attempt to deceive me. There are still 2 months until the final deadline. As the 3 of them signed, a quiet dispute ensued. Ning Chuan observed the unfolding scene, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. His insistence on acquiring the beast nutrient solution was not without reason. Firstly, the solution itself was exceptionally valuable, and he coveted it greatly. Secondly, it served to divert conflict and sow discord among the trio. Had he forcibly borrowed from each individually or extorted equivalent resources, they would undoubtedly unite in seeking retribution against him. Although he harbored no fear, he wished to avoid any unnecessary expenditure of time on such matters. He arrived here with the intention of enhancing his prowess. Thus, he only took the unique beast nutrient solution belonging to Li Pingyi, subsequently prompting the Qi twins to draft an IOU for Li Pingyi, allowing a repayment period of 2 months. Without his instigation, a conflict over the repayment timing was inevitable among the three. Indeed, the situation unfolded as he had anticipated. "Gentlemen, please refrain from arguing. Let us finalize the contract and depart," Ning Chuan remarked, securing the beast nutrient solution with a radiant smile as he opened the door. In the corridor, the other students remained, and upon seeing Li Pingyi and the Qi twins emerge, they inquired with curiosity, "Is Ning Chuan an ability user? What kind of ability does he possess? Qidong, how many moves could you withstand? What happened to your hair? Is his ability a wind blade?" The trio, their faces solemn, silently squeezed through the crowd. Being defeated by someone at the 6th awakening stage was hardly a matter of pride, even if that individual possessed the perfect realm's lightning slash. Moreover, they had incurred a significant financial loss. No one felt inclined to provide explanations. The observing students expressed their dissatisfaction but hesitated to intervene, venting their frustrations before gradually dispersing. Yet one youth lingered. He bore an unremarkable appearance, yet presented himself neatly. Exudinant agréable aura. His frameless glasses lent him an air of keen intelligence. "Are you here to borrow the beast nutrient solution as well?" Ning Chuan cast a glance at the bespectacled youth. "I merely wish to make your acquaintance," the youth replied, shaking his head with a smile. "My name is Song Shiyu, 17 years old, a local from Shanghai City, currently at the pinnacle of the 9th awakening stage." "Ning Chuan," he responded. Song Shiyu grinned broadly, saying, "There's no need to be so aloof. I am well acquainted with the training camp and can share a wealth of information with you. What are the conditions?" Ning Chuan replied nonchalantly, closing the door and striding down the corridor toward the dormitory exit. He did not believe that defeating Qi Dong and the others would subdue the other awakened students, compelling them to curry favor. Those who entered the Shanghai Genius Training Camp were the finest students from their respective cities, essentially unrivaled among their peers. They were all individuals of lofty ambition, unwilling to concede inferiority to others. "The heavens are supreme, the earth is second, and I am third." This sentiment reflected the true thoughts of many. "We are all classmates. Negotiating terms seems rather mundane," Song Shiyu remarked with a smile, following him. Not receiving a reply, he added with a hint of resignation, "Of course, it would be even better if you could answer a question for me." "Speak," Ning Chuan replied, making no promises. A serious expression crossed Song Shiyu's face as he asked, "Did you only forcibly borrow Li Pingyi's beast nutrient solution and have Qi Dong and Qi Liang sign an IOU for him?" Ning Chuan halted his steps, turning to look at Song Shiyu in surprise. "Do you possess an ability related to sound?" "I deduced it." Song Shiyu adjusted his frameless glasses with a confident smile. Among the three, only Li Pingyi had the beast nutrient solution. "You held a knife to Qi Dong and instructed Qi Liang to retrieve the solution. Such actions must carry deeper significance. Analyzing the situation, I arrived at this conclusion." "You are not mistaken," Ning Chuan acknowledged. Ning Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, his heart devoid of excessive astonishment. The Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp, renowned as the foremost institution in Donglin, naturally produces exceptionally astute students. Meanwhile, in the open space before the dormitory, Ma Fengxing shook his head vigorously, proclaiming, "Instructor Bai, it is not that I am being obstinate. That individual named Ning Chuan, with his connections, is unlikely to fare well. He has taken a life, at best. He possesses a resilient spirit and the courage to refuse the demands of those three students, but he is bound to endure a severe beating." Ma Fengxing enumerated his reasoning. "Just look, he has yet to emerge. He is probably injured and lying in the dormitory." No sooner had he spoken than Ning Chuan stepped out of the door, appearing unscathed, his dark, spirited eyes radiating an extraordinary presence under the bright sunlight. Several female students nearby couldn't help but steal glances at him. Bai Xiuxiu, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Chuan, subtly smirked and said, "Instructor Ma, what is your opinion now?" I believe he must have submitted the beast nutrient solution. He simply maintains a positive demeanor, concealing his true feelings. Ma Fengxing pondered momentarily, but steadfastly held to his previous stance. Those 3 students will soon emerge as well. Bai Xiuxiu tilted her fair chin toward the entrance. Chapter 55. The Arrival of the Dragon King, a majesty of 90,000 years. Hey, your style is quite unique. As laughter echoed, Li Pingyi and the Qi twins stepped outside the dormitory. Each face bore a somber expression. Upon returning to their room, they discovered that Ning Chuan had not merely trimmed some hair. He had completely sheared off the entirety of the hair atop his head, revealing a quintessential Mediterranean hairstyle, a nightmare for countless middle-aged men. It is said that one hair can ruin all, no matter how handsome the face or profound the temperament. Such a look is unmanageable. The 4 instructors, upon witnessing this scene, were momentarily taken aback. Bai Xiuxiu was no exception, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She had held high hopes for Ning Chuan, believing him to be at most on par with the peak of the 9th awakening stage, which would dissuade Li Pingyi and others from coveting his resources. Yet, it now appeared that Ning Chuan possessed the strength to take on 3 opponents simultaneously, 3 top geniuses who had emerged from millions of students in Donglin. His hair had been severed with remarkable speed, surpassing the reaction limits of the 3. The ability to serve as a weapons instructor attested to Yin Zhuang's considerable skill. He regarded Ning Chuan and solemnly remarked, "The one wielding the knife, or rather, Ning Chuan, has an exceptionally high level of swordsmanship and an impressive degree of self-confidence." The precision of his strikes along the hairline was such that a slight miscalculation could have struck the skull. Ma Fengxing, disregarding any embarrassment, pondered aloud. "I have reviewed Ning Chuan's records. He has only practiced one sword technique, the B-grade flash Thunder Slash. Could it be that he has reached the expert realm? Otherwise, how could he have bested those 3 students? Those who enter the training camp must possess at least one B-grade martial art at the subtle level. It seems improbable." Yin Zhuang shook his head decisively, explaining, "The Flash Thunder Slash is incredibly challenging, even surpassing that of a typical A-grade martial art. Achieving the expert realm is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, even an expert-level Flash Thunder Slash would not suffice to render those 3 incapable of reacting." Ma Fengxing speculated. Could it be that Ning Chuan possesses an extraordinary ability related to speed? Lu Fong interjected, "There is no information regarding such abilities in the records. Let us refrain from further inquiries. Tomorrow, when classes commence, the truth shall be revealed," Yin Zhuang remarked, glancing at his watch. 10 minutes had elapsed, and all students had gathered. Yin Zhuang surveyed the students with a stern demeanor, stating, "Before we tour the base, I have a few words to impart. You need to understand what the Shanghai Genius Training Camp truly represents." Many students exhibited confusion. What could it be? To be blunt, it is merely an institution for intensive college entrance examination preparation. Seemingly reading the students' thoughts, Yin Zhuang continued, "You are all top talents from various cities. Your innate gifts are unquestionable. With ample resources such as nutrient solutions, martial arts, and guidance at your disposal, why would the Donglin government go to such lengths to establish the Shanghai Genius Training Camp and summon you here? Because the training camp offers greater advantages in these aspects." One confident student quipped. Ma Fengxing shot him a sidelong glance, retorting with a smirk, "Why not just give each of you $1 million directly? It would save trouble and cost less. The Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp incurs an exorbitant cost for each session, a figure that reaches astronomical heights. This does not even account for the martial arts resources. Merely selecting the most outstanding students from millions, choosing the most suitable instructors, and tailoring individualized training plans all contribute to hidden expenses that, when translated into monetary value, would not fall short of $1 billion. Only the Donglin government possesses the financial capability to sustain such an endeavor." The student felt his face flush, his confidence dissipating as he struggled to find words. Yin Zhuang disregarded his silence and continued, "The Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp serves a greater purpose than merely preparing for the college entrance examination. Its primary aim is to forge your mental fortitude, instilling within you a heart of a warrior, unafraid of adversity, striving to ascend to greater heights in the martial arts path. It is not about aspiring a decade hence to become a 7th or 8th tier martial artist. Content with an annual income of 10 million. Yin Zhuang's voice crescendoed with fervor. You must dare to become knights, to become divine generals, to become the backbone that upholds the dark sky of the martial arts realm, to become the guardians of the 8 billion souls of the Federation. The students present visibly changed, blood surging with enthusiasm, each one standing tall like a spear. No one, in their youth, desires to be ordinary. Ning Chuan, standing at the back side, beside him, Song Shiyu caught sight of his expression and quietly inquired, "Do you think Instructor Yin is speaking empty words?" "Not at all." Ning Chuan gently shook his head, stating, "Rather than honing our mental will, I would prefer the training camp to invest more in martial arts resources." Song Shiyu stroked her chin, pondering for a moment before smiling. "No wonder you feel disheartened. The fact that you could devise a plan to differentiate Li Pingyi and others in such a short span indicates your exceptional character. You will not settle for mediocrity in the face of setbacks. I have a premonition that there will be a place for you among the Knights of Donglin in the future." Ning Chuan glanced at Song Shiyu and suddenly remarked, "Why do I feel as though you are extolling your own virtues? If his character is exceptional, then the one who discerned his plan, Song Shiyu, must possess even greater depth. Engaging with intelligent individuals is indeed convenient. I need not remind them deliberately." Song Shiyu chuckled softly. Ning Chuan found himself momentarily speechless. A few minutes later, Yin Zhuang announced, "It seems you all recognize the significance of this place. So follow me to explore the base." He turned and began to walk forward, with the students promptly following suit. The base is nestled against the mountains, housing numerous structures. However, only 2 relate to daily life: the cafeteria and the dormitory they had just visited. There are no recreational facilities. The other buildings pertain solely to martial arts training. Training fields, wind pressure chambers, bullet rain ranges, and deep-sea platforms, among others. Many of these places, based solely on their names, do not reveal their purpose, and Yin Zhuang refrained from elaborating, merely assuring the students that they would learn in due course. Fortunately, Song Shiyu was not misleading. She was well-versed in the training camp and provided Ning Chuan with explanations for each facility. As time passed, the students completed their tour of the expansive base. Yin Zhuang glanced toward the mountain peak and said, "There is one final location, the Dragon King's ascension platform. Let's ascend the mountain to take a look." The coastal mountain is not particularly high, standing at just over 1,800 meters. In comparison to the lofty peaks of the vast Green Mountains, it does not even reach 1/10 of their height. In less than half an hour, the summit comes into view. The top of the coastal mountain possesses a distinctive shape, with 3 deep ravines extending from its side near the sea. Each ravine stretches over 100 meters, its surface dark and smooth, eroded by rainwater to a mirror-like sheen, clearly having existed for quite some time. Upon reaching the summit, the expressions of many students changed dramatically, turning pale. It felt as if the entire sky above was about to collapse, an ominous and desolate aura enveloping the area, as if a divine being were gazing down from the peak, sending chills down their spines. "Do you see those 3 deep ravines?" Yin Zhuang gestured with his hand and spoke in a solemn tone. "The terrifying aura you feel originates from here. According to some archaeologists, these ravines are the claw marks left by a Dragon King who ascended to this peak over 90,000 years ago. The Dragon King's imposing presence still lingers. 90,000 years. Many students widened their eyes in disbelief. Yin Zhuang nodded, paused for a moment in contemplation, and then addressed the students. "Take a moment to truly feel this aura. Perhaps you may glean something from it." Ma Fengxing raised an eyebrow and chuckled, teasing Instructor Yin. "Don't paint them a rosy picture. This aura, in scientific terms, is essentially a unique magnetic field that has become immensely chaotic over the years. Numerous knights and divine beings from the Federation have come here, yet none have been able to comprehend anything." Upon hearing this, the students' previously fervent hearts cooled. Elfong pondered for a moment and offered some reassurance. "What Instructor Ma says is not without merit, but historically, there have been a few rare geniuses who have found something here. You might as well give it a try. Who knows, you may succeed." Elfong suggested with a smile. However, despite his encouraging words, none of the four instructors truly believed in the possibility. Chapter 56, in a moment of revelation. I found myself pondering in silence, gazing at the claw marks of the Dragon King. Song Shiyu casually remarked, the instructors must not even believe it themselves. Since the establishment of the Federation, spanning over a millennium, those who have gained insights at the Dragon King's Ascension platform could be counted on one hand. The probability of such an occurrence is so minuscule that it can be deemed virtually impossible. After speaking, Song Shiyu waited for a response from Ning Chuan, but silence ensued. He turned to glance at Ning Chuan and was momentarily taken aback. Ning Chuan's eyes were half closed, his expression grave and unmoving, as though he had encountered something profound. Although Song Shiyu had only recently met Ning Chuan, his extensive experience with people allowed him to make a quick judgment. Ning Chuan was not the type to feign profundity. He was genuinely experiencing something significant. Goodness, the lad truly can perceive something. Coming to his senses, Song Shiyu couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The instructors and students nearby were startled, their gazes shifting toward him. Yet, Ning Chuan remained still, undisturbed. In the recesses of his mind, a series of chilling notifications echoed incessantly. The ancient dragon elephant scripture sensed the aura of the dragon god, entering a state of epiphany. With an explosive increase in cultivation speed, progress increased by 20. The ascent continued. The ancient dragon elephant scripture had comprehended sufficiently to advance to a proficient realm. Progress surged by another 10. A torrent of realizations flooded Ning Chuan's mind, akin to a dam bursting. He concentrated all his mental faculties, barely managing to accept the influx. In the external world, at the Dragon King's Ascension platform, a cacophony erupted. Is this a mere act? Some wondered. How could an awakening realm individual glean anything from the Dragon King's presence? It was evident that he sought to attract the instructor's attention, hoping for a deluge of resources. With eyes closed, he feigned enlightenment, and if questioned about his insights, the only response would be the Dragon King's prowess. Whispers of skepticism filled the air, with some students openly mocking Ning Chuan, perceiving him as hypocritical and insincere, pretending for the sake of fame and resources. Suddenly, a resounding roar swept over the Dragon King's Ascension platform, sending tremors through the hearts of all present. The roar carried an undeniable authority, reminiscent of a colossal dragon bellowing to the heavens or the frenzied howl of an ancient beast of chaos. Having been engrossed in their discussions about Ning Chuan, they were acutely aware that the roar emanated from him. By heavens, I stand corrected. He has indeed gained something substantial. How did he manage that? I, too, was focused just moments ago, yet all I perceived was the Dragon King's might. Realizing that they were witnessing history unfold, many students altered their attitudes, astonished and abuzz with conversation. It wasn't just the students. The four nearby instructors were equally bewildered, engaging in fervent discussion. Ma Fengxing swallowed hard and remarked, "Goodness, even I, a ninth-tier warrior, am shaken by that roar. What on earth has transpired with this young man?" He turned to his companion, saying, "Old Lu, you possess the most knowledge among us. Enlighten me, if you would." Elfong furrowed his brow as he stared at Ning Chuan, merely shaking his head in silence. Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment, then mused, is it possible that Ning Chuan is awakening a unique physique? It was difficult to ascertain. Elfong withdrew his gaze and explained, certain special physiques, upon reaching a specific stage of awakening, may indeed emit tremendous sounds. However, similar phenomena can also arise from other circumstances. For instance, when a powerful martial art breaks through to a profound level, it too may produce sounds imbued with oppressive force. Ma Fengxing interjected with skepticism. That roar startled even us martial artists. In the awakening realm, an S-level martial art ascending to perfection should not possess such magnitude. Indeed, I merely offered that as a casual example. Without deeper contemplation, Elfong acknowledged with a nod. A few minutes later, Ning Chuan slowly opened his eyes. He immediately summoned the system, and a translucent, glowing interface materialized before him. In it, the first column exhibited a significant change. Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra, Mastery Progress 72, Ning Chuan couldn't help but grin. This epiphany regarding the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra equated to 3 to 5 years of regular cultivation. Regrettably, the moment of enlightenment did not extend to the realm of subtlety. Amidst his joy, a tinge of regret lingered. Despite being less than 30 away from reaching subtlety, a breakthrough in the short term seemed implausible. After extensive training in various martial arts, Ning Chuan had discerned certain patterns. With each elevation in martial arts realm, the time required for progress nearly doubled. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra was extraordinarily challenging. At the foundational level, it took 3 days to improve by 1 percentage point. Now, having achieved mastery at the third realm, it could be estimated that around 10 days would be needed to progress by just 1 percentage point. To reach subtlety, he would require over half a year. Certainly, that would not be feasible before the college entrance examination. Wipe your drool. What remarkable insight have you grasped that nearly caused me to plunge into the sea? Song Shiyu's remark jolted Ning Chuan back to reality. Upon glancing around, he noticed that the surrounding students and instructors were fixated on him. The roar accompanying the breakthrough of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra to the mastery realm was likely the cause. Ning Chuan mused internally. After a brief hesitation, he tentatively inquired, could it be the Dragon King imparting teachings? The matter of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra was not something he could disclose. Should it attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, they could trace back to Goryu's family through his experiences. Song Shiyu rolled her eyes and retorted, why don't you just say it was the Dragon King possessing someone? After 90,000 years, that Dragon King would have turned to ashes. The remnants of its claw marks would barely retain some fragmented insights of cultivation. The fact that you could discern the truth is quite impressive. Ning Chuan was astonished by her response. Song Shiyu's forehead was lined with annoyance. Do you really think I'm foolish? Just then, Yin Zhuang interrupted their banter. Addressing Ning Chuan with seriousness, regardless of what you have comprehended, feel free to express it boldly. The Dongling government will never seize it. They will only assess the situation and enhance their support for your development. Throughout the history of the Federation, those who have achieved gains have all been treated similarly. Indeed, Song Shiyu seemed to possess a profound understanding of the situation and concurred, stating that one individual had even been recommended by the Dongling government, allowing a divine general to take him as a disciple. I was, to be honest, quite oblivious to the unfolding events. It was an enigmatic sensation, as though my body was undergoing subtle transformations, yet I could not discern the specifics of these changes. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and fabricated an ambiguous response, which he could later use to justify his extraordinary martial prowess. Surely, it could not be that he had comprehended nothing at all. The gazes of various students were filled with skepticism. Yin Zhuang, however, maintained an impassive expression, nodding as he remarked, I understand now. You excelled at the Dragon King Ascension platform and have earned 100 points. What exactly are points? Are they of great significance? Ning Chuan inquired with curiosity. Yin Zhuang replied, you may regard them as the currency within the training camp, used to procure various resources, such as the wind pressure chamber, guidance from formidable instructors, and sea dragon blood, among others. Ning Chuan, this reward is quite substantial. Song Shiyu added with a smile. In previous years at the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp, the bottom few students would scarcely accumulate 100 points over 2 months. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the students. The resources allocated for each session of the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp were fixed. If one person received more, it naturally diminished the share of others. Instructor Yin, I do not wish to cast doubt upon you, but if Ning Chuan himself is uncertain about what he has comprehended, might it not be excessive to award him 100 points? A lean youth stepped forward to voice his opinion. He displayed remarkable courage, locking eyes with Yin Zhuang without a trace of fear. This individual was named Xia Shi and possessed the ability of ice manipulation. Song Shiyu quietly introduced Ning Chuan. Among the 30 awakened students, Xia Shi is arguably the strongest, having achieved a remarkable feat by directly slaying a first-tier martial artist. There exists a significant chasm between the realm of awakening and that of formal martial artists. Even the most exceptional talents find it challenging to bridge this divide. Among the peak students at the ninth stage of awakening, few could claim to have slain a first-tier martial artist, let alone engage in direct confrontation. Arguably, Ning Chuan was it, glancing sideways at Song Shiyu. Surely this arguably does not stem from you. Only one who knows me would understand, Ning Chuan thought. Song Shiyu gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Yin Zhuang coldly replied, "It is precisely because one is unaware of what they have comprehended that they are awarded only 100 points. If you can emit such a roar, I shall grant you 100 points as well. If not, keep your mouth shut. The Federation is vast. There are only stronger geniuses, never the strongest." Yin Zhuang admonished Xia Shi. What you cannot achieve does not imply that others are incapable. To maliciously speculate about others is not the pride of a genius. It merely exposes the hypocrisy of the weak. Xiaxi's complexion oscillated between shades of green and red. After a moment, he turned to Ning Chuan and declared through clenched teeth, "Instructor Yin, I shall maintain my perspective. Tomorrow, the training camp will officially commence. I will prove to you that I am indeed the strongest among these 30 awakened individuals, whether it be talent or strength." Chapter 57. Allow me to be straightforward. You have no hope of victory. This is dire. It appears that the almost invincible Xia has set her sights on you. Song Shiyu's smile was laced with mockery. As she spoke, she deliberately distanced herself, seemingly fearing that proximity might invite calamity. Ning Chuan shrugged, unfazed by her words. Compared to a few days prior, when he had triumphed over Wei Bo Hu, his prowess had escalated further. His physical attributes now rivaled those of a typical 7th-tier awakener. He was not far from achieving the 5th level of the diamond body technique. His other martial arts had also seen considerable advancement. As for whether he could withstand Xia Shi, who had slain a first-tier warrior, Ning Chuan was uncertain. Yet, this was inconsequential. He lacked for resources. With each passing day, his strength surged. Even if he were not her match at present, in 10 or 15 days, he would be more than capable of overpowering her. At 5 in the afternoon, the tour of the base concluded. Many students, still captivated by the novelty, continued to explore. Ning Chuan, there are plenty of intriguing things left in the training camp. Would you like to join me for a look? No, thank you. Ning Chuan declined Song Shiyu's invitation and headed straight back to his dormitory. He had critical matters to attend to, testing the efficacy of the dragon elephant ancient scripture in refining his physique. Recently, the mighty bull technique had advanced from the proficient realm to the subtle realm, nearly doubling its refining efficiency. Although the subtle realm marked a significant threshold, the dragon elephant ancient scripture had surged 2 realms at once. Thus, its enhancement should be considerable as well. Ning Chuan uncapped a vial of beast essence nutrient solution, tilting his head back to consume it in one gulp. In his mind, a series of notifications resonated. The dragon elephant ancient scripture detected the surge of energy, invigorating him and exponentially accelerating his cultivation speed. The dragon elephant ancient scripture anticipated depleting the energy in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Calculating swiftly in his mind, Ning Chuan could not suppress a smile. When he was at the foundational realm, consuming 1 vial of the nutrient solution required approximately 6 hours. Now, it was more than double that efficiency. However, as he calculated the consumption rate, his smile faded. He would need to consume about 10 vials daily. Having purchased 200 vials from Lu Mengyue for 30 million, he realized they wouldn't last a month. It was staggering to contemplate. Under normal resource consumption, even a 7th-tier warrior would not exhibit such insatiable demands. Fortunately, resources could be exchanged for points here. A glimmer of determination ignited in Ning Chuan's dark eyes. The following day, April 2nd, the training camp officially commenced. As the previous evening's session concluded, the class schedule had already been distributed to all students. At 7 in the morning, bathed in gentle sunlight, Ning Chuan arrived at the base's Rain of Bullets training ground. His morning class was focused on Ma Fengxing's movement technique. The training camp's courses were divided between the awakening realm and formal warriors. Perhaps due to the novelty of the first day, Ning Chuan noticed that the other 29 students had already gathered as he entered. Ma Fengxing stood at the front, smiling, flanked by several staff members clad in various uniforms. The Shanghai Talent Training Camp's ability to rank first in Donglin is undoubtedly due to more than just 4 instructors. It encompasses a multitude of supporting coaches, analysts, data personnel, nutritionists, and others. In total, the staff of the training camp comprises several hundred individuals, all dedicated to crafting the most suitable training plans for each student. As everyone is gathered, I shall commence the lesson early, said Ma Fengxing with a smile. The students present perked up, their eyes fixed intently upon him, filled with curiosity about the remarkable strengths of the Shanghai Talent Training Camp. With a wave of his hand, Ma Fengxing reassured the students, saying, "Let us not be so formal. Today's task primarily involves assessing your agility levels." The students understood immediately. When the camp's agents collected information, they only inquired about the martial arts each had practiced, neglecting to ask about their realms of mastery. However, simply allowing you to demonstrate your agility seems rather dull. With a smile, Ma Fengxing's tone gradually took on a sharper edge. Why not engage in a practical exercise? After all, the distinction between a high level of agility and its effective application is significant. As his words resonated, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, charged with palpable tension. The students exchanged glances, their eyes aflame with combat spirit. All were top-tier talents, the CR de la CR of their city's peers. None believed they would falter. Instructor Ma, what does the practical exercise entail? Xiaxi stepped forward, her expression brimming with pride as she inquired aloud. I will engage in combat with you using agility. Ma Fengxing indicated towards a nearby area, stating, "Do you see the machine guns above?" There, a section was cordoned off with tempered glass, measuring 30 meters on each side. Within, 6-barreled rotary machine guns lined the ceiling, glass walls, and even the corners of the floor, amounting to 20 or 30 in total. These connected to automatic mounts, capable of shooting in a full 360-degree arc without blind spots. The pale light reflected off the cold metal, creating an icy ambience. Do not worry. The machine guns fire rubber bullets, which are not lethal. Ma Fengxing reassured them with a smile. We will enter the area to dodge the bullets. Whoever is hit first will be deemed the loser. To ensure fairness, I will suppress my strength to match yours. Furthermore, I will employ the same martial arts styles as you. The mention of the same martial arts styles prompted astonishment among some, with 30 awakened realm students present. Even if each practiced only one style, and accounting for overlaps, there would still be at least 20 distinct styles. Sensing the student's skepticism, Ma Fengxing confidently replied, I have reviewed your profiles. Collectively, you have trained in 49 styles of agility. Remarkably, 46 of these are among the 105 styles I have mastered. The remaining 3, which I have not studied, can be substituted with strikingly similar techniques. The atmosphere erupted in astonishment, with many gazing at Ma Fengxing in disbelief. The impact of 105 styles of agility was overwhelming. Ning Chuan's pupils dilated, not out of shock but envy. What a privileged background to be able to study 105 martial arts. Song Shiyu, standing nearby, chuckled, thinking that Ning Chuan doubted him. Martial instructor Ma, as a 9th-tier martial artist, after facing insurmountable obstacles in becoming a knight, many choose to become professional martial educators. Their profound understanding of martial arts allows them to grasp the techniques of the awakening realm with far less difficulty than we do. Moreover, martial arts often allow for cross-disciplinary insights. With diligent effort, one can master numerous martial arts. However, possessing 105 martial arts techniques is indeed a remarkable achievement. Ning Chuan replied affirmatively. That is certainly the case. Song Shiyu nodded with a smile. Otherwise, the Donglin government would not have sought instructor Ma for the body technique classes. The other students began to murmur in excitement. Ma Fengxing raised a hand, smiling as he said, no need to be overly astonished. If you were aware that my 105 body techniques all reach the subtle realm, you would surely be left speechless. The room fell silent, not out of obedience, but from sheer astonishment. The notion that 105 techniques at least reached the subtle realm was staggering. It was no wonder that the Shanghai Genius Training Camp could claim to be the foremost in the Donglin Administrative District. Just considering the instructor's caliber was enough to instill fear. With a smile still gracing his face, Ma Fengxing continued, When it comes to comparing body techniques, well, I'll be frank. You have not the slightest hope of triumphing over me. However, this does not imply that there are no distinctions among you. Those who can endure the machine gun barrage for a sufficient duration will earn corresponding points. But what if I can defeat you? One student challenged, feeling confident, perhaps due to achieving the subtle realm in body techniques. I truly do not wish to undermine your confidence. Ma Fengxing sighed, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle. Yet, having been an educational martial artist for several decades and having mentored thousands of students, not a single one has ever bested me in a contest of equal martial prowess. Chapter 58. The Power of the Machine Gun. The sole criterion for assessing agility Mo Yen. You are ranked first. Ma Fengxing pointed toward the female student among the trainees and inquired, "Please tell me your punching power and the martial arts you practice." Punching power serves as a significant indicator of one's physical prowess, allowing Ma Fengxing to gauge his own strength. Mo Yen stepped forward and replied, "My current punching power is 5,400 kilograms, and I practice the B-class martial art." Moon Shadow Step. Many students exhibited expressions of astonishment upon hearing this. A punching power exceeding 5,000 kilograms typically indicates proficiency in an S-class breathing technique. This girl undoubtedly possesses an impressive background. Ma Fengxing maintained a composed demeanor, merely nodding as he said, "I understand, follow me." The two entered a glass chamber equipped with machine guns. "We can begin now." Ma Fengxing gazed through the glass towards the staff outside and instructed, "Set the initial machine guns to 3. Increase the number by 1 every minute." "Understood," a staff member affirmed, swiftly tapping on his tablet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the automatic mounts rotated, 3 machine guns on the ceiling opened fire. Although the number appeared modest, these were 6-barreled rotary machine guns, meaning 3 guns equated to 18 barrels, and the sound of rubber bullets being fired formed an almost continuous line. Most importantly, the glass chamber was compact, measuring only 30 meters square, rendering the firepower overwhelming. Swish! Mo Yen moved like the wind, evading the onslaught. Her moon shadow step was mastered to a high degree, and her practical application skills were exceptional. The rubber bullets fired simultaneously from the 3 machine guns posed little threat. However, in comparison to Ma Fengxing, her prowess seemed diminished. As Mo Yen darted around the chamber to avoid the rubber bullets, Ma Fengxing remained in a corner, hands clasped behind his back. His pace, while not as swift as hers, allowed him to effortlessly dodge the incoming projectiles, exuding an aura of relaxed elegance. This was not merely the mastery of the moon shadow step, but rather its ultimate form. Students gasped in awe, observing the two in the glass chamber. Song Shui remarked, "It is not only that instructor Ma's moon shadow step is at a higher level, even at the same mastery, and Mo Yen cannot rival him. The combat capabilities, neural reflexes, and heightened senses of a 9th-rank warrior far exceed those of us in the awakening realm." Ma Fengxing controlled his strength, able to actively manage only his power and speed. Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. The advantages conferred by superior reflexes and sensory acuity were monumental when dodging the rapidly fired rubber bullets. 3 minutes later, the 6th machine gun began to rotate, unleashing a barrage of rubber bullets. The observing students quickly noted that Mo Yen was beginning to struggle. Although she remained unhit, rubber bullets occasionally grazed her clothing and long hair. It was evident she was nearing her limit. Sure enough, 1 minute later, 7 machine guns whirred into action simultaneously. Mo Yen could barely hold on for a few seconds before a rubber bullet struck her shoulder from an overhead angle, causing her to stagger backward. "Ceasefire." Ma Fengxing waved his hand dismissively towards the outside. The 7 machine guns promptly ceased their relentless rotation. He turned his gaze towards Mo Yen, smiling as he remarked, "Your performance is satisfactory. I shall reward you with 2 points." As he spoke, he shifted his attention to the staff, instructing, "Please record Mo Yen's agility level in terms of the power of 6 machine guns." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the onlookers brightened instantly. Evaluating agility through the metaphor of machine gun power was vividly illustrative. Each of them had varying levels of agility cultivation, differing physical attributes and dissimilar combat experience. Merely examining superficial data rendered it nearly impossible to determine superiority. The machine gun power, however, presented a different narrative. Regardless of one's endowments, the ability to withstand the fire of multiple machine guns signified a higher level of agility. The competitive spirit among many students ignited at once. Huang Shitao, you are next. Please enter. Yes. As soon as Ma Fengxing's voice fell, a student eagerly rushed into the glass chamber. Alas, in less than 2 minutes, he emerged with his head hung low. His agility level was only equivalent to the power of 4 machine guns, and he did not even earn a point. One by one, the subsequent students entered the glass chamber, and soon, an hour had passed. The majority had tested their agility against Ma Fengxing, and without exception, all had been defeated. The previously dissatisfied student also took his turn. His strength was formidable, his punch power rivaling that of Mo Yuyan, and he received an evaluation of 7 machine gun powers for his agility level. Yet, he too was ultimately vanquished. Ma Fengxing's martial art of agility belonged to the expert realm. The onlookers surrounding the glass chamber had long abandoned any thoughts of defeating Ma Fengxing. Their singular goal was now to maximize their own machine gun power. The 19th student, Xiaxi, Ma Fengxing casually indicated with a finger. Yes. Xiaxi strode forward, momentarily halting as he passed by Ning Chuan, arrogantly proclaiming, "Open your eyes wide and pay close attention. I shall demonstrate the gap between us." The disparity between them, he presumed, was considerable. Ning Chuan appraised Xiaxi, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his smile imbued with deeper meaning. "At least you possess some self-awareness." Xiaxi scoffed, withdrawing his gaze and continuing on his way. Song Shiyu glanced at Ning Chuan, his eyes filled with skepticism, saying, "Why do I feel like there's more to your words?" Ning Chuan merely smiled in silence. His objective had never been merely to amass machine gun power. For decades, no student had managed to defeat Ma Fengxing. Let it be he who breaks that streak. Inside the glass chamber, Xiaxi boldly declared, "My agility martial art is the serpent's slip." With a punch power of 5,500 kilograms, it was evident that he had also cultivated an S-level breathing technique. The punch power of an A-level breathing technique rarely exceeded 4,400 kilograms. Casting a glance at the gathered students, Xiaxi's expression radiated pride as he continued, "Instructor Ma, I require no acclimatization. I shall commence directly with the power of 6 machine guns." An uproar erupted outside, as some students expressed their indignation. It is noteworthy that among the 18 tested participants, more than half possessed merely the prowess of a 4 or 5-barrel machine gun. Quite the display of confidence. Ma Fengxing chuckled softly, signaling the staff to commence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6-barrel machine guns unleashed a barrage, bullets cascading like raindrops. The two immediately dodged. Xiaxi moved with remarkable speed, evading effortlessly. The snake slithering technique, albeit a C-level martial art, is of average rank. However, Xiaxi has cultivated it to a nuanced realm, executing it with the grace of a serpent, displaying extraordinary agility. Such refined movement is no wonder he exudes such arrogance. Some participants marveled in silence. The nuanced stage is a watershed moment in martial arts, exceedingly challenging to transcend. Even these top-tier prodigies often manage to elevate a single martial art to this refined state, typically opting for offensive techniques for greater efficacy. After all, in terms of enhancing combat power, offensive martial arts yield the most immediate results, whereas horizontal training and evasive techniques serve more as supplementary enhancements. Song Shiyu pondered for a moment and remarked, "The participant who previously challenged Instructor Ma, also a C-level martial artist at the nuanced stage, could not withstand the onslaught of 8 machine guns. She should be no different." "Not necessarily. Perhaps he possesses some hidden trump card," Ning Chuan casually replied. Song Shiyu cast a glance at him, affirming his earlier suspicions. Ning Chuan was not conceding to Xiaxi. Rather, he was confident that his own agility surpassed that of Xiaxi. Yet, what merit does a 6th-tier awakening truly hold? Chapter 59. My gale step is indeed of expert caliber, effortlessly overwhelming Ning Chuan. Swish, swish, swish. The 7th machine gun whirled into action. its 6 dark barrels unleashing a frenzied barrage of rubber bullets. Just as Song Shiyu had predicted, Xiaxi found himself struggling to evade the onslaught of rubber projectiles, which whizzed past his attire with alarming proximity. A minute later, 8 machine guns opened fire simultaneously, their ferocity akin to a torrential downpour of rubber bullets. The onlookers, fellow students, watched Xiaxi intently, for none among the competitors had yet demonstrated the ability to withstand the power of 8 machine guns. In a split second, as several rubber bullets were about to strike Xiaxi, the soles of his shoes exuded a chilling aura, forming a smooth layer of ice that dramatically enhanced his speed in executing the serpent slide technique. His body propelled forward, generating a fierce gust of wind that allowed him to narrowly evade the incoming rubber bullets. Cold ice ability, an astounded student exclaimed. This formidable power significantly augmented combat prowess. Ning Chuan, however, remained relatively unfazed, his eyes glimmering with curiosity as he scrutinized Xiaxi's shoe soles. It was his first encounter with such an ability, indeed remarkable. For a martial artist to cultivate the cold ice technique and extract moisture from the air to condense it into ice, one would typically need to be of at least a 6th tier. Song Shiyu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You were indeed correct. Xiaxi has hidden cards up his sleeve." The combination of the serpent slide technique with the cold ice ability is still a bit shy of the expert realm, but it is certainly comparable to the subtle limit and should suffice to withstand the barrage of 8 machine guns. Another minute elapsed, and the 9th machine gun was activated. Xiaxi could not evade successfully this time, and a rubber bullet struck him, resulting in his defeat in the contest. Nevertheless, his proficiency in maneuvering against the power of 8 machine guns left many students in awe. "You performed admirably," Ma Fengxing observed, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Typically, individuals utilizing the cold ice ability can only employ it offensively to immobilize their adversaries. Your integration of it with your movements displays remarkable creativity. I shall reward you with 5 points. Thank you, instructor. Xiaxi's pride swelled further. Points serve as a reflection of a student's excellence, and the highest-scoring student prior had only amassed 3 points. He had nearly doubled that. Next contestant, Ma Fengxing scanned the 11 students yet to compete, a smile appearing upon spotting one among them. "Ning Chuan, it's your turn." "Understood." Ning Chuan stepped forward, coincidentally colliding with Xiaxi, who wore a smirk. "If you lack the subtle movement technique, I advise against embarrassing yourself. You likely won't even withstand the basic barrage of 3 machine guns." Ning Chuan pondered briefly before responding with a smile. "If I don't participate, how will you comprehend the gap between us?" Xiaxi considered this logic and realized its truth. Without the presence of greenery, the beauty of the flowers cannot be appreciated. "Then do hurry along," he urged, inadvertently adding a sense of impatience to his voice. Ning Chuan smiled softly and entered the glass enclosure. The surrounding students began to murmur, deeming Ning Chuan exceedingly timid. Despite the inability to prevail, one might at least muster a few defiant words. Yet, there is little recourse should he utter veiled threats. The scant number of evaded bullets would only serve to amplify his humiliation. His ability to intimidate Li Pingyi and his companions stems solely from his formidable powers, which do not necessarily indicate exceptional agility. The assembled students voiced their mockery, showing little faith in Ning Chuan. With the exception of Song Shiyu, the majority rallied behind Xiaxi. Ma Fengxing, as was his custom, inquired, "Please disclose your punching power and martial arts skills." After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan replied, "My punching power is approximately 2,000 kilograms, and I possess 2 martial arts techniques, the Gale Step and the Wind Shadow of 3,000. Merely 2 days had elapsed since his assessment at the extreme Tao Martial Arts School. However, after mastering the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture, his refinement efficiency was remarkably high, allowing him to increase his punching power by several hundred kilograms in just a day." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Among students boasting a punching power starting at 4,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms stood out conspicuously. Maintaining a neutral expression, Ma Fengxing remarked, "I am also proficient in the Gale Step. Let us engage in combat using this technique." Without soliciting Ning Chuan's consent, He urged the staff to promptly activate the machine guns. Ning Chuan felt a twinge of surprise. Previously, when Ma Fengxing faced those well-versed in multiple martial arts, he had always allowed them to choose a technique for the duel, recognizing that each individual had their own specialty. However, Ning Chuan thought little of it. This suited him perfectly. Engaging in a contest of gale steps at equal strength, he felt confident even against Gu Qianyu. How he had indeed underestimated his opponent. Ma Fengxing chackled inwardly. Just yesterday, he had boisterously articulated various reasons why Ning Chuan would undoubtedly be bullied by Li Pingyi and his ilk, only to have his face figuratively slapped. This incident had gone viral within the training camp's group chat. With his amiable disposition, he bore no lasting grudge against Ning Chuan, but he felt the need to assert himself and vent his frustrations. The Gale Step was merely an E-rank martial art, undoubtedly something Ning Chuan had learned during his initial training, and his mastery could scarcely exceed the introductory level, whereas Ma Fengxing's Gale Step was of expert caliber. A smug smile adorned Ma Fengxing's face. He knew without a doubt that the ensuing match would be a one-sided affair. With a whoosh, the automatic stands whirred to life, and 3 machine guns began to spray bullets. Both combatants executed the Gale Step simultaneously to evade the onslaught. True to form, Ma Fengxing only dodged within a confined corner, avoiding the rubber bullets. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Ning Chuan's range of movement was even more limited than Ma Fengxing's. The fluidity of his movements led Ma Fengxing to a sudden realization, followed by a hasty dismissal. Impossible. It must merely be the limits of expert mastery. Having trained in numerous martial arts, Ma Fengxing was acutely aware of the challenges associated with achieving perfection. If one were to quantify the difficulty, the journey to perfection would be at least 10 times more arduous than that of reaching an expert level. This, however, remained a privilege reserved for a fortunate few. The martial masters who devised their arts did so based on their inherent characteristics, crafting techniques that seamlessly aligned with their capabilities. Yet, for other practitioners, finding a perfect match for their own attributes proved to be exceedingly challenging. If even the slightest imperfection exists, the practitioner is unable to attain the realm of perfection. The pinnacle is the expert level. Ma Fengxing has trained in over 100 martial arts, yet only one has reached the perfect level, and it is merely an E-grade palm technique. There is no need for alarm. The expert limit is merely that, a limit. My senses are sharper than Ning Chuan's, which should suffice. Ma Fengxing mused to himself. 2 minutes later, the number of machine guns increased to 5, all firing simultaneously. Rubber bullets flew in every direction. As Ning Chuan and Ma Fengxing evaded, the disparity between them became starkly evident. The expert limit and perfection may seem like a hair's breadth apart, yet, in reality, they're worlds apart. Moreover, Ma Fengxing's Gale Step has not yet reached the expert limit. My heavens, Ning Chuan's Gale Step is of the perfect realm. One of the students recognized Ning Chuan's level and could not contain a gasp of astonishment. Many students' expressions changed dramatically. Is it truly necessary to create such a fuss? What does it matter if an E-grade martial art reaches perfection? It is obvious that your understanding of martial theory is lacking. An E-grade martial art at the expert level roughly equates to a B-grade martial art at the proficient level. This should not pose a significant challenge for us. However, once an E-grade martial art ascends to the perfect realm, it surpasses a B-grade martial art at the subtle level. Goodness, such prowess! None of the students who previously doubted Ning Chuan possess a B-grade body technique at the subtle level. The student who initially questioned Ning Chuan was taken aback. Ning Chuan is extraordinarily fortunate to have encountered a martial art that perfectly suits him. Many gazed upon him with envy. To determine whether a martial art can perfectly align with oneself, one typically must reach the expert level. Otherwise, it remains elusive. I can't shake the feeling that Ning Chuan might defeat Instructor Ma. Someone uttered this thought aloud. The atmosphere among the students shifted. They ceased their discussions and focused intently on the 2 figures in the glass room. Chapter 60. Take another look. It appears that Ning Chuan is far stronger than you had imagined. With a swift motion, Ma Fengxing tilted his neck outward, narrowly evading a rubber bullet aimed directly at his forehead. Immediately thereafter, his body contorted into an exaggerated angle that seemed painful to behold, as several rubber bullets grazed past his clothing. Under the relentless barrage from 5 machine guns, Ma Fengxing found it exceedingly difficult to dodge. After all, his current strength and speed merely aligned with the standard of a 7th-tier awakening. Achieving this feat was largely due to the advantages he possessed as a 9th-tier martial artist in terms of sensory perception and neural reflexes. Had he been an ordinary 7th-tier awakening, he would have already succumbed, at most able to withstand the force of 4 machine guns. Indeed, he had truly reached a state of perfection. Observing Ning Chuan, who moved with an air of leisurely confidence, Ma Fengxing felt a jolt of shock, accompanied by a twinge of frustration. His flawless record, maintained for decades, had been shattered. Moreover, how is it that this young man continually managed to slap him in the face? Buzz! The 6th machine gun whirred to life, intertwining with the other 5 to form a dense web of firepower. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Ma Fengxing held out for less than 10 seconds before being struck. The gunfire abruptly ceased. I concede. Ma Fengxing directed his gaze towards Ning Chuan, acknowledging with clarity, "Your Gale Step technique far exceeds my expectations. I cannot compete with you. As a reward for defeating the instructor, you shall receive 50 points." The crowd erupted in excitement. Numerous students eagerly discussed the matter. The total points accumulated by the previous contestants barely equaled that amount. Not to mention, it was less than 20 points. Song Shiyu turned to Xia Shi, beaming with amusement. "Now do you grasp the disparity in your abilities? That's 50 points, 10-fold compared to yours. That was merely a fluke. In terms of true martial prowess, he remains no match for me." Xia Shi retorted, her pride unshaken. With a haughty scoff, she added, "Ning Chuan's punch power is only 2,000 kilograms, paired with his Gale Step, at most equating to the strength of 7 machine guns. You also mentioned his physical limitations. Once he ascends to the pinnacle of the 9th tier, you will surely be outmatched." Song Shiyu chuckled. "Let us see how this unfolds." Xia Shi shot him a glance, sneering, "You're conflating concepts. We are of similar age. My superior level of strength is undeniably an advantage. By the time he reaches the pinnacle of the 9th tier, I will have already advanced to a formal martial artist. The path of martial cultivation is such that a single lead ensures continued superiority." Xia Shi exuded confidence, proclaiming, "For a moment, I may restrain him, yet throughout my life, he shall never hold his head high." Song Shiyu smiled, choosing not to continue the argument. "Let us observe. The competition is far from over." In the glass chamber, Ma Fengxing coughed lightly, contemplating, "I have not trained in the Wind Shadow 3000 technique. For the next trial, let us eliminate the restrictions on movement techniques, allowing for unrestricted application. What do you think? Of course, I will still restrain my strength to your level." Ma Fengxing quickly added, though his cheeks remained flushed with an uncontrollable warmth. A discerning eye would easily recognize that he intended to exploit the advantages of multiple techniques to impose pressure. Yet, Ma Fengxing found himself at a loss. If he could not surpass his students at the same level, how could he continue to teach? Who shouts the loudest is deemed the instructor. After some contemplation, Ning Chuan inquired, "Are there points to be earned?" "Indeed, the better the performance, the more points one accumulates." "Then let us commence." Moments later, 3 machine guns resumed their relentless barrage. Ning Chuan, as before, adeptly employed the Gale Step to evade the onslaught. This martial art is renowned for its agility, making it exceptionally suitable for confined spaces. Wind Shadow 3000, while swifter than the Gale Step, lacks its flexibility. Of course, this limitation stems from his current level. Should he ascend to the micro realm, the agility of Wind Shadow 3000 would surpass that of Gale Step. Swish, swish, swish. The number of machine guns swiftly increased to 7, unleashing rubber bullets like a torrential downpour, saturating the air. Ning Chuan could no longer evade within a limited space. He fully unleashed the Gale Step, darting through the hail of bullets like a tempest, expanding his movement area to encompass the entire glass room. Ning Chuan's eyes flickered. He noticed Ma Fengxing alternating between 2 martial arts techniques. One was the Gale Step he was familiar with, while the other eluded his recognition. However, he could ascertain that it was a technique characterized by explosive speed. By leveraging this speed, Ma Fengxing maneuvered to areas where the bullet rain was less dense before switching back to the gale step for close-range evasion. As the bullet rain intensified, he would repeat the process. I could attempt that as well. Inspired by the characteristics of Wind Shadow 3000, Ning Chuan felt a surge of determination. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he initiated Wind Shadow 3000, his speed suddenly surging, producing a sound akin to fabric tearing through the air. Alas, in the initial attempts, Ning Chuan struggled to find the right moment for transitioning between the two techniques, causing him to flounder under the deluge of bullets, nearly getting hit. However, within mere seconds, he adapted, seamlessly executing both techniques to evade the bullets as effortlessly as if he were solely employing the gale step. There were no more evident mistakes. His capacity for learning was remarkable. Of course, this did not pertain to academic subjects. In that regard, he was merely average. A perfectly smooth wooden block could perplex him for an extended period. What he truly excelled at was applying martial arts in combat scenarios. Just as before, he had evolved from a novice fighter to surpassing even prodigies like Lu Mengyue, who had been immersed in martial arts since childhood, all within a month. Damn, what a beast! Ma Fengxing could not help but curse inwardly at this spectacle. He discerned that Ning Chuan's initial transitions between techniques were clumsy, indicative of his first attempt at alternating martial arts. Yet, in mere moments, he had grasped the basics. Having dedicated decades to educating martial artists, Ma Fengxing had never encountered such a prodigious talent. A young god of war indeed. Buzz. The barrels rotated, and the eighth machine gun began to whir to life. The intensity of the firepower surged to an entirely new level. Amidst the watchful gazes of the spectators, the situation surrounding Ning Chuan grew increasingly perilous. Rubber bullets whizzed perilously close to his scalp. The force of the wind they generated sending his dark hair into disarray, as if he were on the verge of defeat at any moment. With a sigh of relief, Xiaxi finally released the tension that had lodged in his throat upon witnessing this scene. After Ning Chuan navigated past 7 machine guns, Xiaxi feared that Ning Chuan might surpass him, but now it appeared that he would halt before the 8th, merely 1 machine gun strength away. Xiaxi turned his face to glance at the side, addressing Song Shiyu with a hint of arrogance. What do you think? His agility is inferior to mine, isn't it? Yet, I must concede that his skills are slightly stronger than I had anticipated. Song Shiyu did not meet his gaze, but merely gestured forward, saying, take another look. It seems Ning Chuan is far more formidable than you realize. Upon turning his head, Xiaxi was momentarily taken aback. Within the glass enclosure, Ning Chuan continued to evade with remarkable agility. His movements, though far from effortless, ensured that the rubber bullets no longer grazed the edges of his attire. Chapter 61. The Power of 10 Machine Guns. Is it fearsome? There are even more terrifying forces. Swish, swish, swish. 8 machine guns unleashed a barrage of fire, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ning Chuan's gaze remained tranquil, devoid of panic. Amidst the torrential rain of bullets, he actively practiced his martial arts techniques, demonstrating a visibly enhanced skill level. The seamless transition between his 2 martial arts, Wind Shadow 3000 and Swift Wind Steps, became increasingly effortless and fluid. No longer did Ning Chuan need to merely navigate the sparse areas of the bullet storm using Wind Shadow 3000. At this moment, his switches between the 2 techniques exhibited no trace of hesitation. In a maelstrom of gunfire, he deftly maneuvered his body with Wind Shadow 3000 and then swiftly changed direction with Swift Wind Steps. The combination elevated Ning Chuan's mastery of movement to a whole new echelon. A minute passed in the blink of an eye, and the 9th machine gun was deployed. The onlookers, students filled with awe, widened their eyes, fixated on Ning Chuan. Thus far, no one had managed to withstand the firepower of 9 machine guns. Even Xiaxi, utilizing her extraordinary abilities, could not endure for a single second. The sound of rubber bullets descended like a torrential downpour. Ning Chuan remained unfazed, alternating between his 2 techniques, darting about like a gust of wind in the rain, utterly untouchable. Remarkably, Even the fabric of his clothing remained unscathed by the rubber bullets, signifying that he had yet to reach his limits. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. His swift wind steps, combined with wind shadow, 3,000 truly that powerful? I must try it myself. One student couldn't contain their eagerness. Don't. If you attempt it, you will surely meet your demise. Ning Chuan's prowess in executing his techniques stemmed from his mastery of swift wind steps, having attained perfection. This foundation allowed him to transition to wind shadow 3,000 without any sense of interruption, facilitating his seamless movement. Indeed, observe Instructor Ma. While he appears to evade effortlessly, his transitions between techniques lack the fluidity of Ning Chuan's. Many students pondered aloud. Coming from various regions of Donglin, these top-tier talents possessed keen insight, quickly arriving at an accurate assessment of the situation. However, this only deepened their astonishment at Ning Chuan's formidable agility. Another minute slipped by. All 10 machine guns unleashed a synchronized barrage, and the rubber bullets fell like a deluge. Ning Chuan instantly felt an immense pressure, necessitating his full concentration to evade, leaving no room for distraction. Otherwise, he would surely be struck. It dawned on Ning Chuan that 10 machine guns represented his current limit. After all, his wind shadow 3,000 was only proficient at the second realm, and his physical attributes were not sufficiently robust, with a punching power of around 2,000 kilograms. Indeed, when the 11th machine gun was set up, Ning Chuan staggered. A high-velocity rubber bullet struck his shoulder. Cease fire. Ma Fengxing signaled to the staff outside, secretly relieved. Ning Chuan's earlier performance had truly astonished him, and he feared being overshadowed. Fortunately, Ning Chuan's stamina was waning. He could still endure 2 or 3 more machine guns. Such a disparity was significant. With his mood lightened, Ma Fengxing thought to himself that Ning Chuan would not be able to catch up with him before the training camp concluded. The dignity of the instructor could still be preserved. The power of 10 machine guns. A student exclaimed in astonishment, his voice unintentionally becoming hoarse. The proficiency of this movement technique surpassed that of Xia Shi, the previous top performer, by a considerable margin. Song Shiyu withdrew his gaze and turned to Xia Shi, a grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "This is rather awkward. In terms of true movement proficiency, it appears Ning Chuan exceeds you, and by more than just a little." Nearby students could not suppress their laughter. This was even more mortifying than Ma Fengxing's disgrace. Xiaxi's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. In the realm of martial arts training, being one step ahead means being ahead at every turn. If I can suppress him now, I will be able to keep him from lifting his head for the rest of his life. Song Shiyu echoed Xia Shi's earlier words, teasingly stating, "Such grandiose claims indeed." Xia Shi, possessing a commendable capacity for psychological endurance, took several deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure. "I concede that my movement proficiency is inferior to Ning Chuan's." Xiaxi fixed his gaze on Song Shiyu, his voice resolute. "However, movement proficiency is merely one aspect of strength and does not encompass the entirety of it. In the afternoon's weapon class with instructor Yin Zhuang, I shall demonstrate my true prowess. Ning Chuan is not my equal. I am the strongest among those in the awakening realm." Having witnessed the power of movement equivalent to 10 machine guns, Xiaxi confidently believed that Ning Chuan was still beneath him. Nonetheless, the other students lacked such confidence, especially those whose movement capabilities were below the power of 7 machine guns, feeling particularly grave, given the significant disparity in their movement skills. Their attacks would likely not even graze Ning Chuan. Should they face him, Ning Chuan would be inherently invincible from the outset. There would be no contest. In the glass-walled room, Ma Fengxing pondered for a moment before addressing Ning Chuan. "Your performance has greatly surprised me. For this competition, I award you 50 points. Before Ning Chuan could respond, a student raised a question. "Instructor Ma, I do not dispute Ning Chuan's remarkable movement skills, but why such a substantial reward? Previously, someone who achieved the strength of 7 machine guns received only 3 points. Xiaxi endured the barrage of 8 machine guns and received merely 5 points. Ning Chuan has only surpassed that by 2 machine guns. Why should his points multiply tenfold? What gives Ning Chuan such privilege?" Many students echoed this sentiment, deeming it unjust. While they admired Ning Chuan's skills, the training camp's resources were finite, and his rapid accumulation of points severely threatened their own interests. Why so much? Ma Fengxing surveyed the students with a cold smile and replied, "If any of you can suppress your strength to 2,000 kilograms of punch force, I will reward 50 points to anyone who can withstand the barrage of 10 machine guns. Given your current capabilities, can any of you achieve that?" A profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to voice further objections. Many students involuntarily twitched in discomfort. They had instinctively categorized Ning Chuan among them as a peak, awakening ninth-stage practitioner, overlooking a frightening fact. Ning Chuan had yet to reach the high tier of the awakening realm. As Ning Chuan reaches the pinnacle of the ninth stage of awakening, to what extraordinary degree will his agility elevate? Will it be equivalent to the power of 11 machine guns, 12, or even beyond? Many students recalled Yin Zhuang's remarks from the previous day on the Dragon King's ascension platform. A genius can only grow stronger. There is no ultimate peak. The limitations you encounter do not imply that others cannot surpass them. These top talents from various regions gradually became aware of a harsh truth. A vast chasm exists even among geniuses. Noticing the silence enveloping the assembled students, Ma Fengxing ceased his criticisms and turned to Ning Chuan, stating, "Your Gale step has reached perfection, and your application level is remarkably high, rendering further enhancement quite challenging. However, regarding the martial art Wind Shadow 3000, I believe your mastery is not yet advanced, and there remains substantial room for improvement. Indeed, I acknowledge my current proficiency." Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. Ma Fengxing pondered for a moment before advising, "You should take some time to visit the wind pressure chamber. It significantly enhances agility in martial arts. Moreover, you've earned a considerable number of points. While a 2-month period may not suffice for you to reach a proficient level, you will certainly gain valuable insights." "I understand," Ning Chuan replied with a smile as he exited the glass enclosure. The remaining 10 students proceeded to spar with Ma Fengxing in turn. Among them emerged a remarkable talent, Song Shiyu, who, utilizing a meticulous B-level agility technique, barely endured the barrage of 9 machine guns, falling short at 10. This is an impressive achievement, as out of 30 awakened individuals, only Song Shiyu managed to withstand the force of 9 machine guns. Nevertheless, given Ning Chuan's prowess of 10 machine guns, this accomplishment evoked little stir. As the clock struck 11, the first lesson of a Shanghai Genius Training Camp concluded. Chapter 62. Instructor Ma, my Thunder Slash is at the expert level. Let me help you teach Ning Chuan a lesson. Noon, in the cafeteria. Sigh. Ning Chuan fidgeted with the food on his plate, a deep sense of disappointment evident on his face. These dishes, meticulously crafted by numerous nutritionists, were rich in the vitamins and trace elements essential for the human body, capable of effectively nurturing one's health. Yet, they offered little energy, insufficient to support the breathing techniques needed for body refinement. "What is wrong?" Song Shiyu inquired casually from across the table. "Is the food not to your taste?" Ning Chuan shook his head and sighed. "I thought the training camp would be like other college preparatory institutions, with unlimited free beast meat." Hearing this, Song Shiyu blinked and couldn't help but laugh. Who knew the training camp would host such an oddball like you? The Shanghai Genius Training Camp, backed by the Dongling government, is indeed wealthy enough not to skimp on some beast meat. However, it is simply unnecessary. For martial artists, the energy provided by beast meat is negligible. They hardly require it. For those at the awakening stage, beast meat might be beneficial, but the students who enter the Shanghai Genius Training Camp are all at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of awakening. Their bodies have long been refined to the limit. The only thing they need to do is to advance to become formal martial artists, a process that demands immense energy. Beast meat is far from adequate. After all, the human stomach has its limits, no matter how hearty one's appetite. Even consuming dozens of kilograms in a single sitting would not equate in energy to a vial of beast essence nutritional liquid. By the way, what resources are available in the training camp? The instructor hasn't mentioned where to exchange them. Ning Chuan pondered aloud. Song Shiyu pouted and replied somewhat irritably. "That's because you are currently the only one hoarding 200 points. The majority of the other students have only a fraction of that. Not a single one has even reached double digits. Ning Chuan grinned. So, I'm the richest man here. Song Shiyu continued. Once everyone has accumulated enough points, the instructor will issue a resource list detailing the point costs for exchanges. You can request whatever you desire directly from the instructor. According to past practices, the resources prepared by the training camp have remained largely unchanged, mostly limited to a few kinds. Tell me about them, Ning Chuan urged. Song Shiyu, not one to keep secrets, elaborated. There aren't many categories, but they are all quite precious. Common items like the Beast Essence nutritional liquid aren't on the list. The least valuable are at the level of the 10,000 Beast nutritional liquid. Additionally, there are some restorative medicines that are highly beneficial for horizontal training martial arts, such as sea dragon blood. Song Shiyu shared her extensive knowledge of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, while Ning Chuan listened attentively, occasionally interrupting with a question. On the second floor, in the employee cafeteria, by the floor-to-ceiling window, Xiao withdrew her gaze from observing Ning Chuan, smiled slightly, and remarked, Instructor Ma, I heard someone say that you lost to Ning Chuan in a contest of agility. Is that true? Colonel Bai, it's not just a rumor. It indeed happened. I was present, witnessing it firsthand. Ning Chuan strolled effortlessly, completely overpowering Ma Ge, leaving him humiliated. Ma Ge, how are you going to maintain your reputation after this? The staff were well aware of Ma Fengxing's easygoing nature, devoid of any martial artist's arrogance, prompting many to indulge in playful banter. Ma Fengxing rolled his eyes in response. In the subsequent match, I decisively triumphed. So, you were indeed defeated by a student in the first round? Yin Zhuang, seated at an angle, rarely displayed a hint of a smile as he teased. A coach being bested by a student, especially one from such a renowned martial education institution in Donglin. What an embarrassing spectacle. Ma Fengxing wore an expression of helplessness, stating, who could have anticipated that the lad would perfect the Gale steps? Generally speaking, isn't that merely a foundational martial art intended for beginners? Fear not. During the weaponry class this afternoon, I shall restore your dignity as a coach. Yin Zhuang jested. Ma Fengxing shot him a sidelong glance, cautioning, be careful not to trip over your own words. Yin Zhuang raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence as he remarked, have you forgotten what I mentioned yesterday? Ning Chuan's soul sword technique is the flash Thunder Slash, which surpasses the difficulty of typical A-grade martial arts. He is still quite young, barely reaching the subtle realm. I am at the expert level, combined with the combat prowess of a 9th-rank martial artist. Defeating him will be a mere formality. Then arrange him towards the lower ranks. We instructors can conclude our classes early and witness the spectacle. Very well, allow you to witness what it truly means to burst a fish. After the meal, under the radiant midday sun, Ning Chuan exited the cafeteria, contemplating before making his way to the wind pressure room. Since the wind pressure room could accelerate the training of one's body technique, it might also benefit his martial arts practice. The base was constructed around a mountain, sprawling across a vast area. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Chuan finally arrived at the wind pressure room. It was a square structure that from the outside resembled a swimming pool, lacking any distinctive features. Hello, I would like to rent a wind pressure room. Ning Chuan approached the service desk and stated. A girl in uniform looked up. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a delicate charm. Upon seeing Ning Chuan's face, her smile became even more radiant as she replied. The wind pressure rooms are divided into 3 levels, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The prices are 5 points for 1 hour at the beginner level, 10 points for intermediate, and 20 points for advanced. Which would you prefer? Ning Chuan pondered briefly. I'll start with the beginner level. He wished to test the effects first, and if satisfactory, he would upgrade to the advanced room. I'll take you there, the girl said, rising to lead the way. Before long, they entered a spacious room, approximately 300 to 400 square meters in size, quite distinctive in its design. The walls, ceiling, and floor were lined with numerous holes the thickness of a finger, which could be unsettling for those with a fear of dense patterns. The girl explained, these small openings emit erratic gusts of wind, disrupting one's form. Training in such an environment is exceptionally challenging, yet the improvements are substantial, yielding great results with minimal effort. Ning Chuan nodded, I shall give it a try. Be cautious. the girl advised as she exited the wind pressure room and activated the switch. Whoosh! Countless holes erupted with fierce winds, creating a cacophony. Ning Chuan staggered as his body was buffeted by the gusts. The fierce winds do not blow in a singular direction. They are in constant flux, unpredictable and capricious, rendering any attempt to resist them futile. If one can adapt to such an environment, then stepping outside would undoubtedly elevate one's agility to a higher realm. Ning Chuan mused inwardly, commencing the execution of Wind Shadow 3000. However, due to the chaotic gusts, Ning Chuan found it exceedingly difficult to maintain his balance, teetering on the brink of falling several times. Suddenly, a smile graced Ning Chuan's face as a series of melodious prompts resonated in his mind, sounding exceptionally pleasing. For the first time, Wind Shadow 3000 faced the provocation of the fierce winds, and in a fit of intense fury, he glided into a state of enlightenment. The progress of his training surged dramatically. Progress increased by 20. Progress increased by 20. Wind Shadow 3000 accumulated enough to ascend to the realm of mastery. The progress continued to rise. The anger of Wind Shadow 3000 dissipated, concluding the state of enlightenment. Chapter 63. Confronting the instructor, it was a simple task to overpower the instructor using high-level martial arts, directly suppressing him with an overwhelming force. As Ning Chuan gazed at a particular section of his interface, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and regret. Had he opted for the advanced wind pressure chamber earlier, perhaps Feng Yingsanxian would have been incensed enough to attain a deeper state of enlightenment. The state of enlightenment represents a pivotal threshold. Feng Yingsanxian, at the proficient level, roughly equates to a B-grade martial art at the limit of its subtlety. However, once enlightenment is achieved, given the exceptional S-grade quality of Feng Yingsanxian, it would be impossible to subdue even a B-grade martial art, let alone an A-grade, without reaching a state of perfection. Just as he was engulfed in regret, another notification echoed within Ning Chuan's mind. Feng Yingsanxian, still provoked, felt a surge of anger and attempted a swift step, only to fail in achieving enlightenment. Ning Chuan nearly twisted his waist, but was not overly surprised. Apart from the profound essence, other methods of prompting martial arts enlightenment often relied on a degree of fortuity. Undeterred, Feng Yingsanxian's cultivation speed surged by 600, lasting until the end of the provocation. Ning Chuan blinked in astonishment, a flicker of unexpected joy blossoming within him, although he had not succeeded in further enlightenment. The six-fold increase in cultivation speed was remarkable. He wondered if the advanced wind pressure chamber would yield an even greater enhancement. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan promptly exited the wind pressure chamber and returned to the workbench. The delicate young woman paused momentarily and asked, "Is there an issue with that wind pressure chamber?" "No, the wind pressure chamber performs admirably," Ning Chuan replied directly. "I will try a different advanced wind pressure chamber." The young woman was taken aback, contemplating how extravagant this young man seemed. Having worked at the Shanghai Talent Training Camp for over 2 years, she understood the value of points very well. 1 point, when converted to currency, exceeded her monthly salary. Switching chambers was certainly permissible. After a brief contemplation, the young woman cautioned, "However, I must inform you that advanced wind pressure chambers are typically reserved for the strongest martial artists, and their efficacy may not surpass that of the beginner or intermediate chambers for those in the awakening stage." Ning Chuan smiled. "I will give it a try." "Very well." Upon entering an advanced wind pressure chamber, a fierce gale roared, the wind's intensity almost overwhelming. Ning Chuan struggled to maintain his balance, executing Feng Yingsanxian with considerable difficulty. Just as the young woman had indicated, the advanced wind pressure chamber was ill-suited for those in the awakening stage. Yet amidst the tumultuous winds, a subtle smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. With increased provocation, Feng Yingsanxian's cultivation speed surged by an astonishing 4,000, sustained until the end of the provocations. Ning Chuan felt invigorated. Feng Yingsanxian was at the proficient level, typically requiring 3 to 4 days to increase by 1 percentage point, and now he was just 50 percentage points away from achieving enlightenment. Ordinarily, this would necessitate around 6 months for advancement. However, within the wind pressure chamber, this time could be condensed to a mere 1/40th, translating to 4 to 5 days' effort. It sounded deceptively simple, yet the practical execution proved to be exceedingly challenging. The consumption of points was exorbitant. In the advanced pressure chamber, one could earn 20 points per hour. Over the course of 4 or 5 days, the accrued points would amount to no less than 2,000. Ning Chuan gradually quelled the excitement bubbling within him. His right hand gently rested upon the hilt of the silver-blooded blade. The afternoon weapons class would be his first, likely a test of the student's capabilities, and he whispered to himself that he must perform admirably. At 2 in the afternoon, the training ground came alive as the weapons class commenced. The instructor was Yin Zhuang. As Ning Chuan anticipated, the first lesson was an assessment of the student's proficiency with weapons. The methodology mirrored that of the morning's agility class. Yin Zhuang suppressed his own strength and engaged the students in combat with their chosen weapons. My expertise lies primarily with the sword, dagger, and knife, followed by the spear, giant axe, and heavy hammer. Yin Zhuang surveyed the 30 students before him and spoke in a deep voice. I have a comprehensive understanding of the 10 most common weapons in the Federation. One eager student inquired, Instructor Yin, how many martial arts do you practice? A slight smile graced Yin Zhuang's lips as he replied, a tad more than Instructor Ma's agility techniques. The student pressed, and how many is that? There are a total of 309 disciplines related to various weapons. Upon hearing this, the students fell into silence, realizing the magnitude of the knowledge they were up against. It was indeed a slight difference, 200 more martial arts. No wonder Yin Zhuang was the chief instructor of this training camp. No further inquiries about the realm of martial arts were made, as Yin Zhuang's demeanor suggested that all were at the initial stages of mastery. First up, Huang Shitao, Yin Zhuang announced, pointing casually. Yes, replied a student who advanced, brandishing a sword. My punch strength is 4,400 kilograms. My weapon is the standard long sword of the Federation Army, and my martial arts is iron blood-killing sword. Let us begin. Yin Zhuang deftly drew a long sword from the rack and engaged him in combat. The spectators watched intently. This exchange of blows was far more exhilarating than the morning's agility contests. The students exhibited a higher level of martial arts, most having reached the initial mastery stage. Moreover, this was a genuine duel. Despite the restrictions allowing only weapon-related martial arts, the engagement felt more direct and thrilling. The clashing of metal rang out repeatedly. As time passed, the class progressed well past the halfway mark. Over 20 students had faced Yin Zhuang, all without exception suffering resounding defeats. Throughout the battles, there was not a single sign of victory. Defeating Instructor Yin was utterly impossible. Huang Shitao was resolute in his belief. The advantage of a 9th-tier martial artist would be magnified infinitely. Yin Zhuang held a greater edge over Instructor Ma from the morning session. Do not be so certain. Ning Chuan, who excelled in agility tests, has yet to take the stage. Some students remarked, it is futile. The combat is confined to weapon-related martial arts. In his Gale Steps and Wind Shadow, 3,000 cannot be employed. There is not a glimmer of hope for him to triumph over Instructor Yin. Many students lamented, abandoning any notions of overcoming Yin Zhuang. Song Shiyu glanced at Ning Chuan and smiled. You seem quite composed. Have you devised a clever strategy to deal with Instructor Yin? Indeed, I have one, Ning Chuan replied, his tone serene. Speak quickly. Song Shiyu urged, her enthusiasm piqued. Ning Chuan spoke with unwavering calm. Engage in martial arts that surpass Instructor Yin's level, overwhelming him with sheer force, thereby nullifying his combat prowess and sensory advantages. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? Song Shiyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. The student's martial arts skills typically reached only the subtle realm, while Instructor Yan's expertise commenced at that level, with a significant portion residing in the expert realm. Suddenly, an image from the morning's footwork class flashed through Song Shiyu's mind, startling her. You wouldn't happen to possess an E-rank knife technique at the perfect realm, would you? Not at all, Ning Chuan replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, I do have a B-rank technique. The instructors are approaching. Someone called out, prompting the students to turn their gazes toward the entrance. There, at the doorway, walked instructors by Xiao Xiao, El Fong, and Ma Fengxing, followed by a throng of staff members. What is happening? A student inquired, curiosity evident in their voice. I have some insider information, Huang Shitao chuckled. I have a relative working at the base, and according to him, Instructor Yin intends to reclaim the honor lost to Ning Chuan this morning. Thus, when facing Ning Chuan, Instructor Yin will exert his full strength and crush him. Surely, Ning Chuan will suffer a humiliating defeat. Some students shook their heads, skeptical. Typically, instructors retain some strength when sparring with students. Not just a possibility, but a certainty. Another chimed in. Consider this. Ning Chuan has perfected the Gale step, which must have consumed an immense amount of time. As for weapon-related martial arts, achieving mastery is already commendable. With that in mind, Instructor Yin may only require a few seconds. The students murmured among themselves, apprehensive about Ning Chuan's upcoming performance. Chapter 64. I have but one question. How many points for defeating you? Upon hearing the surrounding chatter, Song Shiyu raised an eyebrow and jested. You're in for a rough time now that you've caught Instructor Yin Si. He could conclude your battle with all his might in just 4 or 5 seconds. Not even that long. It will be over in less than a second. Ning Chuan replied after a moment of contemplation. Song Shiyu appeared somewhat taken aback. Ning Chuan did not strike her as someone who would easily concede. Bang! A resounding clash of metal interrupted Song Shiyu's musings. Yin Zhuang and Xia Shi were engaged in a fierce sword duel. The flashes of their blades sparked wildly, creating an intensely exhilarating scene. The A-class martial art, the snowfall sword technique, had reached an exquisite realm. Many students were astonished. Among them, although many practiced A-class martial arts, most had only attained the proficient level. Very few had reached the intricacies of B-class techniques. Look, Xiaxi has unleashed his ice abilities. A sudden exclamation rang out. On the field, as Xiaxi wielded his sword, a chilling aura coalesced, causing a flurry of snowflakes to dance around the blade. From over 10 meters away, numerous students felt the biting cold. It was as if they were caught in a frigid winter gale. One could only imagine how low the temperature was near the blade. A grave expression crossed Song Shiyu's face as she remarked, "No wonder, Xia, she can directly slay a first-tier martial artist. By combining his ice abilities with the snowfall sword technique, he can freeze his opponent's body. Only Instructor Yin, being a 9th-tier martial artist, can withstand such frost. Otherwise, with the pinnacle of the snowfall sword technique, he would likely be defeated. It is indeed quite cold." Ning Chuan observed, his demeanor remaining calm. His diamond body not only enhanced his physical defense, but also bestowed resistance to fire, frost, and toxins. Should he reach the legendary 18th level, he would be impervious to all poisons and unafraid of ice or fire, capable of withstanding a missile strike. Minutes later, I concede, feeling a chill at his throat. Xiaxi's movements came to an abrupt halt as he sighed in resignation. A sword was pressed against his neck. Well done. Yin Zhuang sheathed his sword, offering praise. You earned 20 points. A wave of excitement rippled through the training ground. It was noteworthy that previously participating students had garnered a maximum of 10 points. Xiaxi's performance was evidently a cut above the rest. Thank you, instructor. In the days to come, I shall continue to prove my worth. Xiaxi clenched his fists, his earlier disappointment dissipating. He then turned and walked away, not returning to his previous position, but heading straight towards Ning Chuan. I acknowledge that your agility surpasses mine. Xiaxi fixed his gaze intently on Ning Chuan, stating, however, my swordsmanship and ice abilities more than compensate for that gap, and may even surpass it significantly. Ning Chuan offered a faint smile. How can you be so certain that my swordsmanship is lacking? After achieving proficiency in the wind shadow technique, his strength had ascended to a new level. It seemed he held a considerable advantage in directly confronting a first-tier martial artist. Indeed, Song Shiyu approached with a smile and remarked, be cautious with your words. You might end up with a face full of humiliation like this morning. He cannot succeed, Xiaxi asserted, crossing her arms with certainty. Her opinion mirrored that of the other trainees. While it was true that Ning Chuan possessed extraordinary talent, The relentless pursuit of the Gale step had consumed a considerable amount of his time. Consequently, he was unable to awaken to a higher stage repeatedly. It was improbable that he would have sufficient energy left to hone his swordsmanship. In light of this, let the next trainee be Ning Chuan. Yin Zhuang interjected, having overheard their conversation. Indeed, Ning Chuan stepped forward, choosing not to continue the debate with Xia Shi. Words often fell short. After the confrontation, the truth would inevitably reveal itself. As he approached, Ning Chuan unsheathed his silver blood battle blade and calmly stated, "My martial art is the Thunder Slash. With a punch strength of approximately 2,000 kilograms. I am aware of your information." Yin Zhuang chuckled. "After you defeated Instructor Ma this morning, he relayed everything to me. I can see now that old Yin possesses a heart darker than anyone else's." Ma Fengxing, standing on the sidelines, muttered in dissatisfaction. Ning Chuan displayed no hint of arrogance as he replied, "Instructor Ma merely lacked a stroke of luck. His agility is commendable, and he is quite amiable. He guided me to train in the wind pressure chamber, teaching me the wind shadow 3000, which proved immensely beneficial. Indeed, Instructor Ma was quite enthusiastic in his demeanor." Yin Zhuang pondered momentarily before saying with a smile, "Before we begin, feel free to ask me about any issues you encountered while practicing the Thunder Slash." Ning Chuan gently shook his head. "There are none. I have reached perfection. What issues could there possibly be?" His only lingering question regarded the increasing values after attaining the perfect realm in both the Thunder Slash and Gale Step. However, such thoughts were not to be shared aloud. How could there be none? Yin Zhuang was incredulous. During his own training with the Thunder Slash, he had faced numerous challenges. With a serious expression, he stated, "I have considerable insights into the Thunder Slash, having reached an expert level. Guiding you will pose no challenge." "I truly have none." Ning Chuan replied with a hint of helplessness. Yin Zhuang's brow furrowed at this response. His greatest concern had materialized. With Ning Chuan having achieved the top rank in agility this morning and having defeated Instructor Ma Fengxing, he had become overly proud and found it shameful to even ask for assistance. "In other aspects, I do have a query," Ning Chuan mused thoughtfully. "Speak. How many points do I earn for defeating you, Instructor?" he inquired with a smile, his teeth gleaming in the light. The gathering of over 20 trainees and staff erupted in astonishment. What did this mean? Had Ning Chuan lost his mind? Even if he could combine his powers with the Thunder Slash like Xia Shi, he could not possibly contend with Instructor Yin, who had proclaimed the Thunder Slash to be at the expert level. If he were to be crushed, it would lead to social death. Many perceived Ning Chuan as excessively arrogant, and Yin Zhuang harbored a similar sentiment. Indeed, had he become too proud? Yin Zhuang sighed inwardly and spoke solemnly, "Ning Chuan, after this battle, you may experience significant embarrassment and considerable setbacks. I hope you can recover swiftly. A genius who has never encountered setbacks cannot truly evolve into a formidable martial artist. Instructor Yin, I strongly advise you to prepare yourself," Ning Chuan earnestly cautioned. He was acutely aware of the breathtaking speed of the perfect realm's lightning slash. Under the constraint of his suppressed strength, Yin Zhuang could easily sustain injury if caught off guard. At that moment, he might even resort to secretly deducting his points. "Very well," Yin Zhuang sighed in resignation, drawing a battle blade and pointing it directly at Ning Chuan. Boom! The two engaged in close combat without employing any evasive maneuvers, allowing Ning Chuan to deliver a diagonal slash. A dazzling silver light erupted in the training ground, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, slicing through the air with lightning speed. "This is not good." Yin Zhuang's expression shifted dramatically as his mind, which had been contemplating how to guide Ning Chuan afterward, momentarily went blank. As a ninth-tier martial artist, he sensed the impending danger with clarity. The thunderous sound that rattled the ears emanated from the elongated blade aimed at him, a clear sign of the perfect realm's lightning slash. Clang! Sparks flew. With remarkable reflexes, Yin Zhuang managed to deflect the diagonal strike with his blade. Yet, constrained by his limited power, the long sword was sent soaring. Swish! The air emitted a sharp, tearing sound, a horizontal silver arc, tracing a swift trajectory, aimed for Yin Zhuang's neck. Its speed was astonishing, as if the void itself had birthed a bolt of electricity. Yin Zhuang found himself too late to execute his own lightning slash in defense. Stay calm. Years of combat experience allowed Yin Zhuang to make a decisive choice. He twisted his wrist, and with a resounding thud, used the hilt of his sword to block Ning Chuan's horizontal slash. His body staggered backward from the impact. I must take this opportunity to create distance. Before Yin Zhuang's thoughts could fully materialize, a silver flash, like lightning, struck directly towards him, already grazing the skin of his forehead. Holding the silver blood, Ning Chuan's gaze was devoid of mercy. In an instant, 3 slashes unleashed. Chapter 65, Defeated You. 1 second is too long, 0. 1 second suffices bang. Amidst the resounding clang, Ning Chuan's blade struck fiercely against Yin Zhuang's forehead. A droplet of crimson blood trickled down. The silver blade had sliced through Yin Zhuang's skin, yet did not penetrate further. From the wound, a dark force surged forth, as unyielding as iron, firmly repelling Ning Chuan's strike. Nevertheless, the utilization of this force signified Yin Zhuang's defeat. The atmosphere became instantly tumultuous, akin to boiling water. What had transpired? I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. How had Ning Chuan managed to place his blade upon Instructor Yan's head? Defeated in less than a second. Not even a full second. Song Shiyu shook his head, stating, I possess a keen sense of time. The entire encounter lasted merely around 0. 1 seconds. During this brief interval, Ning Chuan executed 3 strikes. The first was a diagonal slash, repelling the long blade from Instructor Yan's grasp. The second was a horizontal cut, causing Instructor Yan to stagger. The third was a vertical cleave, resulting in the scene you witness now. Taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment, Song Shiyu comprehended why Ning Chuan had claimed the battle would conclude in less than a second. It was a testament to his unwavering confidence in his own prowess. 3 strikes delivered within 0. 1 seconds. Was this truly feasible? It was indeed plausible. The blade resonated with thunderous energy, and Ning Chuan's Thunder Flash Slash had reached the pinnacle of perfection, a B-grade martial art at the peak of its form. Amidst the murmurs of disbelief, many students found themselves in a state of agitation, struggling to grasp the reality before them. The majority had previously traversed the arduous path of mastering B-grade martial arts, a journey that demanded relentless dedication and sacrifice. To think that one could achieve the pinnacle, beyond even the minutiae of mastery, was unfathomable. I had misjudged. The fool was indeed myself. Ning Chuan, devoid of any supernatural abilities, had subdued Li Pingyi and the Qi twins solely through martial prowess. Such mastery was a rarity among the hundreds of cohorts in the training camp. Only a handful had attained it. Not only the students, but also the staff present were equally astounded. Ma Fengxing stared wide-eyed at Ning Chuan, exclaiming, did this lad cultivate the Thunder Flash Slash from birth? How could he ascend to perfection? El Fong pondered, remarking, even if he had practiced it since the beginning, Ning Chuan's aptitude remains extraordinarily formidable. Yet in truth, Ning Chuan had begun his training in the Thunder Flash Slash quite late. Bai Xiuxiu, with her beautiful eyes fixed upon the 2 instructors, shook her head and said, I had the military intelligence department investigate his background, and the findings were astonishing. Ma Fengxing, perplexed, inquired, how late was it? He only received the martial inheritance on March 2nd. Today marks precisely 1 month. Bai Xiuxiu's tone was tinged with agitation. Ma Fengxing opened his mouth, rendered speechless by the revelation. To ascend to perfection in the Thunder Flash Slash, a martial art challenging even A-grade in difficulty, within less than a month was nothing short of extraordinary. Was this a rebirth of a divine general? Elfong contemplated briefly before tentatively asking, was it due to an epiphany? Indeed, Bai Xiuxiu nodded, a look of shock gracing her delicate features. Moreover, within this month, he experienced 4 consecutive moments of enlightenment. The timing of the first epiphany is uncertain, but it is confirmed to have occurred within 3 days following the inheritance of the Thunder Flash Slash. On the 3rd day, during the 100-day oath-taking ceremony for the college entrance examination, Ning Chuan, in the blink of an eye, executed 3 strikes, vanquishing 3 attacking Thunder Sparrows. This marked Ning Chuan's first display of brilliance. The second epiphany occurred when Gu Qianyu, the creator of the Gale Step, demonstrated this martial art live. And among the hundreds of observing students, only he grasped its essence, directly attaining the pinnacle of expertise in the Gale Step. The third and fourth moments of enlightenment unfolded 3 days later. Ning Chuan encountered a spy from the Tianwu realm. Amidst torrential rain, he engaged in a fierce battle, simultaneously mastering both the Gale Step and the Flash Thunder Slash, reaching a state of perfection. Having achieved such a significant feat, the government rewarded him with entry into the training camp, not due to any connections. After Bai Xiuxiu narrated the events, a profound silence enveloped the vicinity. Many employees, like Ma Fengxing, were left speechless in astonishment. For moments of enlightenment within a month, what exceptional talent must one possess? After a while, Lu Fang gazed at Ning Chuan and asserted, his future begins as a knight and holds the potential to become a divine general. Yin Zhuang's voice bore an unmistakable awe. This was not solely due to the perfected Flash Thunder Slash, but also Ning Chuan's mastery over battle. Although he had only executed 3 strikes, Yin Zhuang could discern that among the 20 or so students he had battled, Ning Chuan's combat prowess ranked first. Xiaxi, who combined swordplay with extraordinary abilities, fell short. Yin Zhuang declared, with a perfected Flash Thunder Slash and your victory over me, the instructor, you will earn 500 points. Upon uttering this, the entire training ground fell into silence. Many were left dumbfounded. Not only did no student South points come close to Ning Chuan's, but even the combined points of the other 99 students might not surpass his. However, there were no voices of dissent this time. Empathy prevailed. Had they performed as Ning Chuan did, they would feel that 500 points were insufficient. Xiaxi had once again been humiliated. Song Shiyu said with a smile, do you still believe you can bridge the gap with your swordsmanship? In terms of points, Ning Chuan surpasses you by a factor of 25. Xiaxi remained silent, his expression icy. The agility of 10 machine guns and the perfected Flash Thunder Slash exceeded his capabilities. The only advantages he retained were his level of power and his ice ability. Confronting Ning Chuan, I am confident I shall not be defeated. Xiaxi gritted his teeth. To be undefeated is not the same as conquering. Song Shiyu glanced at him, teasingly remarking, that may only hold true for now. Once Ning Chuan awakens to the pinnacle of the 9th stage, you shall not stand a chance against him. Xiaxi interrupted Song Shiyu, gripping the hilt of his sword, and coldly asserted, that day will never come. Before then, I will certainly ascend to become a warrior. I reiterate my advice. Do not speak too boldly, lest you find yourself humbled. Song Shiyu replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, on the other side, do not rush away. Yin Zhuang called to Ning Chuan, inquiring, your Flash Thunder Slash has reached perfection. It is challenging for me to assist you further. Do you possess any other weaponry or martial arts? None. Ning Chuan gently shook his head. In recent days, he has earned a considerable amount of money, yet he has expended it all on beast nutritional solutions and the diamond body medicine packs. With the college entrance examination approaching, enhancing one's hard skills offers a better cost-performance ratio. As for martial arts, that can be contemplated later once he enters university. I shall gift you a sword technique, the Yinzhuang Dao. Thank you, instructor. Ning Chuan beamed, inquiring, what tier does it belong to? It is an A-grade martial art, the 36 slashes of the storm. Yin Zhuang pondered. The most crucial aspect is that this martial art includes a subsequent elemental force component, which you may purchase from the Martial Arts Alliance once you advance to a martial artist. The grading ranges from E to S, categorizing it as an awakened martial art. However, several martial arts above grade B will also possess an elemental force component, allowing one to continue utilizing them after advancing, alleviating concerns about the initial investment of effort being rendered futile. This, Ning Chuan Blinket, an A-grade martial art, even if it is not a breathing technique, would still command a price in the hundreds of thousands. And this is merely the ordinary variant. A-grade martial arts that incorporate an elemental force component can astonishingly be priced tenfold. Is it truly necessary for Yin Zhuang to be so protective of his talents? Chapter 66. My system is functioning well, yet you mistake me for a dragon-type physique. Of course, if possible, I would like to request a favor from you. Yin Zhuang, as if sensing Ning Chuan's confusion, said, "After class each day, could you spare some time to spar with me in the technique of flash thunder slash?" There was an unmistakable hint of insecurity in Yin Zhuang's tone. The disparity between the perfect realm and the expert realm was overwhelmingly vast. The idea of sparring seemed almost absurd. Ning Chuan, if not foolish, would soon realize that this was an invitation for guidance. Recalling the words he had spoken before the duel, in which he had offered to instruct Ning Chuan, Yin Zhuang, despite his extensive experience, felt waves of embarrassment surging within him. Social death. Yet, there was no alternative. The allure of the perfect realm was simply too great. It was a realm often reserved for the creators of martial arts. If he could master even one technique, his standing in the Donglin educational community would rise significantly. The flash thunder slash, in particular, aligned perfectly with his characteristics, offering a glimmer of hope for advancement to the perfect realm. However, the breakthrough was exceedingly difficult. He had no inkling of how to proceed. Engaging in battle with Ning Chuan might spark a moment of inspiration, allowing him to break through. But why did Yin Zhuang's words sound so off? What was this talk of offering techniques? What sparring? These were mere pretexts. The Rainstorm 36 slashes was Yin Zhuang's tuition for Ning Chuan's guidance in the flash thunder slash. The onlookers gradually grasped the implication, incredulous. A student instructing an instructor? Such an occurrence had not been witnessed since the establishment of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp hundreds of years ago. Unprecedented, and likely to remain so. I could almost hear the wheels of history rumbling past. Alas, being uneducated, I could only exclaim, "I can conquer the world." Amidst the murmurs, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. "Instructor Yin, I have no objections." He had no reason to refuse. Actively practicing martial arts and sparring with Yin Zhuang would be a mere trifle. Moreover, it would enhance his combat skills. Yin Zhuang produced a martial arts seal and said, "This is a one-time martial arts seal for the Rainstorm 36 slashes. The transmission method is the same as a regular martial arts seal. Simply press it against your forehead." With a serious demeanor, Yin Zhuang continued, "Do not underestimate the Rainstorm 36 slashes, merely classified as a level. Its power ranks among the top within S-level techniques. However, its complexity and the high difficulty of practice led the Martial Arts Alliance to designate it as a level. How formidable is it?" Ning Chuan eagerly accepted the martial arts seal, filled with curiosity. To put it simply, Yin Zhuang pondered for a moment, if your Rainstorm 36 slashes were to reach the perfect realm at this moment, the speed of the 6th slash would rival your flash thunder slash. Following that, each subsequent set of 6 slashes would double in speed. By the time you reached the final slash, its speed would be 32 times that of the flash thunder slash. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. 32 times faster than the flash thunder slash. Not even a first-tier martial artist, let alone a second-tier, could withstand such a strike. Yet, Ning Chuan understood that reality was not quite so exaggerated. The Rainstorm 36 slashes required a continuous acceleration through 35 slashes before unleashing its ultimate speed in the final strike. To some extent, it bears a striking resemblance to the Long River Wave's 13 swords that Zhang Wenxi demonstrated during the previous monthly examination. It necessitates a continuous process. During this time, the adversary, sensing the impending danger, may create distance to evade the onslaught. Nevertheless, imperfections do not overshadow the brilliance. The Stormy Rain 36 slashes is undoubtedly a formidable martial art. Yin Zhuang pondered briefly and cited an example. There once was a prodigy in the awakening stage who perfected the Stormy Rain 36 slashes. When executed with full force, the sweeping blades shone like a torrential summer downpour. In his prime, once he gained momentum, he was virtually unstoppable, compelling many martial artists he faced to avoid his edge. Hearing this, Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement and remarked with a smile, "Instructor Yin, I shall return to inherit the martial arts." "Go ahead, after all. There's no class today." In the dormitory building, Ning Chuan opened his eyes, removed the disposable martial seal from his forehead, and glanced at the clock on the desk. No wonder Instructor Yin claimed that the Stormy Rain 36 slashes rivaled S-level sword techniques. A smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips. The duration of this inheritance was 14 minutes. Previously, he spent about a quarter of an hour inheriting the top-tier S-level body technique, Wind Shadow 3000. By comparison, it was merely a minute longer than the Stormy Rain 36 slashes. Suddenly, a series of cold notification sounds echoed consecutively. The Stormy Rain 36 slashes sensed a resemblance to the insights of the Flash Thunder slashes and began to absorb them, resulting in a dramatic increase in cultivation speed. Progress surged by 30. The progress continued to rise. The Stormy Rain 36 slashes accumulated sufficient insight and experienced a breakthrough to the proficient realm. Progress increased by 25. The absorption of the Stormy Rain 36 slashes concluded, and the cultivation speed returned to normal. An overwhelming influx of insights surged into his mind. Ning Chuan remained in a daze for a while before regaining his senses and promptly opened the interface, directing his gaze to one of the columns. Stormy Rain 36 slashes. Proficient. Progress 25. How should one articulate this? It was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. Ning Chuan grinned. The Stormy Rain 36 slashes and the Flash Thunder slashes are fundamentally similar in their emphasis on speed, hence their inherent similarities. However, the degree of resemblance is somewhat less than that between the Gale Step and Wind Shadow 3000. Ning Chuan privately analyzed. The Gale Step is merely an E-level martial art, yet its insights at the perfected realm enabled the S-level Wind Shadow 3000 to ascend to the proficient realm. The Flash Thunder slashes, being a B-level martial art, is among the elite. Consequently, the Stormy Rain 36 slashes also achieve the proficient realm. Ning Chuan speculated that the degree of similarity dictates the extent of insight absorption in martial arts. Were a technique solely focused on swift, decisive kills, such as the S-level Flickering Swallow, it would likely absorb insights to the minutiae. Ning Chuan mused softly, I must certainly try that whenever the opportunity arises. Meanwhile, in an office building in the northern part of the base, four instructors convened for a meeting. Ma Fengxing chuckled sarcastically. Oh dear, what did Instructor Yin say earlier? My Flash Thunder slashes are at the expert level, and against Ning Chuan, it's a guaranteed victory. LV Fong could not suppress his laughter and teased. What was once is no longer. Your reputation is now thoroughly tarnished. Yin Zhuang's face flushed crimson. This time, it was utterly disastrous. The loss of face is more pronounced than that of Ma Fengxing, who at least did not boast in front of other staff members. Ahem. Yin Zhuang cleared his throat forcefully, suppressing his embarrassment, and hastily diverted the topic, saying, By the way, Instructor Bai, why are you investigating Ning Chuan? This seems rather inappropriate. Instructors have no authority to infringe upon the privacy of students. Ning Chuan may possess a unique constitution, and the Donglin government allows such covert investigations. Bai Xiuxiu smiled faintly and calmly replied, The results of the investigation further corroborate my suspicions. Upon hearing this, the three individuals immediately perked up, refraining from making further jests at Yin Zhuang's expense. Lu Fang's gaze flickered as he inquired, Have you discovered new evidence? Indeed, Bai Xiuxiu nodded. Ning Chuan's perceptiveness has only manifested in the past month. Lu Fang stroked his chin, questioning. Perceptiveness alone is insufficient to support the hypothesis of a unique constitution. Numerous other factors, such as a sudden enlightenment or brain stimulation, could also enhance one's perceptiveness. Bai Xiuxiu pondered briefly before asking, Do you know why Ning Chuan has only awakened to the 6th stage? The three instructors exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. This was indeed difficult to explain. Ning Chuan's mastery of martial arts at a perfect realm is achieved through sudden enlightenment, indicating that he possesses sufficient energy to practice the breathing technique. Logically, his strength should not be so low. The report stated that just over a month ago, Ning Chuan had only awakened to the 4th stage. Could it be that he broke through 2 realms in a month? The three instructors were momentarily taken aback. Such a speed of cultivation cannot merely be termed a miracle. Throughout the history of the Federation, very few have accomplished such a feat. Bai Xiuxiu then inquired, Are you familiar with the martial art known as Diamond Body? I have heard of it. Ma Fengxing chuckled. It is a secret martial art passed down by the Sure family, consisting of 18 levels. The version circulated in the Federation is a truncated one, containing only the first 9 levels classified as B grade. Nonetheless, it remains exceedingly powerful. Upon completing the 9th level, ordinary firearms are ineffective. Only a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle can breach its defenses. Lu Feng reflected for a moment and added, upon completing all 18 levels, there is also a chance of comprehending the Dharmakaya of the King of Light. Then do you know how rapidly Ning Chuan is progressing in mastering the diamond body? Bai Xiuxiu rhetorically answered. On March 6th, he received the inheritance at the martial arts building of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. By March 28th, during the monthly examination at Qingshan No. 1, Ning Chuan demonstrated a proficiency that had already reached the 4th level of the diamond body. The 3 individuals opposite her displayed astonishment. Horizontal martial arts require painstaking effort. Even with exceptional perceptiveness, one cannot achieve results overnight. To ascend to the 4th level in just over 20 days cannot be attributed solely to talent. There must be other underlying reasons. Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath and solemnly stated, the rapid cultivation of horizontal martial arts can only be explained in one way. Ning Chuan is undergoing a period of awakening due to his unique constitution, unlocking boundless potential. This also explains why he needs to carry so many nutritional fluids. During the awakening phase of a unique constitution, energy consumption is particularly astonishing. Bai Xiuxiu spoke with unwavering conviction. I concur with your assessment. El Feng, seemingly deep in thought, remarked. In light of the strange phenomena occurring at the Dragon King's ascension platform, it must pertain to some form of draconic constitution. However, we cannot be certain at this point. After all, these are merely conjectures drawn from appearances. Bai Xiuxiu tapped the table thoughtfully and mused. Thus, I wish to ascertain whether he indeed possesses a draconic constitution. Do you have a method? Provide him with a sample of sea dragon's blood. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination as she spoke decisively. Yin Zhuang shook his head and replied, this is quite challenging. Sea dragon's blood is a strategic resource of the Federation. The Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp possesses only 3 vials in total. Ning Chuan's current points fall significantly short. Ma Fengxing added, the 4 of us instructors hold the authority to mobilize 1 vial of sea dragon's blood. However, we lack justification to grant it to Ning Chuan. Merely suspecting him of having a special constitution does not suffice for consensus. Have you heard of insider dealings? Bai Xiuxiu smiled slightly, unperturbed, and remarked, the formidable body of the 4th level, the diamond body, is quite resilient. Chapter 67. The Power of the Whip, the Sole Criterion for Measuring Horizontal Martial Arts, April 3rd. Clear. Combat class. Many students, having moved past the initial excitement of their first class, still arrived early at the training ground. There was no alternative. The allure of the young instructor, Bai Xiuxiu, was simply too compelling. With her gentle appearance and striking demeanor, the stark contrast easily ignited the innate desire for conquest in men. Ning Chuan stood amidst the crowd, in good spirits. Beneath the cascading sunlight, his skin glowed with a delicate sheen akin to polished jade. This morning, he had ascended to the 5th level of his martial art, the diamond body. Curiously, as he progressed through the ranks, this form of horizontal martial arts had not rendered his skin coarse. Rather, it had become increasingly fair and refined. Yet he mused, future advancements would undoubtedly become more arduous. Upon reaching the 5th level, the efficacy of his enhancement elixirs had diminished considerably, yielding only a 3% increase per dose. Once he aspired to attain the 6th level, the boost would likely dwindle to a mere 1%. The subsequent levels 7, 8, and 9 would continue this decline. Even with an ample supply of elixirs, he could anticipate several years of rigorous training ahead. This was merely the incomplete version of the diamond body. The complete form still held 9 additional levels. Ning Chuan shook his head in disbelief. It was no wonder that horizontal martial arts were deemed exceedingly challenging to cultivate. They indeed demanded a significant investment of time. Had anyone nearby been able to perceive Ning Chuan's thoughts, they would have swiftly dismissed them as utterly nonsensical. for it is well known that even the most exceptional prodigies, in their quest to master the diamond body, would dedicate decades of relentless toil to reach the 5th level. Before long, the class commenced in earnest. Bai Xiuxiu stood poised and upright, like a finely honed blade, proclaiming, when it comes to unarmed combat, horizontal martial arts are of paramount importance. When two combatants possess equal skill, the one with superior horizontal martial arts shall prevail. Even if there exists a disparity in combat prowess, one can compensate through the mastery of horizontal martial arts. To put in gaming terms, horizontal martial arts are akin to health points. With ample health, you can withstand any onslaught. Ning Chuan smiled silently to himself, finding Bai Xiuxiu more intriguing than he had initially anticipated. He had expected her to be the typical reticent ice queen. How many of you practice horizontal martial arts? Raise your hands, let me see. Bai Xiuxiu surveyed the students. A multitude of arms shot up eagerly, a sea of enthusiasm. Generally, ordinary individuals would shy away from horizontal martial arts due to their demanding nature. However, the students present, bolstered by their exceptional talents, could still dabble in a secondary discipline. Excellent, Bai Xiuxiu remarked with a slight smile, extending her slender right hand to the side. A staff member promptly approached, placing a long whip into her grasp. While Instructor Ma assesses your agility with the force of a machine gun, I shall evaluate your horizontal martial arts with the power of the whip. Bai Xiuxiu tightened her grip on the whip, her smile revealing a hint of mischief. How many strikes can your body withstand? That shall denote your strength of will. With a resounding crack, she lashed the whip through the air, producing a deafening report. A slender plume of white smoke erupted in a radial pattern. The students collectively paled. Bai Xiuxiu had unleashed a strike that transcended sound, an attack that shattered the sound barrier. The radiating white smoke was none other than the remnants of the sonic boom. Under normal circumstances, only a knight can produce a sonic strike. However, the whip is a peculiar weapon. Its force can be entirely transmitted along its length, causing the speed at the end to increase dramatically, ultimately allowing the tip to shatter the sound barrier. Ning Chuan had encountered a related explanation in a physics textbook. Once the whip is unleashed, the total kinetic energy remains constant, but the areas in motion diminish, resulting in an increase in speed. Do not fret too much. Bai Xiuxiu pressed her hand down and smiled. Only the very tip of the whip breaks the sound barrier. It is lightweight, soft in texture, and thus its impact is minimal, completely incomparable to a bullet. Instructor Bai, I have only just begun my training in horizontal martial arts, so I shall not participate in the test. Me too. Several students timidly lowered their arms. The assertion of its light weight and softness was indeed true, but minimal impact? That was absurd. The invisible air, surpassing the speed of sound, could transform into blades of wind. Bai Xiuxiu remained unfazed, her gaze lingering on Ning Chuan for a moment before stating, "Oh, I forgot to mention, the first place in the horizontal martial arts test will be rewarded with a vial of sea dragon blood." As soon as the words left her lips, the crowd erupted in fervor, gasps and exclamations echoing as if they might lift the roof off. Even if I were to be beaten to death today, I must secure the first place. Save your breath. The test measures physical strength, not how little pain you can endure. I am so frustrated. I regret not training harder in horizontal martial arts. Ning Chuan blinket, somedhat astonishet. He had heard Song Shiyu mention sea dragon blood, a supplement extracted through genetic technology from the bones of dragonkind by the Federal Academy of Technology, which greatly benefited the practice of horizontal martial arts. But was such madness truly necessary? Turning to Song Shiyu, he inquired, aside from its benefits for horizontal martial arts, does sea dragon blood serve any other purpose? Hearing this, Song Shiyu chuckled, teasing, "It's evident that your horizontal martial arts are lacking. However, this does put my mind at ease. Your footwork and swordsmanship are already at a perfect level. If you were to excel further in horizontal martial arts, would there be anyone left standing?" After sharing a laugh, Song Shiyu adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "Horizontal martial arts enhance one's intrinsic strength and can accompany a person throughout their life. It is not to say that possessing original force renders it useless. The challenge lies in the difficulty of mastering horizontal martial arts, which requires a significant investment of energy. often yielding little return, thus deterring many from practicing it. Ning Chuan bonderet tok chuli. Sea dragon blood has two primary effects. Song Shiyu raised two fingers and continued. First, it can significantly elevate the level of horizontal martial arts. Second, it can slightly improve one's physical constitution, making the practice of horizontal martial arts somewhat easier. Do not underestimate this. Oftentimes, that slight enhancement can allow one to break through successfully. I see. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated a question. If his constitution were to improve, would the cultivation speed of his diamond body accelerate? Regardless of that, the mere prospect of significantly enhancing his horizontal martial arts level was enough to compel him to obtain the sea dragon blood. Ning Chuan resolutely thought to himself. He felt uncertain whether his diamond body could rank first among the 30 students. However, the Vajra body possesses a unique characteristic that is absent in other martial arts: the transformation into a golden body. This allows a specific area of the body to become as solid as iron for a brief period. Ning Chuan confidently believed that no student could match the defensive prowess of the golden body transformation. Instructor Bai, I shall be the first. A student stepped forward eagerly. Very well, Bai Xiuxiu replied casually, raising her right hand to unleash a whip. Boom! The air exploded and a mist rose. The tip of the whip struck the student, resulting in a resounding crack as his shirt tore apart, leaving his chest a gruesome sight. The force of the whip is formidable. After class, you shall visit the infirmary for treatment, Bai Xiuxiu stated calmly, as if accustomed to the sight of blood, not urging the student to seek immediate medical attention. Next, I shall go Jiangrun, practicing the Xinjin battle body, another student announced as he approached. He fared slightly better, enduring the first strike, yet was swiftly overwhelmed by the second, which shattered his defenses. Bai Xiuxiu's whips became increasingly forceful with each strike. Continue. Other students hurried forward to test their mettle. Ning Chuan remained still, his gaze locked onto Bai Xiuxiu's whip movements. The tip of the whip surpassed the speed of sound, rendering it nearly invisible to him. With the 5th level of the Vajra body, he could not fully transform into a golden body. To employ this transformation as a defense, he needed to anticipate where the whip would land. Fortunately, as the whip is a cohesive entity, he could analyze Bai Xiuxiu's motions to predict its general trajectory. One by one, the students completed their tests. Ning Chuan began to grasp the art of anticipation. Most students receive an evaluation of enduring a single strike. The one who performed the best managed to withstand 5 strikes. Bai Xiuxiu rewarded him with 20 points, equivalent to what Xia she had earned in the weapon class the previous day. This clearly indicated an impressive achievement. Your turn. Bai Xiuxiu pointed at Ning Chuan. Chapter 68. My results seem to have outshone yours. Ning Chuan stepped forward, the eyes of the audience fixated upon him. There was no escaping the awe that followed. His flawless mastery of 2 martial arts from the previous day was nothing short of astonishing. The other students were eager to discover the caliber of Ning Chuan's unique training. Please wait a moment. As Bai Xiuxiu prepared to raise her whip, Ning Chuan interjected, I would like to remove my jacket first. It wasn't out of concern for the cost of his clothing. Unlike his peers, he had packed several boxes, yet only brought 3 sets of school uniforms. With the base prohibiting mobile phone use, online shopping was inconvenient, so he aimed to conserve his resources. Very well, Bai Xiuxiu replied casually. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan unfastened his outer jacket and removed his shirt. The sight of his physique elicited a wave of murmurs from the crowd. Ning Chuan's tall and lean figure showcased muscles that were not overly pronounced but formed a sleek and taut silhouette, imparting an impression of sharpness. Wow, his skin is impeccable, so fair and delicate. I'm utterly envious. I'm more focused on his physique. Gulp. Wait, he didn't just swallow. Montak Yuyan. You're drooling. A group of girls giggled softly. In stark contrast, the nearby male students expressed their sentiments quite differently. I thought Ning Chuan was undressing for ease of demonstrating his martial arts, but it turns out he is just showing off his physique. That skin clearly hasn't been tempered by rigorous training. Isn't it obvious? With 2 martial arts at a perfect level, how powerful could his training be? Is he even human or a deity? I bet a single lash from my instructor could make him cry. Many male students exchanged banter, their laughter echoing as they awaited the spectacle. Ning Chuan cast a glance at them, his demeanor unfazed. He placed a shirt on a nearby bench and stated calmly, "Instructor Bai, I am ready." "Then let us begin," Bai Xiuxiu replied decisively, her wrist flicking as she unleashed a whip with considerable force. Boom! The sound barrier shattered as the whip tip broke the sound barrier. Ning Chuan refrained from utilizing his golden body transformation, allowing the whip to strike him with a resounding crack. He sought to test the resilience of his body, uncertain of Bai Xiuxiu's whip's strength. He felt confident he could endure the first strike. Most students could withstand a lash, and, as someone at the 5th level of the diamond body, he had every reason to believe he could as well. A slight sting coursed through him, yet he was far from breach. Lowering his gaze, he examined his abdomen, where his 8-pack abs were distinctly defined. At the point of impact, his skin remained unblemished and fair, devoid of even a hint of redness. This, Bai Xiuxiu blinked, her expression one of astonishment. While the 4th level of the diamond body could easily withstand the first lash, the absence of any mark was extraordinary. Only one explanation sufficed. Ning Chuan's diamond body had undergone an advancement. Bai Xiuxiu's demeanor shifted, now tinged with seriousness. If Ning Chuan's dragon-like constitution were indeed authentic, his ranking would undoubtedly be formidable. Goodness, his skin exhibited no reaction whatsoever. What fortitude is this? I am utterly astonished. Ning Chuan is not merely human. He is truly divine. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, as if a single leaf falling foretold the arrival of autumn. Although Ning Chuan had just endured a single lash, it was evident to all that his prowess in unorthodox martial arts was formidable, certainly ranking among the top 3. Boom! 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 Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bai Xiuxiu unleashed a succession of 4 lashes, each more ferocious than the last. The explosive sound resonated throughout the vicinity. Ning Chuan remained expressionless, absorbing the impact with unwavering composure. He had already matched the force of 5 lashes delivered by Shi Feng, and yet, he had not yet reached his limit. A tremulous voice emerged from one of the students. What was initially perceived as a lofty assessment had ultimately fallen short. It became clear to me that aside from his neglect of breathing techniques, Ning Chuan's mastery of other martial arts was astonishingly superior. But why does he not devote himself to refining his breathing techniques? Perhaps it is the capriciousness of a prodigy. Defeating opponents of the same rank pales in comparison to the exhilaration of overcoming those above one's station. His extraordinary talent renders him indifferent to the temporary setbacks in his cultivation. He possesses the confidence that he will soon catch up. The students present were filled with admiration, acknowledging their own shortcomings. There was no denying it. His agility, swordsmanship, and unorthodox martial arts were on an entirely different level, a staggering disparity. Many were dissuaded from even entertaining the thought of catching up. Boom! With a resounding crack, Bai Xiuxiu struck with the 6th lash, the air exploding with force. Crack! With a sharp sound, Ning Chuan stood resolute, once again withstanding the blow. However, the skin in the area of impact rapidly turned crimson. It seemed that if the strength of the lash were to increase even slightly, blood would surely seep forth. It appeared that without employing the golden body transformation, 6 lashes represented my utmost limit. Ning Chuan cast a sidelong glance, nodding to himself in quiet acknowledgement. This was better than he had anticipated. Without resorting to the golden body transformation, he had secured first place. Though his skin was on the verge of bleeding, fortunately, the margin above second place was not insurmountable. I feared that Ning Chuan might unleash an astonishing force of over 10 lashes. A group of students began whispering among themselves. Bai Xiuxiu lowered her long whip and inquired, "Having earned the reward of the sea dragon's blood, do you wish to continue?" Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Does performing better yield more points?" Indeed, Bai Xiuxiu smiled, her lips curving enticingly. "You could currently earn 30 points. And for each additional lash you withstand, an extra 10 points will be awarded. After 10 lashes, each additional lash will grant 15 points, and after 20 lashes, each will yield 25 points." Ning Chuan quickly calculated in his mind, excitement coursing through him, and decisively stated, "I shall continue the test." Upon his declaration, the onlooking students erupted into a cacophony of chatter. It was clear that Ning Chuan's physique had reached its limit. Why then would he choose to continue testing? Had he become blinded by the allure of points? Many shook their heads. After being proven wrong so many times, they had learned their lesson. Until a definitive outcome was revealed, they would not dare suggest that Ning Chuan was foolish or reckless. Boom! The air shattered with the sound of Bai Xiuxiu unleashing the seventh lash. Golden body transformation. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened as he anticipated the point of impact. In the next moment, a palm-sized radiance erupted from his left abdomen, enveloping his skin like a flash of lightning. Bang! The whip's tip struck fiercely against Ning Chuan's left abdomen. This time, the sound of the collision was no longer crisp. Instead, it was a dull yet forceful impact, akin to striking solid metal. The golden light steadfastly intercepted the tip of the whip. Once it dissipated, the skin beneath appeared as flawless as jade, showing no signs of the collision whatsoever. In an instant, the atmosphere surged with excitement, reminiscent of the tumultuous sea during a typhoon. This seventh strike was as successfully blocked as the first. There was something amiss with that golden radiance. It was far too resilient. What could it be? An extraordinary ability. Many students looked on in bewilderment. No, this is the transformation of the golden body. Shifeng, having attained the power of 5 strikes, shook his head, his expression grave, and stated, "The secret martial art of my Shi family, the Vajra body, grants practitioners this ability upon reaching the 3rd tier. I have heard that mastering this martial art is exceedingly challenging." How challenging? Someone inquired with curiosity. Shifeng fixed his gaze intently on Ning Chuan and declared, "Let me put it this way. If Ning Chuan were a member of the Shi family, merely showcasing the level of his Vajra body would place him among the top 30 candidates for the heir to the family head. By the way, my current ranking as an heir is beyond the top 100. Shifeng added. Many students were struck with terror upon hearing this. Shifeng was no weakling. After several classes, his accumulated points ranked him among the top 5. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Xiuxiu was not surprised to learn of Ning Chuan's mastery of the Vajra body. With a flick of her wrist, she wielded her long whip, unleashing a series of explosive sounds that echoed like a line of thunder. Ning Chuan remained as immovable as a mountain, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Xiuxiu's movements, anticipating her actions. Golden light continuously emanated from various parts of his upper body, remarkably solid, completely intercepting the tip of the whip. Bang! The 29th strike descended. The golden light flickered violently, reaching the limit of its endurance, and then collapsed. In the next moment, the whip tip struck Ning Chuan, creating a small gash on his skin. It was not large, about the thickness of a thumb, yet blood seeped out, signaling the conclusion of this test. Chapter 69. A street at the Shanghai base, inquiring who is the father with a commanding presence, Bai Xiuxiu declared. Her gaze fixed on Ning Chuan, filled with unabashed admiration. It was not merely his mastery of the 5th level of the indestructible body. More significantly, it was Ning Chuan's precise anticipation of the impact of each whip strike she delivered. Such skill demands an exceptionally high level of practical combat experience. Among the ranks of the Federal Army, many seasoned Special Forces soldiers would falter in achieving this. As for the points you have accumulated, Bai Xiuxiu calculated in her mind, stating a total of 420 points. Before Ning Chuan could respond, the other students erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Good heavens! After 3 lessons, Ning Chuan, no, we must now refer to him as Ning Shun, his points consistently surpassed the combined total of all other students. Ha ha! Nothing can change the outcome. It's still a crushing victory. This is utterly insane. Someone take him away. Honestly, it's disheartening. I'm tempted to run off with the train tonight. Many students lamented, feeling disheartened by the disparity in points. Ning Chuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, smiled and uttered, "Thank you, Instructor Bai." With the points he had garnered over the past few days, his total exceeded 1,000 points, leaving him with about half the amount needed to fulfill the requirements for the wind shadow technique. Of course, Ning Chuan understood that his substantial points were largely due to the instructors testing the students' capabilities during these 2 days. Bai Xiuxiu regarded Ning Chuan thoughtfully and said, "The sea dragon blood I promised you cannot be exchanged for points. Therefore, it cannot be sold. It must be consumed by you alone." The sea dragon blood was intended to assess whether Ning Chuan possessed a dragon-like physique. Bai Xiuxiu worried that he might either sell it upon receiving it or leave it unused. After today's class, please come to the deep sea platform at the base to consume the sea dragon blood, she added. Understood, Ning Chuan replied, momentarily taken aback but not overthinking it. And he agreed without hesitation. The fighting class then resumed. I have a general understanding of your martial arts proficiency. Bai Xiuxiu surveyed the students and continued. In the time ahead, I shall discuss the content of this course. Instructor Bai, how many forms of unarmed martial arts do you know? A curious student raised their hand to inquire. Bai Xiuxiu replied 9. Her words prompted a wave of skepticism throughout the room. 9 forms of unarmed martial arts were certainly sufficient for an individual warrior, yet they fell short of what was necessary to instruct others. Compared to the hundreds of martial arts techniques employed by Ma Fengxing and the over 300 weapon forms mastered by Yin Zhuang, Bai Xiuxiu's knowledge appeared lacking by several magnitudes. Silence. An auxiliary instructor interjected sternly, addressing the students. Instructor Bai is not here to educate mere warriors. She hails from the 27th Group Army of the Federation, a force to be reckoned with. At just 23 years of age, she has already attained the rank of colonel. Upon hearing this, many students' expressions shifted in astonishment. To achieve the rank of colonel at such a young age suggested that by their 30s, she could ascend to the ranks of the generals and become a notable figure within the military. It was indeed evident that she came from a military background, and Ning Chuan nodded thoughtfully. This aligns closely with the speculation. Bai Xiuxiu possesses an aura of unwavering authority. Ahead, Bai Xiuxiu maintained an impassive expression and stated, "My primary role is to instruct you on how to integrate martial arts into combat, thereby enhancing your practical abilities. As we still have some time, let us assess your fighting prowess." Bai Xiuxiu surveyed the students, adding, as for the method, similar to the 2 instructors from yesterday, I will restrain my strength to match your level. I'll go first, Instructor Bai. A student eagerly raised his hand and hurriedly stepped out of the crowd, nearly stumbling in the process. My name is Huang Shitao, with a punching power of 4,400 kilograms, and my martial art is the Python grappling technique. Upon hearing this, many male students exchanged knowing glances and shared a subtle smile. It was no wonder Huang Shitao was so anxious. The Python grappling technique is a form of capture martial art that, once executed, ensnares the opponent like a constrictor. Bai Xiuxiu regarded Huang Shitao with a cool gaze and replied, "Let us begin." Yes. Huang Shitao moved swiftly, rushing forward. He spread his arms wide, akin to an iron hoop, intending to lock Bai Xiuxiu within his grasp for close combat. Bai Xiuxiu's expression remained tranquil. Instead of evading, she stepped forward deliberately. In the process, her right knee surged upward with ferocity, striking Huang Shitao squarely as he lunged toward her. With a resounding thud, Huang Shitao's body stiffened, resembling a scalded shrimp as he clutched his abdomen and knelt at Bai Xiuxiu's feet, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the pain. Witnessing the scene, the other students felt a jolt of shock. Huang Shitao had failed to withstand even a single move. Most astonishingly, Bai Xiuxiu had not even employed her martial arts. It was as if Huang Shitao had willingly collided with her knee. In terms of combat prowess, Yin Zhuang and Ma Fengxing lagged significantly behind Bai Xiuxiu. Ning Chuan contemplated thoughtfully. Bai Xiuxiu looked down at Huang Shitao, her gaze icy, and remarked, "If you were my adversary on the battlefield, that knee strike would have connected with your groin." Upon hearing this, Huang Shitao involuntarily shuddered. The male students in attendance stood considerably taller. Bai Xiuxiu turned her head and stated solemnly, "Martial arts, at its core, can be regarded as a weapon. The higher the realm, the more formidable the weapon. However, this does not guarantee that you can wield its power effectively. Many of you possess skills akin to children wielding machine guns." Bai Xiuxiu raised her hand and pointed. "Mo Yin, you are next." The summoned girl stepped forward to engage in combat with Bai Xiuxiu. The remaining students followed suit, one by one, to test their mettle. What ensued was a devastating spectacle akin to a massacre of fish. They were like fish, as none could endure more than 5 moves against by Xiao. Even the proud Xia Shi, who summoned her ice ability to near combustion, met the same fate, falling to the ground like a fool, drooling at the corners of her mouth. Bai Xiaoxiu's combat technique was exceedingly fierce. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Not all would face total annihilation. Numerous students turned their profiles, gazing at a quietly standing, handsome youth at the edge of the arena, their eyes reflecting an indescribable anticipation. The previous days, 2 classes had unfolded in a similar manner. They had endured a rigorous training session under the brutal tutelage of their instructors. Then, the youth took to the field, imparting a lesson to the instructors Ma Fengxing and Yin Zhuang in the realm of the Mountain Sea base. It is essential to discern who holds true authority. Unfazed by the crowd's scrutiny, Ning Chuan maintained an expression of serene composure. Before him lay a luminous interface visible solely to his eyes. One section read, 1,000 bone killing technique, proficient progress 87. In less than a month, he was on the verge of mastering the 3rd realm. Such progress was indeed remarkable. However, compared to the nearly concurrent training of the Flash Thunder Slash and the Diamond Body, the 1,000 bone killing technique lagged significantly behind. There was little to be done. The Flash Thunder Slash had undergone 2 moments of enlightenment, while the Diamond Body had absorbed medicinal packages valued at over 1 million. Ning Chuan, you are the last hope of our village. How about you take this round? Song Shiyu jested. Very well, Ning Chuan replied coolly, stepping forward. He was acutely aware that without a high level of unarmed martial arts, he stood little chance against Bai Xiao. Yet, defeat held no dire consequence for him. He was not obsessively fixated on victory or loss. His primary goal was to accumulate sufficient points. With the swift wind step and the 3,000 shadows technique, combined with his combat prowess, Ning Chuan was confident that securing the top position would pose no challenge. Chapter 70. The Ascendant encounters the Descendant deity as they approach the front. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and said, Instructor Bai, my punching power is approximately 2,100 kilograms. The dragon elephant ancient scripture, once mastered, allows for an astonishing rate of refinement. Given the ample supply of the beast nourishment liquid, he can enhance his punching power by around 100 kilograms per day. However, wasn't it just 2,000 kilograms yesterday? It seems implausible. Ning Chuan is inherently modest. His actual punching power yesterday was likely around 2,090 kilograms, but he had omitted the decimal. An increase of 10 kilograms in a single day is indeed formidable. Over 3 months, that amounts to 1,000 kilograms. The other students murmured among themselves, clearly astonished. Bai Xiaoxiu's expression grew more solemn. She was increasingly convinced that Ning Chuan was awakening his draconic physique. Remaining composed, Ning Chuan continued, In terms of unarmed martial arts, I have only practiced one. The 1,000 bones slaughter technique. Before Bai Xiaoxiu could respond, the clamor among the attendees surged once more. I have heard of this martial art. It is reputed to be the most intricate and profound among B-class unarmed techniques. Ning Chuan is indeed remarkable. He chooses only the most challenging practices. The simpler techniques seem to provoke coughing fits when Ning Chuan attempts them. Bai Xiaoxiu raised her hand, signaling for silence among the students. After organizing her thoughts, she addressed Ning Chuan. I have also practiced the 1,000 bones slaughter technique, and in our forthcoming contest, I shall primarily engage you using this martial art. She refrained from calling it guidance, mindful of the lessons learned from recent experiences. Thank you, Instructor Bai. Ning Chuan acknowledged with a slight bow. Shall we commence directly? Very well. Bai Xiaoxiu responded decisively, stepping forward. Ning Chuan remained unperturbed, raising his arm to form a fist and delivering a powerful strike towards Bai Xiaoxiu's chest. Whoosh! The wind from his punch howled, creating an impressive force. White bone killing fist. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan unleashed his most formidable attack. He was acutely aware that such an action might offend a woman, yet in the heat of battle, he paid it no heed. What he understood was that the target he aimed for was at least 20 centimeters closer than other parts of Bai Xiaoxiu's body, making it easier to strike. Bai Xiaoxiu, her expression inscrutable, lifted her right arm and countered with her own white bone killing fist. The force of her punch surged, resonating powerfully. Its might far exceeded Ning Chuan's strike. It was as swift as his own lightning fist, embodying the expert-level thousand-bones slaughter technique. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened as he immediately employed his golden body transformation. A gleam of gold surfaced upon his fist. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a resounding impact. Bai Xiuxiu's body merely swayed slightly. In contrast, Ning Chuan was jolted back, retreating rapidly. After all, the white bone-killing fist was 3 realms behind. He had anticipated this outcome, and with 2 advanced body techniques at his disposal, he maintained his balance while retreating, ready to engage at any moment. However, he felt a sense of novelty. It was his first experience being suppressed in a clash of the same martial art. Steadily, Ning Chuan skase flickeret. A chilling notification echoed in his mind. Understanding gained from the clash of the thousand-bones slaughter technique at the expert level, progress increased by 5. Ning Chuan pauset momentarily, as if he had uncovered a method to accelerate his martial arts advancement. On the sidelines, the observing students stirred with excitement as they witnessed Ning Chuan being repelled. The prowess of Ning Chuan's thousand-bone slaughter technique appeared to be somewhat lacking, merely at the proficient level. Many found it hard to believe. It is worth noting that the students present were predominantly skilled in bare-handed martial arts, with a select few even having reached the subtle realm. Ning Chuan's proficient-level thousand-bone slaughter technique was indeed insufficient, verging on being the weakest. His innate talent in bare-handed martial arts seemed rather mediocre. Ning Chuan, or rather, Ning Chuan, appeared to possess a vulnerable domain, igniting a flicker of hope within others to catch up, perhaps even surpass him. The clouds had parted, the rain had ceased. One might feel rejuvenated. Numerous girls expressed their indignation on Ning Chuan's behalf, vocally contesting the judgments made. When a climber encounters a descending deity, they might feel emboldened to believe they can stand alongside the divine, even if Ning Chuan relied solely on his rigorous training and agility. He had a considerable chance of enduring 5 strikes from Instructor Bai. Thus, many deemed Ning Chuan's thousand-bone slaughter technique as inadequate. The two sides continued to debate fervently as the battle raged on. With a swift motion, Bai Xiuxiu closed in, her 5 fingers aligned like a sword, piercing forth with tremendous speed, the air tearing asunder like fabric. She had further moves in store. Ning Chuan's thoughts surged as he perceived Bai Xiuxiu's intent. Rather than evade, he countered with a palm strike resembling a sword. Just as their fingertips were about to collide, both of their arms twitched, striking out like serpents, narrowly missing each other and aiming for their opponent's body. The first move of the thousand-bone slaughter technique, Shadow Serpent Strike. Enlightenment gained from the clash of the thousand-bone slaughter technique at the expert level, progress increased by another 5. Another notification chimed. In the next instant Bai Xiuxiu, with her superior mastery of the thousand-bone slaughter technique, landed a blow to Ning Chuan's throat. Thud! A golden light surged forth, a few sparks erupting. Thanks to the defensive power of his golden body, Ning Chuan remained unharmed. However, the impact of the palm strike caused him to lean back, distorting the trajectory of his Shadow Serpent Strike, rendering it unable to reach Bai Xiuxiu. Ning Chuan's expression remained calm, as if everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Crack! His fingers spread wide, slicing through the air with a crisp sound, seizing Bai Xiuxiu's outstretched arm. Then his right arm coiled around hers, twisting fiercely. The broken body python strike. Bai Xiuxiu registered a flicker of surprise and confusion. The surprise stemmed from Ning Chuan's composed response after a failed maneuver, clearly demonstrating his seasoned combat experience. The confusion arose from why Ning Chuan would employ the broken body python strike in such a manner, appearing almost as if offering himself up. As her thoughts raced, Bai Xiuxiu did not hesitate. Her arm twisted sharply in response, countering with the broken body python strike. Bang! Their arms coiled around each other like constricting pythons, producing a deep, resonant sound. To Bai Xiuxiu's astonishment, during their fierce clash, Ning Chuan's arm remained unbroken. The 5th layer of the diamond body could not yet encompass his entire arm. However, from his elbow, 2 strands of golden energy unfurled, each the width of a finger, connecting his shoulder and wrist, forming a triangle that fortified the defense of his right arm. A mathematical truth. The triangle is the most stable structure. This transformation into golden light left Shi Feng wide-eyed in disbelief. To what extent had Ning Chuan refined his body to achieve such prowess at the fifth layer of the diamond body? Many were puzzled by this. Shi Feng quickly elucidated. Martial arts often categorize realms in layers, where reaching approximately 70% of a given realm allows for an ascension. Most individuals only refine to this extent, as the benefits of breaking through far outweigh continued honing at the same realm. It is the epitome of cost-effectiveness. The fact that Ning Chuan could manifest golden light indicated that he had refined each layer of the diamond body to at least 95%. Shi Feng's tone was far from calm. Breaking through is possible, yet unnecessary. It is merely a game. 95%. This is the realm of the elite indeed. When those ascending the mountain encounter a descending deity, what transpires? The deity does not depart. The voices of the girls on site grew louder, each contributing to the discussion. While I do not deny the prowess of Ning Chuan's martial arts, let's focus on the matter at hand. What is his proficiency in unarmed combat? Regardless, the mastery of the thousand bones killing technique ranks him at the bottom among us. Numerous students clung to this point, eager to refute. Meanwhile, in Ning Chuan's mind, two notifications echoed consecutively. Insights gained from battling the expert-level thousand bones killing technique have led to a 5% improvement. The comprehension of the thousand bones killing technique is sufficient to elevate it to the proficient realm. Chapter 71. The deity descends. The deity descended from the mountain. Though not completely, it turned back. Ning Chuan ensnared by Xiuxiu's right arm, his fingers gripping like iron hooks, preventing her from breaking free. Although his mastery of the thousand-bone slaughter technique had reached an advanced level, it still paled in comparison to Bai Xiuxiu's prowess. Engaging in close combat allowed him to mitigate some of his martial arts shortcomings. Furthermore, this proximity facilitated the application of the thousand-bone slaughter technique against her. A resounding crack echoed throughout the arena. With clarity in his gaze, Ning Chuan unleashed a punch with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow piercing the air, striking towards Bai Xiuxiu's chest. Another sharp sound rang out. Bai Xiuxiu retaliated with her own lightning-fast punch, the impact sending Ning Chuan's arm flying backward. Undeterred by the unfavorable exchange, Ning Chuan welcomed it. This was precisely what he desired. The clash of the thousand-bone slaughter technique and the expert-level mastery had granted him insight, raising his progress by 3. A notification chimed. Ning Chuan nodded to himself. Following his advancement, the rate of progress from each battle had diminished, yet it remained remarkable. With a 3% increase each time, after over 30 encounters, he would attain the refined level. Across from him, Bai Xiuxiu raised an eyebrow. Her expertise in the thousand-bone slaughter technique allowed her to discern that Ning Chuan's earlier punch had indeed reached an advanced level. Had he broken through in the midst of battle, or was there another reason? While pondering this, her hands remained in motion. After deflecting Ning Chuan's left hand, she continued her relentless assault. Just as her fist was about to strike his right shoulder, a flash of golden light emanated from it. Golden body transformation. Bang! Bai Xiuxiu's fist collided with the golden light, producing a deep, resonant sound. The light did not dissipate. However, Ning Chuan felt a sharp force penetrate within him, causing a numbing sensation across much of his shoulder, and his grip on Bai Xiuxiu's arm faltered uncontrollably. He staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his right shoulder swelling rapidly with redness. What was happening? A sense of bewilderment washed over him. He was certain that Bai Xiuxiu's fist had not shattered his golden body. Under normal circumstances, if the golden body remained intact, he would not sustain any injury. Previously, when testing his martial arts, Bai Xiuxiu had first broken through his golden body before reaching his skin. Yet, that last punch from Bai Xiuxiu had contained a mysterious force that penetrated his defenses. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan speculated. Thousand Bones power? This was the final move of the thousand bones slaughter technique, lacking a fixed form. It could be executed through punches, kicks, elbows, or knees. Essentially, It was a sinister force capable of penetrating armor to shatter bones into countless fragments, an ultimate technique reserved for the most skilled. Only those who had reached the refined level could wield it. Indeed, Bai Xiuxiu did not rush to pursue him. Instead, she nodded gently and remarked, "Your golden body transformation is quite extraordinary. It can mitigate approximately 70% of the dark energy from the Thousand Bones power. Had you been equipped with a metal shield or armor, my previous punch would have been sufficient to cause a shattering fracture in your shoulder. Is it truly that formidable?" Ning Chuan blinked in astonishment. A growing desire to ascend to the subtle realm filled Ning Chuan's heart. The crowd gathered at the sidelines began to murmur with excitement. Did this imply that Ning Chuan was preparing to concede? One could understand such a sentiment, considering the formidable nature of the Thousand Bones power. Should he fail to attain the golden body, the consequences would be dire. Many students exchanged banter amongst themselves. In the next moment, a cold and commanding voice silenced their chatter. "Let's proceed." Ning Chuan swiftly stepped forward, executing the Thousand Bones slaughter technique with a series of 4 successive forms. Relentlessly striking at Bai Xiuxiu. Armed with his diamond body and 2 martial arts techniques, Ning Chuan was confident he would not falter within 100 strikes. There remained ample time for the Thousand Bones slaughter technique to flourish. Is he going to embarrass himself? A girl scoffed. Perhaps Ning Chuan overheard our conversation and is making a desperate attempt to save face. The group of students stubbornly denied their initial misjudgment. Yet, their expressions soon betrayed them. Although Ning Chuan had been on the defensive against Bai Xiuxiu, as time passed, the balance of the match gradually began to tip towards equilibrium. With a thunderous sound, the two engaged in a fierce clash with the bone slaughter fist. Ning Chuan stumbled backward, while Bai Xiuxiu remained steadfast, her body trembling from the impact. It was noteworthy that during their initial encounter, Bai Xiuxiu had merely shuddered slightly. What was happening? Ning Chuan was indeed making progress. He distinctly remembered that during their first direct collision, he had retreated 15 steps, yet this time he had only moved back 8.5. One student exclaimed in astonishment, "I'm not blind. The force behind Ning Chuan's punch has likely reached the pinnacle of mastery. How can he still be on the rise?" Gasps of disbelief echoed one after another. Many students were baffled. A breakthrough in the midst of battle typically signified a mere elevation to a new realm, which did not align with Ning Chuan's remarkable performance. Not far away, Ning Chuan gazed at Bai Xiuxiu, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had gained insights from the clash of the Thousand Bones slaughter technique against the expert-level variant, witnessing a 3 increase in his progress. The Thousand Bones slaughter technique had accumulated sufficiently to reach the subtle realm. The margin between their realms was so minuscule that further comprehension could no longer be attained through combat. Notifications rang persistently in his mind. Upon hearing the final statement, Ning Chuan momentarily lost his focus, yet he felt no regret. Achieving the subtle realm was already an unexpected delight. Most importantly, he could employ this method to facilitate rapid breakthroughs in other offensive martial arts. He was eager to test the might of the Thousand Bones power. With renewed anticipation, Ning Chuan exerted force beneath his feet, executing the Wind Shadow 3000, propelling himself effortlessly before Bai Xiuxiu and unleashing a powerful punch. The gust produced by his fist carried a sense of weight. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes flickered, sensing something amiss with Ning Chuan's attack. She raised her arm and countered with a palm strike, infused with Thousand Bones power. Boom! Their fists and palms collided, unleashing a tangible wave of energy that surged outward, shattering the fluorescent tubes above, which rained down with a cacophony of noise. Ning Chuan felt a jolt reverberate through his body, stepping back 2 paces. After all, he still fell short of a complete realm. The full potency of Bai Xiuxiu's Thousand Bone power could not be entirely negated. However, the residual portion of this power, after being reduced by 70% through the transformation into the golden body, had become ineffective when directed towards Ning Chuan's fist. The aftermath of this confrontation was remarkably tumultuous. Someone sensed that something was amiss. Song Shiyu's expression was far from tranquil as she remarked, The recent clash was a result of Ning Chuan, an instructor, by simultaneously employing their thousand bone powers. Such a subtle force is astonishingly powerful, and it is no surprise that the impact was so significant. She continued, this implies that Ning Chuan's thousand bone slaughter technique has reached an exquisite realm. At her words, the atmosphere erupted with fervor, waves of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Just moments ago, he was merely at a proficient level, yet in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to such heights. I believe Ning Chuan was concealing his true capabilities, deliberately toying with our perceptions, exclaimed one. The girls turned their gaze towards the earlier group who had mocked Ning Chuan. The descent of the divine had not only ceased, but had also reversed direction. It is merely an exquisite realm. It does not denote supremacy. Song Shiyu and Shi Feng each possess their own B-grade fist techniques at this level. One student retorted, inciting a wave of dissent. At this moment, Ning Chuan was oblivious to the escalating debate. In his mind, the notification sounds resonated incessantly, akin to a continuous thread. Having once again found himself at a disadvantage, the frustration stemming from the thousand bone slaughter technique ignited a surge of enlightenment. Progress increased by 50%. Progress increased by 50%. With sufficient comprehension of the thousand bone slaughter technique, he ascended to the expert realm. Progress continued to surge. Chapter 72, Enlightenment, is akin to a besieged city. Those outside yearn to enter, while those within revel in their play. The insights surged into Ning Chuan's mind like a torrent, seemingly transforming into an innate instinct. Before long, the notification sound ceased. A flicker of realization coursed through Ning Chuan, and a luminous screen materialized before his eyes. Among the various sections, one displayed a significant transformation. Thousand Bones Slaughter Technique. Perfect Progress 33. Ning Chuan could hardly contain his joy. This advancement to perfection was far less arduous than his previous martial arts ascensions. Opposite him, by Xiuxiu's delicate face was etched with astonishment as she inquired, "Did you enter a state of enlightenment during our previous combat?" Though phrased as a question, her tone brimmed with certainty. Reflecting upon Ning Chuan's past experiences, Bai Xiuxiu could conceive no alternative explanation aside from enlightenment. Sort of, Ning Chuan replied with a smile, not uttering a falsehood. Indeed, after the thousand bone slaughter technique reached a subtle realm, enlightenment was achieved. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Xiuxiu declared, "Now that your thousand bone slaughter technique has attained this subtle level, I shall employ other offensive martial arts in our ensuing battle." "Of course," Ning Chuan responded, his foot striking the ground with vigor, propelling him forward. "By the way, Instructor Bai, I must clarify that my thousand bone slaughter technique is not merely at the subtle level." Ning Chuan grinned widely. Before his words could settle, he raised his arm and swung his fist, targeting Bai Xiuxiu's chest. She had trained in 9 forms of unarmed martial arts, and it was evident that among them lay an S-level technique of expert caliber. Caution was paramount. Boom! A thunderous crack resounded throughout the arena, deafening in its intensity. The lightning fist, still at the perfect level. Ning Chuan's fist surged forth with unprecedented swiftness, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking through the air. The force of his strike creating ripples across Bai Xiuxiu's chest, expanding in concentric circles from small to large. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The incoming lightning fist was far swifter than she had anticipated. There was no time for her to prepare. By the time she attempted to block, it was already too late. As Ning Chuan's fist connected with her garment, Bai Xiuxiu relinquished her control over her power, unleashing a crimson energy that burst forth like lightning, sending Ning Chuan hurtling backward with a resounding thud. After being propelled over 10 meters, Ning Chuan landed, raising his fist to inspect. Bai Xiuxiu must have tempered the force of her energy. His skin remained unblemished, showing no signs of injury. However, Ning Chuan was uncertain if this was merely an illusion. Bai Xiuxiu's crimson energy seemed to possess the ability to transform. Upon initial contact, it felt soft and warm, only to become cold and unyielding, propelling him away. Observing Ning Chuan's actions, Bai Xiuxiu despite her years in the military and her resilient character, could not suppress a wave of embarrassment. This was an inevitable emotion for any woman. Yet, in the next moment, her embarrassment was engulfed by a torrent of astonishment. According to the Martial Arts Alliance's investigative report, enlightenment typically elevates martial arts by 2 realms at most. Achieving 3 realms was exceedingly rare. Yet, Ning Chuan had transitioned directly from the 2nd realm to the 6th realm of perfection. Has anyone in the annals of the Federation ever accomplished such a feat? Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath to calm her emotions and said, "Your 1,000-bone slaughter technique is of a perfect realm, far exceeding my expectations. In this contest, I have been defeated. If we were to compete again, I am confident I could emerge victorious, as I have several profound, unarmed martial arts yet to showcase. However, a loss is a loss. I shall not seek excuses." Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted like boiling water. Ning Chuan had triumphed once more. Bai Xiuxiu had been thoroughly outmatched. "I am Lu Feng, and for some inexplicable reason, my right eyelid has been twitching incessantly today, as if forewarning of impending calamity." He chuckled, but such exaggeration is unnecessary. The breathing technique course requires no physical confrontation. Can the perfect realm of the 1,000 bones slaughter technique reign supreme? What further objections can you possibly muster? Many young women glared at those who had previously ridiculed Ning Chuan. The scoffers exchanged glances, unable to refute the undeniable truth. Ning Chuan's ability to grasp the 1,000-bone slaughter technique signifies his unparalleled talent in unarmed martial arts, without a doubt. They had underestimated him. Before the final outcome was revealed, such words should never have been uttered. "I apologize for my misjudgment. Ning Chuan is not merely a god descending from the mountain. He is an eternal deity," one student awkwardly remarked. The others followed suit, offering their apologies. "Ning Chuan is extraordinary, surpassing even the Dragon King," declared another. "From this day forth, Ning Chuan shall be my unwavering faith." Ning Chuan paid no heed to these proclamations. He had never cared for the opinions of outsiders. A solitary figure, he feared not the barbs of words. Yet, should the noise become unbearable, he would not hesitate to silence it with a blade. Ning Chuan directed his gaze forward and inquired, "Instructor Bai, how many points may I earn?" Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment before replying, "Defeating me, combined with the perfect realm of the 1,000 bones slaughter technique, grants you 500 points. Achieving an epiphany and breaking the 4 realms earns you 1,000 points. Moreover, as this is not your first epiphany and considering your superior talent, an additional 500 points shall be rewarded. In total, you shall receive 2,000 points." Upon hearing this figure, Ning Chuan felt a surge of joy. The point from Wind Shadow, 3,000 were sufficient. The atmosphere in the venue instantly simmered with excitement. The discussion among the attendees was not merely due to Ning Chuan's high score. After previous assessments, they had grown accustomed to such outcomes. Their astonishment stemmed from Bai Xiuxiu's revelation. This was not Ning Chuan's first epiphany. Song Shiyu, struggling to believe, fixed her gaze on Ning Chuan and asked, "You have experienced epiphanies before?" Ning Chuan nodded gently. "Indeed, there have been a few. The understanding of martial arts epiphanies is not something to be taken lightly. It equates to his own enlightenment." "What? Not just once?" Song Shiyu exclaimed, her surprise evident. She then pressed on, "What does having an epiphany feel like?" "Ning Sen, please share with us. I have yet to experience one myself. Do you possess some secret technique?" "I long to have an epiphany. The pursuit of martial arts is exceedingly challenging." Numerous students echoed her sentiments, gazing at Ning Chuan with eager anticipation. Epiphanies are not as delightful as you might imagine. There is no free lunch in this world. Ning Chuan pondered for a few moments, expressing his thoughts. Enlightenment resembles a walled city. Those outside fervently strive to penetrate its confines. With that, he sighed and paused. What of those within the city? Are they seeking to escape? An impatient student urged. Is there a cost to enlightenment? Bai Xiuxiu, nearby, perked up her ears. Her understanding of enlightenment was limited to the knowledge gleaned from books. She had never experienced it firsthand. Ning Chuan's metaphor of the walled city struck her as refreshingly novel. Not quite, Ning Chuan shook his head, a grin spreading across his face. Those inside the city know how to enjoy themselves. What a delightful bunch. By Xiao Xiao. Student. His words held a double meaning. Indeed, how adept he was at playing with language. Yet, an urge to deliver a punch surged within them, though they knew they could not prevail. Frustration brewed. Amidst this jovial atmosphere, the morning's combat class drew to a close. News of Ning Chuan's victory over by Xiao Xiao rapidly circulated throughout the base, causing a ripple of astonishment among the staff. 3 classes, 3 instructors, all met with defeat. Such a record was nothing short of sensational. Since the establishment of the Shanghai Talent Training Camp, no such occurrence had transpired. Privately, many staff members reached a consensus. Ning Chuan, as if a deity descended upon the mortal realm. Chapter 73. The realm of breathing techniques. The mastery of breathing techniques is not profound. You're all at the foundational level, so there is no issue. The training session is scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Elfong tapped the lectern and chuckled. Fortunately, in this class, I do not have to compete with the students. Otherwise, I would have to flee with a train last night. Laughter erupted from the audience, understanding the humorous implication behind Elfong's words. Among the 3 previous instructors, only Bai Xiao was somewhat more composed and did not boast. The other 2 had faced utter embarrassment. Ning Chuan smiled silently. The 4 instructors of the training camp, irrespective of their strength, possessed commendable personalities. Once the classroom settled into a semblance of quiet, Elfong continued. In this lesson, I will discuss breathing techniques, but before that, I would like to pose a question. Does anyone among you know the essence of power like a gushing spring? Elfong explained, power like a gushing spring is a characteristic of advanced awakening. Literally interpreted, it signifies that strength surges forth like spring water, circulating within the body in a harmonious and unified manner. When the physical strength reaches a certain standard, does this phenomenon not manifest? A robust student inquired curiously. Elfong regarded him with a concerned gaze and replied, this has nothing to do with the magnitude of physical strength. Some of you have cultivated S-grade breathing techniques, and at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of awakening, your punch force exceeds 2,000 kilograms, surpassing that of those at the 7th stage who practice D or C-grade techniques. Yet, why is there no power like a gushing spring? The students exchanged glances, confirming their lack of knowledge. Ning Chuan, too, felt a flicker of curiosity, as Qing Shan know. One high school had not covered such knowledge. Power like a gushing spring is an external manifestation, fundamentally caused by a certain substance. Elfong elaborated without withholding information. In ancient times, this substance was referred to as blood energy. In the awakening realm, the first 6 stages successively refine the body's muscles, bones, skin, and organs. Upon reaching the 7th stage of awakening, the body begins to generate blood energy. After the establishment of the Federation, scientific advancements rapidly unraveled the characteristics of blood energy. In academic circles, it has been designated as potential factor. Upon hearing Elfong's words, the students began to murmur among themselves. Ning Chuan bondere togachuli. Does a greater quantity of potential factor imply that more potential has been excavated? A student raised his hand to inquire. Elfong smiled and replied, from martial practitioners, it feels more resonant to call it blood energy. However, you are not mistaken. To a certain extent, blood energy does represent an individual's potential. In the awakening realm, it may not yet be apparent, but once one becomes a martial artist, the disparities will gradually emerge and become increasingly pronounced. Elfong spoke at a measured pace. Martial artists is a general term. The specific realms are divided into 9 grades, beginning with the 1st grade and culminating at the 9th. Following this are knights and divine generals. How does one enhance blood energy? Many students gazed intently at Elfong, their expressions tense with anticipation. Elfong pondered for a moment before responding. This leads us to the discussion of breathing techniques. The higher the level and realm of the breathing technique, the greater the refinement, and consequently, the more blood energy the body will generate. He paused briefly and added among them, the most crucial aspect is the mastery of breathing techniques. Do not underestimate this. The same breathing method, when practiced at different levels of mastery, yields varying degrees of power. However, the vitality generated within the body can differ immensely. The disparity in vitality between the foundational and perfected states can exceed 20-fold. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The bull strength technique he had previously practiced was indeed like this. Once he delved into its intricacies, it bore little effect on enhancing his power. Yet, the dragon elephant ancient scripture contradicted this notion. The higher the mastery, the greater the physical strength. At the foundational mastery, awakening at the peak of the 9th stage, one would only possess around 6,000 kilograms of force. In contrast, at the perfected mastery, awakening at the same peak, one could effortlessly wield the strength to lift an 18,000 kg cauldron. How could my high school neglect to inform me of such vital knowledge regarding vitality in advance? An aggrieved student complained. Lu Fong chuckled and replied, "The reason is quite simple. We feared it would delay your progress. The mastery of breathing techniques is exceedingly challenging to enhance. Consider for a moment, what level is each of your breathing techniques at? Indeed, I practice an S-level breathing technique, the Great Strength Demon Ape skill, yet I remain at the foundational level. You are fortunate. My A-level breathing technique is also at the foundational stage. Remarkably, after 12 years of practice, I have yet to attain even the proficient level." The crowd buzzed with conversation. Eventually, they uncovered a startling reality. Among this group of top-tier talents, only Song Shiyu had managed to elevate the S-level breathing technique to the proficient stage. Only 2 others had reached the same for the A-level breathing technique. The rest of the students remained at the foundational level. Wait, didn't Ning Chuan just remain silent? Someone called out, and many students turned their heads to look at Ning Chuan. Song Shiyu, sitting nearby, grinned playfully and said, "Ning Chuan, everyone is quite curious. Do share your level of proficiency." "Proficient mastery," Ning Chuan stated with his back straight and a calm demeanor. Song Shiyu pouted in frustration. "How infuriating. Once again, he has outdone me." Ning Chuan's power of 2,100 kilograms, without even having ascended to the awakened high stage, undoubtedly indicated that his breathing technique was of the S level. Was there any martial art he was not adept at? And this was merely at the 6th stage of awakening. Once Ning Chuan reached the peak of the 9th stage, he would surely achieve profound mastery. The students engaged in lively discussions, overwhelmed by their reflections. In the realm of martial arts, Ning Chuan's superiority over them was comprehensive, leaving no room for escape. Returning to the main topic, Lu Fong pressed his hand down to signal for silence and stated, "Vitality encompasses 2 significant stages. The first occurs prior to the high stage of awakening. The more thoroughly the body is refined by the breathing technique, the greater the vitality that is generated, which will facilitate subsequent training immensely." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. The dragon elephant ancient scripture was still approximately 30 away from achieving profound mastery. It would require at least another 6 months. However, according to his current training pace, he would ascend to the high stage of awakening within a month. He internally shook his head. Without the nourishment of the 100 beasts essence, the progress of his cultivation in the dragon elephant ancient scripture would drastically diminish. When the time comes, what is required will not merely be a span of 6 months. Upon the platform, L. Fong continued. The second phase involves the awakening of the 9th stage, breaking through to the first-grade warrior, which necessitates condensing one's blood energy into a primordial force seed. The greater the amount of blood energy, the higher the quality of the primordial force seed. However, I must caution you all, do not squander years merely to enhance your breathing techniques for a trivial amount of blood energy. Beneath the nights, human potential diminishes with the passage of time. This is precisely why our institution refrains from imparting knowledge regarding blood energy. L. Fong surveyed the students, solemnly advising them. Remember an ancient saying. If one has not become a warrior by the age of 20, they shall harbor no hopes of becoming a knight throughout their life. The atmosphere among the students grew notably serious. Song Shiyu pondered for a moment, raised her hand, and inquired, "Instructor L, are there alternative methods to enhance blood energy?" "There are indeed some," such as extraordinary abilities. Elfong deliberately cast a glance at Ning Chuan. The students then turned their attention to the bewildered Xia Shi. It is not the ice ability possessed by Xia Shi. Elfong waved his hand and chuckled. It pertains to physical type extraordinary abilities. However, most prefer to refer to it as special physiques. After all, a water-type physical extraordinary ability, at first glance, might be mistaken for a new offering from some establishment, lacking the formidable resonance of the vast sea battle body. Elfong's jest elicited a wave of laughter. Subsequently, Elfong composed himself and stated earnestly, special physiques can enhance blood energy due to their elevated growth potential, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. If you cultivate an S-level breathing technique and reach the pinnacle of awakening, your punching power would be around 5,000 kilograms. Yet, some formidable special physiques can exceed a punching power of 10,000 kilograms. Many students felt a sense of unease upon hearing this. A punching power exceeding 1,000 kilograms represents a tremendous advantage. Otherwise, this level breathing technique would not be regarded as a treasure by various factions. By the way, the instructor who taught this morning, Instructor Bai, possesses a special physique known as the Lotus Fire Battle Body. Elfong remarked, before she became a first-grade warrior. Her punching power was 9,500 kilograms. As he finished speaking, a chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. Ning Chuan, however, remained calm, feeling no particular shock, as he anticipated that upon awakening to the pinnacle of the 9th stage, even half of his punching power should surpass that of Bai Xiao. Chapter 74. The probability is too low. Ning Chuan cannot be the Dragon King body. The afternoon swiftly passed. After the training session concluded, Lu Fong waved to stop Ning Chuan and said, Instructor Bai has already arrived at the deep sea platform, since I have nothing else to attend to afterwards. Let's go together. All right. Ning Chuan responded without further contemplation. The two departed from the teaching building. Along the way, after a moment of reflection, Ning Chuan inquired, Instructor Lu, is there a method to expedite the advancement of the breathing technique? Lu Fong turned to face Ning Chuan and replied, You wish to elevate your breathing technique to the subtle realm before promoting to the high tier of awakening, correct? Yes. Ning Chuan nodded, candidly acknowledging his intent. The subtle realm is a pivotal threshold among the 6 realms of martial arts. Having previously achieved the subtle realm with his mighty bull strength, he understood the immense enhancement it entailed. Compared to mastering the extremes, the vitality generated could at least double. Moreover, as Lu Fong mentioned in class, during the transition from the 6th to the 7th tier of awakening, one's vitality could reciprocally nourish the body, resulting in a significant surge in physical prowess for a brief period. The more vitality one possesses, the greater the increase. However, there are no shortcuts in the practice of breathing techniques. Progress must be made step by step. Lu Fong shook his head and cautioned, If you encounter a bottleneck at the subtle realm, do not stubbornly persist. I recognize your high comprehension. Yet, breaking through a bottleneck requires more than just insight. If luck is not on your side, it is not uncommon to remain stuck for decades. It would be most beneficial for you to swiftly advance to the high tier of awakening. I understand. Ning Chuan's millet. The bottleneck of realms did not pose a significant challenge for him. Once he reached 100% progress, a breakthrough would naturally follow. The real dilemma he faced was the relatively slow advancement speed of the dragon elephant ancient scripture. Of course, he had potential solutions in mind. First, stimulating his progress with high-energy food. The quality of energy absorbed through the breathing technique would accelerate his training. He possessed a vial of beast nutrient solution borrowed from Li Pingyi. Consuming it would undoubtedly cause a dramatic increase in the cultivation speed of the dragon elephant ancient scripture. However, it would also significantly shorten his time to ascend to the high tier of awakening. Ning Chuan was uncertain which option would yield quicker results. The risks were substantial. He would not gamble unless absolutely necessary. Second, provoking the emotions of the dragon elephant ancient scripture. Previously, in the wind pressure chamber, Feng Ying Sanqian's cultivation speed surged 40-fold due to the provocation of the tempest. The dragon elephant ancient scripture should be capable of similar feats. This approach seemed more prudent. Yet Ning Chuan was currently unaware of any means to incite the dragon elephant ancient scripture. 10 minutes later, at the deep sea platform, the continuous sound of crashing waves filled the air. This was a stone platform constructed by the seaside, featuring several waterproof alloy ladders embedded on the ocean-facing side, extending into a trench below that plunged over 10,000 meters deep. Students could utilize the ladders to descend into the depths for training. Yin Zhuang and Ma Fengxing had also arrived. Ning Chuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The four instructors of the training camp seemed to pay him excessive attention. Bai Xiuxiu handed him a test tube and stated decisively, "This is sea dragon blood. Consume it." The liquid within the test tube shimmered in a blue-golden hue, exuding a sense of weightiness. Understood. Ning Chuan removed the cork and tilted his head back to drink. It lacked flavor, resembling plain water. Soon, a warm current surged through him, circulating within his limbs and body. In his mind, two notification sounds echoed consecutively. The Vajra body detected the dragon blood factor, invigorating him and causing an extraordinary surge in his cultivation speed. The Vajra body estimated that the dragon blood factor would be depleted in 12 hours. Before the words faded, Ning Chuan noticed the exposed skin on his body revealing intricate patterns, a blend of blue and gold, identical to the hue of sea dragon blood. "Fear not. These are dragon patterns," Lu Feng explained with a smile. "Once you have absorbed all the sea dragon blood, the patterns will dissipate." Bai Xiuxiu pointed towards the sea, reminding him, "Ning Chuan, you may enter the water now. Remember, dive as deeply as you can. The pressure of the deep sea will accelerate your absorption of the sea dragon blood and minimize energy loss." After a pause, she added from now on, "After your classes each day, immerse yourself in the sea overnight until you have completely refined all the sea dragon blood." Ning Chuan blinked, realizing he could exhaust the sea dragon blood that very night. However, he refrained from further comment, nodding in agreement as he approached the stone platform, inhaled deeply, and leaped into the depths. With his current physical condition, he could hold his breath for over an hour. Nonetheless, diving and resurfacing would expedite the consumption of oxygen in his lungs. Ning Chuan estimated he would need to surface for air in about half an hour. Above the deep sea platform, Yin Zhuang glanced at the empty sea surface and inquired, "How long do you think it will take Ning Chuan to fully absorb the sea dragon blood?" After a moment's contemplation, Bai Xiuxiu replied, "Approximately 4 days." "Instructor Bai, you have quite a favorable view of Ning Chuan," Lu Feng remarked, astonished. Typically, a dragon-type physique takes 4 to 7 days to absorb a portion of sea dragon blood. The shorter the time, the stronger the physique. If Ning Chuan can finish in 4 days, he would undoubtedly possess an elite dragon physique. Bai Xiuxiu nodded in agreement. Ma Fengxing, less familiar with special physiques, stroked his chin and asked curiously, "What if Ning Chuan absorbs it in less than 4 days?" A look of gravity crossed Lu Feng's face as he responded, "If that were the case, Ning Chuan would possess the Dragon King physique. The Martial Arts Alliance has conducted surveys indicating that a Dragon King physique can absorb a portion of sea dragon blood in just 2 to 3 days. Lu Feng pondered. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head, stating, "The Dragon King physique is highly unlikely. With a population exceeding 600 million newborns annually, it typically takes several years for a Dragon King physique to emerge. Let us return for now and check again tomorrow morning. By then, we can gauge his dragon patterns and ascertain the strength of his dragon physique," Yin Zhuang concluded. The four departed in succession. Meanwhile, in the sea, Ning Chuan descended the hanging ladder, plunging over 200 meters in under a minute. In his past life, this would have marked the limit of free diving. The human body could only withstand this level of water pressure. Yet for the current Ning Chuan, it felt almost effortless, as he experienced little pressure at all. The Vajra body sensed the water pressure, accelerating the absorption of the dragon blood factor, estimating it would be depleted in 11.5 hours. A prompt sound resonated. Ning Chuan nodded to himself, realizing that water pressure indeed benefited the diamond body technique. Just as he was about to dive deeper, another alert sounded. The dragon elephant ancient scripture sensed the pressure, and he felt a surge of joy as his cultivation speed increased by 75. Ning Chuan's heart raced. This less-than doubling of enhancement would not allow the dragon elephant ancient scripture to reach the subtleties before he ascended to a higher awakening stage. However, would the increase in water pressure also amplify the enhancement? Contemplating this, Ning Chuan hesitated no longer. He propelled himself swiftly toward the ocean floor. Before long, he descended to approximately 1,500 meters. At this depth, the pressure was astonishing, causing his muscles to ache as he reached the limits of his physical endurance. Unable to delve further, the diamond body felt the pressure, accelerating the absorption of dragon blood factors, projected to be exhausted in 8 hours. The dragon elephant ancient scripture sensed the pressure, and his excitement surged as the cultivation speed increased by 700. 2 notifications chimed in succession. Upon hearing the latter, a smile emerged on Ning Chuan's otherwise grim face, contorted from the immense pressure. There remained over 6 months until the dragon elephant ancient scripture could reach the subtleties. With a 7-fold increase in speed, it would require approximately 1 month, similar to the time he needed to ascend to a higher stage. He still needed to attend classes and could not spend every day submerged in the ocean. Nevertheless, the dragon blood would undoubtedly allow his diamond body to break through, enabling him to dive even deeper. The speed of the dragon elephant ancient scriptures cultivation would continue to rise. As time passed, every few hours, a notification echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. The diamond body had accumulated sufficiently to ascend to the 6th layer. The diamond body had accumulated sufficiently to ascend to the 7th layer. Chapter 75, I am convinced that Ning Chuan embodies the essence of the Dragon King, the most formidable kind. In the early hours of dawn, the silver moon hung high above the sea, while the night breeze carried the scent of the ocean. Suddenly, a splash of pristine white water erupted as Ning Chuan emerged from the depths, gasping for air. The radiant moonlight bathed his figure, rendering his skin more luminous and delicate than jade. During his ascent, he had exhausted the blood of the sea dragon, yet his indomitable body had successfully transcended to the 8th level of the diamond body. A profound sense of resilience enveloped him. Ning Chuan felt confident. There was no need for any transformation of his body. His physical strength alone was sufficient to withstand the impact of ordinary handguns or submachine guns, which would fail to pierce his skin. Taking a deep breath, he plunged back into the depths, this time descending over 3,000 meters into the ocean. The pressure was terrifying. For an average peak 9th stage practitioner, survival here was impossible. They would be crushed into a mere puddle of mud by the relentless weight of the water. The ancient scriptures of the dragon elephant recognized the water pressure, invigorating him as the rate of his cultivation accelerated by 1,800. A notification sound echoed in his mind, and a smile crept onto Ning Chuan's lips. An 18-fold enhancement meant that with just 1 night of immersion in the sea, the dragon elephant scriptures could reach profound levels within a month, perhaps even sooner. He mused that as the scriptures refined him, his physical prowess would allow him to dive deeper, further accelerating the process in a positive feedback loop. The night swiftly passed. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, the sky brightened. Ning Chuan climbed the hanging ladder, emerging from the sea onto the deep-sea platform. As he raised his head, he noticed 4 instructors nearby, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Bai Xiao, particularly invested in the dragon lineage, was the first to speak. Ning Chuan, how many dragon patterns have you absorbed? How long do you think it will take to? Before she could finish, her gaze became vacant as she stared at Ning Chuan. Had she entered a hallucination? Or had all the dragon patterns on him gone? Just yesterday there had been so many. Bai Xiao blinked rapidly, confirming her suspicions. This was no illusion. The dragon patterns had indeed vanished. How did you manage this? You possess a dragon king physique. It is impossible to exhaust the sea dragon's blood in a single night. Bai Xiao's expression was one of disbelief. With her years of military training, she was adept at concealing her emotions, yet now she found it impossible to maintain her composure. For one at the 6th awakening stage, to absorb a portion of sea dragon blood overnight exceeded her understanding. The Dragon King physique? Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then deep in thought. Reflecting on the instructor's reactions from the previous day, he surmised that during his epiphany at the Dragon King's ascension platform, He had been mistakenly perceived as possessing a special physique due to certain factors. The sea dragon blood he had received was, after all, meant to test him. With this realization, an idea sparked in Ning Chuan's mind. "By instructor, was there something wrong with the sea dragon blood I drank yesterday? I feel as though it lacked potency. It couldn't have expired, could it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu's mood calmed somewhat. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "It is unlikely to have expired. The sea dragon blood from the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp is all freshly produced this year by the Federal Academy of Political Science. However, there may be issues regarding its quality. No wonder you managed to absorb the sea dragon blood in just one night," Bai Xiuxiu remarked. Ning Chuan grinned and replied, "Since there is an issue with the sea dragon blood, might I be compensated with another vial?" "That is not possible," Bai Xiuxiu shook her head. "There are only 3 vials of sea dragon blood available at the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp, and the instructors possess the authority to allocate only 1. The remaining 2 can only be exchanged by students through points." Ning Chuan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, chuckling. "Then compensating me with an equivalent amount of points would suffice. I am quite agreeable and will not take offense." This left Bai Xiuxiu in a quandary. Rewarding Ning Chuan with a vial of sea dragon blood was already an inside maneuver, conducted to test whether he possessed a dragon constitution. Under normal circumstances, ranking first in a single test would not warrant such a reward. However, this was not something she could disclose to Ning Chuan. Particularly since his request for compensation was entirely reasonable, she had no grounds to refuse. For a moment, Bai Xiuxiu appeared thoroughly conflicted, her aloof demeanor dissipating as she revealed a rather endearing charm. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Lu Fang interjected, "Ning Chuan, stop teasing Instructor Bai. Your vial of sea dragon blood is perfectly fine. Otherwise, you wouldn't have manifested so many dragon patterns on your body yesterday." Lu Fang suspected that if Ning Chuan continued, Bai Xiuxiu would be utterly overwhelmed. Upon hearing Lu Fang's words, Bai Xiuxiu was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly regain her composure. Renowned for her intelligence, she had simply been astonished by Ning Chuan's overnight absorption of the sea dragon blood, which had momentarily clouded her judgment. Bai Xiuxiu shot a glare at Ning Chuan, her silver teeth grinding audibly in frustration. Despite her meticulous caution with Ning Chuan the previous day, fearing social embarrassment, she found herself unable to escape the situation this morning. "Well, Instructor Bai," Ning Chuan chuckled awkwardly. "I come from a humble background and am not well acquainted with such things as sea dragon blood." At that moment, Yin Zhuang inquired, "Ning Chuan, how long did it take you to absorb the sea dragon blood?" "Half an hour ago, during my last ascent for air. I still had some dragon patterns lingering on me," Ning Chuan pondered. He refrained from revealing the truth, as it was evident from Bai Xiuxiu's reaction that absorbing an entire vial of sea dragon blood in a single night was an extraordinary achievement, perhaps even a miracle. "You consumed the sea dragon blood at 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon." Bai Xiuxiu glanced at her watch, her tone unsettled. "It is now just 6 o'clock in the morning. That amounts to no more than 12 hours. Curiously, Ning Chuan asked, "Is there a problem?" "None whatsoever." Yin Zhuang waved his hand dismissively. "You should go take a shower to wash off the seawater. We have a movement class this morning." Observing this, Ning Chuan chose not to press further and departed. The 4 instructors continued their discussion. Ma Fengxing turned to Lu Fang and said, "You mentioned that a Dragon King constitution takes 2 to 3 days to absorb a vial of sea dragon blood. What is going on with Ning Chuan?" Yin Zhuang contemplated for a moment and replied, "Could it be that Ning Chuan does not possess a dragon constitution, but rather a unique physique that excels at absorbing sea dragon blood? He does not have the kind of constitution you speak of." El Fang shook his head and remarked, "The dragon blood factor is exceedingly potent. Only those with a dragon lineage can assimilate it swiftly." After a brief pause, he continued, "I am certain that Ning Chuan possesses the Dragon King physique. However, it is not of the ordinary kind. What does this imply? Have you heard of the 4 great sovereigns of the dragon race from ancient times?" El Fang directed his gaze towards the other 3 instructors. Bai Xiuxiu nodded and said, "During my university days, I encountered related records in an academic journal. These were the earliest 4 dragons. Their might was terrifying, wielding unparalleled authority, and their commands were unassailable. Indeed, Elfong asserted with unwavering conviction. Ning Chuan's Dragon King physique shares a common origin with those four sovereigns, having been one of the most formidable physiques since antiquity. However, I must investigate which specific sovereign it is. Elfong stated, given the current genetic technologies available in the Federation, such special physiques cannot be detected. We can only deduce them through external manifestations. Yin Zhuang pondered for a moment and said, the implications of the Dragon King physique are vast. And considering that Ning Chuan's variant is extraordinary, we cannot keep this information contained. It must be reported immediately. Agreed. The three instructors, including Bai Xiao, all nodded in unison, utilizing the expediency of the internet within 10 minutes. The upper echelons of the Donglin Administrative District received a report. This year's Shanghai Genius Training Camp has yielded a Dragon King physique. Moreover, it is of the same lineage as the ancient four great sovereigns of a dragon race. It is recorded that such a physique is renowned for its unmatched strength. In an instant, a ripple of excitement surged through the ranks of Donglin's high officials. Many prominent figures found themselves stirred with tumultuous emotions, unable to remain composed. Chapter 76. This is not enlightenment, but daily attendance, East Forest Administrative Headquarters, top floor. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. Wing fu chakol e artiri. As the highest-ranking official of the East Forest Administrative District, during his tenure, a youth known as the Dragon King body had emerged. From a scientific standpoint, it had no bearing on him whatsoever. Yet, according to the rules of the political arena, with a slight maneuvering, it could translate into an impressive achievement. Wang Fu set aside the report in his hand and remarked, this young man, named Ning Chuan, is quite remarkable. His talent is extraordinary. Our East Forest government must devote itself to nurturing him. It's already been arranged. The female secretary nodded in agreement. Wang Fu pondered for a moment and smiled. With Ning Chuan participating in this year's Genius Battle of Zone 99, we should be able to dominate 2 or 3 districts and elevate the prestige of East Forest. The female secretary cleared her throat gently and reminded him he is currently only at the 6th stage of awakening. Even if he participates, it is unlikely he will achieve a commendable result. Then I shall take a gamble. Wang Fu's gaze flickered momentarily as he spoke in a low voice. Increase the intensity of Ning Chuan's training efforts by double the original plan and see if he can surprise me. Having risen from humble beginnings to become the head of the East Forest government, he understood one fundamental truth. Certain prodigies progress without following the usual rationale. Indeed, an official decree was dispatched from the office of the district governor, instantly causing a significant stir. Influential factions soon learned of this development. It had been over a century since a Dragon King body had last appeared in the East Forest district. I have heard of the Dragon King body. It is immensely powerful. If all goes well, he will undoubtedly become a knight. This youth, Ning Chuan, who possesses the Dragon King body, is said to be even more formidable, claiming the title of Supreme. Could he truly become a divine general in the future? Some speculated. A divine general stands atop the martial arts hierarchy, unmatched in might. In all of East Forest, there are none who could rival him. However, the title of Supreme is not merely a boast. Once Ning Chuan steps into knighthood, he will be an unparalleled knight. During the Twin Star martial combat, a supreme body, he fought valiantly against a divine general from the heavenly martial realm. Numerous dignitaries reached out to one another, closely monitoring the situation. After all, a Dragon King body, once nurtured, would undoubtedly become a figure of immense influence. Meanwhile, the catalyst of all this, Ning Chuan, remained completely unaware. After changing into clean clothes and finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, he made his way to the shooting range. With some time left before class, Ning Chuan contemplated entering the glass room outfitted with machine guns to test his agility. In recent days, his wind shadow technique had progressed to a new level, with his punching power increasing by approximately 10%, marking a notable advancement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The machine guns whirred to life, unleashing a torrent of rubber bullets. Ning Chuan began to perform evasive maneuvers. The other trainees, hearing the commotion, turned their attention toward him. However, with 3 machine guns in operation, they did not take it too seriously, casually chatting while observing the display. The effects of the wind pressure chamber are indeed impressive, I visited it yesterday, and my agility has improved. It is indeed commendable, yet excessively costly. The most affordable primary wind pressure chamber awards a mere 5 points per hour, and my accumulated points over 2 days barely suffice. A student lamented, resonating with many others. Points are exceedingly difficult to acquire. That may be true for you. I overheard a staff member say, Ning Chuan utilizes the advanced wind pressure chamber, earning 20 points per hour. A voice filled with envy emerged. What significance do points hold? Do you truly believe they grant you unrestrained power? The advanced wind pressure chamber is reserved for second-tier warriors. What advancement could Ning Chuan possibly achieve? Huang Shitao remarked with a hint of bitterness, his words trailing off as he fell silent. He observed the glass chamber, where 11 machine guns fired simultaneously, the bullets cascading like rain. Yet, Ning Chuan evaded them with remarkable agility, the rubber bullets barely grazing his attire. The other students were equally entranced. Could it be that the aging machine guns lacked the ability to fire effectively? Meanwhile, Ma Fengxing strode towards the barrage of bullets. Even the instructor has lost face. Fortunately, my agility surpasses Ning Chuan's by 2 to 3 machine guns worth under equal circumstances. Ma Fengxing chuckled inwardly, thinking, once class is over, I shall challenge Ning Chuan to a contest of agility, teaching him the true meaning of an instructor's authority. As he passed through the door, Ma Fengxing raised an eyebrow in surprise. The students stood like statues, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the glass chamber. What on earth is happening? Ma Fengxing pondered, redirecting his gaze to the scene. He too became entranced. Under the onslaught of 12 machine guns, Ning Chuan darted and twisted, avoiding every bullet. Before long, another machine gun activated. Bang! Ning Chuan could no longer evade successfully, and a rubber bullet struck his thigh. His agility remained at the level of 12 machine guns worth. Whoosh! Before Ning Chuan could exit, Ma Fengxing swiftly entered the glass chamber, exclaiming in shock, How have you mastered the Wind Shadow 3000 technique? During the last assessment, I clearly noted that you were far from the threshold of proficiency. Oh, you mean that? Ning Chuan sruket nonchalantly, replying. I experienced an epiphany in the wind pressure chamber the day before yesterday. At that moment, the atmosphere erupted with excitement, astonished exclamations filling the air. Is the advanced wind pressure chamber really that formidable? It is Ning Chuan's prowess that is impressive, unrelated to the wind pressure chamber. One student explained, the chamber's level merely pertains to the magnitude of wind force and the speed of trajectory alterations. Fundamentally, there is no distinction. I alone contemplated that Ning Chuan must have had an epiphany during yesterday's combat class as well. Damn, 2 epiphanies in 2 days. Are we to be denied our chances? Many students struggled to believe it. Ma Fengxing took several deep breaths to maintain his composure, addressing Ning Chuan. Well done. I reward you with 50 points. Come with me. Class is about to commence. As for the earlier challenge of agility, that was a matter of Ma Fengxing's past words. It bore no relevance to the current situation. Before long, a day had passed. Dingling. The chimes signaled the conclusion of the afternoon weaponry class. The students remained, encircling the space as Ning Chuan demonstrated the flash thunder slash against Yin Zhuang. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed with blades, the cold light dancing and sparks flying. To avoid being swiftly defeated by Ning Chuan, Yin Zhuang had no choice but to restrict his strength to twice that of Ning Chuan. Even so, the situation was fraught with peril. After half an hour, Yin Zhuang stepped back and called an end to the duel. It wasn't due to fatigue. Rather, his flash thunder slash was merely a step away from perfection, and pursuing it too aggressively proved counterproductive. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and said, Instructor Yin, would you allow me to spar with you using the Storm 36 slashes? This martial art, akin to the 1,000-bone slaughter technique, also belongs to the category of combat arts. Engaging in battle with the advanced Storm 36 slashes should yield profound insights. I would be more than willing to spar with you, Yin Zhuang replied with a smile, but you have only been practicing the Storm 36 slashes for 3 days. Even with remarkable talent, you have barely scratched the surface and are not yet ready for combat. Perhaps in a month or so, I shall accompany you in battle. Without further ado, Ning Chuan brandished his silver blood battle blade and executed several slashes in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air resonated with the sound akin to fabric tearing, exuding a sense of sharpness. Yin Zhuang stood there, dumbfounded. The next moment, an astonished exclamation reverberated throughout the training ground. What is happening? How have you mastered the storm? 36 slashes. Yin Zhuang stared at Ning Chuan, swallowing hard. Ning Chuan's expression remained calm as he replied, I had an epiphany. This martial art suits me quite well, and I find it easy to cultivate. Upon hearing this, the onlooking students were left speechless in astonishment. Coupled with his previous 2 insights, Ning Chuan had experienced 3 epiphanies. The training camp had only commenced 3 days prior. Was Ning Chuan truly enlightened, or merely clocking in for attendance? Chapter 77. The Eternal Night King's Body. A future divine General Captain Yin. May I spar with you now? Ning Chuan inquired, brandishing his silver-blooded blade with a smile. Yin Zhuang adjusted his mindset and nodded. Let us begin. With a swift motion, Ning Chuan stepped forward, gripping the hilt firmly. A sharp sound sliced through the air as he unleashed a diagonal strike of silver blood towards Yin Zhuang's shoulder. Unperturbed, Yin Zhuang executed the rainstorm 36 slashes to counter it. Bang! With a resounding crash, their blades clashed, sending forth brilliant sparks. Engaging in a duel of the rainstorm 36 slashes at the expert level, Ning Chuan felt a surge of comprehension, his progress advancing by 4. A chilling notification echoed in his mind. A smirk played on Ning Chuan's lips. As Yin Zhuang was at the expert level, he could elevate the rainstorm 36 slashes to the subtle realm. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the blade cleaving through the air resonated continuously as the 2 engaged in combat. Yin Zhuang grew increasingly alarmed. He distinctly sensed that each strike from Ning Chuan came faster than the last. It was normal for the rainstorm 36 slashes to accelerate with each subsequent strike. But what was concerning was that Ning Chuan's blade was unnaturally swift. There could only be one explanation. With every swing, Ning Chuan's understanding of the rainstorm 36 slashes ascended to new heights. This young man had achieved sudden enlightenment once again. Yin Zhuang was taken aback, unable to believe it. In his entire life, he had never heard of anyone possessing such an extraordinary level of comprehension. Enlightenment at least once a day. The sound of blades clashing was relentless. Ning Chuan's rainstorm 36 slashes had reached the subtle realm. A student trembled as he spoke. Just like in yesterday's combat class, he has entered a state of enlightenment during the fight. It's impossible for anyone to be this talented. This must be a dream. I just pinch my thigh, and it doesn't hurt at all. Let go of my hand. Of course it won't hurt. You pinched me. The onlookers were unsettled, feeling as though their worldview had been reshaped. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the 2 ceased their sparring. Ning Chuan stood with his blade, a hint of regret shadowing his expression. After reaching the subtle realm with the rainstorm 36 slashes, he found that no matter how he practiced with Yin Zhuang, he could not achieve enlightenment again. The sudden insight he had during the 1,000 bones killing technique yesterday was likely an anomaly. What troubles you? Yin Zhuang asked, observing Ning Chuan. You've attained the subtle realm with the rainstorm 36 slashes, yet you don't appear happy. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before gently nodding. There's a concern. What concern? Yin Zhuang's voice tensed, fearing it might be related to Ning Chuan's Dragon King body. The other students leaned in with curiosity. Ning Chuan sighed, a sense of desolation washing over him. I find that I can only achieve the subtle realm with the rainstorm 36 slashes. Although this martial art is exceedingly difficult, surpassing many S-level techniques, it does not alter a harsh reality. My talent has a limit. Upon hearing this, the students fell silent, and Yin Zhuang stared at him, astonished. How could he express such thoughts with such ease? Perhaps I could spar with you again. Who knows, you might just break through. Yin Zhuang said with a strained smile. There's no need for that. The blow I received today is too significant, and I require time to heal from the pain. Ning Chuan smiled faintly, hands clasped behind his back as he departed. His intentions were not solely to engage in superficial bravado. In the future, by leveraging his martial arts training alongside those of a higher realm, his offensive techniques would undoubtedly ascend. However, such matters necessitate an explanation. Enlightenment serves as an excellent justification. He candidly expressed his exceptional talent, thereby alleviating numerous complications. That evening, within an office building at the base, four instructors convened for a meeting. 3 days. For instances of enlightenment, could one's comprehension truly reach such heights? Ma Fengxing shook his head in contemplation. LV Fong smiled slightly and remarked, Ning Chuan's Dragon King physique is likely at a pivotal moment of awakening. Once he surpasses this phase, achieving further enlightenment will become exceedingly difficult. He pondered for a moment before adding, of course, this observation pertains to his current state rather than a comparison with others. Bai Xiuxiu felt a stir of curiosity and inquired, have you discovered the nature of Ning Chuan's physique? Indeed, LV Fong affirmed with a nod. Among the 4 great monarchs of ancient times, one was known as the Eternal Night Dragon, who wielded dominion over the night and possessed extraordinary comprehension, far surpassing the other 3 monarchs. Ning Chuan shares a lineage with that dragon monarch, endowed with the Eternal Night King's physique, LV Fong stated solemnly. Yin Zhuang turned his head, asking, what is so special about the Eternal Night King physique? LV Fong replied, such a physique is exceedingly rare throughout history, with scant textual records surviving. The only detail I managed to uncover is its remarkable comprehension. Even that alone is formidable as one progresses in martial arts. The necessity for comprehension intensifies. Indeed, Yin Zhuang concurred. Other Dragon King physiques are destined to become knights. While Ning Chuan's Eternal Night physique can essentially be said to guarantee his ascension to a divine general. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 3 instructors shifted markedly. Adebain general comans universal reverence. Ma Fengxing spread his hands in resignation, chuckling wryly. How can we manage Ning Chuan now? I lack the courage to offend a divine general. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Zhuang replied earnestly, treat him normally. There is no need for undue flattery. We represent the Donglin government and must maintain our dignity. He then retrieved his phone and began typing with both hands. Are you intending to report on the matter of the Eternal Night King physique? Ma Fengxing casually remarked. Sitting beside Yin Zhuang, he caught a glimpse of the phone screen, rolling his eyes in exasperation. For goodness sake, is this what you call not being overly flattering? Bai Xiuxiu and LV Fong, intrigued, leaned in to observe, their foreheads lined with concern. It was a text message containing the following. Respected student Ning Chuan, I am Yin Zhuang. Considering your limited training time, to avoid delaying you, I will personally come to guide you in the flashing thunder strike every day henceforth. Yin Zhuang put away his phone, clearing his throat. Allow me to clarify. My statement regarding Ning Chuan as potential to become a divine general is entirely unrelated to my preferences for honorifics. Yin Zhuang. It is no wonder you hold the position of chief instructor. The following day, at 7 in the morning, Ning Chuan entered the cafeteria, his freshly washed hair glistening with a healthy sheen. He had spent yet another night immersed in the deep sea, making remarkable progress. The ancient scriptures of Longxiang had elevated by a full percentage point. Ning Chuan was somewhat astonished as soon as he crossed the threshold. It seemed as if all the students in the cafeteria had received an unspoken command, abruptly halting their actions to gaze at him. Do not be surprised. Song Shiyu approached with a smile, saying, your glorious feat of enlightenment 4 times in 3 days has spread throughout the entire base. Even the martial artists are utterly astonished. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng added, the mastery of the 12 machine gun techniques is also a significant factor. Many martial artist students cannot match your level of skill. What is there to be surprised about? This is not difficult for me. Ning Chuan shook his head and walked towards the serving window. Song Shiyu and Shi Feng exchanged silent glances. I wish to chop him with a knife. What about you? I can't defeat him. It frustrates me. Meanwhile, other students were fervently discussing Ning Chuan. I once read a report stating that the Shanghai Genius Training Camp has produced an average of 1 night per session over the years. It seems that this session's prodigy is indeed Ning Chuan. We must admit, we are merely supporting players. Nonsense. A martial artist scoffed. You awakened ones have already given up. Do not drag us down with you. Indeed, An awakened sixth stage who even a martial artist dares to claim they can become a knight. How laughable. Having talent in the awakened state does not guarantee becoming a martial artist, nor does it ensure retaining that talent. Do you know how difficult it is to be promoted to knight? Yet here you are, spouting such nonsense. Many martial artist students chimed in, their attitudes dripping with superiority. After all, they were all peers, and being at a higher level naturally fostered pride. Stop just eating. They've spoken so harshly. At least give some reaction. Song Shiyu looked at Ning Chuan with a smile. Ning Chuan's gaze was as calm as still water as he replied. What they say about my potential to become a knight is their concern, not mine. Their words are empty and do not affect me. Shi Feng, sitting opposite him, inquired curiously, what if someone were to insult you? With a crunch, Ning Chuan bit into a rib, grinning as he said, I would pose them a mathematical question, a very simple one, such as, what is 3,000 minus 1? Song Shiyu and Shi Feng were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his response. Just as they were about to ask for clarification, four instructors entered the cafeteria, followed by a middle-aged man. The man was of modest height, his face adorned with a friendly smile that evoked a sense of warmth. He carried a paper report, the cover partially obscured by his hand, yet the words special physique, Donglan government, and reward were still discernible. Chapter 78. Setting aside facts, I am the eternal night dragon body. Who is this individual? Capable of garnering the company of four instructors? Surely, he must be a government official, for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp operates under stringent close management, preventing ordinary individuals from entering. Numerous students scrutinized the middle-aged man, whispering amongst themselves, filled with curiosity. Silence. Yin Zhuang pressed his hand down and began the introduction. This is Director Hu, hailing from the office of the highest ruler of the Donglin Administrative District. The purpose of his visit is to announce a government-funded genius cultivation program. This year's cohort has a student who has awakened a unique physique, Yin Zhuang explained. As his words settled, the previously quiet cafeteria erupted once more into a cacophony. This is no ordinary special physique. Otherwise, the government would not offer funding. Who is this esteemed figure? Allow me to pay my respects. Students bombarded the instructors with inquiries. Yin Zhuang smiled and gestured with his hand, stating directly, this individual is Ning Chuan, whom you all should be familiar with. He has awakened a Dragon King physique, known as the Eternal Night King body. LV Fong added, this physique is extraordinarily rare, classified among the supreme physiques. Ning Chuan blinked in bewilderment, pondering what the four instructors had concocted. How could they assign him a specific type of Dragon King physique? The students, however, had no doubts about the veracity of the claims. With government officials present, there could be no deception.